bestie in town now on Fnatic. I think that Crashy's had a great performance, especially when you consider the amount of stick that he was getting.
Okay, the mic working now? Hello everyone, how are we?
And yeah, he just had such a great performance.
Hello,
I think
hello,
when we look back
hello.
to kick off, he was only really playing that
Yeah,
Sova, right? And then we got a teaser of his Tejo, of his Fade.
I get this all good.
Last week, like, yeah, it was just so great.
I think this can go here. I'll move it once we get into the game.
And
How's everyone doing, chat? Hello, hello.
This is going to be something that continues over time, because when we were talking about
Got a stacked day today. Might be a little 12-hour stream. Got EMEA into Americas. It's a charity stream today. Don't normally do one of these, but it's nice to do it. See how much money we can raise today. We got a crazy goal. Not thinking we'll get there, but we'll see how close we can get it. Hello, Nilzinho. Thank you so much. Hello, mate. How you doing? Feta Cheese with the Prime as well. Thank you so much for that also, dude. Nilzinho, congrats on the win.
That's just an crazy performance he put up.
Yeah, when we talk about teams like
Okay, I think that's all set up. Charity? Yeah, Hope for the Day. Hope for the Day is a charity. It's suicide prevention. And, I mean, a lot of people go into games just to get an escape from stuff that's going on in real life. So I think it's very fitting. We've had it in multiple sports. We've had it in Valorant. It affects a lot of lives. And yeah, it's all about just spreading awareness, just making sure people know where to find help and just to openly talk about it.
From Fnatic, of course, Durka moving on to this roster. It was bound
Could you donate to them instead of can you donate to them instead of me? Mate, I promise you, if you look at that link, it doesn't go to me.
Yeah, I think that Durka was
goes straight to them. Mod Skipper King, thank you so much for the gifted as well. Thank you so much for that.
You were asking me about, do you like this composition?
So yeah, I thought it was very fitting, and it affects a lot of lives, and it's just a really good cause. So we'll be doing and checking out stuff throughout the day. Speaking of that, wait, how could I?
Now we're going to see if those ideas that he grabbed
preview.
from
Sherbet Peach, by the way, thank you so much already. 15 coming in. Sonia 20. 55 raised already. Sherbet Peach and Sonia, thank you so much. Chat, when the game goes live, I will remove the names, but then we'll check in every so often, okay?
It is a small change, just
Infinite with the tier 1, thank you for 3 months as well, and Super Clarice with the Prime as well, thank you so much. And every little helps, chat, even just being here, just watching, just adding a number, getting some awareness is good. And again, if anyone feels like they have some bad days or need help, that's okay. There's a lot of places to find help, and we got some commands as well to just help in pretty much every country that I think we have people watching. So.
Yeah, he looked absolutely great. I brought it up last week as well. You know, we were used to seeing him on this initiator role when he was in mandatory in tier 2 before. Really great performance.
You are, the QR code should be above my head. That one should work. If I need to make it bigger, let me know. But I think that's I think that should be big enough, hopefully.
It's exactly what they were missing. And honestly, for a debut that he had last week, I cannot wait to see him play again today.
Yeah, and I think that I hope that he was also a crash out for
we have Tant TR as well with the $25. Thank you so much for that, Tant. We got Galactic Saucepan, $15, and my little bro, Sliggy's little bro, with the $10. Thank you so much, and Tiny Frog Boy as well. Appreciate you doing that also, Tiny Frog Boy. Thank you for the 14. Yeah, we're already on 155. We're doing incredible. Pre-Tench, thank you so much as well for that. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate that. We have Righty Lucy as well with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much for doing that also. Righty Lucy, thank you.
If you want to be the best, if you want to compete with, you also have to compete against the best. Yes, as I said, now you've gotten confidence.
Donation goes to shave off my head. Nothing crazy like shaving off my head, but at one point I'll just start matching some of the big donations. It's a charity that's very close to me as well, so I'm down to match a lot of the big donations. Buttering up and getting bored, dude. You guys are obsessed with the side. You guys need a sideshow stream. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Sivov performs.
It's majority of the chat EU. At the moment, probably.
You don't get storylines.
We have a good amount of
like
Americas. We have a good amount of
single
Japan.
day. It's time for one
Like
of
our
the
main 3
best
audience.
players we have ever had taking
on his former squad. Make some noise for Durka's team versus Fnatic.
Durka's team. We got Too Old with the $10 as well. Thank you so much. And the Radius with the 10 as well. And XMJ also with the 10 and Lost with the 25. I appreciate you all for doing that. Thank you so much. Michael1259 with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 2 months also, dude. Chat, if I miss donations or I miss subs, I'll try and get around to it. Because there's a lot of stuff to catch up on. Camsto Dart as well. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate that. Why don't I stream me playing Valorant? I play in the off season. There's like two months where we get to play a little bit, where it chills out. Other than that, we just watch. Is the donation gonna be up permanently? No. When the game starts, I'll do this. And don't worry, I've checked everything already. It doesn't. Nothing's been blocked. Play some League games as well? Maybe. Don't I play off stream? Nah, not really. I played 5-stack the other day off stream. For like 3-4 games. But that's about it. That's all I've really played this year. I don't have time, to be honest. And then when I want to chill, I normally play like a TFT. Wait, Bacon, I think you literally played.
Yeah, we'll see, because last week we
Bacon,
saw
you
both
played
of
the
teams
5-stack.
running Pearl. Fnatic
How are you
is going to
complaining?
go first, and actually
You were there. That was the only time I played this year. Okay, Fnatic, get rid of Icebox. They get rid of Paul. They pick Split. That makes a lot of sense. Vitality pick Lotus. Sure. I mean, they looked incredible on Lotus because of Cyber.
Towards the end last week in their Veto, so it's no surprise there. But Lotus being the second pick there for Vitality, that's a big one for me, because this is something.
You said the other day and it was legit like a month ago. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Vitality playing the same maps, the first 2 that they played last week.
Let me do a little check. I don't want to miss any.
Vitality choose to start on the attack, and Fnatic chooses the same for Lotus. When we look at the performance,
Ashy Peach with the 25. We got Parallax with the 10. Dot 69, of course. We got Righty Lucy with the 10 as well. Vivid OCE. Damn, we got Grant Godfrey with 100. And Borger with 50. Damn, that's wild. Borger, Grant, thank you so much. Big numbers, dudes. Big number. Thank you so much for that, guys. Thank you. Okay, chat. We'll check in on the donations as well in between the maps. Okay, maybe at halftime also.
But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's talk about this split, because it looks a little bit different, Billy, to when Durka was on this team. You know.
Also, the whole kind of charity ties in very well. Just us trying to make it a nice place. I see a lot of gremlins on VLR complaining that we're silencing them, but it's just like, dude, people don't have as privileged nice lives as you. Sometimes people have bad days, and we want to keep this a nice place for everyone.
Look comfortable on this map.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of that we've been talking about.
We just want to make it a nice place where everyone feels welcome. And again, it's just having a place where you can kind of escape is good.
The kills together, but the effect and
the charity is hope for the day. Hope for the day. It's suicide prevention.
Is something that he's probably, if he needs it here in Split, is definitely going to be there.
Let's not forget the other players on Vitality, because for Safe, Kicks, and Runner, this is revenge. This is a grudge match for the
Grant as well. Grant Godfrey, the 100 donation comes in with the Prime. Thank you so much, Grant. I really do appreciate you, bro.
Why would you?
Thank you for doing that.
We already mentioned the Zivov. Moving on to the Omen. My eyes also go to.
Is my cam gotten smaller? Yeah, I changed it a little bit just to fit everything in. Anything crazy in terms of the comps? No, not really. It's the solo Yoru. You got Teo Breach.
That we have in the region, and I want to see maybe if they change something in the future maps.
Okay, everyone's Yoru pilled. In terms of the comp that I prefer, kind of prefer the Vitality comp, really. Something that I've been watching a little bit is I think Les is one of the best at defaulting on attack over towards A. I think he's so good at getting the info, but I do worry that if I'm Bolster here and I watch this demo of Vitality play, I think I can anti how they call around less giving information.
learn
So we'll
from
see.
hopefully
If
find
they
some of the
start
gaps.
doing prowlers over towards A and less calls them back when they don't hit anyone, I'm gonna keep an eye on for that one because it was something that I thought you could anti for sure. Tricast? Yeah, Americans are doing Tricast today, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I think that being in different teams, being in EMEA, where
Increase the
teams
game
are
volume,
just
yeah.
better, might have changed.
Let me up it here and then I can.
Could have on each other. I also want to see we were highlighting crashes, and one of the performances that was a breakthrough last
Second game
week
today,
was
yeah,
with
all the
this
Americans
Veto.
are doing.
Again, the attention to those two duelists. How much can you play with your opponent's mind? You're speaking about Durka knowing a lot about
We
Fnatic,
have
but Fnatic
Diamond Dog
know
with the
a
10,
lot
Fenfear
about
with
Durka,
the
and it's just not
50,
one
Aquarial
mind
with the
thinking
10,
about
Laney,
them.
I
It's
think that's how I'm
actually
saying that, Laney with the
I love
10
that
as
you bring
well,
up the
Super
duelist,
Scout with
because
the
I
10,
am looking at this
Hazard
draw
as well with the
head
10,
specifically,
and
when we look
Alia.
at the experience
Hopefully I
across
say that is
both
right, and
sides,
Sheaf dude with the
that has
50,
got to
oh
be
my
a
goodness
daunting
guys, you lot are
task for
crazy.
Kayak, right? Coming up against a world-class
Again,
duelist
appreciate
such as
you all
Derka,
doing this,
he's
guys.
really
Thank
gonna
you
have
so
to be
much.
able to keep his head in the game during this one, and you can see them already, you know, doing their stretches, getting
Dude,
warmed up for this one.
how do I say
So
that last
I
name?
think they're ready.
And I want to make sure that Alpha stays confident, because last week he was a little bit quiet. He wasn't the Alpha yet, the world-class winning Alpha yet that we saw come out
Chief,
of him.
thank you.
For
Andrew
him,
Henderson,
you know, I
appreciate
don't want
you.
him to
Callan, thank you for
let
doing
Durka
that,
get in
and
his
John.
head, because this is also two
One
people
named
that
John,
played
thank
together
you so much,
for
guys.
such a long,
Okay, I'm gonna take the
time.
names off
And
our
we
games
know
game.
Durka is the type
Thank
of
you so
player
much for
that's
donating,
definitely
guys.
not
Thank
gonna let Alpha get in his head.
I
don't think it's gonna
we'll see.
happen.
But
Alpha needs to stay
That's rough,
seated.
I'll let
He
me.
needs to stay seated.
Yes,
Do
I
not
like
stand
that.
up. Do
I
not
like
stand
that.
up.
But I think that Alpha could also come out to the stage being like, I am going to get in his head. I can see myself getting in his head. Love the fact also that in the
last year you had so many bad periods, you watched you so much last year and had a crazy stream streak. So you can kind of say you helped me through some times. Love to hear that and don't love to hear that. No, I'd love to hear that you managed to find somewhere.
Absolutely love them because they give you a way
You're
of
speaking in past
creativity
tense, so
that
that's
many other
great.
teams can only dream of.
So glad you got through everything, bro.
100%, and I think we're seeing the flexibility of
Mass
duelists
Attacker
now
as well. Thank
right?
you so
I
much for the
think now
gifted.
that
Thank you.
Sunset's coming back into the map pool to bring that one up. We're probably
This is about to be a
gonna see
giga
lot more
banger. I
neon
mean,
plays too. So yeah,
maybe.
it's nice to see the
If
kind of
Fnatic can
diversity of
hold their
agents that
own,
we have at
sure.
this point.
We set the stakes already. It's time to see who is going to deliver. Over to the voices behind the action today. Take it away, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. It's time to see how this battle unfolds. I'm very excited. The prodigal son back down on the stage, but he's brought home his new family.
Son.
Let's see who can take the cake.
Valorant
It's going
Zywer.
to be one hell of a battle. You know, Dirk is obviously familiar with how Boaster likes to play the game. They've played a game or two
Right,
together, a tournament or two, and a
there's a
trophy
chance
or
that
two
I need to
lifted.
move some
We're
of this
diving
stuff
into
up,
Split
but
to
we'll
start
see.
this one out. Tom, what's your
We
impression
got
of
Fnatic
how
on
we've
defense,
ended
we
up
got
in this Veto
Vitality
Split, Lotus and Haven. Does it lean to
on
either team?
attack.
But the interesting thing is you
Where
go
should
back
this
to
go?
what,
Like
last
here,
week
maybe?
where we had that sort of GX matchup, and Vitality have gone for the exact same pool. So clearly feeling very comfortable where they ended up, but that also gives the tape over to Fnatic. Durka though, he is looking to
Oh my
battle
goodness.
and brawl
It's like a
within the
fake
first
A.
seconds of the round, but
And then late
could
mid
just well be
take,
a
but
ruse. The rest of
Durka
the
is
team
super
still
committed.
patiently waiting back in mid.
Does have a
Yeah, and you've still
TP
got that gate crash
out
down
if he wants to.
inside sewers
But
as
dude, he's
well,
just
so
calling his
decent
team over. They
fallback
think it's
option
solo
if they
elbow.
need it.
Alpha's the
The
most
idea to
patient
fake
player
out
I've ever
early
seen right
and
now.
not much of a reaction
And
from
Boaster is
Fnatic.
selling the
Very
bait
stable as they push
heavy.
up in B main, gaining control, and Alpha here was tucked in that corner the entire time, getting a
Keep an
reward
eye on
for
how
his patience
proactive
here.
Fnatic
You see
were
the
as
Yoru,
well.
you think maybe it could
Lost
be a
middle,
fake, it could be
insta-clear
looking
over
to gate
towards
crash
B.
back, but now they've got the steps as well, confirming that
Nice
this
shot.
attacking side is moving up into heaven. Alpha here greets them there as well. A double opener, but Safe puts him to bed. There's still a chance on this
Okay,
A side.
Kayak on the
fast
luck
rotations coming behind
or
them,
the
and being
flank,
boxed in with
but
that
doesn't
middle
have a
push-up
TP to get
that's
over
come
the
through
trip.
from Chronicle and players rotating into the site. It's still quite an uphill battle.
It's looking rough at this stage.
Yeah,
for the
Boasty
side
just
of
needs to stay alive
Vitality.
here.
Boaster just playing passive, a wraparound already coming in from behind, and Safe is going to have to hit
What a
the
shot
shot
that is.
immediately and won't be given the chance. Kicks stuck in the mud. The grab throw will bring it back, still manages to get one.
Okay,
but
this
that
was a
will be
very
all
nice
she
pistol.
wrote.
Alpha's patience in this corner is wild.
Of Fnatic, and that's the thing. We come into this matchup.
Boaster? Yeah, Boaster did great.
One with a potential for either side
He was
to
just,
take it. Obviously, you go
a human
historically,
decoy
Fnatic have always
for,
been the ones
for
winning that fight of
like
the two
40
teams,
seconds,
but
to be honest.
this is the first case where Durka is on the other side of the pool and as the best duelist, and well, if you look at who won Duelist of the Year last year, also the second best duelist being on the team. It's going to be very, very interesting to see if Fnatic can weather that storm and keep that streak going.
Well, at least for now,
Okay,
it
we
started
got
out well.
Outlaw
1-0
on
as they
defense,
begin,
and I'm a little bit
Outlaw
worried.
purchased up in
We see
round
teams
2.
do
I'm
this at the
happy to
moment.
see
It normally
Can't wait
ends
to
in them
see what
getting
Alfie are
eco'd.
done with it.
The
This
FPX
round,
spy on
it
defense.
might be later in the round. Could even be the retake where he's needed.
If it
Vitality,
goes
they do have a
well,
lot to work
like
with.
your
Granted,
first
weaker
buy
weapons
round's
across
looking
the
great.
board.
If it
Pistols,
goes badly,
classics,
obviously, you
one
can't eco.
Sheriff.
2 hero guns.
They move towards the A site, which
Okay,
was
they
wide
lose
open.
A
The
heaven
only person
control.
defending his crashes with
B
his early
push,
utility,
and
hoping to
they pick up
counter
the
and
orb on
garner some
kayak.
information, but Vitality
So,
already gave that
Fnatic's
info away.
super
The gate
reactive at the
crash in the
moment.
site
I wonder
gets
if
turned
they've
up all of this space. The plan
if they've seen
will be
how
difficult
heavy
to stop
Vitality
without a
likes
big
to stick
risk
together on a lot of
the
these
peak
rounds.
out of heaven. And so, yeah, a post plan. Not bad start for Vitality already.
The issue is, other than the extra credits, now it comes down to how much
Damn,
they can garner.
Vito's
Nice
kinda
usage, actually,
nice, though.
of that aftershock is going to help them out quite significantly. 2 picks already. Kicks now stuck in the back lines. Sheriff in hand. 3 players to find. It would be an absurd way to start out this matchup. Nice shot on the burst, but can't quite correct.
Nice,
Very
though.
close, actually, to taking down both.
Considering their
It's
buy, though,
damage.
this
It's
works
not
out pretty
bad,
well. They're going to have
but
4
Fnatic
guns.
still convert.
Yeah, I think Vitality get
Both
the
manages
best
to
of
get
both
his
worlds
ult as
here,
well.
being able to push
Mother
into a
Bard,
site
thank
where
you so much, bro.
it's not
Appreciate the
very
tier
heavily
1.
defended, and then they get those close range engagements with the pistols as the players are coming back out of screen. So yeah, when push comes to shove in the rest of the fights, you're not going to be
Love that
winning
from you,
them.
Mother
But
Bard. Love that
well-placed
from you.
utility and a good gamble early rounds resulted in a dent to the Fnatic economy at the
That is
very
true.
least.
I'm
But
shooting
now
again, baby. Every day I'm shooting at the start.
The positivity
We're getting
spreads,
back
for sure.
to
Team
reality
Killer as well with the
for
10 months.
Vitality.
Thank
They've
you so
made
much
it
for that,
work
bro. Thank you,
pretty
thank
well
you.
with a minimal investment. Now the big guns come through.
I'm excited for this one. I feel like both teams have come in with high energy. Saw Alfia a little bit early on, and he said he's definitely ready to play, ready to go, and I think he's going to want to beat his old teammate. For now, though, it's his teammate of Kayak. Already getting that early aggression onto safe. Bear in mind, of course, that there are still a few vulnerabilities here.
The attack
for the
cam's
side of
kinda
Fnatic, but
nice.
a victory would send their economy skyrocketing and also retrieve some extra
Say,
weapons as they go.
dude, Fnatic had come in
Crashes on a
pretty
stinger. That
pretty
outlaw,
prepped on
okay,
this one.
Still decent, but still in play.
The Outlaw giving them opportunities as well. You know, even if Crashies just peppers
That
them up.
is incredibly
Already
close.
seen through that cage, but Chronicle going down in mid, it's going to cause problems.
Yeah, I
You're
think the
losing your
smoke
fight for
just
wall,
faded in the middle
and
for
some
that
A
jewel,
control
but
as a result, at least a denial on the push. But
this is really
instead,
nice
they
as
go
well. Takes the
pushing.
TP over
Fnatic find a
towards
take
here,
back in
and
the
then
other
we've got
direction.
4 info over
Keep that
towards
advantage
A.
now in a
Got the
3
backup if
versus
they do
4,
go
and
over towards
Vitality
here,
very
but
much moving
looking
towards the
alright.
position that Fnatic
Looking
want
very
them to,
nice, to be
right into
honest.
the waiting hands of Kayak.
It's been fantastic so far.
Dude, that
Boaster
jewel in
as
middle,
well.
Duck
Even
went
just
down
said
to
it
2 as well.
Seconds ago. He's on point.
Does
He's
Boaster
been
shoot the
fragging.
TP or does he wait
Will
for
be
it?
the point of contention.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they might not think he's
And
here
eyes are
now.
Focused on Kayak. Doors open for Boaster. He welcomes
Hey,
himself
very
in.
nice,
That's a
man.
double
Kayak
pick
and
from the
Boaster.
backside. A great round for Kayak as well.
Kinda fragging
Fnatic
heavy.
Really heating up,
Heavy,
or rather,
heavy.
coming in hot with a 3-0 start and denial of the early buy round from Vitality. This is going to be quite
Thinks
the
I
lead
wish a
built
similar
up on the
performance
defensive
today as
side.
last time?
Let's talk
Nah, it should be
expectations as
impossible.
well, Tom. Like you're seeing
You can't keep that
3-0 on the board
consistency up.
for Fnatic. How worried are Vitality at this point?
But that's been the interesting thing. You look back to the very small amount of data we have from stage 1, and both teams have had very successful attack sides. So you're talking a 9-3 versus GX, and that game actually started to slip back a little bit. And then on the other
The
side,
real high we
8-4
can.
versus
Yeah,
Na'Vi
but that was a crazy
for Fnatic.
performance from the actual.
The question I have, though, is that are some of
Your
the heroes
debut.
for either side still going to have the same
But yeah, you're
level?
right. Zaiwu would do it.
Crashies,
Dude, that second shot.
insane game
Did it
last
not?
week
Okay,
to
Teva.
help them get the victory over Na'Vi. And wow, Sivu, maybe
This must be
coming out
nice
with
for
the
Kayak as well.
debut of the
Looking at-
season.
we saw on
Definitely
Fracture
debut of
that-
the season. Maybe debut of
Feels like his
ever,
comfort
maybe
is like an op.
Yeah,
So getting the
coming
Outlaw out
into
is
this week,
huge.
Coming into today, he's the leader in terms of ACS. He was second last week after all the games were played. Second to Zeus.
Does
who,
Chronicle get
yeah,
greedy?
He was all right in the first week, so that's not bad. Again, low investment from Vitality, so not too excited to see these battles
Hey,
going on.
dude,
as they
it's
should
really,
go
really nice
the
at the
way that they
moment.
have. A bit of a dent. The Vitality are able
Checking
to dish out
Vitality
for the
timeout
most
here. I'm
part.
thinking so.
Again, dominance
Genji,
for Fnatic.
FPS, thank
One
you so
other
much for the
talking point
5.
is
Thank
the fact,
you, the
though,
5 gifted. I
if you're
appreciate
gonna
that,
go into the
Genji.
exact same veto as you did in week 1 against Fnatic, like, okay, we've obviously had changes
Hey, know what to
in
do.
coaching
Get the oil
staff
spam
with
going. Thank you so
Milan
much. And
Scott
Scudo as
now
well. Thank you for the
as that
gifted.
sort of
You
leading
nailed
way. Yeah, of course, you're supporting the Irish guy. But no, genuinely, from what we've heard from BBL as well, those guys do their research. I've seen Milan No offense, Matt. Doesn't look like you've slept a lot. I think he's been up
Oh
all
my
night
goodness.
before this game. So obviously the same can be
Call
said for
them
the other
out.
side. Vitality.
Kayak throws the outlaw away and gets the op. But I think that's good. You kind of punish them to know that they have to buy heavy armor. Then you're getting rid of the gun that makes them.
Is yet to come.
Well,
it's time to start putting
get rid of the gun that would one-shot it, so they can still get one-shot by this. No timeout? Yeah, I'm a little bit... I don't want to say concerned that there's no timeout, but... Most people would be timing out here.
Being used, as you've seen, just a default Vitality spreading across the map, waiting for aggression, and they've spotted that a couple times. That Nicholas come in once they take space elsewhere.
It's the same thing again, right? Though lose middle, instant reaction over towards B.
Quite that much of a punch in a big round for Vitality. They're already a man behind.
Look back to that GX game. Sivo was lurking there a lot. I think that might just be direct pressure. Flash through. Alfia is watching for Durka timing.
Yeah, but it's good timing because you see him going back, so you know what the initial plan was.
An important entry, though.
Oh boy, how does Kayak want to play this?
But the B main aggression is still there. Kayak is waiting, not going to fall for it, and then gets the easy
really
shot.
nice from him.
Has his dimensional drift, and Alfia for support, who's going to
oh my god, safe.
Connects one
okay, Kayak, just don't commit too much. Dude, nice. Wait, Kayak's looking great.
And now left onto less. 20 seconds.
Kayak's looking really good.
Missing a beat.
Really good.
This guy is having mentioned. Well, I think we have had some lack of expectations from Kayak.
Well, now
whether
the
he can match up to the likes of Durka. He's doing all right.
Okay,
yeah, I mean, there's always going to be questions.
8, 3.
Oh, we got live comms now?
That's exactly what we were touching on as well. That's great to see. Thank you very much to our ABS team for that one. The idea that, again, they're taking
the mid-round stuff.
You see that take. What was the response in some of the early rounds? Push B main. Same thing here, but because Vitality did the players in position earlier, they didn't know that Yoru flash was being used. They weren't ready for the pop, and the reaction to jump up behind the boxes was punished very quickly.
Probably, yeah, I think I have missed some. Green Kits and thank you, got Vashes. Engwing, FML Well, Aman, thank you so much, Infamous, Ash, and Anonymous, whoever the Anonymous is, thank you so much, guys. We're at 775 ready, top 69 of course.
The Armageddon, it's a lot of...
Thank you guys.
I guess gamble from that side that play would work out in a round like that
for
where they
people
have
that are new,
rifles. It didn't connect, and now they go back to the
for the
drawing
day.
board for what is.
It is suicide prevention.
To get a couple rounds on the board here now.
Spread
feel
awareness.
A little bit more confident to
kind of main motto is
Fnatic
it's okay.
Get close to just running away with this.
Not be okay.
Yeah. And as said, like I think
it's just all about just talking to people. It didn't help if you need the help.
It did seem like maybe a lot
appreciate
of the
everyone
coming out of safe,
donating. Again, really good course. We've had it in this game. Multiple people's lives to play the game as well.
I wonder if we're going to see something slightly more
and
direct.
again, gamers, we play games for a reason majority of the time.
That away from them is surprise factor.
The escapism, so it's good to talk about everything if you need to talk to people.
Come in just after salvos have fully popped, or just before, in fact. Durka's going to tank a little bit of it for the element.
He's looking like one of their better rounds as an eco.
Being able to catch anyone off guard, but this is a great round to take those risks in when you've got those weaker weapons. Armageddon close to go.
Oh, that's impressive. Oh man, that was impressive though. Dodge the ult, hit the stun, and still got the kill.
Well, if it was just for the kill, it wouldn't be worth it. But now
they TP out of there, and Durka now gets ult, and they're really going for it. There's a lot of ults invested. But again, looking like their best chance. Ghost with his fast death.
Just beating his old IGL with only a ghost in hand. This leaves Kayak 9-2. Operator not really.
Should be impossible with less here.
He'd have to pick less out of the corner, and he checks the right position, but doesn't
1, 2, 3 gun upgrade to the back.
Pace save card thrifty is what gets Vitality onto the board, and I don't know what was said in that pause, but it was bang on.
Yeah, absolutely the right call. Just putting that bit more pressure on early. Like we said, taking some risks. Alpha obviously trying to dodge the stone with that jump up, doesn't manage to, but still picks off a kill. But it's the chaos on the site. Both the player in heaven being crept up on, and then the fact that you're looking the wrong way. Boaster worried about that heaven walk up, worried about Les, who just found a pick moments ago. Ends up missing out on Durka. 5-1.
Why do you think so many teams in EMEA favor the Sheriff over the Stinger? Because they don't practice with the Stinger enough, to be honest. Like in terms of just gun meta, especially with the stats that you've given, Gabri, it's very clear that EMEA is maybe a little bit behind.
Basically succeed. It looks like there's going
on
to
what's strong in the game.
Response, though,
Fade all goes in, Raze all goes in, and this guy back aside. How is he alive?
But it actually hasn't got the kill. The player at backside with the spike still survives. Safe has just popped off as well. 2 of his own.
Dude, and Les is going for the luck again.
How Kicks is still alive. Well, I do. The stairs saved him. Just the corner of them caught the showstopper as it was firing
the Raze
into, well, what would have
really,
been
really missed the mark.
Would even make this fight a little easier.
Damn, I like this from Cyvo though. Gets smoked off, smokes this back so that he can push through.
Has to clutch up. He's already got himself a triple. 2 more. The ace needed,
and I like this also from Les, right? Les enabled earlier last round, right? So then this round on his luck, he's playing super, super late. You saw Chronicle disattach from his teammates because he's looking for the earlier luck that happened last time. And this is why, oh boy, hit the corner. And this is why I strongly believe like Les is incredible to watch if you're the Cypher main on this map.
And at that stage, when you have that up, you
learn so much from watching him.
You're going to get salvaged, you're going to get stunned. It just has to be a retreat. And sure, I don't mind the initial response from Fnatic. Use that Nightfall, try and get back in nice and quick, even using a showstopper of their own in combination. The fact is, though,
how is Fnatic leading?
I
mean,
I think that ends up working out for the
they're winning more rounds.
I think it
they had a really
takes
good start.
Level of skill
they had a really, really good
rush
start.
in somewhere and then just stop and do absolutely nothing. Just wait for your opponents to make a move, because if you try and push forward and they're all waiting, you probably lose the round. Think if Kicks even moves an inch or two
Charlotte
forward,
with the 10. Thank you so much, Charlotte. Thank you, thank you. And Mango Freeze with the 25.
A little bit of extra time for save.
Appreciate you doing that also.
I was lucky enough to catch up with Kata yesterday. Cadaver from Mates. I got the little tutorial on Sivov. I said it enough times in front of him that he said, it's close enough. I think that's how they're going.
Probably is still wrong.
It probably is, most likely. But there's a lot of debate over in French whether the PH would come through or not. Sivov was another alternative that we were given. Not going to go with that one. The Americanization of it is a little much. But yeah, Sivov, he had a huge opportunity there because of the fact that Kicks was still alive. There were 2 fights where he was able to creep up on the pillar, and they're looking at backside because they know there's a guy trapped there. He can't get out. Let's take him down. And even with the smoke up, that was where he was able to creep through and catch that player looking the other direction. So again, just those dominoes falling from Kicks being able to survive. He did a great job. And again, top frag in the server. It's good to see him. One of the longest remaining members on this roster for Fnatic. Well, Kayak's been slowed down. He was 9-2, 9-4
for a pause. Wait, what?
Vitality have put up, have seen him by the wayside, whether he's out of the play or getting dealt with early on. So a great adaptation considering 3 rounds ago, we saw Vitality adapt. They had the right read. We know that we can make them push, but they weren't able to deal with the push. So now
the bathroom break. I mean, they make them go early.
Again, going back to some
they do ask you, is it going on?
Context of the match. There's so many stories to be had. Obviously,
some games are
sort of switching sides, but also seemingly the decision being more on Fnatic's front than his to go out of the team.
Antifon with the Prime. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, thank you.
Making it to that first Masters of the Year, getting into the top 4, and Fnatic not looking particularly good in that stage. It seems like they've come back swinging in stage 1.
We got a stacked day today.
As well,
really stacked.
The other thing as well is just on an organizational perspective. Vitality never having that victory. And let's be honest, if in the past, I think there was always a bit of a mismatch.
Even Americas is really stacked as well.
Having that huge amount of wealth of experience, but also every single one of these sort of talented young players or stealing people from Gambit.
Left but right.
You're talking about
left but right with the Prime. Thank you for the 17 months. Thank you, thank you.
Their old coach was okay.
We're going to watch Americas as well? Yeah, we're doing both.
Decent. So it's kind of one of the things where up until this point, I think
the TriCast? Yes. I'm excited to see how Americas handle the TriCast.
I think this is the first time we come in where Vitality.
It might be absolute chaos, to be honest.
You look at them and you go, okay.
But Sean's done a lot of TriCasting before, so I think he'll go for the approach that people used to do in CS, where like he doesn't talk too much, and then he comes in every so often to talk about a round. Fred 543 with the Prime. Thank you so much, bro.
The pond to try and glue everything together.
Thank you for that.
And then you have that first success. So I think it's a huge sort of talking point. Luckily, you've heard all my spew. And now you get to go back to the desk, which has Yinsu on it. See, I'll say
you're going back to a desk. That's a rough start. That is really rough.
I mean, considering we're living
Ryan
in
Dawn
a
with the 10,
world
thank you, and
Vitality
Shipty with
is
the
now
5 as well.
called
Caramelx with the
I saw that
20,
Team Liquid have
and
rebranded
Pulse with the
to
10.
Nat's team, Apex
Thank
have
you
rebranded to
very much.
Fluorescence team. I think it's about time
Appreciate
that we rebrand this as Yingsu's desk. How do we feel?
That's all right.
Yinsu's desk.
I'm putting myself up, you know, I'm on the same level as Floor, Nat, Durka.
I think
we agree with that.
Live your truth.
Thank you.
Seriously.
Thank you.
Live your best life.
Yeah, thank you. I feel like I am living my best life right now. And
Zach
so
in the YouTube
are
chat.
Fnatic, apparently.
Yeah,
The struggling with
exactly.
the inner
We
fault
see
is
a
one of the worst
very,
feelings
strong start
to
for them
have,
with
so I
that
hope everyone is
5-0.
doing
And
well
then that
today.
not
Yeah,
the
not
tech
wrong,
pulse, that
Zach.
tag
Thank you
pulse,
for doing that, dude.
comes in from the side of Vitality, and we see a switch in things. They even take that opportunity, even though
thank you,
the
Zach.
buy is not the best, to actually take and make a little bit of use of those ultimates and just pivot into a very specific part of the map for them.
How should we do incentives today, chat? Every 1,000 we get, I donate 200.
I think that the direct
Wait, what's
hits
the maths on
have
this?
started to work for them, right? So they're
Yeah,
just
we
like,
can do that.
Okay, and you heard Tom talking about it. You know, oh, it's very skillful if you can kind of just take the moment to pause as soon as you get onto that site, which I think is what we're seeing so far. And you're kind of forcing Fnatic to flood back in.
Bukax with the
So,
10. Thank you so
yeah,
much as well.
I can
Thank you.
expect us to start seeing that.
I
The
appreciate that.
reason, though, Fnatic have started off so hot is winning that bonus round, which is so important.
I mean, if we get there,
and
Mark.
Kakuga, they just seem to do that all
If
the
we
time.
get there.
Yeah, exactly. I think that I mentioned this in the last test, but to me it's very surprising because this is one of the things that characterized Navi last year.
Wait, Sugar, why have you added that last bit on there?
Fnatic, they're 9-2 in
The Reykjavik
bonus rounds
VOD
this
review
year.
at
This is
10. Oh my
after they have
goodness.
won those two first rounds, the pistol and the anti-eco right after
Which
that.
one,
They
though?
have extremely
final
high conversion
or-
rate. So
I can't do
when we
Liquid
speak
against
about
Fnatic.
getting confident,
We
getting
got absolutely
confidence
wrecked.
going into a matchup, starting off strong, setting the pace.
Rewatch the
They're being
Gambit
very,
Icebox
very good
game.
at it.
That's
I think as
actually
well,
wild.
we have to look at the buy that they're having in round 2.
We
for
could
them
do
to be
it.
able to convert these
That
round
could be
3s, because
good.
a lot of the time we're seeing Kayak on the outlaw.
That's the you know that's the most painful game I've ever
They're
watched.
like investing quite
That's the
heavily
most
into
painful
their
game I've
second
ever
round,
been a
which is
part
allowing
of.
them to have the success when it comes to converting that bonus round.
I can't believe
We could
they
maybe
gave
get
both the
Yampy to
fans
do it with
one.
us as well.
Did you not hear what he said? He was like, at the beginning of the match, I always shoot. And he is shooting. Wasn't he like
Yeah, it's
9-0
crazy.
at some point?
Yeah, because Mosey's not allowed to do it. But, you know, God forbid Mosey sometimes
Did I watch
keeps the
BBL
fans
on
up to
Ascent?
himself
I
instead
mean,
of
yeah,
giving
we
it to
watched it
Floor.
live.
But this is the... I don't know about you guys, but you can almost really like, feel the tension.
I think the
a little bit.
Liquid
Both
did a lot of
sides,
good stuff,
they're
but I
not
think the
doing
BBL
anything
did a lot
too
of bad
crazy.
stuff.
They're both being very disciplined.
This
They're
is a solid
warming
mix
up
of
into
both.
this game until Vitality became very explosive, and that is often the way that you beat Fnatic.
Human
right?
Man,
Some
thank
teams
you
just
so
don't do
much.
much
Appreciate the
respect.
10.
Yeah,
Jules
I think we
77
saw
with the
that,
10 as well.
when they were against
And
BBL
Anon.
in kickoff especially,
The
you know, they were
Anonymous
playing
is
very
coming
kind
with
of out the box
100.
and, like taking a lot of risks.
Thank you so
and
much,
I think
dude.
that Vitality now we're kind of
What are you
leaning
on,
into
9,
that a little
8?
bit more the past couple of rounds.
Yeah,
that
$5
we've
more
seen them
dollars, I'll
kind of
give-
lean into
I'll give
being
20 right
direct,
now.
not just like, you know, looking around the map. Because Kayak was
Anonymous,
shutting them
thank
down
you.
so
Shan
often.
as well.
You've
Thank you
seen
so much,
the main
Shan,
push
with
where he
the
was helping
10.
set up
Thank you for
bolster.
that.
You see it in every lane. So yeah, I think.
Where's my phone? If I need to do this, I need to have my
I
phone.
think that Fnatic will have an answer for that at some point.
Yeah, and I think that thinking about today and the stakes,
I
we
believe in
expect
you
to see a
guys.
very
I'll-
evened out. I
I'll
think
do
we're
it, scan it
praying
now.
to go to Haven, not only because we want to see what happens with the compositions, and obviously the head-to-head would be amazing.
Yeah.
But I think that's what everybody is expecting. You want to see a Fnatic that is back in form, that can prove that they still have it. And for the side of Vitality, we know the expectations that
Oh my
they are
goodness,
there.
that's too
And
many
now
O's.
they have to face their first challenge. Yes, Fnatic has started off with the lead. Can they snowball that, or are you going to counter it?
What I like about the countering aspect is that they clearly know where Chronicle likes to play.
V
Ron
V
has
with the
been
25.
in the
Thank you
game
so
for,
much,
what,
dude.
4
Thank you for doing
seconds
that.
each round. It feels like he's instantaneously dead. But let's see if Vitality can continue
We
this
back?
comeback we're seeing and send this back to, I guess, is it Mitch's cast?
I like Tom.
Yeah, Tom's cast. You can have that one,
Yeah.
Tom.
Submentos as well with the 10. Thank
Yay.
you so much, dude, as well.
All
Thank you
yours?
for doing that.
Been given this sort of power before. I don't know what to do with it.
Oh, well, I've released my iron grip for long enough. It's time to get back into the game.
We're done with this.
5-2 to Fnatic, and you heard it on the desk. You know, they had that great start, winning the
Van
bonus.
Silly with the 100. My goodness, Van Silly.
To the Thrifty as well. That's given Vitality a way back in. It would have been a much longer road facing down that 6-0.
Thank you. Got Chief with the 50 as well. The Anonymous with the 200. I promise it's. Honestly, I thought I put my name in. I probably forgot. That's the 200 that I said I would match. Van Silly, thank you so much for doing that as well. Chief, thank you also. Okay, let's take the names off. Guys, thank you so much for hitting crazy numbers already.
This next round loss would put them in a bit more of a awkward spot, and you can see again just Durka trying to sell these fakes. The fight is going to be taken, and well, it's actually gone all right. I thought that Kayak wouldn't get anything from that, but finds an opener, gets some info.
This is nice from Vitality.
Vitality have to find another
fighting
idea.
over towards B main, they've been. This is where everything's been going down in terms of the reaction from Fnatic. Let's have a little look at the money. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 that can't buy next. Everyone's sitting real good on Vitality.
Floating around to potentially be holding that long range with the off. Vitality.
Don't think enough people are playing Deadlock. Counterpoint Talon.
Go through mid with him, but he goes back for the ultimate outside B. They've still got presence there, but the Prowler
that's savage.
from Crashies grabs info.
I started watching a little bit of the what's it called? Spike. Spike Point, Spike Talk, Spike something. Oh boy. Oh wait, that's smart, dude. He's out here crouching because he knows that he might be jump spotting. Oh boy. Oh god. Oh dear god. Oh no. Oh god. Yeah, the camera on that looked rough. Oh, he died. Okay, come on now. Oh god. Dude, he has the Fnatic spray as well. Well, God, it was on Durka as well. It's actually on Durka.
Sort of a rivalry, but it's all friendly on social media. This ain't social media.
Dude, they're all doing it. Dude, he dropped him another gun, so he has more bullets. Got 3. It's got 3 guns.
Down to a classic, running out of ammo to dump.
Dude, he's still going.
That is wonderful. And the post plant from Vitality.
Imagine he actually died to the spike.
Hearing all those shots.
Dude, if it was fine per bullet, I mean, he'd be done for.
That's a whiff that's going to sit with Alpha for a long time.
Well, it's going to sit with him until he has a big round, which could be any moment. That's the one thing. I feel like there's some players that can get mentally boomed. And don't get me wrong, I feel like Alpha can be one of them.
Is there a fine? I don't think anyone's ever been fined, but there's definitely been a warning for it before. I can't remember what region it was in.
So I think that
I can't remember if it was a Masters or if it was in a region. Someone definitely got a warning for it. And then it's kind of been silent since. And then everyone's just been spamming bodies.
I think you can tell which team people are supporting by the reaction there. Some sat back in their seats, some sat way forward. That was phenomenal stuff. Oh, Alpha
from Duck.
No, it was phenomenal from Alpha. It was one of my favorite plays he's made.
Damn, dude, what the hell?
Not so much his. And that replay, I think we got to see it.
Still have a buy hit. Now, it's definitely not the best.
What was I saying about Spike Talk?
Potential for a Viper's pit.
It seemed like they're...
She's going to be stuck down
when Frost was talking about the game,
as said, when it came to last
it seemed like there's a bit of a disconnect. I mean, obviously, still there's a disconnect. He speaks a different language to them. But he was like, if I knew they were going to play like this, I would make him use a different comp.
Start for Fnatic, and now it's starting to slip.
So, I don't know, it feels like maybe he now has to be a little bit more hands-off because he doesn't have the American speakers. Must be weird.
I don't worry for a second that Les is going
yeah, there's definitely a disconnect there, for sure, if you look at what he said.
Back to middle. Spike's been waiting outside B the whole round. The intention has always been to end there.
Not a promising thing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I was listening to it. I was like, it seems really like, I don't know, it seems disconnected. Like hands-off almost.
So far. Let's see if that continues. Gate crash going through to backside. Probably the same salvos we saw
and how does Boaster react to this?
No, in fact, just a dive.
Okay. Boaster's nice reaction on this one. Really, really late. We've got Omanot to back a site. No one really knows about it yet. Damn, Boaster and Kayak are actually dragging so heavy. Boaster's reaction to everything that was going on was great. He uses the, I call this the Sugar Zero smoke. Back at B.
Zone flawless round on the board. And yeah, I think the salvos must have been used a little earlier. They weren't online.
Yeah, this one.
Through,
then just got in here early.
Almost adding an extra layer to it, using the fake gate crash, the fake TP, instead
nice
of
shots.
actually committing to it. But it didn't seem to cause any sort of a problem for Fnatic.
I'm pretty sure earlier when we had a replay for Boaster, he said, get me back on B. Well, I guess that's
13, 11, 5, 4, and 3.
A strong individual performance.
Okay.
Just been dope. Crashies decides to play ahead of the curve a little bit, and well, I guess you've seen Durka play for that ramp position so often. Just get up there and then retreat, teleport somewhere else on the map. This time he's punished.
It's a small risk of the walk up through heaven, but Boaster's just come in to fill that gap, so no real problems there for Fnatic. 3 players committed though to this half of the map, and then it sort of has to be. Puts a bit more pressure perhaps on Alphayear. She's lined up. Engaged across. They lose heaven control. They can't hold it together. Have to instead split their gaze in both directions.
That's a little bit late, but
yeah, not quite going to land on the players that
all the way through B, getting pure info. Clears bottom middle, might clear the ult slightly. Yeah, clears the ult slightly. Locked him in over towards A pretty much right now. Look at the rotates.
The whole squad's essentially here.
Thing is, they don't know about the Yoru, right? The Yoru could be any of these question marks, so it's not like they can easily pivot out of here.
Back off the angle. Have the potential for some isolated duels. Les is looking for that gap once again. Alfia was forced forward by the utility, but they still don't seem aware. Not going to connect the shots, but his teammates have found everything they need.
And do they just
20 seconds
save?
Up and coming on the clock. No ground.
Might as well at this point.
No from the shadows. And honestly, it looks like no hope. I think this has to be a save now.
Yeah,
Mini Titans, thank you so much for the gifted, dude. Thank you for that.
He's not safe. Fnatic, they've got credits. They're going to go pushing forward, and more so than credits, they've got confidence. Kayak certainly does. 13 and 5, had a great game so far. Looks deep for the kill off of his flash. Ends up making it out alive, even though he missed the player in the corner. A big economy bolstering round for Fnatic, but with just 2 left, question remains.
That could be a
We've talked a lot about the attack side for both of these squads. Well, Vitality's got some ground to make up.
Oh, for sure. Oh, there's no doubt. A 7-3, and a lot of the streaks of rounds we've seen from Fnatic have been very dominant, very clean as well. So you're having a lot of finances going into the next few rounds. But I also really like the fact that even though you're talking about
how does Zelsis play middle? Like a lunatic. Everyone else plays middle, like in these 2 boxes. No joke, he will spend 80% of his time in this box.
Much more so than before, and we see the same net.
He uses the smoke like it is a cove, like bullets can't go through it.
Trying to find a gap.
A little bit less so now, leaving the A site a little bit more open. They still have a cam and a trap, but it's the fact they're not waiting for that aggression.
Ooh, that's nice, bro.
Main spot and mid where they still had numbers. They catch off Kayak.
Okay, instant reaction once again from Fnatic. We've been pointing out the whole time. We've got a Prowler over towards A. Spots the trip here. And they actually take B main again.
B seems like an easy target. Chronicle's the only one standing in the way, and he gets
caught by the decoy. You have to do a madness. Nice shot.
Operator retreat.
Ooh. Hold up.
And Seabov is gone. Boaster predicted where his opponent was coming from, and more importantly, he's been able to hold on to B main.
Yeah, and his pressure alone is everything. Boaster? No, I mean, he looks incredible right now.
So deep into the round, big push by Vitality. Don't commit it though. It's half
committed. Oh boy.
Durka even caught with his knife out. Luckily kicks filled back.
It was all a bait. It was all planned.
His retreat. A double pickup, and they know that Boaster is coming
the
from
raid
B
boss
main.
himself,
They've
though.
heard the steps now
No time.
The rotate didn't come through, and
Look at try and build up. Dude, he's 14-2 though.
Vitality, they were really slipping behind in this series, at least in those first 5 rounds. It looked scary.
Yo Morty, thank you so much for the 25 on Appreciate the tier 1.
Yeah, I really like the mid-rounding from Vitality. You had the realization that, okay,
hope you feel better soon, Morty. That's a shame.
They're going to expect
Sonya, by the way, thank you for the 2 gifted as well.
In that direction. Let's take mid control. Let's find a gap elsewhere. They get the pick onto Chronicle. And even when they lose those sort of aggressive positions in B main, they go, okay, well, we need something else. Let's take spawn control. Let's fight the rotators to make sure that Fnatic don't get to just surround us. It's smart stuff in the mid round, and while Fnatic in this case weren't able to cope.
Boaster might be having the best half of his life. 14
we spoke about this, chat. We spoke about this where you can't play here against the AWOL.
And it's a dangerous
It's
position to play once that
like
ult
a
is online.
strict rule that teams kind of have to discover the hard way. It's looking like.
Online, you either have to just gamble that you can rotate out
Yeah,
fast
it's like
enough,
Brimall
or
lamps is how we
you
compare
also
it.
don't just want to give up
Because
that
you
Vent's
can't get
control
out this way,
completely
especially if they do it left to
then you're
right, and then it
100%
forces you out into the
on you.
open.
And even if they
So
don't, just putting a cage for your heaven is going to leave
it
you
is
with
one of
doubts
those ults that
in your A heaven
is
for the rest of
very,
the
very
round. So
strong.
it's just not a good idea to leave it open. I agree, but there's the risk. The reward for Vitality.
Speaking of ults, these two are about to tank this. Boaster has had his ult pretty much the whole game, but hasn't really had a good chance to use it. Oh, that tether is incredible, by the way. Boaster's in the weirdest pause ever. Oh, Fade Eye to swing through. Damn, look at Boaster go, bro. It's incredible. They look so good. It was nice util. Great shot as well. Dude, they look great.
Almost takes safe out.
The peak of the Fade Eye.
Past his ear. 15 seconds. Last round. No time to save. He's got to swing in, but
and
that means
Kayak's just got the angle.
the operator of Kayak, and he's hit the shot anyways.
He's always going to see him fast. Nade. Oh my god, he's absolutely sent it. Oh boy.
Won't do it either. Safe's gotten away with it. The salvos. It's a bold play, and no one that will work out in his favor.
Okay, dude, sick half, man. Boaster was incredible.
It was just that little bit too quick. A really nice round. I think mainly the utility that came out from Crashies was absolutely fantastic. The fake on the reveal, the use of the C's as well. Superb round to set up his teammates. Of course, though, that is only the first half, Mitch. We'll be back after the break.
Yeah, not what I would recommend.
Nice, Alfia. Holy shit, I'm good as well.
Okay. Damn, that was a lovely half from them. Even their just reactions as well. Their reactional pushes were really, really nice. Let me mute this for a little bit. Do a little check-in with what's going on. Dude, I might have missed some here as well. Dude, we have Joe with 100, Aquarial with 100, Alisuni, Flexley, Anonymous, Janny, Nolod with a 10, and another Anonymous with 100. That's insane. Again, for every 1,000 we reach, I will put 200 there. So almost up to the 2,000 mark. Thank you so much, everyone who's getting involved. Thank you, thank you. Missed a 200 from an Anon as well. Damn, dude. Thank you so much, whoever that is. So much, guys. Hitting crazy numbers. Dude, I thought when I did the 10,000 it was way too ambitious, but honestly, you guys are kind of crazy. That's my 200? No, someone said another 200. So maybe not.
On the board for Fnatic. After a 5-0 start, though, hell of a recovery from Vitality. They really pulled up their boots. And now it's time to take the long run back into the lead. 4 rounds in a row. It starts with the pistol. But
honestly, it might be, though.
Some factors for Vitality.
There's a good chance it might be.
I
need to pay more attention to website and put my name on next time.
16-4, and Kayak was on a 9-2 start, not ending that badly with a 2 KD. That's not the half that Vitality would have envisioned.
Yeah, no, I saw a sign out in the crowd that said they may have Durka, but we've got Kayak, and honestly, in this map so far,
at the moment,
Kayak has definitely been the better of the two. Of course,
it's valid.
You have to look at the way that Durka was playing.
Dude, this would be such a good game if they can win this map.
Self-fakes, trying to push into certain spots on the defense.
Oh, that's a dink, by the way.
Got to be hopeful he can get a little bit more done and more kicks. Already going to be starting things off with a bang. Kayak is gone. There is a walk up in the meantime coming into
a lot of pressure over towards E Heaven. In reaction, they're managing to get over towards site. And does Boaster lose the spike here? No. He's out.
Blitzing through. Late play by Crashies is being spotted. Making it out of here, not quite so easy. Tucked in the corner.
Wait,
but the fire from down below.
The 3v5.
The kill feed.
It's like Crashies is a human decoy again. They kind of tunnel vision a little bit. They take a lot of damage, got a few kills, and then there's a lot of 1v1s.
Just seconds away from seeing that work. Oh, he's caught him off
guard.
Man,
that is beautiful
play. Though. Leaving it down to Crashies to
lovely
do it all,
jump spot as well.
Him too. What a round from Les already. With 35 seconds left, there's still time for Crashies to. Well, they're not behind him in main. That's what he was clearing there. So great information at least. Knows where both are.
Okay, nicely handed from Les. Yeah, a little bit rough from Crashies. I'm not sure it would have changed too much.
A pistol round that was definitely in danger.
Yeah, I always find that with Les.
I thought he was gonna like fade iron rafters and swing left.
Get his one. He's gonna be lurking in the back. Maybe finishes off someone as they're trying to like wrap back around. But it feels
yeah,
like
I'm telling you, he's one of the best to watch on this map.
Much of him in that first half, and then you get into the second half and you remember who he is. It's where you're walking into his setups where he's rotating back in, and well, in this it was just the perfect timing and quick reactions to pick off a double. Vitality now.
Dude, you see the observer just looking at it instantly like, what the?
Fnatic walking away. 10-4 potentially in the lead.
The hero Bucky.
He's going to do some real work, which it might.
3 HP, by the way. That's so unlucky.
We're a pixel closer to him. Who knows? Les again.
Christ,
it's the
farming
same
him with a ghost.
Story.
See what I mean now?
Yeah. Yeah, that has nothing to do with setup or utility. This is just
Great molly.
Les. Oh, he got popping heads eventually.
Dude, imagine he wins this.
He got 3. Like, the man only has a classic. This is always the thing when I feel like you watch Chronicle, you just see stuff that doesn't make a lot of sense. And now, with a gun in hand, a Bulldog, the same as his opponents, one of them even tagged, and it's Chronicle. He has a chance.
But the shots don't land. Not in his favor this time.
Good damage. Really good damage.
Vitality to take this round across the line, but I think it's fair to say they took a few more blows than they meant to in this one. It's going to be a bit more costly.
My God, dude, you can't blame that one on me.
Especially with Les,
Don't
the guy who had
on
basically nothing invested coming through and just picking them apart up in heaven. The fact that Chronicle gets away with that, following up with another, and of course it was Les, injured from so much of that combat, and the same thing for Safe.
With a bookie on me. What a good boy.
A Bucky and a snake bite. Yeah, Safe hasn't had a fun round.
I think Les already has the same amount
of his as he did
the last, and it's not because he was particularly bad, it's just that he's got 2-3 Ks in the first 2 rounds. We'll see if that's a continuing trend. It does mean, I was going to say, there's not the best of purchases, but that's not the start
a big reaction as well.
A few spam shots that Sivov has walked into. But there is still the aggression.
Yeah, it's an incredible start to the run from Fnatic.
Getting out of this spot can
Vitality
be
wanted to go for some mid punish.
Crash, at least for now.
Fake teleport. It's used as a fake, but another goes out. Drone heard inside of B main. Information for Fnatic that right now Vitality should be rotating, should be expecting this to be an A hit.
Safe just picked up the rifle as well, so that has been retrieved.
The numbers will be ready for this A push.
I mean, Les's double kill trip camera if they pivot over towards heaven. I think he saw 2 with the camera and the prowler. Like, there's a chance he spotted all 3 here.
Look where Boaster is, still sitting outside that B site. We could easily see a wrap back through the vents to try to meet him.
Okay, well, it all comes down to Safe here.
Would be Safe. So his hold up in heaven, and that's exactly what's happening. Safe's hold is so important here. He's just missed Boaster, stepping through that angle. He might catch him here.
Oh my God, the timing is so nuts.
He's being caught instead, and now the door is wide open for a plant.
That timing couldn't be any better. That was the
do they get close and less ults the body, or do they ignore the ult because they have to be close anyway? Dude, as we can see, the ult of the body would actually reveal a lot.
All the way back to the B side. Still with a lurk left in middle, so something that has to be wary from the defense. And a lot that they need to find here.
Oh, that was close.
Goodness, that was close.
Just off by a little.
Yeah, Darker checks everywhere but this corner.
Hasn't been spotted. Taking a leaf out of Les's book.
Okay, I think they got him through the smoke there.
Spur them forward, but also gets Chronicle to make his play. The dagger in the back, and now
time is
they don't
incredibly
know how
low.
They can go forward, constantly worried about that backstab. Les, one to swing out first, does damage to Chronicle. Or Crashies, I should say. Chronicle's still up in heaven and may need to hurry up. Catches one,
okay, it's really
two,
nice,
but
man.
It's not enough.
Too many this little luck from Boaster really opened up the options. They did go down there, so it came at a cost. Yeah, it came at a price. They might even eco this after winning the round.
And now you've ended up with none of your players surviving. You're going to have to drop down to the light shields immediately. I can see on the scoreboard, Durka has bought up the Outlaw. They're looking to go farming, so considering it was a bonus, okay, it had a few rifles in there that maybe they would have wanted to try and win, but I think the damage is honestly
First time
enough.
someone checked me.
And also, you have to talk about Vitality in that round being a little bit
First time someone checked me in that pause.
Checked that spot moments ago. Durka being caught, checking that spot moments ago. I think they could be relatively
okay, they decide to force into it.
If it's annoying.
They're missing like a little bit of util, but not too much. As we can see, the Outlaw go crazy right now. Durka has got one.
If they can get that pit down,
oh, what a
there's
shot.
A lot of trouble for Vitality, but Sivov able to pick off the first. He's already TP'd into the back of the site,
nice
but
decision.
he's not got any real opportunities. Barely avoiding the breach utility.
Dude, how do they even get through the smoke?
Tag down to 45
like that, I guess.
HP. Good pickup by Durka, and they thought the kayak had left. They thought the utility had cleared him out, but he gave his position away. Boaster on 8 is the last man
very
standing,
nice.
and he won't
Money's
stand
in
any
the
longer.
bin.
Vitality.
Like actually in the bin. I'm not even sure anyone on
5-0
Fnatic has over 2,000 here.
This is looking like the game is
Can get
far
real
from
close.
over, even on their defensive side.
The crazy thing is, I feel like Sivov started this one off with like the craziest game of aim training you've ever seen. It's like,
Kayak,
okay,
he's just trying to be more of a
pick up the
distraction
barrel,
for everyone.
shoot the guy, jump in, I go spin around, try and shoot
Like
the horn,
all these,
and
so
still
basically,
survive all of it. It just manages to do it.
I didn't.
he thought he TP'd out, but he didn't. So Kayak doesn't want to commit too heavy here because as soon as he goes down, then this is now an angle that everyone on B main needs to go at, like be scared of. Because at the moment, over towards B main, it's a 50-50 duel here, right? Right, them just facing here, it's just 50-50 through the smoke, basically, kind of. They don't have to pre-aim anywhere else because he's covering the middle of sight. But if he commits, goes down before they go down, then they go into a crossfire. It's done round.
Losing a lot of players to
I get why people are critical Kayak there, but he has to just stay alive. His pressure is more important than just like committing to a duel.
I feel like that's like when someone has to read with like a magnifying glass. Like you're a little bit too close to that one. But it's Durka. Still managed to hit the shot.
What a weird round.
We
found like double space.
Any lurks, any sneaky plays.
Oi, don't do it. Dude, he wanted the knife. Durka's on an absolute mission today.
Maybe not in this round. Maybe not when I could throw my gun to an opponent. And when two of my teammates have light shields.
That's the other thing, right? Only Les could have taken a blast from that Outlaw. It's got 2 barrels. Alfier, he's walking into heavy traffic. Les was there.
Nice. I'm a little bit worried from Fnatic. I imagine the coaches are too, and they'll time out here. They have a good ults. They got Fade ult, they got Astra ult.
The fact that they came in slow to start, and even the fact that they found that, what was it, a full Thrifty round. They had like 4 Classics and a Sheriff and ended up picking up their first that way. That's given them these foundations to build on and be so close to the score of their opponent. Close enough that Fnatic start to panic.
It's an important
calling
one.
a timeout here.
I think the rough thing for Fnatic was, of course, having that round victory, but one that you have no players surviving. So the thing's becoming
Wait, this is a crazy round, to be honest.
And then
Fade
a lot
or
of the aggression hasn't really worked out.
Fade
Even
or
the
Viper
sort of
or
classic
Astra
B-side
or
combo where
there's
you have,
Cypher,
like,
Teo,
to the back of the site, and then you have the
and then one away as well. You got Yoru.
Easy for Sivov to isolate a duel and still get out of there because
there's
of
a lot of stuff that might go on here.
I think Kix, as always, has been doing an excellent job of,
so if I'm Vitality here and I'm in this timeout, honestly, I'm saving these ults, not using them in this round, trying to do damage, trying to win the round with like them using their ults, and then just reset them next round. That's personally what I'd be saying here. Look, I would actually ask him to not use the ults.
You want to breach it, doesn't calm things. No, but obviously it's a flash in the pan. Good to see as well.
It's very situational, but like I wouldn't do anything like straight away off the rip with ults.
Seeing in that head coach position, done a lot of work for a lot of teams behind the scenes, and obviously we've seen him in the assistant coach spots, but him getting his
they
chance,
have so much money they can buy
like
again.
This,
they throw the Outlaw away and get the op.
that he will let fumble anytime soon. 9-8, 1 round between them. Fnatic, they've got their full buy. They've got some ultis to work with as well. Still waiting to see Crashies once they get the site, put that Viper's Pit into play. Oh, and
it makes a lot of sense they want to go aggro because they're up against a lot of ults though.
I think he was literally like a few milliseconds away from getting a collat. Like they lined up perfectly for Durka, but his opponent was quicker on the trigger. Now look to continue that space. That's the thing. Look at where the rest of the players are, though. They are spread across the map. You've got a deep hold towards B. And okay, sure, Kayak's taking space.
Vitality has 3 here. You would expect them to go aggro.
I think they're just going to leave him in position because the defense have rotated
heavily
here.
They might realize that after Fnatic get a kill, their tendency is to just wait for a push, and then maybe one of them be pushing at like 45 or does gamble stack. Don't really know what they've done with their research.
And honestly, I'm okay with it.
I can understand.
Okay, no pressure, and they had a fake TP or a TP back, and it's looking like.
It's less. And it's
what are
less.
they doing?
But of course, Rolling Thunder almost being online, but
okay, Veto goes in.
Stun from Breach alongside
how many
Salvos
ults do Fnatic use?
Easily turn the tide of a site take.
20 seconds, double kill trip on site.
Surely not. They're taking a while to get to backside actually. They'll be here on time to
I got
potentially
salvos.
disrupt that plan depending on utility.
Tail goes in, God, it's going to be really low time to plant. Crashy's got a time as well.
To the last chance, the plant needs to be stuck.
The tether is incredible. The tether is incredible, man. Crashy's. Oh boy, dude, I didn't think that was going to hit him. Kicks, man. Kicks with the util. It looked like it wasn't going to hit him, but. Huge,
I wonder if he conned that one.
Well, they timed that one perfectly.
Got him. That is just behind the box.
Dude, it's such a weird round. This like it's such a hard such a hard ult usage for that.
But it was the aftershock. Just
oh yeah, it's so nice.
That is
such a hard round to Vitality to work out like when they should be using their ults, if they should be using it. But this was like perfect.
Intelligent player when it comes.
I mean, they all played this really smart though. Safe's ult was perfect, and then it was like salvos into ult as well. He delayed so much. He died because he turns. Now he was done no matter what.
Guns as well, right? Yes, Kayak's just picked it up.
That last coming down to the wire, putting Vitality neck and neck, putting the economy ahead for them. This is huge. Yeah, the damage done to Kayak is massive. Again, that Viper's Pit still online for Fnatic. In a round like this, you'd love to have it. But with Chronicle picked off early, that option completely gone.
Astral, yeah, it might have helped them there to take the space. They would have had to have done a deeper one, because if you had done it like the ult here, they're just util spamming you. I guess they wouldn't be able to hear the time of the plant.
Turns tail from mid. They're going to group up. And maybe we'll even see, like, Kayak 6 HP with the Vandal. It could go to someone else. Boaster's been having a good game. Let's see.
Group up first. Well, Safe maybe getting a little bit more information than he bargained for. Takes a tag, solid paranoia. Sivov decides to delay instead, and with those salvos, again, that clock is being burnt dangerously low. I think Vitality are doing a great job at cycling that utility and just making these fights
the Boaster 1+ on fake does keep 3 over towards B.
Honed in with the sniper.
Whoa, hold up.
He gets taken out by Alpha. You mentioned that
10
rifle,
seconds.
It's still in hand again. They need to cross to the
oh
side.
My god, Alpha. Oh my god. He was just going to kill the spike.
And now even has the showstopper.
Buys a lot of time as well. Okay, he may be overstepped. Yeah, he may be overstepped. He maybe probably should be playing for time there. But he did get him into the situation, so I can't be too mad.
They know they've got an opportunity, capitalizing on it. Rolling Thunder goes through to the backside. Heavy pressure put on these players now. Mostly stuck here. Boaster's playing post-plant, but you can't run down that much time with the stars. He needs to pick off a few. In fact, they're even blocking the star as the grab well comes in, trying to get that little bit of extra space.
Okay, nicely handled though. It's a shame Alpha like wanted and lost it all within the space of 10 seconds.
Vitality started this out 5-0 down, and they've just taken the lead on a side where we expected them to put up less rounds. Well, that's certainly not been the case so far.
No, and I think as well, this was a really good recovery. Like after what was, I think, a fantastic start to the round, it was basically just a sandwich. The middle of it went Fnatic's way. Where
yeah,
they were
look how easy they handled this.
They were able to find a pick, they were able to get a showstopper, but that's maybe the slight overheat. Like, I understand it. You wanted to make sure that your teammate was safe while planting. hunting, so you try and get aggressive. But the second it is fired, an immediate swing from Sivov, good read on his opponent, and then having that rolling thunder to get them back into the site, courtesy of Kicks having again, a sublime game. And again, you look at the scoreboard at the moment, and I would say it's somewhat the unusual suspect.
Been a bit of a masterclass on defense there as well, but from both teams, really.
I don't think too many people would have called that.
Where did Veto come as a coach before? TSM, I'm pretty sure.
On this map in particular, so many tight laneways for you to individually use your utility, but especially when you're coming in with a Breach Teho combo, I sort of expect it to be safe being the highlight, taking advantage of all those pieces of utility.
Sat back on the map somewhere, just activating stuns for whoever needs it, like the old DRX style.
Why does Zelsis not get punished in mid after playing like a lunatic? He did a few games, not many. I mean, he just got great timing of everything. Like he does play in positions where he can't be spammed a lot of the time, but you'll see, it is a masterclass. I do think the teams don't do it enough against him.
6 out of 7 rounds in this half. Move on to the next.
Is this a Viper smoke in middle?
So correct me if I'm wrong. I think Kayak was 14-7.
Accurate at the halftime.
14-14.
The smoke that double blocks vision, so it's harder to hold mid.
That's it. He's been silenced. And again, we mentioned it.
That's their big change up. That's their big switch up at the moment.
To almost teleport into risky areas.
Gotta look over towards Vitality, and Durka, loving the smoke isn't over towards Heaven now. Can kind of just hold the line over towards A on his own.
Durka now has the Operator and the Dimensional Drift. The same could be said for the other side with the Dimensional Drift at least, and a Viper's Pit. Something to get them in, and something to hold on.
Yoru all middle. Spots an Omen. TP over towards A. Doesn't see Durka. Dude, Durka's timing here is incredible.
Durka thins the herd, and again, around where Chronicle wants to put that.
No way, the timing of this is nuts.
With a risky maneuver, but they needed to recover.
Alpha might have to save them again.
Unfortunately, it's left them in a really tough spot.
5v2
now, it's safe, taking down Alphier, and Crashy's hold as he might. He's separated from his teammate, he's all alone, and you can't hold all those angles. Not when Vitality are flooding back in. It feels like there's a couple rounds now where we've seen Fnatic.
It's a masterclass in defense again.
The Chronicle just gets eliminated
immediately.
You lose your wall, you lose your post-plant ability. Even if they got site control, and he was still one
There's
of the
a little bit of teamwork that could maybe be slightly better on Fnatic with some of these rounds.
You can divvy up the map a little bit easier, but they have been stopped at the word go every time.
10 seconds left.
It's definitely impressive. Again, you're looking back to a lot of the victories that we've seen out from this Vitality squad. It was sort of reliant on heavy attacks. You go back to maybe the loss they had to T1 on Split. It was because they had a poor attack side. This time, though, it's almost looking like they're one of their first games when they played versus Foot, 11-1 defense. Well, maybe that's where we're going, because there's only been one round in this half.
Does Fnatic lose when both the top frags? Pretty much, yeah. It does seem to be a common trend. You get the odd game where they just stomp teams, but that was a while ago.
Doing great work to recover. Now with the wind at their back, confidence flowing.
Reach 2K? Damn, dude. Yeah, we're checking in a sec.
I don't know. I think there needs to be something
we're getting towards the end of this.
For Fnatic if they're going to be able to take this map home.
Decent enough investment from Fnatic. They'll still have mostly credits for the next, and any weaknesses can maybe be bolstered down by a site take with a pit going down. But with Chronicle's first deaths so far, not sure that that's something you want to build a plan around. Vitality have done very well at being disruptive, whether it's Durka getting aggressive for those early picks.
I think the salvos as well from Safe. Like we're used to him, go back a year or two, just first man in taking battles, but I think his salvos have been so disruptive. A good start though, that's less down, and a lot of the time that's a solo anchor. You can see Alfie is going to try make a move off of it. The stun is perfect. The supportive util for Boaster, and then the swing from Kayak.
Yeah, that's worked out wonderfully. I think a little bit whiffy up in heaven before the stun landed, but gets there in the end. Well, gets there in the end for Alfie.
They should be doing damage. No matter what, they should go do damage.
Into 10, most likely. And the question for Safe and Durka is whether they go for it. They've got credits to throw
you're
at
not
this
just
one,
giving them free kills. Safe would love an ult as well.
Wasteful, especially when you want to build up as many opportunities to contest in rounds as possible with this kind of a lead.
save op. They might not want to give them the op, but at the very least, safe should be sending
trying
it.
to catch these players off. Again, the economy of Fnatic, because of the investment they made here, being a little middle and keeping credits over for the next, they can afford to take risks, especially if it comes at the cost of
that worked out incredibly well. One away from Fatal now as well. Everyone's surviving, so the money's good from Fnatic, even if they do get insta-reset here.
Well, that's the first round this half that feels repeatable.
Oh, yeah, what? Out of 2. The first one they won with players alive. But that, then, an in-zone flawless, meaning that you come out with everybody standing. It's going to help them, especially if they were to slip up anywhere along these last few rounds
really nice
before overtime.
Really nice shot out here.
Boaster, I think, trying to build the confidence back up. We mentioned Althea having that whiff early in the game, having a few moments that are not very Althea-esque. But a decent one when they needed it most. Durka looking to respond in kind. He still had his ultimate for a while, another get-out-of-jail-free card, but instead this time the gate crash will be enough.
Yeah, every single time Fnatic win a duel over towards B main. That's been the round they won so far. We had the kill from Alpha in B main, we had the boasted luck.
You can see the idea here for Fnatic, almost playing against themselves when they were on the defense, playing for mid control and looking on the extremities for any sort of aggression, but Vitality aren't taking a bite of that. They're happy with this more passive mid control, so they're not actually losing anything, therefore they don't have to react. And especially with the A-site solo hold from Les and Cam up in heaven, they have so much information right now.
I mean, it's good info though, he saw 2.
Would just be an unnecessary risk. We'll ignore that PC utility. Although
time is really low. They're just taking mid at 40 seconds.
Left, and they haven't really
they really got to send it once they get over towards Vans.
Map control that you get.
As we can see, picking the right site.
Get back control of the vents.
Kill trip. Lesser's double cage.
30 seconds left.
KO. Why does this feel a little bit like the B round that happened?
The top goes
oh, that is.
This opening onto Les, and that's exactly what he finds. He actually had the spike as
that
well.
Is incredible, though.
Through over the top for him to get that
he spotted him on the double satchel in as well.
A man advantage as Vitality are looking to challenge.
Yeah, they're looking to commit to this. Understandable indeed.
It might have been an attack from the Fade Eye also before that, I think.
Chronicles contact as they move up through heaven. They'll be trying to.
Yeah, the security on this round is this crashes.
Spot the info.
It's very, very hard to win from Vitality in this.
In goes the stun. The backside push commences 5 seconds until salvos. We can't wait for them. It's time to take ground here and now. Fnatic need this round, and Alpha seems content to lock it in with kicks down. They might almost retreat. The time is too far gone. They've caught Crashy, sure, but it's a consolation prize.
They saved the op.
The round will still go to Fnatic. Viper's Pit still there.
Where's the
Chronicles
ults?
had it for a while. 11
you got
to
Yoru,
11, neck and neck. We're going the distance
we got Razor, we still got Chronicles.
There is a reason. I always am hopeful that this map ends up as the third, as it always seems to give some
really handled this so well.
This one has been a contest throughout. As I said though, that was integral from Althea. I do like, again, the way that Safe is utilizing those Armageddon ults, but he was the one sort of blink.
What the hell is he?
What I said about him. Like,
I would love to have known what he said there. He's out here headbutting the screen.
Althea starts swinging back, still lower down on the board, but you think of the last 2
what
rounds,
beast,
from 11-9 down, he's been the main player doing the work.
Who do I have to pay, how much, and where do I wire the money? Just to hear
what he's saying? Yeah,
That's all I want to know.
Sonia, thank you so much for that as well. Thank you for the 2 gifted. 149 altogether now.
Lifted up the confidence a little bit, lifted the morale across the board for Vitality. Well, they
it's a Turkish thing, what, headbutting people?
What, 7 or 6 out of 7 rounds? 7 out of 8 even.
A 500 dono? Surely not.
At that point, you know, you're feeling like the game is under your thumb. But maybe they took their foot off the gas, or maybe Fnatic found another gear, whatever it is.
We've got Noel with the 10, we've got Castradazi, Chez, Drewface with the 10, Anon with the 100, Divine Evil with the 15, and then we've got 2 Anons, one with 100 and one with 500. What the hell? Thank you so much, guys.
Those 2 picks change
Anon is
massively, because as I said, he is someone that's incredibly difficult to dig out of positions, but it also removes all
and I think it must be over 2,000 now, so I'll do 200 after this game.
And definitely makes those holds a little bit tougher for Vitality, of course. Not done yet. They still have a purchase.
The money's kinda
the operator now. Getting aggressive in towards B
main. Not great for Vitality now. They get 2-9 loss bonus. Wait. Yeah, they get
get
2 9
Vitality
wins.
to play into their hands in a lot of these rounds. And a lot of it has been based around a bit of mid-control. Traps outside A and seeing what happens, but Chronicle's moving away from that.
There's a lot of info from Vitality on this setup.
It at all as they now look to late commit
like
to mid-control and take over a little bit of B main. Previously,
he did tank the flash, but he might have seen him beforehand.
If any. Yeah. But now the op being there caught them by surprise, and in a round like this, that's exactly what you want.
Anon, whoever did the 500, by the way, big shout out to you. Whoever you are.
He's taken though. Wow. A little bit cheeky from Boaster, looking to try and take the rounds into his own hands. I don't think Dirk is going to be forgetting about that one anytime soon. Kicks to respond, Aftershock to try and delay, but Chronicle's already on the other side of it. Doesn't expect anybody else to be that close.
Safe.
Back to level Peg, and again,
got a really important shot here.
Through the additional utility, just waiting for someone to try and hit that cross, and now just happy to take that man advantage.
No time to pick. Chronicle stuck in the corner, and Les won't let him out.
Whoa, what a shot.
Grabs one after the plant. With the reposition needed, the
He's unlucky. He had to W forwards because he knew he was going to get swung from default.
12 rounds now for Vitality.
Okay, one chance, but it's been getting close.
They will have an even harder
Alpha has his
battle
Razor still. Wait, he had Razor into this anyway. That's a rough one to go down like this.
Also a showstopper for Alpha.
A lot of these
Safe with the op, yeah, it's
that have been
everything.
done before we've got to the retake. Like, this one was more so safe. Going back to what we know him for, these aggressive operator plays, taking space in B main, and then being a bit cheeky on the edge of the utility. At this point, Fnatic may be expecting that they would be respected a little bit more, and that wasn't the case at all. Now, it's going to change up again. Durka back on that operator. He still had his ult for a very long time, but as I said, a lot of these ultimates end up being situational. And if the picks go the way of Fnatic, for the most part, they haven't needed it.
You have a fairly easy solution for Fnatic in going Showstopper for entry and then Viper's Pit to claim the site. But that 1-2 punch is going to be expected, and often Vitality will play back from it now in terms of what they have to respond, keeping safe, for example, alongside salvos, alongside, well, yeah, exactly. We've got Sivov playing inside B main. But the utility that's in play for Vitality, minus the drone now, could easily clear that back out. So I don't mind Fnatic not going barriers up, get in,
he's
take
really...
the site, because the reaction could still be there. But late on, that's exactly what the play is going to be. Leaving the pit late into mid, fired up into heaven was the
Sivo,
showstopper.
22 HP.
Not in the form of a kill, but it's done damage, and it's sent Vitality into
get over towards site. Look at how disattached Boaster and Chronicle are.
Utility's pushing forward alongside his teammate Sivov. They don't
want to relinquish
control, and that could be their biggest mistake. Alpha popping off with players soon to emerge from that smoke.
The second one place, but the time on it is ticking. This is so many enemies.
Look at the shots. What the hell is this round from Alpha?
Going to overtime after another in-zone flawless break back, and I'll be honest, that's now 3 rounds that we've seen of the last 4 that I'm going to give credit to Alpha here.
Absolutely,
for
yeah,
sure.
The step up has been night and day, and you look back, I think since that whiff that he had, the 300-odd bullets shot into his corpse, I don't know whether that got in his head, but definitely the performance hasn't been there. There's been some whiffy moments, but he's warmed up now. He's getting excited. He's on his feet. Also a check-in as we get into our first round of overtime. Chronicle will not have the Viper's Pit.
Okay.
I feel like that's worth highlighting.
Sphinx number 9 as well, with the 26
game,
months. Thank you, bro.
Alpha
stood up, yeah, it doesn't have
aggressive, disruptive comp. How in
doesn't have an incredible record.
How unlucky Chronicle was in some of those early duels. He was the guy taking the flak of the op shot.
Go back in level.
Stun salvos.
Always expected this series
might own
to
them
be
here.
Contest, but
they might own them.
Overtime in map number 1.
I thought they were gonna. Oh, they did. Okay. I saw the other salvo here. I was gonna say I thought they were gonna change up their salvos from the info. That was nice. I like this though. They drawn. They're ready with the stun, and then they can just salvo on top of it. Like no matter what, they can kind of just force them off middle here.
Like their bullets were just magnetized to his body, but this time around, it's the utility that does him in.
Smoke. I mean, he popped the smoke as soon as he got seen by the drone.
Got Crashies and Kayak holding the line, and Crashies has done pretty well, usually in a bit more of a passive spot, and I think that would be because you have Kayak in play. The trap had caught it. Crashies doesn't know there's players right around this corner. The entire team, in fact, coming his way, and that cage perfectly blocks what could have been a one and done, or at least a chance. to get out. The gate crash
so alone.
moving
Look,
to
they
backside.
are on the other side. There's
He's
3
gonna be
players
surrounded.
currently
Yeah,
on
I
B.
mean, he's
They gambled in
in so
completely the
much
wrong
trouble.
direction. They gate crashed away
They
from
haven't
this
got through
position.
the
So
choke
now
yet.
he has tried to delay. He's utilized whatever he can. Now it just comes down to, can he hold on to this backside? Can he take somebody with him? Otherwise, this retake's going to be
Wait, fair
incredibly
play.
difficult. But he steps up with
Oh
me.
my god, bro. That was sick
Crashies.
without
He was
the
left on
X-ray
an
off as
island,
well.
But somehow he has
Or
survived.
uneven.
This puts that timer, that clock on. Les
Alpha's on that case as well. He's double satcheled in, bro. The individuals of Fnatic are going crazy.
You see him go by and they're like,
Huggy, thank you so much, bro.
Alpha's on
Thank
site.
you,
Deal
thank
with
you.
him real quick, and he just comes in with their shorty.
Appreciate the bets.
Raining down hell.
How did he get 3? Like, that's literally, just moments ago, we
Dude,
saw a
this was
rotation
insane.
from Kayak to the other side of the map going, okay, we think this is a B
He
side
nearly got
here.
another.
He's at the back alone.
Damn,
no
bro.
one
Sick from
anywhere near
Alpha.
him and manages to get 3. We talked about this guy back at kickoff as
Oh my
at times
God.
being a bit underwhelming. Maybe not being at
Looks
the
like the
level
assistant coach is going to take him out.
Wow.
Austin, bravo. Austin.
That was some vintage Crashy's gameplay. And honestly, after last week, I was like, okay, can he do this versus the big boys? Yes, he can do this versus the big boys.
He just did, right in front of our eyes. You see, that
That was so
play
funny,
even
man.
got Scud up on his feet. Milan's hand must
I'm
hurt after
surprised
that
they're still
high
in the
five.
camera shot,
Yeah.
you know?
Oh yeah, he crouched down a little bit. He knew the roof kept him at a reasonable height. But honestly, 13-12, Fnatic already providing us with a wealth of entertainment. Now they move to their attack side, but this is where the struggles have been. And in regulation, we saw all 4 timeouts used, but we moved to
Not much
OT,
talking in this
so
one.
more come online.
Just letting the players
Vitality
do it.
popping it in right away. They know that the Fnatic of old, they just walk away with this once they're given that lead back. There's no contesting it. For Vitality, well, they've stolen one of those players, Durka. I called him the prodigal son.
Crashy's here. I mean, it's outrageous what he's done.
He was a little
To
slow
do that in
start.
overtime as well is
Would
just...
be one hell of a time to step up.
It's the kind of thing you dream of, really. It's so sick. But they have to close out still. But you must be feeling real confident. And everyone's catching up to both this top frag. They get in there. Still top fragging by quite a bit.
Has given them an advantage. Maybe they shouldn't have had. A man down, 3 found alone on site.
The impact on these is a solo round win. This is incredible timing for Chronicle. How confident does he feel that he's owned it?
Certainly got the utility to do so. Deep flash and Hong fired right in onto them. Don't know if they noticed there's 2 players there. I think they might have with how quick those shots came through. Fnatic have stepped back for whatever reason. And a very late play. Chronicle was playing right around here. Spotted that the drone came through from Tejo, that they would have A main cleared, gets himself into a corner. He's again looking for that reaction for Vitality to get it aggressive, but that hasn't really been happening. Again, this is a team that is content to give up that space and really fight them on the site itself. They don't want to fight in the beaches.
Recovering it.
Time is ticking though. This was one of the real cruxes of the attack side from Fnatic, hitting these sites with nigh on 15 seconds left.
30
but
seconds
maybe
left.
they had a pick by them. Maybe they had some info right now. Safe is still set up and ready. Still actually has those salvos available.
20 seconds.
It's going to be
20 seconds. Salvo, breach damage, double flash.
He's now got kicks alongside, and that said, he has bought them extra time.
Well, that's one. 10 seconds. No salvos anymore. Crashies, you gotta stick that. Oh, that is nuts. Dude, they're like entering sight on 18 seconds, man. It feels so rough. Dude, everyone backside of Beast is going crazy. A even, backside of A.
We thought this could be a belter of a series, Tom. I didn't think the first map would go this hard.
Had to try to stick the first plant there. Yeah, it's rough. Like, you gotta put yourself in. Was it Crashies that was planting here? Like, as soon as that guy peeks side, though, you're probably getting off of that. You know you still have time to tap it again. He was the guy that got the kill.
Oh, that's the most like polite.
Thank
You don't have
you.
to mute Fader, guys. He's just going to say thank you instead. Safe, under pressure. A very aggressive stance, but they retreat off it. Not wanting to give up the opener as the full force of
That's awesome.
Vitality
Because
rotate
they forced their util over towards middle, but they didn't actually take it yet. So this is a little bit of a win for Fnatic. The problem is they don't know that they've got the win, if that makes sense. They think they've lost middle, so they react over towards B.
The last 3
Like
rounds
there's a question mark in Vents, I guess is what I'm saying.
Fnatic managed to garner. We're under his belt. You can see that in this defensive side as well. I don't think we witnessed him this deep in B main. Maybe we saw
fake
others,
TP swing.
I think this is more of a confidence play.
Oh boy.
Oh, Chronicle.
Yeah, not expecting this angle from Chronicle. He thought he'd be further back.
One to find as well. Vitality though, they're gonna stay strong in their play towards this A site, moving up into heaven. He said Kayak playing that little deeper, but it's going to be sold as a fake. They won't know that there's a player aggressive because Crashies is in that same old position, playing passive.
Nice fade eye for your mate.
Sends in the C's as well, and Kayak gives his position away, but it's well worth it. Landing himself the pick.
Dude, stage 1 Fnatic is really nice to watch.
Down low, TP, he won't get away. Oh, he will! Barely avoiding those shots in the smoke down to cover his retreat. No, he will not make it to sight though.
Just a stray bullet got him.
And leaves one player
as long as one passenger stays alive and doesn't push him, they're okay. Very, very nice.
And it falls in favor of Fnatic.
Dude, they look really good. Dude, everyone looks good on defense at the moment, basically, is what we're seeing.
Space, but then having a response
The
to whatever
defense
they
has been
gave
nice.
up. Like
We had solo play last
because you mentioned Chronicle
overtime,
just
but this
gap
one,
in the smoke.
one's
But then
nice.
they know, okay, we've given up the vents. Crashies repositions to hold on to it. They then have aggressive control of the stairs as well to make sure that, okay,
Honestly, I think Durka there probably would have been seen from the normal angle anyway. It would have been close. He went a little bit too early.
I knew he spammed, but I didn't think he caught him that early. It's a little bit unlucky for Sevov, but I think by that point the round was already firmly in the favor of Fnatic. On the coaching staff had decided we're actually going to take a pause after the victory, wanting to close out this map here and now. There's been a defensive marvel throughout the game. It's only those, like, obviously the last 3 rounds coming in and a 3 cluster in the middle as well.
It's a preview of what Mini used to do in overtimes. Just listen to Bolster. Bolster's carrying the timeout.
Oh, you're seeing it there. This pause maybe even called by Boaster.
Maybe it was called. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you,
just to reset the mental, get them on the straight and narrow. It's been a long game. The longer it goes on, the more you know you've put into it, the more that it feels like is on the line.
Oh
you
my
can see
goodness,
deep
look at some of these
breaths
crazy
from the coaches.
numbers.
You can only imagine how
Wait,
the
is
players
this another
feel.
500 from a different
13
Anon?
One
There's
more
so many
for
anonymouses.
Fnatic,
100.
Started to go right in that last
Another
one. We've seen
100,
Chronicle with that
500.
early pick.
Radical
Boaster
with the
still
50.
paving
Divine
the
Evil.
way
Thank you
for
with the 30.
squad.
Anna. And then
Vitality
Snow.
seeing the same struggles.
Snow with 250. Bro, we're on 3k already.
It's where they've been
Okay, I'll
putting
do
up those rounds. They looked great.
I'll do 400
into the
off
second
this.
half, a revitalized team. Let's see if it's the same in overtime number 2.
Idea is to try and sell
W's? Yeah, get the W's in the chat. We're hitting some crazy numbers early.
Durka is one that's going to be difficult to hold on to. Obviously trying to bait him out with the teleport back, but the fake smoke works out in Durka's favor. Adds Crashies down already.
She's gone, indeed. 3 players around this position as well. 2 players make
Dude,
that receive off down.
What a jewel that is.
Not yet
Is
spotted.
Saivo not...
And that TP in the backside from Kayak has
Is
gotten
he
them
committing
so
on his
much
own,
space
or...?
to play with Alphayer on the lurk, but he's being caught. Les knows that game. It's not one you're likely to beat him on. Numbers back in favor of the defensive side. And a retake not even needed yet. Salvo's come in to delay the plan.
General irritation. Obviously Fnatic this time with a lot more on the clock. Plant will now be in their favor. Aftershock to try and create a more awkward scenario for Kayak, but he's not really
Oh my goodness.
Kicks manages to win the battle,
God, how did he
just
get
like
that one?
They fall like dominoes. It is a quick
A nice
retake from the side
nice
of
retake.
Vitality. We go
Kicks?
again.
I mean, he didn't commit down. He was still the guy on the ledge, so it wasn't like
I mean, we say it sometimes,
wild.
but blink and you miss it. Genuinely, I feel like that was synchronized. The opening pick by Durka onto Crashies as well.
I decided to stick around. Yeah, he had to TP out. But I wonder if he wanted to TP out there, and then Durka's wanting to fight, so he feels like he can't TP out, or he thinks he might get blocked for the TP.
Potential for the spike to move back in the other direction, but after the pause, it seems like Vitality were the ones to make best use of that time down. 14-14, overtime number 3. Fnatic are back on the defense. The B-side hold from Boaster has been strong enough that I'm surprised Vitality don't just start on the A.
I think a lot of the time, though, we saw both teams having that success. Running into the B site, it was the aggressive take, the pause, and then going back for it. But a lot of the time, that was when Boaster had swapped.
Yeah.
I think with his utility, he's much more able to slow them, but also isolate the player at the back of the site. That was the issue. If somebody TPs to the back of the site and you don't have anything to cover, you can't turn and face because you're stuck in the mud. Here, though, some early presence shown. You can already see the
drone fake over towards B.
Rotations have been
After the pressure over towards middle. Right, question mark, question mark. Then we can see Salvos as well or not? No, okay, we're getting out of there. Did they go over towards the site with 2 people? The Chronicles sitting at 2 HP. Crashies is actually going to have to do it again.
You have to be worried about the Vents push up now because there is just no information to play with.
Chronicle did good to get one.
Picks one but goes down. TP comes in,
with the contact, Euro TP over. Wait, they're going for the B?
That he's here. They start to
25 seconds, pivot over towards B.
Have come into play.
Boaster.
And so the B site will be a bit
you got a lot to do here. Alpha has a nade to stop some of this.
But Boaster on the B site, well, he called earlier, let me back on B. And here he is, but he has to hold off against the whole squad. 12 seconds. Plant needs to be connected very soon. That paranoia, perfect.
He heard the running of the clone as well.
That's a double pickup from him with the paranoia alongside his buddies. And now a plant that should be difficult for Fnatic to get back into. That jump was heard, and Durka's more than ready for the angle from Crash. He's a
very nice from Vitality, and that's the one that's been the hardest to get, the attack round.
To potentially close this map out.
Well, you look back at how this has gone so far, Fnatic have been the ones that have had opportunities to close out this map, at least in overtime. Yeah, Boaster pretty much left out to dry. That was an attempt, I believe.
Yeah, they handled it well. You gotta look at the Omen Util here. The Omen Util was sick. Smoke blocked Alpha, flash for Boaster.
Now with their chance to close out
as we can see, Boaster probably has to use a smoke or a star there, but
as we know, when you get into OT,
you kind of feel worse if you get caught out using Util here. And then Boaster tried to Boaster got himself into this situation because he tried to reposition because he got seen back of sight.
Push doesn't come through, so the
Faintad with the Prime. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that.
Durka was waiting for
just a little bit indecisive, that's all it was.
As the last defensive OT, so I think Durka sat there thinking, they're not going to expect me to do the exact same thing twice.
They wanted that drone to
Durka
see them.
gets
There's
the
no way that Chronicle didn't know that was coming into play. It's been pushing up in A main when they don't give contact every round. We even saw him not long ago play behind this box on his own, so the drone didn't see him and he could fill in the space. They knew that they were going to show 2 players there. And then nothing. A complete freeze, a complete stoppage on the play, and Fnatic start to rotate over. I'm curious if they think maybe Vitality will have started to leave the A site, leave it a bit more open with just less here.
Okay, well, at least they're hitting the site with a bit more time than we've seen. But this looks scary still. 30 seconds, all coming from A main. We've got no backup play. We've got a trip. It looks like it's for this TP. Wait, how did the trip break?
That safe eliminated immediately, but still they have to try and deal with less. This time he comes up Trump, still sat at the back.
Oh god, 15 seconds.
Second already dropped, looking for more, but eventually dealt with.
Boaster in heaven.
The man returning to face his old team is all that stands. His IGL
holy hell, they managed to do it. Chat, does anyone know how this trip died? Back to site.
They'll pull up an attack side round as well.
That's really impressive as well because Vitality.
I thought he was going to TP into the trip.
They had passive play in mid, giving it up completely. We even saw a smoke from Vitality on the defense into B heaven to stop that angle from being peaked because they didn't know if the push-up was coming. But it was a gamble. And I think it comes from the fact that Fnatic have not played mid. If anything, the only time they've really been around mid for that early fight is when they go into A heaven and then go back through vents. Nice! So the take instead was set around, let's give up mid, let's
the trip
gamble
was
that they
here.
won't take it and stack
to have a
the A
strong
side
arm
a
to
bit
get
more
that.
heavily.
Maybe it must have just been like a scatter nade and just hit there.
Fight,
Actually saved him, by the way. Average TV, thank you so much for the 5 months, dude. Thank you for saying that, bro. Appreciate you. Oh, got a little fadeaway here as well.
Wealth of rewards, a 2-piece pickup, and Vitality miles behind in this attack round.
Crash used to do that before, expecting Durka to try and be cheeky on the cross, and that's the second time he's been punished for the exact same play. Obviously about 10 rounds between the last time it happened. Crashy's left in a 1v1, and Les has taken it home.
It's a free site right now.
Still, though, a hefty rotation of players. Both are trying to make sure the cross to site is not going to be an easy one, and they've also lost the battle within Heaven, leaving just 2 standing, and they know exactly where Kicks is going to be. Les to try and fight back, needs an ace to take it, and while with Dimensional Drift just basically being as awkward as possible.
He ended up handling it well.
Now comes up with a 4K of his own.
Big round, man. I mean, the first 2 kills are everything.
Well, that's it. The focus is very much around Durka playing his old team.
Void 270 with the prime. Thank you, the 6 months. Appreciate that.
International events they've not just played at together, but won together as well. And the EMEA ones too, let's not forget. He got the bucket. But for Fnatic, having someone like Kayak coming up against Durka, if you have a bad game, the immediate comparison is going to be...
Holy shit, I did like insanest flick, bro.
Yeah, he just did the wall bang.
But the comparison's always going to be that, oh, well, Kayak's not as good as Durka. It's a downgrade. If they lose the game, oh, it's because Kayak didn't... If that was Durka there, man, he would have had 40. The reality is he's not only doing better than Durka, but he has had rounds that are all down to him. Big confidence builder for such a young talent. Although he's been through the ringer himself. 16-15. A chance for Fnatic to close out their map pick and forget
nothing crazy on
how close this has been. Take a little bit of a breather before they move on to Lotus, where Vitality decided to take it today. The attack side again.
Oh, dude, I'm worried it's going to go into like a 20-second site exec again.
Drone changes position this time. It's going to get a bit of information that they're waiting outside mid, something that hasn't been seen in a lot of these rounds.
Once again.
What the hell is that?
Chris hit that shot onto Chronicle and attempted retreat, and he will not get away.
He was tracking him the whole way. What a stun that was.
Now
incredible stun. I'm surprised Kayak just doesn't go for that. They need to do something.
The idea that they're going into the B side. I like the idea.
Look at the rotation. Look at the rotate though. It looks like an instant reaction because he dies. And actually, we've got a free site to head into. Kayak doesn't realize just how much he sold it.
You expect that to be the complete commitment.
No, they don't. God, the fade eye goes in now. Dude, he's here so early as well. Oh my god, this is so nuts, man. They got a delay.
A potential late position.
It's time to make a decision.
They use Astra Suck here and Smoke here, and so they've got no Astra Suck for the spike anymore. They're just delaying. They're just heavy delaying for Kayak.
Catching one at least, knowing the push is coming in, communicating that to his teammates. It results in a trade to start with. We're waiting for Kayak to complete
don't know about him.
Full wrap around, and it's a free kill. Presented, he will capitalize. Looking up top for safe, a good idea. Oh, it's a messy fight, but what he wins, Durka on the other side.
Dude, this game is not Durka. This game is so nuts,
taking him down.
Dude, the comms were really late here. It looked like less than 100% know where he got killed from.
These teams on split.
Astra Suck used it for Heaven.
The longest map was, of course, yesterday.
Used it to try to delay them.
Mate. And obviously that was an 18-16. We are going to at least 18-16. We'll see if that continues. I think we've been there most of the time. We've had the longest maps in history.
Remember Bind. What a game.
Thinking back to a little bit of FPX Forza.
Longest map? I mean,
if you want to talk
we're
about
1 hour 24.
Yes. And on split as well.
A really long map.
These teams have been there, done that, got the t-shirt, but after what has been an absolute journey of a map, someone eventually has to take it. It seems like that could have been it.
Dude, Fnatic definitely have a read, by the way. When they take Heaven here, I see everyone over-rotate.
Once again, he thrived in it when we kicked off OT.
Wait, just a straight up site here as they're trying to react over towards A Heaven. Oh boy, this is nice stuff from Vitality.
Has done the same with these A site holds, but no 3K this time.
They did a fair amount of damage through smokes, but
look how quickly the response is there. Les always causing problems. In your blind side is where he lives, and a double stack up will send
innocent
Boaster
attack
to the
runs
Shadow
as well.
It's only Alpha Air.
Again though.
Looking to bring this
they
back.
had one earlier.
Vitality of 4 players alive, plenty of time to work with, and an op not great for a spray transfer, is it? 17-16. Vitality with map point on their opponent's pick.
The thing I've
was kind of nice from Vitality.
You're watching two teams
how did they die in
the
sight?
opponent is doing. Think back to the openings from Kayak in that defensive round.
Oh yeah, dude, the only person on site was Crashies. That's a nightmare.
This round was we saw.
Oh no, they had one. They had a guy close.
Crashies at the back of the elbow. They send so much utility into that corner. There is no way he survives. They are so careful with it, and even I think it was a paranoia while he's full spraying.
Doing nothing crazy.
Sure there is no chance of
in terms
that
of the
happening
buys.
again. That adaptation makes the site so much more open.
Less, yeah, he's been good.
And the learning curve for either side again puts Vitality in that driver's seat. Heading into the defensive
I like this from Vitality. Every time they see
Haven't
this
seen too many
Viper
attack
smoke
rounds
over
so far
towards
in
middle,
OT.
they try and get Durka to hold this line on Heaven.
Minute 10 on the clock. Fnatic showing much more mid presence.
Oh, that's the B
most of the
main
rounds.
Lux. That's the duelist. Now you kind of know that they've got a
This
split.
has been the consistent factor. He's been lurking around B main, trying to pressure, trying to take Durka off.
Normally
the
what will
angle.
happen
This
now
time,
is the person that's
running into
trying
less.
to prod over
About their
towards
attack
A will
rounds.
get a little
When
bit
they won
aggro.
attack rounds, he was the focal
Durka
point.
should really be
Finding
expecting a
either an
duel soon.
opener, picking off less, like winning that battle as you said, or coming up with
Okay,
3
as
or
we can
4
see with the
kills.
spike over towards B, the plan is
This
to
time they're
hit
gonna have to
B.
try and deal without him, and that will
We
burn
can see,
the
dude,
clock.
that's
40 seconds
3-person
left,
sight.
and they are only just clearing out positions in mid. The spike also outside B without a whole lot of help.
Does this cause a
This is
rotate? No,
dangerous
not really. Just stun and
round at this
Teo.
stage from Fnatic.
Davos.
They failed to take down kicks
Although
as
Omen
well.
flash hit, dude,
Still
they got
so
20
much util
seconds.
online. He's forced
Chronicle
forward,
us-
though, by the
sorry,
snake
Crashies
bite.
us to
A
win
chance
this.
if they can pick him off, but instead it's Kicks finding one up above. Less consistent, and he's on the site with just his dinner to finish. Boaster and Crashies. And it's Crashies to take the kill, keeping this doable for his side, but a plan has to be stuck surely. Barely any time left, and now no choice. Durka with the swing could end.
Okay, yeah, nice round from Durka. Dude, what a map this was. It was wild. 16-18.
And it is 18
Dude, Split it. I really hope Split just stays in for a long, long time.
1-0 up going into their own map pick.
Yeah, it's Lotus to come up next. We have not witnessed that from Fnatic just
Like
yet,
a
but historically it was a
90-minute
good
map.
map for them. It is,
Oh, dude,
however, an
Alpha's
excellent
devastated.
map from Vitality. It needs to be a recovery.
What's he doing? Looking at all the stats?
First, a break.
Bro, I came with a bookie. He came with a bookie on me. What a good boy. Alpha was looking at my dog.
No, I
Let's go, bro. Guys, we're one step ahead of these, bro. My mom was on B as well, honestly. Like, on my mom.
Okay, lovely. Let's check in. Obi with the 10 as well. Thank you so much, Obi. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you, thank you. Let me scan this and do, what is it, 400 now? For people,
Red Bull gives you wings.
people that are just joining us as well, we're doing a charity stream today. For the day, it's suicide prevention. Trying to spread awareness about suicide. And that it's okay to not be okay, and it's just that everyone should be talking to each other. If you're having bad days, reach out to people. And we've got a lot of helplines and just a place for you to get information if you don't feel like you have anyone to talk to as well. Mute stream, it's so fun. Okay, chat. Let me scan this. I'll do 400, then we'll be back in a little bit. Shout out to everyone who's donated so far, by the way. I love you guys. Thank you, thank you.
You gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top. I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock. They gotta give me the rock. I got a game on win. I got a game on live. I feel like a champion. A champion. There ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. There ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Nice, boys. Nice. That's the game. I wanna broke my monitor right now.
I hope you guys were entertained. What a way to kick off a Friday here in the Riot Games Arena. I'm your host, Yingsun, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. That felt like a grand final. You know, it was back and forth, and Kakuka, brilliant Valorant from both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that many times we, especially when the game goes very far, teams start losing the plot a little bit, but I feel like every single round that we had, we were just glued to our monitors being like, yes. Oh my God, this is so interesting. It's not like a team is throwing. I didn't feel like any of the teams lost control at any point.
I have to agree. I think that like they were still being methodical throughout and still trying to adapt continuously, which must be so tiring. You're not just kind of like throwing everything into sight. You're constantly like trying to play around each other, which is why it looked so competitive towards the end as well.
We were trying to see if we could predict where the shenanigans were going to come in. We did see some because Billy, Durka, I think, put about 4 rounds of ammo into a poor Alpha's, you know, icon on the floor there after killing him. Who can blame him?
Yeah, I mean, when you're coming up against people that you've played with, you'd hope that they can take it as like sort of tongue-in-cheek, but man, like watching it was funny to watch, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. This is how we hit off the entire map. It was Alpha getting that click and that kill onto Durka, but then we see the revenge here with Durka just having some discipline, saying, yeah, I think I'm going to get that first.
Yeah, and then, you know.
And then just, being like, you like this spot? You like it?
Shout out to the Fnatic spray, though. He's still equipped the spray for this. So, I mean, you can't blame him for this. It was such an intense game as well. When Alpha stood up, though, I was a little bit nervous. I was like, please, sit back down. Sit back down. And the reason that we even got to OT was just some brilliant gameplay from both sides. But let's take a look at Vitality on their defense.
There is a lot of like head-to-heads that are, of course, to be looked at. And, of course, we're speaking about the expectations that we have for Vitality and whatnot. One of the questions that I had is I want to see Safe excelling at Tejo. I want him to be the best. And this was a very, very good example of some of the struggles that Fnatic were having on the attack. Very well played. Less playing alone on the side is something that we saw a lot, either on B or on A. Him in his position, he is able to dodge that Fade ultimate. And it is so important to work with the time. Look at the effect that this Armageddon is having. With him also getting the kill onto Boaster makes things way, way more easy for Vitality to prevent this. I feel like the utility was just on points as Kicks just gets the kill onto Crashes, and it's just off the shooting in Valorant, right? Sometimes?
Yeah, I think you have to consider as well like how long the clock ran down for Fnatic here in their attack, and they didn't really bait out any of that utility before then, which is why they have all of this Breach utility, all of this Tejo utility, and as well, you need to consider that Tejo ultimate if you are going to run the clock down like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I love also the mix and match that we were seeing between being reactive and being proactive with the Tejo utility, which I think is one of the most key aspects. You need to balance out the conditioning that you put in your opponent, or if we're going to fight for certain zones of the map, we're going to put some pressure here, or also I'm just going to wait, now that I've conditioned you, to wait what you see to do against that, and that is when I stop. And I think that he was very, very good at that.
I love how it was the same story the other side. Vitality running out of time as well. Yeah. Fnatic doing the exact same thing back at them. And before this match started, I don't think we were wrong to assume it's going to be the Durka show, it's going to be the Kayak show, Alfie is going to be in the mix. But in the end, it really wasn't. The story of this map, if we really take a look at the numbers here, Billy, it was about the IGL on the side of Fnatic and Kicks on the side of Team Vitality. They dug them out of so many unwinnable situations.
They really did, and as much as their stats look great here, like, we just always forget as well about the supportive utility that both of these players are able to provide. I mean, Bea, you said it before we even went into this, Kicks is such an amazing player on split, such a strong breach, and then Boaster as well. There were so many rounds that he was pushing out of main with Kayak and just being able to get those first engagements, which is risky for someone that's on that controller as well, right? But I think that's a great thing that Fnatic did that I didn't see from them in kickoff, was taking more risks, which was really nice.
Yeah, and thinking about when we speak about the unsung heroes, even though Boaster was having and getting a lot of kills, he was being very successful. We saw in many rounds that he was very, very willing to drop his gun to someone else, to give it to Kayak, to give it to Alpha. It's not because he knows that he is getting the kills, but it's so important to make your teammates, if they're not having good rounds, feel comfortable, feel like you trust them, that you know that they can do it, and build that trust.
The way that he took a frenzy, like you said, he gave the gun to Alpha. Alpha had like 6 kills at the time.
I was hearing Tom and speaking about Kayak being
Anonymous, thank you with the 10. Another Anonymous as well with the 10. And Pigeon, thank you so much, Pigeon, as well. Appreciate the 10 at the end.
You know, just how clean this game was. Neither side threw a 5v3, a 5v2, or a 5v1. That's got to be one of the cleanest maps we've ever seen from two teams in EMEA after some of the shenanigans we saw yesterday.
You're welcome. Oh, you're just taking all the credit for the
next map. It will be Lotus, and this is where
Liam, thank you so much, Liam. Appreciate the prime as well. Thank you so much.
Heavily favor Team Vitality.
Oh, you have to.
Speaking of experience,
no, you completely have to. I mean,
we're excited for
K-Pop
later.
The amount of times that Vitality have played this already this
Are
year.
we, Fio? I don't know. You tell me.
And the only team to beat them on that map so far is G2 Esports. So of course you have to be worried for Fnatic.
Yeah.
Did they ever want to change their comp?
No,
ever.
But the thing is that Crashes can fit in. I
not super excited for K-Pop these days.
I actually really
more
like
worried
it.
for them.
Maybe I want to know how much this is ready.
More nervous than excited.
How
about that?
You know, this year, none. Against a Vitality that has been, one, very comfortable, and two, very adapt to the meta.
Do they go back?
Yeah, 100%.
Fnatic go back to the
really
old school.
This kind of arc for Crashes, playing that Fade a lot more going into this stage 1, but it's Alfie as well that I'm looking at being back on that Sentinel. We mentioned this last week.
Is it the map where Syvo just went
on that agent and how much value he can bring when he's on that?
I can't wait to see it. What a fantastic way to start this match
Who won
as
map
well.
1?
Mitch and Tom,
Vitality. It was close though.
To get some
like really close.
Valorant on map 2.
Close as you can get.
Well, give me a few more overtimes.
2023 plus 2025
Fnatic and Vitality has already delivered 18 to 16 on map number 1, and it goes in favor of Vitality. Now they come in on their home turf on Lotus, where they wanted to see the battle go down today. Let's see if it's going to be an easy closeout to
what
the
is
game.
This? Little
Fnatic
fist bump off a timing?
Bring something fresh to the server. Tom, when it comes to composition,
wait until they load in or something?
I think this is the 22nd time in a row that
timer
they've run this
stops?
composition. So
timer starts.
definitely not the
okay.
freshest of
Vitality on defense, Fnatic on attack.
Especially with the way that I think
and chat,
play,
we're at 1-1 pistol, right? Unless I completely missed something.
Without the same pieces of the puzzle,
I could for sure be wrong here.
As effectively as it did. The thing is though, Fnatic have always been happy. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, exactly. Let's see if Vitality can break Fnatic's toys.
Back with the Sheriff. They create a little bit of pressure over towards A.
Safe. Taking his HP bar down to the last. The early fight from Fnatic wasn't intended to be B. It's going to take a bit of space and embed Alpha.
Looking a little bit rough for Fnatic on this one. Obviously got to re-clear over towards A. 2-person holds. Kicks. Should be getting his stun back soon. Yeah, 9 seconds. Wait, I liked this though, the spam bait. So they think that the 1-person hold is over towards here, and then they walk out through the smoke thinking it's fine with the cover of their own wall. It's kind of smart.
Quite a bit further than maybe they would have expected. No, Durka is waiting and watching. That now leaves this as quite a one-dimensional take from the side of Fnatic. It seems like there's a decent idea. They're safe. Shrouded out
30 seconds
by that
left.
VIT utility means that they might just have an opportunity to try and put the pressure onto Sivov.
He is all alone, and with that door open, his back is now compromised. Wants to fight forward, and good for the first. That's all he's getting this time. Crashies knows there's a fight brewing with Safe, but has to go back to cover the plant. 10 seconds left. And it's time to get that spike on the floor. Durka dropping down's being heard, but there was no chance to stop the defuse, or the plant, I should say. The defuse now certainly
just
coming
with the
through.
timing.
Spoilers ahead.
It was close. Crashies gave this a really good go.
To see. He's still got that gameplay up his sleeve, even here on Lotus.
It seems to make very little difference what map or even what agent you put less on. He's always going to be behind you. You've always got to watch out. I also want to just bring in
this is one of the smartest players. Yeah, he's great to watch. Like even just if you just mini-map watch him, like he's very smart.
Oh god. There were 15 opening duels. How many do you
don't really have to worry about him making mistakes. What is this one?
I'm going to go in for
the 2 guns.
14.
Okay.
4. That's a few more.
Yeah. So it
out of
15. Yes. It was a
1 out long.
So they won.
And Fnatic, considering they got a plant, they buy a little bit more into it. Maybe a bit too much, we would say, but we'll see.
Sort of display versus Fnatic, and more so if it will matter. This has been an incredible map for them. The only defeat they've had was when they faced up against G2. One of the best teams in the world, and every other team they face, they've got a minimum of 8 rounds on the attack, and in most cases in EMEA, they've got at least 10. Well, they have got 10.
I was twinged a bit when you say G2 the best team in the world, or one of the best, just thinking on the last time that was true before that roster, and it was when Valorant was played in a very different way.
I might get some freebies there. Wait, what is this timing?
And then they got 13-0.
So there is no info over towards A at the moment, so they kind of get caught on the timing of switching out the rotates. And then they fake the B and try and catch C with only one person holding it. That's an absolute shot.
Oh, already good for one now. The rifles come into play. See, the goal here is to keep things as clean as possible. A plant would be nice.
So close. There was they ended up being safe, jump spotting to get him on the minimap, and Darka shot him to the floor. Concept with the tier 1, thank you so much. Darka got him from Waterfall.
If he just chucks out the map.
Yeah, 15 seconds left. He could even run and
he has no idea how many board into this.
Vitality here could be worth it, but the players he'll fight might not all have weapons.
Very nice.
One shot landed. Should get that Bulldog back.
Durka throws that away and gets the Bulldog back, and you would imagine one of the people closer can pick up the
Vitality, not too much lost. A 2-0 start. And like we said, you know, Fnatic 5-0 up on the last map. Climbed back after Vitality took the lead. Brought us to an overtime. Had many opportunities to close it out. Now, looking at the games yesterday, Tom, we've seen that crumble teams mentally, but I would be astonished if that was the case for Fnatic. Let's see if they can take this 3rd round, though. Whether they're crumbling mentally or not, this will certainly lift your spirits.
I think no matter what, I won't. Even if they get stomped here, I won't argue it's down to mental. I think this team's done way too much. I might argue that it's down to Vitality being insane.
It's a really devastating start to this round.
Kind
of like this from Vitality. I didn't see their full reaction to the smoke on the floor here. But it looked like,
deal a death blow.
Because the smoke's to counter the one way, it looks like they just did salvos either side of it and spam the smoke.
Wall that we love to see utilized to take space. Instead,
lose A control, instant drone over towards B. If there's someone over towards B, you know they're likely to be split. If you don't see anyone to B, it means you can heavy rotate over towards A with the numbers. So we can see 3 on A right now.
Paranoia is going to keep them back a little longer. With that deep information we're talking about for Durka, yeah, they know, they're ready for this blitz to come through on the A side. Salvos to slow as soon as the door opens. Whoa, that was almost a big mistake. Pressure on, and Safe knows it. Body's coming around the corner, he's down below in the well. Creeps around the backside as well, barely avoiding Alfier's gaze. And the 2 versus 4, thanks to that shot.
But while this has gone on the whole time, Durka's been pushing over towards C.
Boaster to still be in rubble till they hear his steps. They just heard him running. Durka was well within range, and you can see. Oh, maybe not.
No, maybe not. Maybe comes.
Alfier's aggressive position. This could even things up if he wins. The fight's not clean, but he does get
Dude,
the kill.
Only took 1 damage though, like 1 bullet.
Puts things back into a 2v2, and they've expected Boaster to run away, to go back to try and join his teammate. The thing is that tap, it forces Alpha's hand, but he still manages to survive.
Oh my, Alpha though, what is this round? That first shot was really nice. And the third and the fourth was awesome as well.
Buried, but put this man back on a killjoy, and he'll deliver.
It's good to see him smiling down there early on. Had a bit of a shaky start to split and a few whiffy moments as well. But this was looking
Sure, this is the problem with Alpha. He says that he doesn't like playing the Sentinel role, but he's kind of just too good at it. He does just seem to farm in it. His win rate's great.
A bit whiffy up top as well, but onto Durka and finishing off kicks with ease. The Beast is back. Well, let's see if that holds true. A 4-piece for Alpha and a round for Fnatic, but a full buy coming through from their opponents now. They had a lot of weapons to fight with in the last.
We got
this one will look that little bit better.
4 that can't buy here, 3 that can't buy here.
Definitely an opportunity loss for Vitality. How that round started off, I think. Close to being able to get him from behind, but
okay, just tap and see if there's any kind of reaction. This is smart though, right? They're tapping with the raise. If there's some kind of punish here, they can get out with the raise, but you would imagine what's going to happen is Fade is going to come over here and get the orb. The only thing that I don't like from Fnatic at the moment is this orb is going to be for Fade, and as soon as the orb goes out... Wait.
Base being taken. Dirk at the first point of contact doesn't want to overface, and actually, Kayak has found 2.
Fair play, man. They just popped without a fade.
Yeah, less going down to the nade as well as open the site.
I was about to say it's going to be too predictable, right? They're going to get the fades here. Once you see it, you know they're going to hit over towards C, but they ended up picking up the orb on Alpha. And then just popped into sight with honestly not too much util.
In terms of credits, that may come into play. They even decide to go for this 3 versus 4, they lose 1 player and it's time to fall back. They see an onslaught of utility and it may just be the same. Salvos and a pop flash inside the smoke. Kix has got the cover he needs to follow through on that kill without disruption. But when they step a little wider, Kayak and Alpha ready to clean up, all on C-Buff, and no idea that Crashies has wrapped around.
Oh my god, it's so close. I think he doesn't have it.
Down to the last few seconds, but
oh man, that last shot's crazy though.
But a fight that still goes to Fnatic.
Dude, I'm still confused by their pop here. Omen flash, nade, molly. That's it.
Knowing just about when he needed to peek, but that is really unlucky for Seabov. Again, that looked like a round that was done and dusted with
it's a
the
lovely
initial
little pop to
take
be
and the
fair
hold, but he somehow made that one incredibly
util dump the back of sight so everyone just aims on the right.
Reactions at the
they
end.
got all these freebie rounds last game, so now it's time for us to get some.
Clearly both the feeling they should have won
the freebie rounds. Hopefully he's not talking about this round. That would scare me.
Immediately dealing
Good start though.
with Durka, and this was an aggressive push that we've seen a few times.
The worst thing you could do after they played that is get eco'd. They're up against 1 Sheriff though. It's a 4v5 and there's 1 Sheriff.
While patiently playing as a squad to make sure that they're not going to be able to steal.
Yeah, I like this though from Fnatic, right? They realize that they saw a lot over towards here. They smoke this off. They open the door. They create pressure like they're instant reacting over towards A. But instead, they're 4-person walking over towards C. Can't be mad at Vitality for reacting like this of what's going on. This is going to be an empty site. It's going to be an empty site, and Kayak might be able to get the plant here once they realize that it's free.
Full default with
Which
40 seconds left. The best play and
for next round.
The only chance most of the time is to group up.
Yeah, there we go, and they get the good plant. Dude, next round's going to be pretty hard for Vitality, you would imagine.
For free and Fnatic able to set up into post
Good calling on this one.
We talked earlier about Alpha and Crashies potentially having ult for this, and indeed they do it. But again, seeing them, if they commit even one of those ults, Vitality can be pretty happy about that. They won't deal the damage to the weapons, but at least the ult economy will go down.
Okay, throw in.
Realistically, their goal
they
here
want
is
some
not
more.
even
Throw
to
in
bait out ultimates.
Spectre over towards Chronicle, and he's just out here hunting.
Outside of B main and wait for Fnatic to come knocking. Then they can make it really costly.
Already cleared way too much space.
Yeah.
Outside of B. I think Fnatic realizing that something's afoot. Just opt to run back in the other direction. Maybe an assist or 2 for Timmy the turret. But no, it's just gonna be
it looks like the turret just mowed them all down.
All of those additional orbs to their opponents, but Fnatic will take the lead. Now, something I want to just premise again, when you look at this map, Vitality have had some frankly ridiculous attack sides. Again, you're talking about 8 rounds playing T1 at Masters, 10 rounds versus GX, 10 rounds versus Team Liquid. They are incredible at the attack side.
The thing about Vitality having only having Viper as a Sentinel, I think it's so fine to have this comp. I think it works. My one peeve at the moment is I don't think they're playing aggro enough.
But even 4 or 5 rounds,
that's like my main thing at the moment.
On the defense.
I think if you look at a couple of the rounds, when they like leave info here and leave info here, in my opinion, it's like you can't really play like that. At least for the first like 50 seconds, 40 seconds.
Or do just the same as the others. And this is why they can be much slower in their approach to this early round. They don't need to have a lot of space to springboard off of, especially when you're pushed up like that.
Reclear over towards A. Smoke goes down, they open the door. They're an instant reaction as they realize they're going aggro A.
He is dancing around those shots, waiting for them to run out of ammo, and as they retreat and reload, he pushes on. That'll get them a plant, and again, we talk about the crowd control.
Yeah, they got
just
space
running
at
the clock
least.
down. He won't get a kill with the showstopper, but he's got
They want more. Veto goes in. Oh boy, they put a lot of ults into this. Darker his ult to retake. That's an incredible distraction. Speaking of Darker though,
thing is, though, they didn't
wait, they didn't go for the plant?
They're now going back over
wait, they
to
might
the
overcook this one a little bit.
Trying to sell this ruse, and with the Rolling Thunder on the other side, safe with Dirk combining, it looks like Fnatic might have overcooked this one a little bit. The Spike now has to go back once again, and sure, on a site hold, in a 1 versus 3, it was basically going back to the last map. Crashy's managed to thrive. This would have to be the best of them. Already giving away his position. Sure, he'll take
nicely done from Durka. I think they looked at Kix's ult here and were basically had. I think Boss's brain is thinking we can't hold after plant against a
by making that late play towards A main, and then Durka did exactly the same to him. The site hold as well, the Rolling Thunder committed by Kix got them so much. And again, sort of from the start, once Alfier gets picked off through the wall, that's what opens the door for Durka to make this play. That's when Durka says, okay, I've been holding this, no one's here, I'll push up because
I got your up.
They're not going to catch me. They're not going to hit me with a turret. I'll be able to sneak up, get a shot off, and gate crash
faster
out.
playing over towards A.
3-3.
Probably if they wanted to do this, I think Chronicle has to take more space than he did.
2 ultimates utilized as well. However, lockdown and maybe a Chronicle Viper's Pit might finally be seen. It is a mystery to us. Can just fight for that orb. A lot of the time the defense are not going to play this far forward. In fact, it's interesting, the C site is where we've basically seen Durka almost every single round. Like, they are happy to just take the control, have him posted up in case anybody wants to try and fight that direction. But it then just allows them to bolster the other side of the map. You're seeing 3
the drone does clear. The drone's kind of nice because most drones don't clear back a yellow, back a rubber though.
They've walked straight through the door. Sivov, they knew he was there, but a little bit too late.
That's
the pieces connect.
Dude, this guy loves Lotus, man, you can tell.
You lose that fight on A main, you got to go somewhere else. You got to take space.
A lot
For a
of
moment,
confidence.
it looked like they would go walking.
They're gonna
right
BC
into
split this guy.
Instead, the B
does have a
site is their
TP
new
for a little
target,
bit.
Alpha, 56 HP. But an ult online if they want to use it. Keep an eye on the gate crash for Durka as well. That's going to fade out.
Dude, I'm looking at both just creating pressure over towards A at the same time they create pressure B. Hey, even I don't know what they're doing. Nice kill. Les must be so confused. Boasties? Oh, the Omen Flash. Oh my, what an Omen Flash.
And he's going to take some damage as he backs away.
Dude, Boaster did a madness over towards A. Fair play.
Really something that Vitality can deny.
Have to fight their way back through with Durka on the op. It's not the easiest to make work on these kind of angles, and the lockdown put into play. Now we save. There's no
maybe that
other
was
choice.
their original plan. The breach, but they did get out in the replay, so I'm not sure.
From this position, they had to be able to at least trade out the kill, but that'll stop the
okay, this ends up being a great round. Chat, who hit this shot, by the way? Is this Crashies? Whoever hit the heaven shot just kind of made this incredibly easy for them.
In the early rounds, it's back and forth, and for Vitality,
Crashes.
Keeping them in
yeah,
with a real shot to close this 2-0.
What a kill.
Again, what these teams have played, I know not same rosters for the most part. Certainly, Durka would have been on the other side. But historically, Vitality and Fnatic as an organizational battle always goes Fnatic's way. In all the iterations of Vitality, they've taken 2 maps off of Fnatic. So coming in today with a 1-0 and a real chance to not just beat them,
it's a shit
but 2-0, brutalize them. It's going to put Vitality in a good mental state.
The bad, it is a mistake from Safelo, and then that's like the A pressure of the smoke and the door made him rotate like this. But I think when your wall is down, you gotta. They gave him like an easy shot, right? I thought it was a nice shot from Crashy. It's relatively easy.
With a clear game plan, like they go back for the same B tank, knowing that okay, if we get into the post plant, that lockdown is just so oppressive. Like you're looking to try and get back into the site, but you have to give up every single piece of control. So you hit that timing maybe 10 seconds after you plant. Firstly, the clock runs down, but also it's almost impossible because you then have to re-clear everything you've just had and had to give up because of that lockdown. What I will say is now the ults have flipped.
Halagren and Leo. Thank you so much, Halagren and Leo. Thank you for the donations.
Get back that Nightfall that was utilized.
Appreciate you doing that.
But other than that, Dimensional Drift, and more importantly, that Armageddon. We have seen
so
many
W spams in for the donuts.
Ludicrous plays combining
Fnatic Leo, maybe.
With the salvos, be it
you never know.
Clear a site that's been taken, or just to deny a plant in general.
Again, for people who are just joining us, we are doing charity stream today. Hope for the day. That's what the donos are about. That's what the thing above me.
The damage they've been doing in some of these rounds
is about. If you want to donate,
enough to keep Fnatic in a risky spot, right?
Is,
they don't just
the
have
prevention,
one buy round to win, and then
prevention suicide,
into winning ways, get that little bit of a lead.
Getting people to know that it's okay to not feel okay. Get everyone talking.
Dispensing those ults in the last round certainly helped out.
Everyone talking and reaching out and just having
look at how things went in that previous map, Tom. It was a very slow start.
You feel like you can reach out to people. It was kind of what we're trying to do in chat here.
It seemed like a real diff between the two. Durka woke up towards the end, heated up into that map, and by the looks of it, into the series as well. A much better face to him, and also you can understand it when so much of his value on Split was the operator in those aggressive spots early on. Well, this map, that's a playstyle that just thrives here on Lotus. So
catching on.
I expect, yeah, he's 6-4 right now, but with the op coming online only more recently, I think it's going to get a whole lot better for Durka and a whole lot more difficult for Fnatic to fight for that early space.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one because I feel like this is a map where I even think back to, I think it was Safe getting his
color
team
coordination. Oh yeah, dude, you went 150.
By getting an ace to close out. Individually, he's always been fantastic on this map. The problem though is I think when you face off against Fnatic on Lotus, and you're that IGO, you're that leader, the guy who has to make a lot of the calls, you need to be so focused in. There's a squad that I think Boaster does an excellent job
for you if you want.
Of taking back map control midway through a round and then quick switching to another side. I think B is the prime example.
2 subs per 100,000 donors.
Oh,
okay, I see.
You can still quickly
damn, you sacrificed the color coordination.
Even going just back through that broken door towards the A site. And if you're caught off, we even saw it a couple of rounds ago.
How much of a chance you give EG to beat Sentinels?
Just, okay, I haven't seen anything on B in ages.
I do. Sentinels
immediately finished off. So
don't look crazy consistent, but I haven't liked what I've seen from EG. So
of what's going to be going on,
I would give it a 70-30. I think that's fair.
And I think they've been caught a couple of times.
Maybe give them an extra 3% because Potter always
back towards rubble, and then Chronicle again doing the same.
Potter hasn't lost the Kaplan,
right? It feels like in those moments Fnatic are perfectly communicating and holding that ground, and sometimes Vitality get a little bit lost.
Wento in the YouTube chat, thank you. Means it's so important when one goes through a hard time, so everyone can find and know that they can count on their online or IRL communities. Thank you so much for saying that, Wento. Very, very true.
And on the same page, and you can see Faded firing away with what he's been watching.
I'm just going 3% or 3%. I mean,
5 rounds.
3%'s a 3%.
It's 4-3 on the board with Vitality with a real chance thanks to ultis coming online, thanks to operator and play. But considering they were 2-0
up, I appreciate you doing that, dude. Thank you.
Yeah, recency bias goes to Fnatic. Seems like the momentum, the win in their sails. Here's where Vitality have to put them to an early stop.
What do you feel like EG miss? I don't think they have the best read on the meta, personally.
That wasn't somebody spilling a drink. I did see Alfie, you know, I'd say there's a 50-50
gone a lot
chance.
different to what they're doing.
Any game, any day.
Especially with the team that they have.
Maybe stood up a little bit too quickly, took half the desk with him.
I've seen those cups, you can hit them and they don't fall over, and it's a miracle Fnatic haven't
where are we
bought
at?
yet.
Vitality.
Maybe buy him a few.
Yeah, maybe.
Money's low for 2 of them.
I think most players have like 17 drinks on their desk at once, so.
I've seen people come in with 4 keyboards.
Prowler clears over to...
It's a risky game, and actually,
dude, what was that? Little double jump peek? I'm not sure about that one.
That's the reason they've had to avoid
coordination
this
was slightly off
but
there.
it's also a reason that they've been able
coordination
to
and
challenge
comms.
quite a lot towards B. I think Safe's definitely heard a step or two, getting that stun ready. But just because there's commitment
dude, Dark
here
has been
early
doing this
doesn't
all
mean
the
they're gonna
time.
completely commit. Bear in mind, this is a couple of rounds in a row they've head towards this B site. It could all be a ruse.
Paranoia put through. Boaster blinded, but he's up close. Has his senses back just in time to get Seabuff backing off. And they know that up top
so close to getting the spike. Oh my goodness.
The push up is huge from Durka.
Drone goes over towards B, spots someone here, so they know the original plan was to split over towards B. With that, Durka might actually speed up and get a free kill here. Dude, it's so unlucky for him. Tail makes it look like he's hitting over towards A. Wait, that's Safe's Tail.
Slowing them down on the A side, drawing them into battles. They step
oh my god, nice
shots.
shots.
They step forward on A, and no ground really taken until now.
Dude, every time Durka clears a corner or goes round a corner, they manage to get round it like 2 seconds before. Does have the ult for this. Good ult into the Viper ult and try and get Leicester spams.
Perfectly timed for him to get their dimensional drift used to try and clear out positions, wanting to try and get rid of Crashies, but Crashies still wins that fight. And now for Durka, he's got to try and find not only the Viper, but some space to play with. Went back. Has at least a little bit of extra HP, but that is ticking away. Needs Chronicle to fall, and he finds the headshot, but has to be wary of the player
very nice. Dude, nicely done from Crashies here. I mean,
just on the edge.
They won a good amount of duels.
Losing some fights, but again, it's
it was interesting. They like tail ulted to try and make him go into the B split.
Because
they had 2 on B.
Catching a couple of players around that door position. And they now extend that lead a little further.
Dude, the shots in this round are kind of nuts.
Phenomenal play by Crashies as well. This is a round that looked done. It looked to be in the gutter, and a big 3-piece from him. The first 2 getting them.
I've got the cleanest guns in the West. I need a permit for mine.
Never heard anyone chat more waffle at the end of rounds.
No, he really is up there, man.
I absolutely love it.
He's always got something to say.
I'll tell you that. Keeps
it must be hard to be in a bad mood when someone just says stuff like that at the end of every round.
Yeah. No, he's a tough guy to be in a bad mood around. I'll tell you that. I mean, I'd say that for most of Fnatic, it is just like, you look at it as a vibe
yeah,
scene.
they do look like they're having a lot of fun.
Popping the dances, but outside of that, they've cut the skill.
Honestly, ever since Mini left, it does look like the team looks really fun.
Vitality, well, they're not able to put all the pieces together here. It's
and a lot of them have said it's the happiest they've ever been.
Here on the defense, and on the attack, maybe you got a chance. Group up and just look to snowball into them. On the defense, that's a little bit more difficult to do, especially on a map with 3 sites. At least on split, you go A or you go B. But here, there's a tertiary option.
Yeah, and also just the way that Fnatic plays. As I said, they're constantly changing up late into the round. So even if you gambled and then you heard them go another way, you might have gambled correct at the beginning, and then you second guess yourself, you get picked apart.
You hate to see it. This happened on Nico.
Picked apart. Seaboth.
Nice little pressure over towards C. Can understand why he did it.
Sheriff can be unkind. Unfortunately, that is now the spike crossing to the site. Eventually, will get the job done. At least finding one, you can see a slightly safer position.
There's a world where
just
less.
to make sure there isn't really a chance.
Might be the world.
Another pick coming up.
I didn't even get a chance to finish it.
Should be nasty. I don't know how they're making this round competitive. That's a little whiffy, but the job gets done in the end. A 2 versus 2.
Boaster, man. He's just wrecking them all.
I think has done enough. Seaboth to try and fight versus the remaining 2.
Very nice.
Eventually, a mini heart attack, but Fnatic get it over the line.
I was getting ready
you can
to
tell
be a little
Boaster watches
critical
a lot,
because in a
though.
round like this where you're looking at
Gets
pistols
the same
for your
amount of smoke
opponents,
kills.
I
mean, the
should
whole
be
game
there,
right
not
now is
just
set
from
up
the
for
press
smoke
cap,
kills.
but also
Loads of
from what they'd
teams that play
already
double
seen.
controller.
That man didn't have a
Every
weapon,
choke point is a small
nor did
choke
the second
point.
pickup that they found
You
from
tag when you
Boaster in
spam.
mid, or
The
in B, I
Phantom
should
is
say.
just the better gun
And the
at the
thing is, he
moment.
goes up into heaven. This leaves the rest of Fnatic 3 players
Watches a
on
good
the
amount,
site
so he
that they
knows
don't
what
have
people are
control
most
over
likely
back.
to react.
They don't have control over door. They have heaven, but they don't have the spawn
Chemistry's
side
a little bit
towards
off
Waterfall.
almost.
The worst high five of all time, Ben.
Yeah, I was about to say, you
He's
need to work on the
interested.
synergy, lads.
But
Dude,
honestly,
they
that
knew
came down to
they knew
Boaster.
the
If he doesn't
replay's
have
gonna get
success
him.
on flank, then the round was thrown away by the lack of control.
Must
But
have been a
instead,
jump spot.
Yeah, I reckon it was a jump spot.
Look at where
Boaster commits
he
it.
actually died. It doesn't even look like he's out far
Boaster's
enough to
just gonna
even
sit in the
take any
smoke now,
damage.
surely.
That's a big start, a switch up, trying to maneuver.
Hold up, he
Down
knows that
into
the
new
people over towards here got
positions, putting
Visoid, so he's
over on
kind
C
sorry, got
instead, and with him
Vetoid,
gone,
so he kind
you
of
already see
ran
that has been
to a
completely
position,
claimed
and
by
he's created a
Kayak.
little bit of
Also,
pressure.
if the orb is still there, that could be...
Oh, imagine it. But everyone had to go hunt for
he was
him.
in heaven, though. I think he had the right
And
play
so they
there.
left
Like,
the site.
You're trapped, you're surrounded.
He actually did
you've gotta
incredible.
spring on something.
Like the
And
fade ult
especially with them thinking
really
he's on the other
really
angle,
helped it
that's
out.
where the danger
They get
lies.
the
There
good
would be a
plan. I just hope that
split
they
through to B. It
actually
makes sense. Deep
have
aggression
someone over
from
towards
Kayak,
here.
knowing that
Especially now
Boaster
with the
is
setup,
drawing
like they
forces
should just
in
go
the other
heavy.
direction. And indeed, Showstopper
Go for a little
online now, but
2-2.
that should be
Oh
used
my
as a safety
goodness,
net,
Alpha.
especially now. 4v2, no need to throw it in. Even the nade there, delaying them further. And I think Vitality, whether they are a big fan of a waterfall retake or not, I don't really care. I think they're just
Fnatic
falling
are
back
definitely,
to save these weapons. And for
definitely
Fnatic,
looking good,
that's
though.
exactly what they hope for. 7 rounds now guaranteed
They've
to be on the
always
board.
got like a
And with
half of
4
a map
alive
that
and
looks
op
great.
saved over as well, they're set to close out this half in a very strong position.
I think
That's the
Boaster
thing, though,
individually
the
is
early
looking
fight for
impressive.
Althea, having that operator, that was basically set up as a denial for Durka. He's been peeking out most rounds, as said. He's been controlling that. So that was Althea, well,
Total
being the
pistols,
alpha,
a
just
2-1 for
taking that
Vitality.
Clear fight. Kayak's made a bit of a slip up and gone down to the spike.
draw it
but
if you want.
I don't think it's going to do too much damage to the economy. But instead, I think it was actually just a jump spot from Les that I believe barely even showed anything. I'm hoping we'll have the replay of it. It must have been, yeah, literally just nothing. And that's enough Althea to take the opener. And by that point, you've kind of lost so much control. Like they had a free walk into C.
Oops.
And yeah, that's...
I thought I'm safe here.
Yeah, they did. They had a free walk into C, but again, this is Boaster going for the TP deep into spawn, surviving on 10 HP, and making the call many players wouldn't, but many players should, of Durka just shot me. He almost took me down. I survived a brush with death. I'm out of here. Runs in the other direction and forces them to hunt him down. That's what buys the
Money
C
for
site.
Fnatic is outrageous.
Fnatic almost for free.
They buy
It's been a rough half.
buy for the rest of this half, and honestly, they might do the
Sung the praises of their
might
attack
buy a couple
half,
of
but
Odins or like Ops and hold
do need
to
something
something
to play
in
with.
the next rounds.
Fnatic
They
have
got
been
some options, throwaway guns.
adapting throughout.
Not really seen this
Very
one. Smoke
caged
towards
here with
heaven.
denial of
Wait,
C
we
site
got a
in the
molly on
last.
top of this as well? What's the molly
Now
go?
what looks like a much more direct hit
Molly go
towards
here?
this A site.
No, molly goes in front.
Oh, slowed completely. But he's got
Oh no,
plenty of
molly
time
goes back to
still
sight.
on that
I saw it here.
showstopper. Up close.
Wait, that's nice.
a
So you
big
force them
hit.
over towards the
Less
left,
down.
so you have free
Nade
pathing.
chasing kicks, and
Wait,
he's
this
in
is a six
trouble
strat.
with the C's. Just about staying alive, but look at the reinforcements.
Durka's
They're all
been
coming
doing
in.
this
Durka from the back
all
might
the
be able
time.
to find value. In fact, he'll be pushed all the way back by
Yeah, and it's a
Althea,
good reaction.
while
They
the
know that he
take is
pushed
coming
over
into the
towards
B
C.
site.
Dude, the
The
mid-running
space
is
that was
really
given up
nice.
by Vitality, trying to reinforce the back of A, ends up biting them in the back as Fnatic.
Do they
tap
go
this
for the
fight on B,
overcook again?
and
Had a
now
chance to plant
avoid
over
this
towards B,
walk-up.
kicks
This
one
could
away
be
from his ult.
disastrous.
C
If we saw Durka able to capitalize instead, they
is where
make
they
it to the
decide to
C
go
site,
for.
minus Alpha here.
Yeah, they're getting like the
Seems
good
all time.
plant
Seems
because they haven't
like
cleared
they
over
had
towards
an idea
mound.
over on the Vitality side that they might opt to switch back. And yeah, you mentioned it. This is a late rotation coming through, maybe a little bit too late. Boaster needs to hold the line.
Boaster's got a delay for a long time.
As he watches,
Yeah, and top of the spike is
now
rough.
knowing his teammates up close, but needing to try and deny. If there was someone spamming it, coming through on the other side, Chronicles actually managed to find one more, but Kix is still waiting patiently. Chronicle
Jump up, jump up,
trying to
jump up.
face off versus two, needs a little bit
Jump
more.
up.
Shots connected, but Kix is just sticking the defuse, even let's go. It takes a lot for Vitality to finally get back
Close.
onto the board, but with 4, they close that gap at least a little.
Well, maybe even enough. 8-4, a much easier half to recover on, and well, we're not done yet. It could be a 7-5 half in their favor, a streak from Fnatic. 7 out of 8
over
rounds,
peak. Yeah, I think definitely Alpha could have played it differently in terms of like
for the pick onto less. It's remarkable.
Playing for his life.
What a job by Seavelf up top, by Safe containing that deeper aggression. I think the over rotation of the A site almost cost them, but the fact that they filled in the gap so quickly stopped Fnatic from being able to take advantage.
I wanted him to jump up like before the smoke was going.
Under pressure. 3 players stacked up on C, and early on,
So he was already there.
To go there for the pick. It's probably a good job he did.
Just to get rid of that turret. We've seen it a couple of times, and it's just to put further doubt in the minds of Fnatic.
Is down.
Sending through the drone. That's going to be the Rolling Thunder, a very aggressive take, but Chronicle still manages to land a couple of shots from afar. I don't mind the idea,
late
but
pinch in.
not being able to fight from the player so deep.
Les, once the door opens, he ults.
They've left Les
right?
alone. Bear in mind,
Door opens.
he does have the Viper's Pit and only a Spectre, so at some point, if he is going to utilize it, it needs to be soon. But this was all a ruse. Again, the push and pull that Fnatic put through on this map, they baited out the Viper's Pit, and they're not even going that way.
I don't know. Oh, look at the position of kicks.
Oh, the 2 HP Chronicles got him.
On for the third, and this is a
Dude, they get 8.
Beautiful read from Fnatic.
Well,
Not
did
that
they get
play,
8?
but the start of the round, they knew Vitality had pushed up when the alarm bot was broken as an addition. The reaction, I don't know if we'll hear it on the comms, but Alpha clearly called for it. They wrapped back, they were ready for that push-up. The response from Chronicle covering his teammates as the Rolling Thunder came in, keeping him alive.
Chat, look at how far away Les is.
This round alive single-handedly, 4 kills. He's down on 2 HP, and he'll not get a chance to bring the Viper's Pit online. It's the last round of the half. Les is walkabouts. He is running out of time quickly. And I think at this point, you might almost just save the weapon for the stats.
Yeah, what can you even do at this stage? Yeah, you're a 1 versus 4. Spike is ticking. You're on the other side of the map. You got completely baited by Fnatic, like playing early, like denying that aggression, and then just sprinting over towards that side of the map. He'll get himself one extra kill just to improve his stats.
I wonder how
for
much Chronicle
VLR
flamed him.
Scoreboard readers, but ultimately a stellar half coming through from Fnatic.
And more importantly, he got his cast up, and that's what it's all about. A nice 8-4 cushion for Fnatic. Let's see if it's enough for them to bring us to map 3 after the break.
This is a very nice half though from Fnatic. Okay, let's mute this for a little bit. Do a quick check in. We have Tim. Tim, thank you so much for the 10, dude. Appreciate you, Tim. Pat as well. I think I missed that earlier. Thank you so much for doing that as well. Let's get W's for Tim. W Tim. I mean, it's another good start for Fnatic. Tumu with the tier 1. Thank you with the 4 months, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Like here for the moment. A without a pistol? Yeah, no, it's an insanely strong half. Map 1? Dude, map 1 was a banger, yeah.
Lead, and they're looking to bring us to map 3, but first they have to best Vitality on their own pick. And now Vitality moved to the attack side. They scrounged together a couple rounds, quite literally 2 rounds, after the pistol and the follow-up anti-eco. So it's been a slow start for Vitality, but there's been moments, there's been sparks, and again, Sivov, one of the best debuts that we've seen. And he's continuing on his
2-1 at the moment.
Vitality, pulling
2-1
the
for the
sled from the
pistols.
front. 4 rounds in it. This pistol could close the gap, or it could make this a real uphill battle. Durka not liking the ladder.
An 8-4 half in the last map was not enough for Fnatic to take it over the line, and we've mentioned throughout, Vitality looks so comfortable when it comes to the attack side of Lotus, so much so that a lot of the time we don't get to see much of their defense. Kayak realizing he needs to try and pad the gap after Chronicle is lost immediately. Does a little bit
I
of
like
chip
his confidence
damage,
though. 4v5, they cleared over towards here with a drone. He waits a little bit and no one followed it up, so he tried to re-clear all of this.
Positions that I think players have earned.
Take a gamble over towards A.
For. And whenever I think of this C site, I think of Alpha.
I wouldn't blame Alpha if he tries to stick around and get one here, but he'll probably leave the site.
Towards the B site. If they do go this way, it's just down to that man and his pistol.
Well, you might be calling for the orb to go up, but that's not possible with Chronicle down in the dirt. Alpha gonna follow suit, as is Boaster. A convincing set of opening duels for Vitality. And it looks like that scoreline is about to get a whole lot closer. Considering half of their rounds come off the back of winning the pistol in the first half, it is certainly a breath of fresh air to see them keep themselves in it after such a close map number 1. We know they've got it in the tank.
Okay, very, very nice.
5 to 8. The gap closes. And Fnatic should be on an eco.
Yeah, not expecting a defensive side force.
3-1 in the pistols.
Very surprised to see anything of the sort, but it would have been nice for Fnatic, in fact, on both maps to get the pistol in that second half. Just be able to give themselves a little bit of a boost. Because, as I said, once Vitality get rolling on the attack side, it can be very difficult. I will say,
what do you think about Ye's idea to reduce environmental damage while in the spike diffuse area? Wait, what?
This would
reduce the heavy damage post-bomb meta.
Wait,
what does he mean? It means when the spike's down, if you're in the blast radius, you can't use you till it does damage.
But right now, even though the scoreline is
Veto does less
firmly
damage?
in their favor, it is definitely not over.
Reduces the damage? Dude, that's
Yeah, right. About those adjustments.
in the diffuse range. Oh, only on the circle. Okay, then it's not as mad as I thought.
Yeah. Well, this is the 22nd time.
I think there's better ways of handling it. To be honest, it's not the worst idea ever. Like I think any kind of take like that is going to be okay if you're trying to reduce the afterplant meta stuff, but it doesn't seem. It doesn't make sense, I guess is what I'm saying.
Coming ahead in a lot of those battles. This one should not be one of them.
Like imagine if they actually did this change, everyone would just be like, what the hell are you guys doing?
Vitality have
Like,
left
that's the weirdest way of handling it.
Back. I thought they were going to go for that. Instead, it's going to be Les crossing over, who runs into 2.
Great shots.
Okay, runs through.
To the sheriff shots from Vitality at the moment.
A free push back towards the other side of the map. I think they even had salvos to deny any cheeky peeks that could have come in from the corner. Those 2 kills completely changed the stature of this round, and while Vitality is still pulling in that sort of FPX style of purchase, you've got 2 pistols.
Dude, imagine explaining that to like noobs though.
If they keep all 5
like this is the problem. Like sure, like that's with the brain that everyone is like, it's a pro play game only. Imagine a bronze player. He comes in, he's got the salvos on the spike, but they don't do as much damage as they did earlier. Like that's not a thing. You're nading someone on the head, you're just like, wait, why didn't this kill them? You tail ult someone that's diffusing, doesn't kill them. It's just not a good way of handling it. Again, he's talking about the right things, I just think it's a weird idea.
They've well and truly earned it with their support.
Well, 8 to 6. Both pistols, both follow-ups, now under the belt of Vitality. But this is the round where things truly get interesting. You might be thinking, well, Tom, this is normally a bonus. This is one you'd heavily favor.
What about having Cove should nullify projectiles while like bounces off of them? See, that's not the worst thing ever. And then you got counterplay where for once you might actually want to play Harbor. And then K-Corp can finally
what I can currently see on the board, it looks like
give us a good reason why they're playing Harbor.
Invest into the operator. Mitch, I'm sure you're slightly more excited about a different gun.
Damn, strong arm. Does that really go here?
The big boy out on Boaster. One of my favorite players to see utilize this weapon.
I can't see on the minimap. I'm going to say he's hit it. The alarm bolt's kind of blocking exactly where it will go. I reckon he hit it. Chat, anyone got better eyes than me? Wait, I think it is there.
Has to set up a smoke. And for Durka especially being here, knowing who you're up against, that's a brave play. You know how this guy likes to play. The trigger finger, the only difference between an opening pick for Boaster, Vitality being able to approach this late round with their operator still intact. For now, it looks like they will keep it. Oh, I could have spoken too soon. It's on his head.
Oh, God.
Too loud. Maybe Boaster will hear you.
You know someone in the crowd is just shouting. Great shots. Dude, this pause for some reason is the best pause ever.
In a solid position, spike on the deck, retrieving that is not going to be easy, and you can already see.
Like if you actually play that spot in ranked, I'm telling you, even if you got aim like bacon, you'll still get kills.
Out, and Vitality were basically looking for
it's so strong.
For the majority of the round.
This is the way that people face. It's normally like they feel like they clear it and then they W key. Right? You kind of clear everything and then they W key.
Looking for the head, but doesn't get anything, and Alfia immediately swings. Les has taken space on B and does manage to win the fight, but they need to get that spike first.
TP out of there. Boasties hears it.
Straight into the hands of Boaster with the Odin.
Very nice.
The spike down, but it was irrelevant.
He did a little bit of damage. Bacon catching a straight. Dude, is the first person I could think of. There wasn't. That like doesn't have the best aim.
Now the problem with that bonus, Mitch, is although it was a bonus, they did buy an operator. So not only is that going to go into their opponent's hands, but also that takes the economy low enough that there is now a piece missing.
Exactly. We're bolstering the Fnatic buy, and at the cost of your own economy. Certainly not an ideal scenario for Vitality to be fighting up against 3 rounds.
Bacon is just the image that goes into my head for a bad player.
He'll be playing as Salvos most of the round, and I think
the poor guy. Thing is, the poor guy doesn't even get a chance to play to get his rank up.
Les is down to
I
58.
just forever can dunk on him.
To the stinger.
I reckon he didn't spam it in the last round just for the surprise factor.
Could be, yeah. Do it in
maybe,
the more
maybe they
round.
won't expect. Well, no, it's not even that. It's they wouldn't expect me to buy it, but now they know I have it.
God, look at this damage though.
It could well be.
Strong amount of chip damage. Still got double here. This Omen Flash hits 2. Oh, that's an incredible stun to stop him from peeking.
Has to send it to the backside.
Big smoke.
Chasing him down.
Wait, Chronicle's got so much info. You should have seen 2 Tether.
Down, but Chronicle from the side, picking up a few. Stinger unsafe alongside his salvos have brought this back to even territory.
Oh my god.
Still have Chronicle though. He's tearing through the back lines as they push into the site. It's only the first players through that end up breathing late, safe and kicks. And they're up against it.
Sick,
the
right?
operator of Kayak and the utility clearing down
god,
below.
Look at it go.
Safe. Needs that
could have been nice to wait for the nade, but
his position revealed. This fight might be everything and has to turn tail.
Really nice.
For him,
dude, they handled that insanely well. Obviously, Chronicle did a lot of it. This molly that he does because of the smoke the boss did was sick.
Against the bonus, and now winning with the rebuy, Fnatic have put themselves in a fantastic spot. A map that historically has always been theirs, but in recent times, Vitality took their crown, at least in EMEA. They now sit 3 rounds from taking us to a map 3, taking us to Haven. Which, if we're being honest, you look at the comp that Vitality was running for a long time on that map. It was taken from
it's so sick to see Chronicle and Alpha like really pumped up.
Versus Padawan. The question of who that master may be.
Lots of damage, and Chronicle the one to pick up
There's a smoke there, but
the spams here from Fnatic, such an annoyance for the early rubble control.
Instant reaction when they realize they can't get out A. Oh, it's a good TP, and they do have the luck over towards A. It's good trades from Vitality. They took a bit of a risk. Prowler went in, and I think they know about less, so he creates a bit of pressure and then insta-rotates to join his team. No plan yet, so Kayak should.
This could be a big problem. Where do you go now? The showstopper's on your tail.
That is great.
That's the spike down and spawn. Last man standing.
Oh my god, I'm gonna get a little bit of info of this.
Right into the waiting arms of the off. He survives, but now he's sent forward by the nade.
This is a sick round from Kayak. Dude, when this guy gets the op, he just looks so comfy.
Even when things look to get a little bit scary in the mid round, it seemed like Kayak had a very good read on the scenario, posting up, just waiting for them to try and rotate back towards that C site. It has felt like throughout, Fnatic have been slightly ahead in a lot of those calls.
That's so annoying to play against, man.
I'll say as well, Chronicle is having one hell of a map. Like, that's always the toughest thing, I think, when facing up. Yeah, moving swiftly on. The toughest thing when facing off against this Fnatic is that I feel like when Chronicle is online, it's almost impossible to win. Like, you have to be on your A game every single time, and are currently 16 and 12.
There's no privacy with these replay guys.
Vitality have taken a pause. Maybe a last-ditch effort. As said, in EMEA, their attack sides have been formidable, but they are yet to get themselves a buy round.
The vibes are great.
And in fact, that's been the story of this game. 2
yeah,
individual
I do need to just do a session of just listening to people's voice comms.
those pistols in seconds.
Everyone posts them.
I think the guys on
I used to watch
Fnatic
Loads
have got to
last
be
year. I haven't
feeling
watched
incredibly confident. Moving forward into Haven, it really would feel like anyone's game. I thought, like, with Split going Vitality's way,
it should be a relatively easy call for Vitality on this.
Theirs to lose.
The Fnatic probably do some kind of C or punish because they're going for this. The problem is, I would imagine that the op is here if I'm Vitality.
We're gonna get a little bit of a blitz.
What do they want to do? Instant salvo to the two positions where the op might be. Smoke to get the orb. Okay, nice and simple though. And Fnatic looking like they're just happy to go get A control. But they're up against they're up against the 3 main ults really of this comp.
Now he's just right up close.
He's realized the only thing that saved them last time was that wall. Let's take their map shields away. Fair enough. Big ult from Durka. Lots of info found.
They found Chronicle.
They didn't. I don't think they saw Chronicle, no. No, they didn't.
They definitely didn't. Seavoff has teleported into the site. He was frustrated about not receiving info. Now he's not giving it out.
Is an absolute lockdown. God, they're wrecking him.
Blitz on the site and in zone flawless. After the pause, that's moments after Faded has taken time to explain how those ults could be used, where we can put those into play, and they get nothing.
Instead of doing like
kicks signaling the end of the round.
Instead of doing util off of the info, he just got one and then didn't really do too much with it.
Through a snake bite is an ambitious play.
Oh, that is.
And with 2 players ready to spam you down, there was no way
oh my
they were
God.
getting away with that one. Chronicle feeling his impact now.
Yeah, 6 chances. It's an open flash over towards A. And wait, what?
Kayak's taking him down the
There's a fade out here though, right?
Durka tries to match them pound for pound, but he comes up short.
You dare try and use his own spell against him. That one's never going to work. An easy amount of damage, but taken by either side. An early advantage here for Fnatic. A fantastic haunt coming out from Crashies. You look at the ultimates, those are in their favor. Kayak, deep control on it. Where do you even go at this stage? You now have Boaster bolstering B. And even this nasty little trap play. You got the Viper's Pit. You go, okay, well, they blocked off C. And this is what happened in the last round.
They're not even considering it.
You know that this guy is going to be lurking in that spot. And now he's moved up. Buddy, you've got someone
Alpha is so worried that he was like backing into him and he would realize that he couldn't get into the corner properly.
The TP's not going to work. The Viper's Pit integrity is still there. And you can even see the reposition on B.
He fought the soul gas clip. Actually did.
Expecting them to come through, expecting them to clear his angle. He's
oh my God, the door opens, he's just spamming it. The fade eye with the wall up as well. Dude, their reactions are so nice here. Insta wall up into fade on the floor, so if they do go through, you know what to pre-aim. Dude, what a map from them. Dude, they could have 2-0'd this.
So clean here, and you talk about looking at the data. Well, it's just got a whole lot better for Fnatic. 1-1. We're going the distance in this series after so many OTs. We were due a quick map.
Cooley, thanks so much for the tier 1. Thank you for doing that, bro. Appreciate you.
They lost 2v5, bro. They lost 2v5. They're nervous now.
The beast is back. You keep doing your life shots, okay? You keep doing your life shots.
Holy shit, bro. I thought I'm safe here.
My boy.
Good boy.
Alright, let's have a little check-in. Damn. Okay. We had Tim as our last one. Then we got K Geedy with 100. Thank you so much, K Geedy. And then we got the Bugler with 25. We got Anonymous with 431. And we got Human Man. Human Man. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much for doing that. Chat, you know what to do to get the W spam going. Try and find a good spot. for this, maybe. I'm going to just keep moving it. Again, for people that are just new, I'll be doing 200 every time we get up to 1,000. When we reach 4,000, I'll put in 200. Marvi, thank you with the 5 gifted. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 5 gifted. Oh, command. I am too human, man. Yeah. Exactly that. In fact, they're saying human man makes you think it's like not. It's like an animal or something. Charity stream, yes, it is Hope for the Day. So it's proactive suicide prevention. Trying to spread awareness, make sure that everyone knows it's okay to not feel okay. And just talking and knowing where to go if you're ever having those days where you're not feeling okay. And just reaching out to people and talking to them as well. Just pure awareness. And then again, for any gamers, we've got all the helplines as well for people. This was a fat chat guarantee. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Well, let's wait though. Let's wait for the win fast. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat.
Nice! Good job! Nice kayak, bro! Pike. Nice! Good job, kayak, bro! Nice! Nice! Nice!
Chronicle is fired up after that map win over Team Vitality, and can you blame him? I'm your host, so I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. That was the one map that we were for sure thinking that Vitality were going to bring home with no problems. What happened?
I was worried. I was really worried. I said before we even got into it, the only time that Vitality have lost this map was against G2 Esports. So Fnatic on par with G2, are we back? We're so back, baby.
Yeah, exactly. And the casters were mentioning, we also mentioned that this has been historically a very good map from Fnatic, and we were just bumping in with how Chronicle was feeling. And one of the things what we saw through during that map 1 back on Split was Chronicle struggling a lot at the beginning of the round, especially on the defense, because he was being challenged time and time again. But when we look at the performance that he just had, so many rounds went his way. He was also able to like individually shine. When we look about the first bloods and first deaths, even though the numbers are not very outrageous, is more on the defense that we're focused on and the comfort that he found.
Oh yeah, I love that you bring that up, because I think in the previous match, like we were a little bit concerned on Split, you know, the amount of kind of first kills that he was giving away, constantly dying in the same positions as well, in untradeable positions. It just wasn't ideal for him, but I think going into this one, he really, you know, he brought it back for himself. He was a highlight.
And I like how fired up he gets, because he's one of those players that doesn't usually, right? We expect the alphas and the boasters to be that fired up. So it's nice to see this side of him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think because I would have been a little bit pissed off if throughout the most part of Split, I just feel like they're challenging me, and I feel targeted.
Yeah, he got his revenge there, and it was really done through just the clutches, the late rounds, the moments where it really matters. We see Kakuka, the Fnatic player, stepping up.
Yeah, absolutely. We were speaking about how close that split was, how everything was to the brink of the second, how we didn't see players and teams throw in advantages and whatnot, but actually Fnatic coming together, it doesn't matter if it's in a disadvantage. We saw this brilliant round with them getting the 4v2, but we also saw it as the map was getting deeper and deeper.
Yeah, I think what you find as well in a lot of these clutch situations is it's all like different members of Fnatic. It's not just relying on one sole person, and a lot of these clutches were in post plants too, so it's not like Vitality weren't being able to work their way back in. They were getting it into these numbers where they had the number advantage going into that retake. It's just that Fnatic, they were just so synergized and riled up with one another.
it's our home ground, isn't it? It's like we've done this on Lotus before. It takes us back. And for Alpha, the only player across any regional league right now that plays Killjoy on Lotus, we never see this. But as you mentioned before, you guys mentioned it, it matters what player is on what agent, right? And when you see him on this, it doesn't matter about the meta. The meta doesn't matter.
The thing is, there is very few agents that I'd be like, why would you put Alpha on that? Killjoy is definitely not one of them. And especially thinking of what the next map is going to be, it is good to see that he's feeling himself and that it doesn't matter what he is playing at, he's going to have a good performance.
I think as well, even when we look at his Killjoy specifically on the defense on that map just then, like he wasn't just waiting and playing passively, he was playing in front of his utility. So even if the Tejo,
he always
literally, no, but like even if like we're saying the Tejo utility does kind of, you know, get rid of that Killjoy utility, he was just so confident in being able to play in front of it. So yeah, it didn't really matter at that point.
And Billy, how much will this confidence help Fnatic as we pivot to a map where Alpha plays ISO?
Oh my god, it's only going to go through the roof at this point. And I think as well, we touched on it on the pre-show, you know, about Vitality saying that, oh, we can take their Haven comp and we can make it better. I think this will be a real test as to what they've said, if that's actually true.
Yeah, speaking of Dirk saying, it's not only about the comp, it's the fact that I am playing on the, is what I do to this composition, is what I mean to the end result. Even though this was a 13-6, we need to keep in mind, Vitality won both pistols. They also converted to the next one. So in gun rounds, the disparity is a little bit concerning when we move on to the third one, because when we talk about being comfortable, hitting the shots, playing as a team, being ready to take the disadvantages, be ready to be trading for those duels, right now the momentum is on Fnatic's side.
And it's very concerning them throwing a 5v2 and a 5v3 after an entire split where they made 0 mistakes almost. But onto the comps here, do you want to see Safe on the ISO or the Jet?
I would love to see a mirror so we can test everyone like pound for pound if they really think that they can make it better. I want to see it. I want them. I don't want to see it. I want them to prove it.
Yeah, no, I am completely on the same page as you. Like I want Safe to be playing that ISO. If you guys are going to come onto post plan and say, you know, we can make this composition better, we can run it better. Okay, let's see it then.
And I want to bring out my one fun fact of the day, which is that Boaster has a 100% success rate in the ISO Ultimate.
Katsu with the 25.
And it was against Safe.
So another anonymous with 20.
But it's still 100%
Via Ninja, thank you for the 10 as well. My IRL name with the 25. And Andy Power. Andy, thank you so much as well, guys. Chat, you know to do W spam. All the donations.
That's not been the storyline.
All the donations, thank you so much.
And I would also love to see the head-to-head in the Ultimate between Safe and Alpha. I want to see, because of course he's going to get his numbers, the other one's going to get his, but what about the head-to-head?
We should bring back the slug
enough
approved.
from Meteor at this point. I think he suffered so much of the global stage. This will be a good place, Billy, like you said, for them to just prove it. Because if they're going to come out and say these things, they have to back it up.
Yeah, exactly. I 100% agree. But even looking at this fan vote at the moment, people seem to be riding on the wave of Fnatic taking that second map. And I guess the saving grace for Vitality right
by the way,
now is that it was
and
such
you're here
a
and
close
Bacon's
map
here
against Navi when we saw Fnatic play them. Like the fact that
the academy team's not having a great stage this one.
Yeah, it's a little. I guess that is the saving grace for Vitality.
You know,
exactly.
Bacon's setting a bad example as well. Call the strat, bro. Yeah, guys timed out. Not calling a strat, just typing.
I love that you mentioned it. The only time
Breamy 137, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you,
this year playing on Haven with this composition that we're discussing, it was against that Navi. It was that comeback that they had to perform. And not only that, it was Alpha. If you guys remember, he stood up and he said, I am not losing this. I do not care what I need to do or I have to do. And we just saw him from the defense just pushing through mid, pushing through C, pushing through garage. It doesn't freaking matter. He just thought, we are winning this. I do not care who's on the other side.
And if he was like that against Navi, what's he going to be like against Derka if it gets
because
to that
this is a big question mark for the Vitality. Last time we saw them, they played
that was a mental step
they played a Jed on this map, and
his butt was glued to his chair against Navi. And we saw every single time this man steps out of his chair, is insta GG. The karma works so fast in this scenario, which brings us back to the fact that this is still a grudge match. This is still all about Durka versus Fnatic, and what are they going to play? Are they going to bring back the ice?
Wait, what?
They will.
What do they go for?
Sivov and Safe is going to play Sova.
This is one of the things that I had in my head, because if you look at Vitality, currently
that's actually,
the most experienced Sova
I like that.
is freaking Durka.
They go back to this, and then Safe takes the Sova role.
The Sova, and the solution is keeping Safe on that initiator role, a little bit like the Tejo, but a little bit less of damage in utility, and Sivov on the ice. So
I honestly am really shocked at this, and I think as well, as much as we had said that Vitality's roles are kind of smoothed out now, looking at this Haven, I don't know if I stand by that statement anymore. We have seen Kix play the Omen on a couple of maps previously, but again, it was that Sova. Who is going to play Sova? And it looks as though Safe is looking to lead his team
big aim battle, yeah.
on that agent. Yeah, I'm so surprised because
see,
this is to be
ISO
the
off.
first time that Sivov even plays this agent in unofficial.
Dude,
We're
Fnatic,
speaking about the head-to-heads that we were thinking
they
of
got a
seeing,
really
but
good shot at
changes
this.
everything. How is he
This is
going
the map
to
where
measure up
Alpha normally
against
takes
Alpha
over.
And of course, Safe normally is
Kratzy,
Leo
thank you with the
playing
Prime.
Sova.
Appreciate the
We're
4
trying
months. We've got
to play
Lexi
Sova,
as well with the
but it's
gifted.
Safe
Thank you so much for
doing
doing
it
that also.
Right here, right now, we've had a great series so far. Mitch and Tom, I cannot wait to see how this is going to end.
Well, quite a surprise. Not necessarily in the comp being run. I think it's a good idea from Vitality. It's a comp we've seen have legs, but Sivov?
Yeah, I think the desk touched on it, but Kix has only played Sova 6 times. He plays a lot of the other initiators, but Sova was never really in his wheelhouse or something that he proficiently played.
Okay, final
so
map. Fnatic on defense, Vitality on attack. 3-1 for the pistols at the moment.
Whether or not Sivov is going to be up to the standard. Now, aim-wise, no question. There is not a question. But he's normally not so aggressive this round already. He's looking for that fight. It's actually Alpha here on the other side. And
oh boy.
Durka, Sivov,
well,
they will combine
looking like a full one on the pistols.
A scrappy start indeed, but it's sort of what you expect, right? Running this composition, unless I'm mistaken as well. This will be the first time we've ever seen Sivov play this in an official. But when it comes to ISO, when it comes to this man,
this is his second, right? He got, was it 38 kills on Haven as a breach? So you then put him on an ISO. If anything, it should be easier.
45 minimum. Let's set the bar here and now. Anything short of it, he's throwing. But no, like he's played unbelievable. I think individually, this guy is just off the charts.
Yeah,
second
so
only
this
to
is the map where he
week 1, and a chance to build up those stats again here now in the role where it makes a bit more sense, where that expectation can be put onto a Kayak.
Hold up.
Spike down A.
Nicely done, but anything further will be impossible.
This is the map where against
Sivov
Focus, right? Is that the one that they're talking about?
Crashies, the last man standing. 1v3.
Planted.
And already he's going to be caught, suppressed, and taken
Am I
out
drinking
by
soda?
Kix.
Bro, it's straight up
1-0
water,
start
man.
for
Nothing too
Vitality.
crazy, don't you worry.
When we go out there,
See how that setup can work in that sort of team environment. It's obviously a pretty vast change, but one that they feel works the best. Just this 1-2 punch still looking exactly the same. That's the thing. It's in essence, it's a shame that we don't get to see the battle
This is how we should play every
exactly
single round.
how we wanted it. And well, there you go. If
Every
there's
single round?
anybody listening from
I mean, they
Fnatic,
work
that's how
together.
they're going to play every single round.
They work
There you
together
go.
with pretty much
Someone
every
let
single
Scott
swing.
know. Let Milan
I think he
in on
lied
the
to me.
info.
They're not going too long.
What?
Okay. No one. Let's write this. Let's do the full one on pistols, because that really does tell a big story at the moment.
You can't undersell how bad that was for
Like
Vitality.
Fnatic
They
actually
win the
getting
pistol,
this
They
result
win the follow-up.
and losing
2
3 on
times,
pistols, pretty impressive.
And they walk out with 6 rounds. That is astonishing. And for Fnatic, it was a big shutdown. But here on Haven, we could see the same thing. Pistol goes to Vitality. Follow-up should be theirs. This is a classic buy from Fnatic. Not investing anything, essentially. A few pieces of utility, but even then.
Okay, Recon
expect
plays
them
over
to be held
towards
off
A.
until the next round.
They
Reveal
hear the
sees that
cage
there's
go, they
nothing
might just
outside
have a big
A.
rotate
The
here.
push up here from Kayak.
Especially with that clear of
Sign for Fnatic going forward into this
Amen.
match.
Oops.
Is the fact
Safe.
you have seen
One maybe hasn't been on the Sova for a while, especially when Trex used to take the reins, and forgot to put a bounce on that one.
When he's online, as I said, he's almost impossible to stop. So the fact that you're going to have this aggressive
Yeah, min-max him,
side,
trying to
you're
make sure
gonna
they can
have
get the orb
that
fast.
combination of
Ooh.
Kayak and Alfie
Or not.
looking for fights across the map. You need an anchor. You need someone who's going to hold ground, especially on a map like Haven with 3 sites. Chronicle is your man. So that's where I'm going to be focused. Even
This is my pick'ems for this one. Vitality. And then for America, dude, he's practicing it.
Forward. I think he might have missed that lineup when they were going in the first time. Well, not in the previous round, in this one. So I think that was just to see if he could do it again. I don't
nailed it.
I
mean, he did nail it.
Yeah, I think it was just like, let me check I got my lineup correct.
Worth. I mean, for sure worth, especially if they want to pass it over towards C.
The rest of the Fnatic members go, and this is the early round formalities out of the way. Low buy from Fnatic. Vitality do well to not step into a trap. Now, the full buy from both sides. There was
look, there you go. There's the first one.
No need to show that.
But that's the thing. I like the fact he goes back and goes, let me just check that. Yep,
yeah,
okay,
that's
right. There he goes. Does it again.
Right click us to bounce, right, guys?
And that's obviously if there's any trip up close, that will remove it from position. So, but I like that. You've already won the round, so you go, okay. I'm getting the rust off.
The replays, yeah, they're showing off at this point.
Nowadays, so I don't mind it.
150 credits just to check.
Okay, double damage into shock. Double damage hits 2,
so here we go.
and shock.
They get the rifles
It's
up.
dodged.
And on the defense, this is where things really start to heat up. Alphier on the ISO, a big challenge for anybody to face off against, as we've
I mean, the bonus is incredible. It's basically an early buy round.
Betting Crashies. Interesting call. The flash up from Kayak. They're going to swing deep, but Vitality are playing super passive, allowing them to grab that early information. The rotation now from that gate crash towards the C site. The step back on A as we slowly see Alphier look to reinforce.
Look how high this trip is. I don't know if anybody, because you're going to have the cage probably popped off rip. They've already got close enough that it's not going to matter as much. Just utilizing that gate.
I didn't think it was that high, was it,
running
chat?
in, destroying the trap, and then falling away back towards A. It will hold players there for sure.
There was a moment where it did look like
I'm not even
was
sure he
gonna
would have
go
got under
towards
it.
spawn, fill in the gap
Because
on
of the
B,
ramp.
but they're
You
relatively
reckon it could be
confident
crouched?
leaving C kind of open. And then the B side had 2 players on it, no contact.
I thought
no
it looked normal.
moves. Well, okay. Boaster says you can go on over and help out that A site. Kayak's now here, 3 players. Boaster
Oh my god, what
even
the?
starts to get an inkling that this could
Where
be
are these
a hit,
recons
and
going?
So he's now ready to pop the paranoia. It's perfect, but Vitality still come ahead. They cannot expect these numbers to still be here. Now they will.
Good luck, Alpha,
Alphier was
mate.
the one to find the kill with Boaster going
You kind of
down.
got to get
12
2.
seconds left. The plant needs to be found. The spike on backside and undeniable. They ran into almost the entire team. A
Yeah,
dump of
they made it
utility
look kind of
and
easy.
big swings from Fnatic. But Vitality, they've dealt
Really
with
rough.
everything that
Really,
came
really
their
rough
way.
start
And it's
for Fnatic.
3v1 where Chronicle, as good as he's been, seems to just be locked out.
That's incredibly impressive. This is Fnatic's first buy round. And what basically happened there was they sold the fake on C, but I think it was Kayak then jump peeks it, just goes and checks it, goes, I have seen nothing. So I'm going to rotate to the other side of the map. Then they rotate a 4th player in. And if you have that much of a stack,
Lost all the
and you come
angels,
out with
yeah.
2 kills, well, either you've done something bad or your opponents have done something incredibly
Kayak
well.
just
And I think
should have got a kill,
again,
right?
we're seeing the heat of Sivo very early on in this game. I think it can be a brutal sort of switch if you go onto that ISO.
I think Fnatic would have prepped for Haven. I
Especially
mean,
as someone who's used to having the
not
arm and used to having
really.
extra
You know,
util to maybe
Vitality's
back
going
you
to
up.
change their
This is
comp.
all about
You
those
would expect them
firefights.
to fall back into their
4-0
old
right
comp,
now.
which was this, but
Not a
I
bad
don't know.
start from him.
You
And
don't
a
feel like
phenomenal
very
start for the
confident
squad again. Look at that.
in it.
They deal with Durka. One of the big problems creating that extra angle to fight from. Paranoia hits.
Like you would probably have stuff prepped, and then I would.
Saw him before it landed.
In agent select, you
And
can
even
then talk about
Alfie
it.
are finding that one kill.
Like, I
the
wouldn't
fact that they had
really
a late
have that
player
much to
coming up
feel
short played
confident about.
perfectly into Vitality's hands because they're able to spot out
But
the
before
last
they
guy,
changed
the
into the
fourth
Jet, they
player,
were
the one
playing
that
this
would
comp.
surprise you normally. He gets one, and then he's dealt
Okay,
with.
force him down to an
Wonderful
eco,
stuff for Vitality.
and dude, the
An
money's great,
inspiring
man.
round for their squad, no doubt.
They're just
It's
not
not
getting
just
many
the
kills.
fact that they beat down the first full buy. It's that Fnatic read that play perfectly, stacked up, and it still didn't work. Now they've got a light investment into this one. Chronicle saved over that Vandal and has the
There's a question mark over
regenerating
towards
shields
Garage
to
after
bring him
that.
back up to fighting form, but
Drone
early
goes
on,
in.
Vitality
nice
again
though.
avoid any of
Drone
this
got
early
shot early,
aggression
so they
from
haven't
Fnatic
cleared this.
from going down in those fights, and it looks like they have picked the easier of the sites to push
Great
towards. That's the
reaction from them
rifle
going
for
over
Fnatic,
towards
though.
C.
Chronicle picks up the kill.
Not a bad
It's another gun down for the team to get here.
So, weapon down.
Yeah, Boaster can get the upgrade.
Utilize
They got drone, they got Omen Flash.
Utility, you're kind of looking at, you've got the dart back online, a drone. Paranoia would have to be sublimely placed. Kick still has one remaining.
Default Omen Flash for them to get out of spawn. They dodge the Omen Flash here as well.
Short play, but Sivov again. You talk about this guy already being, I think it was 4-0 going into this round, but he's fighting aggressively. He's facing off against opponents. Oh, okay. Kayak eventually gets the job done, but Sivov is just flying. Another added to
this guy's wrecking them, man. He's actually wrecking them. I like the idea of the one-way
considering
smoke.
How that round started, that could have been a lot
Maybe a rifle
costly.
should have held it the whole time.
What I love about that is as soon as the Paranoia, which was well placed, landed on the site, the immediate swing
kind of was.
Yeah.
I mean,
he was there
missed.
for his teammate no matter what. Happy to take the brunt of that retake force. And while he dealt with them, well, it seemed to be easily.
I'm back.
4-0. Vitality.
I've gone on fire. Thank you so much, dude.
This is said I'm back.
Thank you for
when
the bits.
Sivov got a triple kill in a round and earned his ult.
Am I gonna watch Koi vs Keiko?
I'm back, guys.
There's the shock landing. Good job they tested
Nah,
it earlier.
I'll keep we'll keep the stream onto Americas and we'll stick with EMEA.
Has a gate crash to get out of there. Decoy not going to be working. They know that he's here.
Yeah,
they saw the reveal and yeah, time to get out.
I guess the only benefit there is
Choctaw was hit this time though.
Utility Chronicle's got to be careful. I don't know if he's realized how far forward
they did get
into
him.
the site. He has managed
It
to
looked
get
like it missed on the minimap. It was so close.
He has not been missing so far. Kayak still at the back of the site though. Has been able to get one and escapes once again. The second gate crash utilized.
Yeah, Duck's got to feel like he's got a timing here. Must be hard to not push through this.
Yeah, but he's conscious there's either a player or perhaps even the player he was just hunting down on the other side of the smoke. Doesn't want to emerge from it. Ultimate activated from Kayak. Gonna clear out a lot of space. He didn't clear the corner. But Les doesn't know. He doesn't know. He just knows that that player ran out there. He panics, he pops the cage. Information at least goes their way, and Kayak realizes, hearing the steps, that there's still one outside garage. We'll look to crunch on him later. And the push with the smoke up, Fnatic, they stand a decent chance.
The wall's going to get you at least half.
The wall is going to block them all from spams completely. It's almost
fully
it's
so
defused,
close.
But Alpha's been taken off the spike.
They go for it though.
Steps in and he steps
I like the
just
attempt.
as quick. Sivov with a 3-piece in this round.
I do think they can micro this a little bit better, because in my opinion,
it's actually crazy.
How did they handle it?
And the fact that
because I was thinking about this when they did the right click to the wall.
Throughout VCT EMEA for the past few years, they pick up a man from the tier 2 playing for Mandatory who was doing very well, 3rd place in the first EMEA challenges.
Because chat, they walled and then ISO defused.
0, 2 kills
right?
around at the moment.
Like what you should really be doing is smoke, tap, and it's not the ISO. Then you ISO ball.
That was integral kills to stop them defusing.
Because then you pretty much get it.
He's delivering on the highest level right now.
Well, the conversations we had about Durka and Kayak and the
it should never be the ISO defusing. Like especially over towards here.
While Durka wants to take his boots back.
But it's hard though.
Really,
it's like little micro stuff. It's like when everything's going great, you've got time to go through that stuff.
On the ISO, one of the best ISOs in the world. You gotta think that even if you can exist in his shadow, that's a success. But right now,
they're gonna win this round.
Shining a new light on Fnatic.
Dude, it's a shame he didn't have a TP. I'm pretty sure.
2-piece already.
At least I didn't see on the minimap if it was there.
Down and out, but the man who's yet
it's some nice shots in this round.
Death. Sivov still alive, and weaker weapons. Still what they're working with. Nothing recovered by that defensive side.
Both Boaster and
Bro has not died yet. 10-0.
Not able to fall back into things. The shield helping out massively. Hunter's Fury utilized and will pick off Sivov.
Yeah, and Fnatic really go all in.
That has garnered a reward, and you can see the long run around from Crashies. He's hoping to try and find a weapon on his way back.
Yeah. Chat, you can't blame that one on me. Come on, he's getting so overweight.
Wait for him to get into position. That time will continue to tick. And that also means that they won't have his utility until he reveals himself.
Very much worthwhile, though, with that smoke put down by Boaster. Cerebral, well, I thought because he could sneak his way through, but the reveal is needed. Broken, and some information to work with here. Trade starts out well. Crashy's on the recovered rifle,
boy,
but now
different
he's the
page.
last one standing safe, looking to run away. Has Hunter's Fury, if he can get to safe distance to activate. Instead, he's looking for the kill, but Crashy's made the read.
Yeah, he's got it.
He suspected that's where safe would take it, and with enough time to bring this across the line, Fnatic are on the board at last with a pay safeguard thrifty.
It's like the worst, well, is it worst possible round is Nico.
Those early fights being taken, utilizing the Sheriff.
But there's a lot of them that get wrecked a little bit money-wise if they lose this. There were a lot of rebuys.
With the Hunter's Fury.
That's a lovely shot from both these.
Spamming at a box and ends up taking Durka for his money. Less with maybe a little bit of a late check of that corner.
Yeah, had a nice little ISO Sova combo as well with the double damage.
Solid work from Crashy's finding one with the Hunter's Fury and a couple
yeah,
more.
he really went in for that with the ult as well.
This is the Vic. This is the Vic. This is the Vic round. Let's go.
Okay, let's quickly talk about the money because you got 4 people that can't buy next. Drone force over towards Garage, taking it within the first 10 seconds.
Got stuck on the decoy
is nice as well, just as they actually got some aggro the round before.
So he's able to push up on the back of it.
They're showing off at this point now, hitting this one.
Look at from the other side, but I guess Chronicle wasn't that confused. He's just wall banged Durka straight through the boxes, through the wall there, through 2 walls. You can see the holes just fading now.
Yeah, where did he even get this
Not a bad opener for Fnatic, and they still have that operator of Kayak lurking into the late round.
Looking at the kill contract as well. Potential from Althea to.
Chat, am I absolutely blind? Where on earth did he? Okay,
work though from Safe.
Wait, what?
The lineup might have been missed once, but the Hunter's Fury will put them back at level. Pegging Althea in the meantime though has managed
I'm so
to
confused about the kills, man.
Puts this into
I can only see
the
okay
players
there.
looking to make their way into the B site. There goes that kill contract, looking for the fight, looking to try and take the battle, and he will win it at that.
Hey, this one is lovely though for the money. 3K, 4 people surviving.
One step at a time from Fnatic as Vitality. Well, Sivov, he's not immortal anymore. 11-2. Still though, if he can just find a fraction of the flame he had moments ago, this could be a very different game.
God,
we're
that's
looking
a
at.
nut
That
shot.
was nasty.
Oh my God.
I don't even know what he's
You
shooting
can't even
at.
see
I
anything.
didn't see him either time, but fair enough. And a big play by Boaster in the end. He had one of the best openers. I think he was 14-3 at the end of the first half of splits, somewhere along those lines. Didn't slow down that much as the series, or the map, well, the map that felt like a series went on. You have to think that stamina would always be a problem in a match like this. It's gone the distance, and we're on map 3, but both teams, it doesn't look like either are pulling punches.
They proved as well that a 5-0 start doesn't mean jack. Like, both of these sides are very comfortable in streaking
Another bit of
rounds
pressure
back
over towards Garage, but this time we have the camera.
The last map
Actually shows that they haven't taken full control yet.
for Fnatic.
Yeah, Safe kind of gave him a heads up that he was going to do a jump peek here, really. First jump peek, didn't get any info.
Pushing back into this stacked up A side, it was where they had mass success.
3 pass and stack with Alpha in the corner. Omen to jump peek to let him know that he has to pop his shield.
Get anything done here.
Doesn't pop his shield.
Be cleared by the decoy at least. And Sivov the one to win that battle up against Alphier. Ult activated in the kill contract. He's been
they actually force their way onto A. Like, every round they force their way over towards A, it just looks so convincing. No matter the setup of Fnatic. Obviously helps with an ISO ult, but
Vitality has worked wonderfully.
A side takes have been really impressive.
That's Zywoo.
Taken by Durka, then Seaborth on the follow-up. It seems like somehow
an
even deadlier
promised.
combination than
I mean, he is
Safe
fragging
on it,
crazy heavy.
Seems ludicrous to say when you look back to, again, the #1 and #2.
I wonder like how much ISO we'll end up seeing around champs.
Coming out of last
Does feel
year,
like a slow ramp up throughout this year of ISO.
The youngsters come up from that tier 2 scene and prove that there is such a wealth of talent.
ISO is very good.
Right
It's
now.
borderline broken, to be honest.
Looking like the start of a comeback for
So
Fnatic
crazy.
has quickly been dealt with.
Necron FPS, thank you for the tier 1 as well. Thank you, for the 5-3 months. Especially teams are getting a little bit better at playing it. I think the right click of the shield is really strong at the moment. I still don't think we fully seen people explore like how good it can be.
And okay, sure, there was an ult in the mix as well that dragged the player into a 1v1, but other than that, it has looked very, very easy for them to take that control.
Still, the ult dragged them into a 1v1, and I guess stopped that from being a double peek or at least a refrag from backside, sure, but they'd also lost long control. So that player on backside, although they get pulled into the kill contract, they had a choice. Fight short with my teammate and get swung on the left side.
You don't think Alpha used a slow wall on that defuse?
Fight long.
Wait, really? The one over towards A?
Situation doesn't change. So I think that push
he might
very
not have.
effective from Vitality, and like you said, 2 times now we've seen that. We've seen numbers
it's meant
be
to
there,
last like what? 7? Sorry, C. 7 seconds.
To change in terms of that A hold.
Is it 7 seconds or 6.5 seconds?
Right?
I thought it was 7 seconds. Which means he left clicked it then, yeah.
There in the early rounds, but again, there's problems with that. I mean, just look at how Vitality are pushing into those long range angles. You're often going to see that wall come up from ISO, just completely blocking you out. We can just see standard long smokes go down. The responses and reactions, but there's plenty of them for Vitality with the comp that they're bringing to bear here.
Definitely makes it a lot more difficult. And the other thing as well is like going for those long fights when there's going to be the opportunity for Sivo to potentially have the double tap available. He is 13-2. Like it can come down to as simply as
big change up in just guns that we can see.
It's not an easy thing to deal with, especially for Kayak going in with a lack of shields. It does seem like Fnatic, though, are going to try and respond to what has been that A pressure. They have set up 4 players to battle for that early control. The problem is, it's only the lurk that's currently there from Les. Instead, an initial fight for Garage in what looks like a C-long fight.
Okay, shot from far back, to break the trip. You can definitely see why he practiced the shocks, been using it as just a big part of their default. We got camera for retake. Oops. We got camera to spot that they're in sight. It's a really hard retake. If Crashies can get a kill, then it becomes a lot easier. But
take down this position, key for Vitality in the late round. Les's lurks, we talked about them. They've been impactful, and yeah, they're going to clear the standard side. Will they clear the left, though? For now, the answer is no.
No, that's incredibly unlucky timing. Ult goes in, they're going to see the Yoru pretty far away. Dude, and Darker just popped him through the door.
Dimensional drift has been picked up by Durka, though. If they are going to try and defuse,
he keeps left clicking the wall.
Exactly where they are already. The spam's coming through, already knowing that it's halfway.
Just the classic spam me, yeah.
That's all that's really needed.
Nicely done from Durka. Dude, I wonder if he must have seen him crossing Garage as well. Otherwise, Durka got a mad kill in Garage.
Quickly turned to Ash.
Yeah, I mean, they were pressured
by the time, yeah, he left-clicked it again.
Have an ult like that, you can't be defusing the spike on the other side of a smoke. And they would have to be some silly geese.
Right here.
And he goes again, look, Crashies, I know he has almost no choice based on the time, but I think you just run away and save at that point rather than stick it. An easy reaction from Vitality, and look at how happy Faded is with how that one went. The guy that sometimes keeps his emotions in check, but he couldn't help but crack a smile there.
Stood in the spot where the shock dart has been going every round. That's rough for both.
Great play.
He's yeah, immediately gone. Like, maybe not having that info, but that's a rough way to start the round.
If he doesn't have that info, it's going to be conversations with Chronicle, because it's his trap.
I will say, this comp is very, very attack-sided and not that good on defense.
Yeah, you should hold from there. Yeah, we'll hold it together. I'll
they gotta get 4, you would imagine.
Maybe do those dances. My revenge. He has gone walkabouts. They do still have a couple of guns. Wasn't the biggest threat in this round. They are patient while the jump up from Althea. It's not been the best map for him so far.
Get a kill, wait for a reaction though.
Hasn't really been a question which one has taken over. Chronicle's rifle is still well positioned, but is slowly moving away. Will have heard utility being popped. He's going to hope that he can try something a little bit spicy, a little bit tricky, knowing that there's a player on the other side. I think that ended up
the way you meant to do though.
That's unfortunate. For Crashies. Spoke about
looking convincing. There has been so many C hits right now. We saw the B site once and they lost the round.
But I think if he did pop the Hunter's Fury, we'd Have to pause the game while Fnatic pull a sub onto the stage.
Okay.
Questionable decision.
Okay.
Oh, I can't believe Dirk has just done that. He saw him and didn't even bat an eyelid.
I mean,
just
yeah, they wanted to get the ult, right?
for the bait.
He's done that a couple of times, though. I feel like Dirker is one of those players where I hear a lot of people go like, I'm not a stats guy.
I don't care about stats.
I genuinely think he doesn't.
No.
Like, as long as the
if he cares about stats and does that.
Yeah. I think the first number, like how many he's killed, I think he cares a bit about that.
Well, he could have had another one there.
True.
Look at this. He takes his gun out.
So
yeah, you're getting Dirk kicked.
Wait, what?
Interesting.
Yeah, let's run that one back. 8-2. Vitality. Well, they've even got some flair to their gameplay right now, and I'll tell you, can't feel.
Okay, we said we hadn't seen the B side for a while, but
you know he's having fun.
Here we go.
And you want to quickly put that to bed. 2 rounds left in the half. Vitality. Oh, they lose the opening.
Dude, looks like we're not going to see the B side again. They're going to force their way in. Boaster tennis.
Good map so far. Boaster's barely making it out. They won't be able to hunt it down. Alpha pops the double tap.
Double damage with again.
A real opportunity, and with the Hunter's Fury landing onto Kicks, this round seems to be cemented in favor of Fnatic. Some real heroic gameplay needs to be found, and Safe, well, he's certainly going to give it his best shot. 2v3.
It's Hunter's Fury as well. Using it in this spot's always going to be difficult. Less revealed dimensional drift thrown in. They're going to have seen the aggression. Boaster can just wait on the other side, and now Less. He's got to pull off a miracle. Nice shot for the first. Even
man, they timed it well though.
For that
Alright,
drift
four is actually fully on.
It took a moment for them
I would love to see maybe some kind of set round with the Sova ult.
Themselves up to 3 at least.
Pick up the op as well.
Again, the foundation's being built one brick at a time.
What was Safe doing? I mean, I think the person that did damage, someone did 100 to Boaster, right, and then died.
And it's this hold working out much better. You know,
I think before Safe did like 39 or 40 or whatever it was, so I think the comms came in that he's low HP and he knows he can try and isolate 1v1.
Trying to get in there and force the issue. They very much met their match. Sivov falling in the early round. Well, that seems to be where hope fades at least somewhat. Guys, 14-4 at the moment. We came in questioning, you know, oh, can he match up against Alpha here on the ISO? Well, he's done
push on defense or
so far. I think he might have as many kill contract eliminations as Alpha here has just kills.
Oh, that's not necessary.
Valorant Zywoo been looking good, yeah, mate. He's farming on.
Could be 2 out of 3, but still.
He's like 14. Yeah, so 14-4.
We've seen map number 1 especially. Some momentum on the attack for Fnatic, and who knows where this series ends up. I would be a fool to count out either of these squads, but it does seem like the mentality of Vitality right now is just
Recon
flying.
clears over to. I say it clears over towards long. It didn't clear much. Didn't clear anything past this.
Alpha, yeah,
dude, every time they forced over towards A, they've won the round.
Of Crashies, who's played this spot before, the A site holds have really not been going to plan, but maybe if they can catch up,
no flash from Boaster.
Oh, they see exactly where that player is. Happy to take the assist. Crashies.
Oh no, he jumped into it.
Finds him. Vitality.
Okay.
Still have a problem to deal with. Ultimate
just got him as well.
And he's managed to pull Kicks into a battle for his life. The shots don't land though.
Probably the round with that from Kicks. Very nice from Kicks.
It's enough
dude, 9. It again, attack side of comp, if Fnatic can win pistol, then it is doable, but this is rough.
To be desired, and the new boy on the block, Sivov, thriving, Safe alongside him as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of ISO diffs in this half.
If you're a Fnatic fan, you best believe in curses.
It's the first time I beat him, guys.
Ever. Mini? Oh yeah, it's Mini's fault though. Mini was talking about Alpha not losing 2 in his career in his ult.
Red Bull gives you wings.
He's doing the Fnatic plays. Mute that, let me quickly check what's going on here. We have Howard with the $5. Thank you so much, Howard. We got Dark Phoenix 421. We got Kama, and we got Breamy 137. You know what to do. Get the W spam going. Thank you so much for the donations, guys. Thank you. Saivo? Yeah, Saivo's playing really well. He's playing really, really well. Sometimes if you can be here because your addiction, struggle with mental health. Thanks for being a voice. Of course, our Stokes, man. Glad you're still here, dude. Glad you got through all that.
For Fnatic, moving to
Congrats
the
as
attack
well,
side
dude.
of
7 years is a long
Haven,
time.
but 6 rounds down. What a performance. We talk about debuts, and for Sevov debuting in the league, he blew our socks off, and now I believe in his debut on ISO, he's doing just the same. It's really impressive to see this guy play, but both teams as well, and I feel like this has been true series long, maybe less so on Lotus, where again Vitality just found themselves.
Do you remember who invented the ISO Eurocomp? I mean, everyone.
Like we have
so
this, especially on Split,
I thought it was Fnatic, but everyone says that SMB played it fast.
Evolution round to round. It's been fun to watch, but let's hope Fnatic
I don't know
got a big
exactly.
learning experience about this attack side.
The scary thing is the last 4 pistols of the 5 have
Wait,
gone the way of
SMP even
Vitality.
Simprissa.
They have been dominant in these early rounds. Only the very first
Ask
went the way of
Mini.
Fnatic, but they need to try.
Dude,
and
imagine if
match
Mini's
up with
taking
what
credit
will
for
be
this
the
and it
last
isn't
one.
actually
That's
his
not a bad
idea.
start. Althea,
Does sound like his
quiet
kind of
first
thing.
half, but he's already
Honestly,
gonna
maybe
open
we
up
should
in
have
the
said
pistol.
Simprissa that made it anyway.
On the attack as well. If anywhere you want Althea to be confident, I think this half matters the most. Aggression is necessary. You will be the point of the
SPG, yeah, that
spear.
is the tag they used, right?
Double tap activated. In goes Kayak first, though. He's got
Oh god, the
full
Omen
HP to
flash,
work
dude.
with, and not
It's just like one of those blind
A
jewels.
cleanup of the double
Also tries to
duelists
take some
moving
space,
through the double
and
doors.
it is
Vitality
looking
even
like
find
5-1
crashes
on
with
pistols.
Sevov on a huge kill. Fnatic way behind now. This started out with an opening duel, and they've got nothing ever since.
Never expected 2 players to be
Simprissa and Fnatic debuted it within a week of each other.
Position to see 2
Oh,
people
okay.
stand. Again, in a buy round,
And they wouldn't have played
probably
each
never do
other
that
in prac.
because of the risks with utility going
Yeah.
through flashes, etc.
I don't
but
think.
in this case, less gambled on it. Boaster trying to bait out,
30 seconds left.
push through spawn as well.
I remember
hoping to
Fnatic
try
would
and
have been
find a fight, but the majority of this roster has looked to group up for
Maybe.
Vitality. All
Shanghai
4
champs.
players wrapping around mid, and the double tap is just a goal to sell the idea.
No, they might have
they're
been
on
in
B.
Shanghai, right?
Maybe there's a small chance for an isolated fight, but it really comes down to Chronicle here.
Wait.
You can see.
Wait.
All the way around. No, he's not being
Okay.
seen. Now he has Sevov
Ooh.
picked off, and Les, sure, finishes him off eventually.
Honestly, the smoke,
an awkward spot. They're not going together.
kinda
The spike kicks
gives
being
him an
very
angle.
low.
Oh my god, 3
Durka
bullets.
Swinging alone goes down too.
Boaster! Boaster 1v. Oh, Jesus Christ.
He's dropping it back on the stage.
1v.
That's crazy. It's only the one coming out of
1v3.
Chronicle as well. And I don't know what it was. Maybe it was a sixth sense, but if you watch the way that Les ends up moving, it seems like he's aware that somehow Chronicle is behind. It becomes
Boom, 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 yaka!
irrelevant, is what I was going to say. It becomes irrelevant when
God's
you have
sake.
Boaster doing stuff like that. They needed someone to give them a lifeline. They needed someone to win them a pistol. And it's the man dancing on
Okay,
your
4-2 with the
I really
pistols.
hope we are going to go back to Milan and Scud there and see them imitating the exact same.
4-2. Rando Jen, thank you so much for the 5 gifted, Rando. Thank you, man. Appreciate you doing
Send it to
that.
me in the DMs later. We'll get that one
Thank you for the 5
Vitality,
gifted.
9-4.
Let's get the Oilers spam
Fnatic
in.
win a pistol that they didn't seem to have any right in
Dude,
winning,
Boaster,
especially
man.
with Chronicle not having the mass value that it seemed like he needed. But Boaster, good in the clutch and good in this series as well, has given them a lifeline.
Okay, let's see if they can
Vitality,
do what Vitality
no
did.
real investment to this round, and
I do a little
honestly, if they
snowball
end
on
up
this
winning
one.
it,
Smoke
let's
over
just call
towards
it
A
there.
for like they create a little bit of pressure, walking into garage. Gonna wait for the camera fast. This is probably something that Fnatic do a little bit better than other teams, I would say. Oh, okay. Well.
Fnatic's goal with
No
3
way, it's
rifles.
tanking the shock as well. Body blocked it.
Pistols is just to keep this clean enough. Doesn't have to
I was
be
going to say,
the greatest
they
round you've ever seen.
they're actually
Maybe
like
a
pretty
pistol or
smart with
two,
their
and that's absolutely fine.
Cypher cam util, just purely because of that double duelist comp they played on Split where they had to use it a lot.
Well, Durka, with any other gun, I'd say he's got
it's
an easy
devastating.
pick-off. Instead, he's been seen.
No way Kayak takes that TP, right?
Tougher.
That should be impossible, especially with the classics.
Maybe
Durka
not.
can't do anything long range. Down to just one. Kicks happy enough to find a single kill. Boaster's low.
Mini Titans,
Some
thank you so much as well.
perhaps.
Gifting Boaster. Boaster gets a gifted after 1v3.
But it won't land, and so
Okay,
extra
chat, they
rifle
keep the
say
3
no, but that
guns.
was really
They
the
get
only
the
question,
full
which
buy
was
rounds.
2 or 3.
Not really a bonus
Even one
anymore.
if he had a big round. 9-5, Fnatic 4 rounds behind, but here's the full buy for Vitality, and let's not forget, even in that pistol, they were able to find mass amounts of value in the late round. I think this is going to be a big challenge for FNC.
We are feeling it. Oh, I can feel it in my face.
I'm glad that's where that went. I was very worried about what was about to
Dude,
happen,
when he
but
paused for a
he
bit,
ended up in
I
a
was
good
like,
spot.
oh boy, here we
The team
go.
doing the censorship do a great job. I don't think anything ever falls through the cracks.
Never.
They do the cage so they can't see exactly where the camera is, so you can then check into garage.
Is basically as good as it gets.
And
Okay, sure. No ultimates built
ooh, he
up
tried
other
to
than
punish
from
him
the
after it
shadows,
as
but
well. Kind of smart. You have to be on the left. You have to be on the right side, and then you're isolated.
This is a very aggressive start to the round. In fact, they'll get the plant in on B.
Yeah, this is
without
interesting for
too much
Fnatic because this
resistance
comp
at
does
all.
struggle over towards B.
Incredibly quick to get that
Again, you got a
done.
double damage into
we look
shock
for
to stop
what
them from
Vitality
planting. You
will
don't have the breach to do the
Still got that
aftershock.
trap
So
to cover off garage.
Fnatic, if they
Despite
did make the
that,
comp,
Durka's not happy with
they
the
know
control.
what the
Can't
biggest
just fight
weakness
in
is, and
from
on the
a few
bonus they
angles.
try
He
to
wants
exploit it. We
open
got
this
smoke
up a little
down.
bit more, but he's
They have
fighting
the
in
wall. They
heavy
do have the
Fnatic
wall if they want
territory.
to try stick
Siva,
this.
the return of perhaps the king, certainly on this server, but he's
Okay.
being put down quickly. Returned by Less, keeps it doable. Boaster and Chronicle put this
Very
to
nice.
bed, though. And Less, despite tapping, he is quickly
It's definitely
out of
something
there.
that both teams
No
could
real chance
focus
to
on a
take
little
this
bit.
across the line. All
Like
he
actually
wants is
using the wall
weapon
now, I think it's
for the
really
next, or
legit.
perhaps damage, because he's got a fight brewing, and now they
To
know
be able
right
to,
where he is. He'll make it out with 50 HP.
To
Looks
retake
like he'll
with.
even carry the weapon forward.
He had something, but that round from
Not really
Fnatic, I
retake
love
with,
it.
sorry, to
It's
just try
so
defuse
direct,
it
so
and
quick
create
to the
pressure.
point. A lot of the time when you
Mate,
play
this
up
is
against
fully
a
on,
quote-unquote bonus, even though it was 5 rifles, you have the expectation that maybe your opponent's going to play a little bit slower, try and feel out the map a bit, and then look to work the picks. Instead,
Holy
they just
shit,
go
they're bad.
full sprint. I guess they didn't catch that one.
Is it hot in here? What? 3 rounds.
What time is it? We passed the watershed? We allowed,
Depends
to
where
put, we allowed to put this on the internet? 9-6. That was such an integral round, though. Les is going to hold on
Yeah.
to the rifle. That's
And it's a little bit
all
odd.
they really have to play
Normally people smoke
with on this
and then
defensive
recon this,
side.
but maybe they
Ultimates
find
so
it too
starting
obvious, so they're trying to
build.
get a kill with it as well. Wait,
Alfia wasn't happy
what the?
with the space that was taken. He wants to really sell the idea that this is a heavy commitment in
I don't know, it
towards
looks
the
like he's on a
seaside, but
different
with
page to the
nobody
rest of his team though.
pushing
They didn't take
anywhere
too
near
much
the
for it,
smoke.
unless they're trying to wait for a
Vitality will
reaction.
very quickly realized that that was a ruse.
Oh, the shield was broken. Alfier was stepping back, but for Vitality,
I feel like Vitality
exactly
will
like
take
you said, they made
will
the
take that
read.
win. We got raid boss of
2
less
seconds
with the
being
only
left
gun
open.
here.
Gradual
Only hero
shift
gun anyway.
towards the right side of the map.
As they clear over towards middle, there's a
Right where
camera
that
here
Fnatic
though,
hit
but
is coming
they might be able to
through.
get
2
4
players
and
on
B.
site already,
Sorry, 4 and
rotation
A.
in from kicks. If you're gonna make it work in a round like this, Less
Oh,
with
dude,
a
they got the
rifle
DRX one?
and his setup to play off,
The one that
and
goes here,
support
or the one that goes
of
here?
many players.
Oh yeah, dude, they got the DRX
This
one.
is exactly what you would want.
Really
Once he doesn't
nice.
take
Lands
his
up
cam
here,
out
scans
before the
this
fight,
corner, scans
he's
short,
ready once
scans
these
this corner as
cages
well.
drop. Vandal could catch them off guard, but it doesn't even get a shot fired before Kayak steps up to the plate. A nasty little double, and Durka won't get anything from behind.
Very,
bar
very
the
nice.
one. It's certainly not enough to slow the gradual push.
Okay,
of
now
Fnatic. 2 rounds
we get into that
behind.
big buy round.
And
They might time out. They got
Vitality,
a
might be
they
starting
got
to
a
sweat a little bit.
Yoru
We're coming
ult
into
and
a
then
buy
1 away
round.
from an
If this
ISO
one
ult.
falls away, then we could be neck and neck.
Yeah, we're seeing an almost identical start. It was 5-0 for a Vitality team. We've said how little that can matter at times, but
Enemy remaining.
it took a pretty hefty response.
Good job, bro.
Bro, I feel like Pipson running around. I have no clue what's going on.
Wait. What? You can't keep that in.
Nobody send that to him. Nobody send that to him.
You can't keep that in.
Next week with the two of them in the same room.
Oh my god. I had no idea.
That's incredible.
Boaster definitely doesn't know he's being outed right now.
Boaster, mate. That's the most toxic I've ever heard Boaster be.
Poor Pipson, man.
I need more.
And he lost yesterday.
Wow, look at the pace. I think they've had the realization, similarly to the last half, that this A side.
What did he say? I'm not repeating it.
Both sides, and with a more direct take, well, Dirk is way too slow to realize what's going on.
Wait, are they crumbling?
Chronicle removes safe, and this is basically round over. There's still a minute left on the clock, but are you going to try and fight back in with three?
This is a clean round where they got to save. We got 1, 2, 3, reach in, max money.
It just doesn't seem worth it. They've just got to save.
What just happened? Like, genuinely, what just happened? Durkin must have heard him go backside. Must have heard him come out of his.
Yeah, I think he didn't think he was going to get out of his own insta.
Didn't notice. It's a slip up and a
can't believe Boaster said that. Boaster has no idea that's going to get replayed for sure.
And you can see Vitality call for the save right off rip as soon as they lose that site. Even just the utility that Fnatic will, in their heads, still have left to play with.
So funny.
There's no point.
All I'm saying is I'm so glad that when I was coaching, none of this stuff existed. I used to flame so heavy, man.
You are looking at a 5-0 lead, and well,
I used to flame so
that's
heavy.
where one of the guns are. But they also have so many credits in the bank. The rest of the team are going to look to try and trade this one out. Not quite. Les will hold his ground. Give him a tight angle. Give him a position to play within. Well, it seems like it's going to be a slow. What has been a very, very fast-paced
no tech pause.
Haven so far.
I see Vitality might take
more
that.
Direct approach from Fnatic,
D-Sinks, thank you so much for the 23 months. Appreciate the prime.
Vitality is struggling to deal with it. You can kind of understand it in this round where you have a dimensional drift to get you into position, but the round before they did a very similar thing. A hit towards that A site, even with a stack in position.
Will Sunset be changed in pro play now? You could see what it's like without pings.
That's
I mean, we saw it without pings for a little bit, right?
The only thing slowing Fnatic down is that technical pause.
But it won't change too much. Teo will be incredible on that map, though. Dude, imagine going over towards A, you finally force through that one-way on attack, and then salvos come in and you have to leave it.
Well, Vitality faced down the barrel of this on split, ended up sweeping back and winning out in overtime.
This map as well. We're looking at exactly the same thing. We are mirroring the map. And well,
the tech timeout, Pipson coming for Boaster. Yeah, he's trying to get on stage right now.
I think the other thing as well is maybe at
had to carry him away.
Go, okay,
you heard what he said.
Light shields. There's a Bulldog in the mix as well.
Better call the security in.
Do you really want to go for this? Do you want to go for a lighter buy? But it's the ults. Like, you have most of them 1 or 2 away. Very high impact if they can get there. So I don't mind them at least investing a bit. And, well, in this case, it's
definitely a reference to the Ascent clip of his. Wait, what's the Ascent clip, Echoes? Am I missing some lore?
In players as well. We get to see a lot of folks down on that stage, and when the timeouts are called, some players lock in, some listen intently.
Some have a nap.
Les doesn't change at all. It maintains exactly the. I think he might be a statue. I'm not sure much moves other than his wrists when it's game day, when he's on that stage. You should see him on the court.
A lot of ults that are 1 away. So they're for sure going for that A AWP.
Basketball.
Okay, basketball.
So do you insta-drone?
I have no doubt that he can play
insta-drone over towards A ult and then fight heavy?
The difference as well with Kayak, you know,
or at least be ready to.
It's like he goes to his
I don't know if you want to use the insta ult for that, but I would. I mean,
he's lying back and he's imagining these Aspas.
Either that or I'm actually sending it C.
Many of us do that. Not just during the.
Except for him, it seems like it's at least within reach. Whereas for me, there's many dreams.
I want to keep an eye on this for the moment.
I don't even need the Valorant skill.
You say that about a lot of people.
Yeah.
This is a nice spot.
Understandable. Well,
that dream died a long time ago.
Fleeting youth.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't have got tagged from it.
9-8. Let's get existential with it. Dirk is down on mid. Picks up Boaster. The opening pick for the side of Vitality. Something that's been missing in some of these
smokes.
Rounds. Their opponents hot on their heels.
Blind or guys, you should have gone for one of my plans. That was this round.
That was their attempt to bring back the advantage, at least in neck and neck.
It was very close. I think it was literally a millimeter off from catching out kicks and potentially even things up. That would have been maybe a controller down on both sides unless Kicks managed to win the duel. And well, he said it in a previous clip that he's only won it once, so maybe not believing that would be the case. A stall out from Fnatic, and interestingly, Kayak is so much further forward than anyone else. Still a jump spot from Safe, just trying to get them extra information, but I think he's missed anything that could have been there, and I think realizes it as well, because he's going to fall back to the site instead.
Drone up through A long, that is the spike carrier droning, but intention to go back, exactly, it's a ruse for Chronicle to embed deep into short and play that late flank. He'll get a great opportunity by the looks of things with the cross coming in, and indeed, he catches Durka. Chronicle with a valuable pick for Fnatic.
Oh my god, he's absolutely sending it. And Alpha was meant to be watching it. And I don't know what happened for him to look over towards A link, but...
wide open, steps through the frame. Puts his fist down.
Yeah, I didn't like the. I mean, I love the plan from Vitality. The push down from Yorick and TP away. The plan from Fnatic didn't seem great, and then it kind of snowballed from a disaster, right? No smokes into a blind ISO wall. Like that.
I think a lot of it just came down to
that comeback potential is
I'm
just
taking this one into my own hands. Shaw gets caught out by a lurk, but it meant that it almost forced Fnatic into a slightly more direct take, and both Kicks and Seabuff were very, very ready for that to happen, both around that position. I think especially with
pushing down C-Long until Durka got the kill and Insta went out.
There has to be something in their minds. That'll be their first round over on the defensive side, and that's it. They had a lot of ultimates that were close. Well, all of them, bar the Neural
Echoes, you reckon it was from then? Dude, that's like 3 years ago. No, that's longer. That's like 4 years ago. Maybe.
Flowing on the way, and they are certainly committing to it. Sometimes you can just
gate crash out of garage. We've seen it over towards middle. Great trades.
Same thing happens. The double tap about to fade. Alpha, he's not getting greedy. He doesn't swing in as many a player would, and it might have been a mistake with Kick so
5 years ago now.
Fury,
yeah.
blindly thrown in, cancelled with one more burst.
God, we're ancient, chat. That was 5 years ago.
Lurked up short. He's still scarred from that lurk from Chronicle in the previous round.
Oh, nice. Okay. He's had the read. Drone goes out, but it doesn't give him much more information. When you have a Yoru pushing a spot on the map, it can very easily be a fake, and that's so unfortunate. I think he's just teleported away, so waiting to try and catch someone with that kill contract, and there will be nobody even remotely close to that position.
But he now doesn't have the shield for the retake. A lot of this is on less. All goes back aside. Does he? Okay, they at least know he's here now. Now what?
Trigger discipline to not just fire the ult through into empty space.
Dude, he's so calm.
It's not even Hunter's Fury. It's both.
Wait, he ulted the ISO that was next to him.
Another shot, double tap, not available.
Oh, and then the change happens now that he has the shield for the retake.
Ready to brawl. Fnatic have their work cut out for them at 2 versus 3. Happy to run that clock down a little lower, but the plant very much needed by
10
this
seconds.
Now 10 seconds. They know that someone has to plant, and when they do,
oh my god, what an Omen Flash. Oh my god, fair play, man. Big Omen Flash. Hit them both. Dude, Boaster is... Boaster is having crazy impact.
Swinging this game back and forth, and that was definitely one of them. You mentioned it. Seabuff holding his ultimate for
Dude, look at
a rainy day in the end, just about being able to put it into position.
Boaster, man, he didn't stop running.
Right down to the wire, 8 seconds on the clock as they
he
look to take
stop
these
running.
final fights. And even a little bit worrying that in the middle of that there was a reload coming through. 10-9.
Dude, they must be low money.
Fnatic break back immediately, and well.
Oh my goodness.
With a few of those ults already expended, Hunter's Fury gone in the last round. I think the TP was used as well. And obviously the kill contract for Seabuff. Everybody's back on level pegging again, except for the problem. The economy running out for this defensive side.
Mid push from Durka cancelled out with the gate crash. They don't see early contact. Now, like this from Fnatic, just the early freeze. I gotta say, in that last round,
I mean, yeah,
he's
playing insane.
The main thing that stands out to me is many players would make the assessment of, we can't really plant here, we have to just fight.
Vitality with the Yoru or heavy retake over towards C. So when there was a 3-person stack, Vitality pretty much won every single round when they forced this.
They know that there's heavy presence here now, and with Seabuff often playing around this position, maybe they'll put 2 and 2 together and realize that, well, Chronicle's space that he's taking
waiting
might
for the
be more
recon to
valuable
clear?
to them. With 40 seconds on the clock, though, it's time to make a call.
Bacon. Bacon with a double duelist and a recon.
They are selling this as a giant ruse.
Yeah, Les doesn't even move an inch though.
The majority can just leave, and they have fallen hook, line, and sinker.
Okay, but there's gonna be a retake anyway. 25 seconds on this. Les.
Be able to try and hit the timing at least on one of the players, but Chronicle baits him in with the removal of the pin.
Does Durka use his ult?
And now they have that post plant. A 5 versus 4. Dimensional drift immediately used for Durka to try and clear some of these angles, knowing there's a player on site. Alfia is already going to drop another teammate though, and this is looking
Alpha killing the smokes is everything.
Big plays needed on the site, and it's Alpha still lurking around to find the value. Sivov with an unbelievable performance on ISO.
Oh, he's kind of showing him how to do it a little bit. Still not the best tech, managed to only get half. It's better than what was going on earlier though.
No hope left.
Damn, dude, they have to eco. 2, 4, 700, 800.
16 scoreline.
Yeah, they got like 3 of them sitting at like 3,100, 3,200.
But if you look at the timeline, well, you said that they were doing exactly the same. 5 rounds, then the win back. Well, since then, the tide has turned back into Fnatic's favor, and it looks like that
and they got the
defensive round
server
for
out of them.
Vitality might have been a flash in the pan.
And with this eco, they can make sure that they get these 2 ults.
Next round, this one here, Vitality
it's actually theirs to get to 12.
Back in Fnatic's hands. All they've left to do is to close it.
It's all theirs. Yeah, there's 1 away from all.
Curse, but most of the time that's
this is the hero gun.
This has been an absurd resurgence from Fnatic individually. We have seen the depth that this roster can bring, and on the other side of things, Durka's been trying to pad the gap, but that's now a whole lot of aggression. 3 rounds in a row with a mid push.
Yeah, as soon as that bullet tagged him, he's wrecked.
The third got away.
And they can't pick up that gun anymore. And you might even get to see Fnatic throw it out the map.
Literally put the world on his shoulders. The problem is he's got that rifle, but if you don't teleport out of there, there is no real way to retrieve it, especially if Fnatic just hold onto that ground. And I think they will have had the spot onto safe. So they're just pausing again. This spot could be dangerous. Nice shot from Les.
Let's pick up the gun though, but Chronicles just made so much space on A.
Spike still very far away. That's time running off the clock, and Chronicle wants to make up for it with space. It's dangerous against a weaker buy to play like this. And that's a big mistake. Even the Tracer's easy to fall
like
back
this.
on, but Sivov steps in to
Okay,
take
it's so
the
good.
pick. An immediate response though. Boaster and Kayak cleaning this up before it gets too dangerous. Les lurking inside the smokes, and he steps out with Kayak waiting. 11 rounds for Fnatic. And what could be one
a lot of talks about orbs at the moment. One orb away from
incredible amount of rounds with just 1 scattered throughout for Vitality. They need a solution, and they need it now.
And that win streak doesn't just take into consideration today. That is a streak of 6 consecutive victories through different rosters, through Durka being on the team, to leaving the team, to joining Vitality, to making a Masters. But this is the first time he's faced off against Fnatic, and I'll be honest, it has not been a good day for Durka. He had his moments in that first OT. That was where he really looked to step up and take over the match. And while with a pause on the board for Vitality, he's the man we look to again, because let's be real, we talked about this 1-2 duelist punch.
Where are they in terms of ults? I can't even remember. Here we go.
Incredibly impressive. In fact, you look at Alfia
so
on the
both
other side,
the ISOs are 1 away.
But then, the man who replaced him, Kayak,
they could trade orbs. They have a C punish. They could be tempted to go for that.
Fnatic roster showing the resilience as well. It's always going to be more difficult to continue when you make that player swap, but I don't think there's been any proof of that here today. For Vitality.
Problem is, there's an aggro C too obvious after a timeout. Probably.
An attempt to stop them, but you then look over at the ultimates and they're not going to have any of those to help them out.
It really is a day for the young guns, forged in the fires of Tier 2.
Wait, they're descending at B?
Now they've come here to bring that chaos to the server. For Fnatic, 11 on the board. The chance to put themselves on the green and just tap it in to close us out. But it's this buy round that Vitality have hinged everything on. They've just had a chat with Faded. Their last opportunity, I believe that's both their timeouts burned up.
Next. Cutting through.
Does it pull a rotate? Currently watching Boaster contact over towards B with the spike.
Kayak commits the ulti, and that's a big problem now. Even though he gate crashes to spawn, they have to be worried about this
through garage.
for the rest
They
of
still
the
have
round
Silver
until that's
drone.
fully cleared. It keeps safe in position deep into the round, only now starting to leave that A site, but it's this push that's made up for the gap that was created.
Damn, Kayak's just fully on top of it. Dude, Boaster as well. He wins so many angels today. And it's an easy call over towards A. The two players from Vitality. Wait,
for them to know that
they go for the A fake. Oh my god.
Over to A.
They actually own them.
In this direction. Look at them running all the way down as if this is the play.
And they tag the orb as well. Tap the orb as well to show them that they're here.
Just baiting their opponents.
God, it's incredible.
The leaders.
Dude, Boaster's for sure been the MVP.
Instead, now those two players who've sold the ruse look to run back, and they're still waiting for less. They're waiting for a flank on a site they never even took.
Unbelievable. You come into a round after a timeout knowing, boys, this is where we have to stop them. That was the idea from Vitality, but look at how it's fallen apart.
They might actually be back.
They won't even come close.
Might actually be back. Good to see
planted.
the ISO all off.
Up in heaven, they sit
You're gonna have
and
two
wait
chances.
for this round to come to a close. And even then, they don't get to sit safely for long. Alpha Yera's here. He's looking to make it more costly, and he's hit kicks. The 1-2 punch, perhaps, to put the economy in the dirt.
Oh my god, double aim Joel as well.
Zone, flawless from Fnatic. This seemed to be Vitality's
Yeah,
final hope.
I mean, there's a couple of them that are like 3,400 now. 3,500.
But it's written in the
Which means a few light armors, not too much diff.
With 2 chances to close
Dude,
out
nice
this
shot.
series.
I want to say as well, to give even more credit to Boaster. After the last 2 maps,
and Con Hunt, me and Crashies will cuddle and make love.
after the last 2 maps, I think you can genuinely say this has been some of the best attack side calling we've ever seen. I think back to Lotus, the consistent switch-ups, redirects, and bamboozles, and well, Durka thought,
Yeah, and the damage that we said from hunting is the outlaw.
pound for pound. That was literally the flank last time coming up.
Yeah, and then there's
he
a backup
purchased an
rifle as
outlaw
well.
to beat the other team's outlaw. It truly is ridiculous how almost in his head Kayak must be at this stage.
You see all this money for Fnatic and Vitality go, okay guys, we can get utility and get some decent weapons, take the half shields. And then the first pick goes to an
Durka kind of got
outlaw,
wrecked
like,
in this best of 3.
Well, a lot of us are in a pretty vulnerable position.
Oh, we just got him.
This is everything. Sivov needs to try and win this battle. It's him versus Chronicle, and it's Betsy.
Oh, it's done.
And he knows
Oh,
it as
boy.
well. That might be the beginning of the end.
Oh, for
Chronicle's
sure.
able to hold
You had
on
to
to
win
big
it.
control, but the team weren't just sitting waiting.
A lot of pressure
they
on
weren't
that duel.
watching while they took that 1v1 fight
Easy,
like
oh.
we were. Instead, there's now going to be another.
Takes us to kill
It
3.
could be another nail
Well.
in the coffin. The problem is they lose one
Damn,
more.
bro.
It's left or lot to less.
The Alpha's giving it to him as well.
From Brazil.
Fnatic. Man, they could have won all 3 maps really as well. Maybe their map pools are crazy good right now. Respect. Respect to Fnatic. 9-3 down as well.
But history repeats itself for
It's a sick game.
time.
Sick game.
That's got to be heartbreaking, Tom. After Split going the way it did, Vitality digging deep to fight back into that map, taking an OT after facing so many map points. And then the last 2
Chat
maps,
guaranteed. Chat, can you even blame us on this one?
13 to 10, that second
I mean,
half,
Fnatic did look good. Wait, chat, is their map pool just really
way
strong
for
right
it to
now?
go, but into Fnatic's favor. Sivov
like
with
their
a
map pool's
debut on
really
ISO,
good.
performing phenomenally, but it just wasn't enough.
Think about the Boaster pistol clutch. Think back all the way to then. A 1v3,
Their fracture looked
and
nice.
a 2v4 as well. That if they lose that, I think this is done. I think
They've
that
got at least
Vitality
4
just
maps that look
steamroll
good.
over
At least
it, but
OT.
The leader stepped up. I think we talk a lot about his individual stats, but I think throughout the day he has been sublime. Whether it is the statistics ending this map 17 to 12, having high impact overall, but also I think the calling was honestly sublime. And then again, we always wanted to see what Kayak would
Look at
do
this pro,
when
man.
he stepped
He's
onto
having the best
stage
time of his life.
versus the man that seemed irreplaceable. But he had a star-studded performance today, and even a little jig to finish things off.
Oh, it's good to see Malam and Scud joining them to soak in the celebration in front of the crowd.
They can finally have a rest.
It's good to see an Irishman down on that stage. It's good to see Boaster popping and locking it.
Dude's like, mate, stop dancing. You got to do an interview.
That's the quota for the day. But what a series this was. We were hoping for a tight one, and we got it in the end.
Marvi, thank you so much. Thank you the 5 gifted.
Singing the praises of these young
appreciate
guns
that. Thank
of
you so
Kayak
much.
and of Sivov coming in from that tier 2, and there's always the question, yeah, they can do it in tier 2. Yeah, Sivov can get 38 kills in tier 2 on Breach on Haven, but surely not against Fnatic.
I think it's even more of a proof in the pudding that investing
Boaster?
in
I mean,
is
dude,
the value in a man who's
he
still
earned all the dances here.
Young,
Like he earned all the dances he's doing right now because that
19 years old,
that
by the way,
1v3 was crazy.
Now, Alpha,
the calling was
thank you
good,
for another
fragging was good.
Series and another comeback on Haven. You guys have got to stop doing this. At some point, you got to win it cleanly for once, right?
Yeah. I don't want to feel stressed anymore. I just want to win 13-3, 13-2, 13-4. But for that, we need to win pistol first.
Yeah.
We lost every pistol.
Yeah, there's so many.
I mean, the pistol loss rate was a little bit. We won't talk about that.
Well,
we'll focus on the
4 out of
positive.
6.
Now, the last time you played Haven on the comeback against Na'Vi, it was your mentor that carried your team. I think all of your teammates said it was because of you that you made that comeback. So this time against Team Vitality, who was the person that made this happen?
I think I'm giving the point to Jake. I think his calls are like absolutely insane. Like he had all the time read. Like, I mean, I see him first time reading like this. It was great. Like we have also like the ex-player in the Vitality, so he knows what is he gonna do. Like he was telling us what is he gonna do, and we were reading like a beast.
Did he have it every time? You know correctly. You all followed him.
Yeah, we followed Jake on Haven, and with the free 9 clutch, he win. It was like the life point, and we just win.
It felt like it was done at that point, right? Let's talk about split, because this could have been a 2-0. What happened?
Okay, the first thing, I was playing Stretch for 3 days, and didn't start well. But I said to teammates, if I play Stretch again, I'm never playing this game again. So I just turned my normal settings.
Oh, so it was your the tech pause was your fault.
One of them.
Was that you?
No, it was another issue.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say because they were telling us it was a player changing settings. Now you are the only player in any of the regional leagues that still plays Killjoy on Lotus.
What?
Every other team has decided not to play Killjoy anymore. Why is
Killjoy is never all the time it was good. I mean, Lotus is basic map. You don't have to like Teo, Breach, Vice, this kind of stuff. I think you just go play. That's it.
that easy as that. Everyone in the audience is writing this down like, is that easy? Now, obviously with Durka being on the other side, he was your teammate for such a long time. Did that make you guys lock in a little bit more and take it even more seriously?
No, I mean, we were playing our game, but I think he wasn't not locked in today. He was doing a lot of mistakes, I think, because we had like enemy. I mean, I just saw the video. He shot my body 70 bullets.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. Did you see it in the game?
At the moment, I didn't see.
Okay, what was your reaction?
After I saw that, I said, I'm not losing today. Let's go win, boys.
Okay, so advice to future teams: do not shoot Alpha's body if you kill him. Last question. Before today, you were kind of the gatekeeper of ISOs in our region. You're the best ISO player. Sivov, on the other side, what did you make of his ISO?
I think he's a really good player. I didn't expect he's gonna be that good, but I think sometimes when I was fighting with him, I couldn't even give a react. I think he's a really good player. I can see the like really good feature. I don't know. He's one of the best players in the world, I think.
Yeah, second best ISO in EMEA now. You think better than VIT and Safe?
I mean, like on one match, you can't say anything.
Okay.
I'm still best.
Of course you are. Thank you so much, Alfia, for joining me. Congratulations once again. We're going to take a quick break here, but do not go anywhere because Pacey will be taking on Koi right after this.
Oh boy. K-Corp, Koi, man. K-Corp. Why am I... I'm more worried for watching K-Corp than I'm Koi.
So about
not again. We lost first map because we didn't sync so good with the water bouncing. It's so wet.
Oh my god, I'm gonna drown in it.
You say, I say, is it good? And you say the line.
What's running? Why do I have to say the word?
Some vibes over there though. You give him that. Strong vibes. Okay, let's see what maps K-Corp decide to play. Harbor on, because I think it might be a few. I'm worried for them. Okay, chat. Let's do a little check-in while we're here as well. Check some of the names. Where were we last time? We have Unincognito with the 25. Thank you. We got Anonymous with the 25. Amsterdam Kayak, 25 as well. Human Man's back with another 10. And Lauren. Thank you so much, Lauren, as well, for the 50. Chat, get the W's in. Guys, if you raise another 110, I will put 200 on top of it. If you want to get spam smads, I'll be back in a little bit if you guys want to see if you can get that over. Is that Pansy? Could be. Using the real name? Might be. And then I think Fio's going to be coming in for this one as well for K-Call. Yeah, chat, I'll be back in a little bit. Let me take this down. Tragic. Oh my goodness. With the 25 gifted as well. Okay, chat. New rule. If we get to 4,000, I'll put 300 on because Tragic just gifted 25. That's crazy. Yeah, if we get over towards 4,000, then I'll put 300 in because Tragic is crazy and he's just decided to gift a lot of gifted. Thank you so much, Tragic. Chat, while we go for the ad spam, make sure everyone adds Tragic and says thank you. And yeah, get a mod spam going. Get Euler spam going. I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you so much for that. Tragic, appreciate you.
I need me a slice. Rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. The flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up.
I hope you guys had a lovely break there. We are back here in the fan zone of the Riot Games Arena. I'm Yingsu. I've got Billy here with me, and the IGL Fnatic is Boaster. Now, Alpha here on stage said that he accredited the comeback on Haven to you. He said your calls were incredible. Everything, you had the read, you knew what Durka was doing. What was the game like from your perspective?
I just think it's one of those games where I was just feeling really good despite going 8-4 down. And then when I got that 1v3 on pistol, I was like...
It was 9-3, but yeah, carry on.
It was, 9-3?
Yeah,
it was like a flashback to when I played Safe on Bind. And I said, I've given us a lifeline. And it felt like that. And then when it came to just calling, I don't know, it was like I was just in a flow state, good vibes, and I was just feeling it. And then I started getting kills, which makes me feel it a bit more. And after that, it was just... We were getting picks, and it was looking juicy, I'm not going to lie.
Do you think that was the turning point for you guys in that match?
Pistol did help, but I think bonus. Always winning, but I love a cheeky bonus.
Do you know the stat to how many bonuses you win when you win the pistol? Because it's very high.
You know me, making some of the best bonus strats out there. It's not only me. I don't know, actually. What is that? 80%?
10 wins and 2 losses.
80%?
Yeah, but you don't win a lot of pistols, so what's, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we need to win a pistol. That would help.
Yeah, you do indeed. You do indeed. Now, can you explain the boom shakalaka to us?
Boom shakalaka?
Yeah, you won the pistol, started doing shenanigans.
I don't know. Whenever I get hyped, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I just start moving my body and then just like thrusting the air. Yeah, you know, in celebration. Just got so much energy.
Can we make sure that Alpha gets glued down to that chair?
Yeah, please.
Because on Split, You went to OT, he stood up, and then, you know, the rest is history.
I mean, Alfie is so funny. He changed his res this week. He's like, I'm not playing Stretch anymore mid-game, by the way. I'm just, oh, this bloody idiot. Last week it was the Vandal. I'm not using this Vandal. Or Crosshair, I can't remember what it was. And then this week, I'm not using this Stretch res. I'm like, what are you using, brother? Can you get I'm carrying it.
Yeah,
no,
just get Forsaken setting. Isn't that the secret? I thought your secret was just using Forsaken settings.
I've actually gone back to my old CS Crosshair.
Oh, okay.
Speaking about strats, how much do you feel Scott has added to the team? Because of course he's been an addition that you yoinked from BBL from kickoff.
He's such a vibe, by the way.
Yeah, like he was up
he
cheering.
Is a vibe.
Yeah, he seems very supportive from what we've seen.
I think the combination of Scott and Milan is just really good. They obviously knew each other before, and I think Scott is very good in VOD reviews with Milan. Milan brings that positive vibe as well. I think them as a combination is really deadly duo, and then I am able to kind of synergize with them too. So I think he brings a lot. He's bringing ideas. He's saying like in tack timeouts as well, or like even in scrims, like they're doing this. Bosa, this was a bit of a problem, very similar to kind of Mini.
That's a huge compliment.
Yeah.
You still got a long way to go though, so like Scott, you better get back to work. But they're just working hard, and it's just nice to look over your shoulder whilst you're looking at Pokemon online cards prices, and they're working whilst I'm chilling. No, I'm joking, but I am working too.
Milan is definitely not working when the cards come out, I think. He's right in there in the mix, right?
Oh, last night Crashes unboxed a blooming Espeon on the hut from the Fusion Strike. We were all going, we're gonna win tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, that's the secret behind this. You were shooting like crazy today. Out the gate on split, I think it was like 9-0. It was crazy. But my question is, despite having a performance like this shooting, and Alpha and Kayak were very quiet in this first half, you decided to give your gun to them and go with a frenzy on an eco round. What was the reasoning behind that?
Well, you know, I'm not Angel. Kayak is our duelist. He's our star. I am having a good game, but that doesn't mean I'm going to win us the round. Kayak and Alfia, these guys are players that can really hard win a round. Mine is kind of random on the day. Granted, this day, I was kind of banging it out. I was looking kind of juicy, but I think it's because I got no stress right now. Last year, I had a lot of stress and a lot of problems. But this year, I'm just kind of like, whatever happens, happens. I don't have a problem with losing anymore. And if we win, we win. And I think it's really like making me enjoy the game, enjoy competing again. Because last year, I just remember, I think I got loads more gray hairs and like I was bags under my eyes. This year, I've just got the bags under my eyes. Oh, they showed that whiff. That was terrible. But we managed to win.
I wanted to kind of reflect back on Haven because obviously it's what we've just seen, but Sivov coming into this Vitality, were you expecting him to be the one to jump onto the ISO? And was that a surprise for you?
Yeah, I was just saying that's the Bosa smoke. I'm coining it here because no one else does it, and I've won so many clutches. Sivov, on ISO, bloody hell, he came out shooting, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was 11-0 or something. I was like, oh, for goodness sake. I pressed tab, Alfie's on 1 kill. I was like, don't worry, Alfie, you're going to come back. And then Alfie comes back and he starts feeling it on attack. He's like, get me to attack, get me to attack. And I was like, don't worry, bro, your time will come.
I mean, you guys are always coming, but it's never normal, right? It's just heart attack city every time you watch Fnatic. You wanna say something to the fans that are all here, you know, having heart attacks alongside you as well?
I'm seeing some very familiar faces out there. I appreciate you all coming as always. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the game today. Thank you for all the support. Love the who are we FNC. Losing your voices for us. I love that. And I'll see you next week.
Yeah, the game next week is going to be an interesting one. Now, it will be Apex. We've seen it on social media. The Floor is very excited to play against Kron, but maybe a little bit too excited that she said like, oh, if I diff Kron, I'm going to retire. I can't do that to my glorious king, her words. How do you feel about that?
Fine by me. I saw that flick on Split yesterday and I almost, I was about to swear, pooped my pants. Like it was a crazy flick. She just B-hopping in B-heaven like an absolute tank.
I mean, that's your duo. You were duo in the off-season.
Yeah, she was good. I was like, we got to keep an eye on her. But yeah, I think I'm just looking forward to each game. And also Saturday is Booster Box Bonanza where we're going to open up booster boxes. So I'll be more excited for that. So I like to have a swift win if I can.
I would really like to keep my job and bring this back to Riot Games.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So last question, we have KC versus Koi coming up. And now they've both been going through it, probably stressed as well. Any advice you would like to give them? Maybe to lose some gray hairs, keep, you know, the eye bags? What's your secret for them to...
What team is this, sorry?
KC and Koi. I mean, you've seen how stressed
KC and Koi. Koi was our performance scrims yesterday. So we warmed them up well, I think. And any team we warm up seems to do pretty well. So good luck, but also good luck to KC. Got some very familiar faces I like in there. I won't name them because then the others will be like, oh, why do you name me? But
name them.
Yeah, Alves, Kazaish, Actually, Sugetsu is kind of growing up in my books now after waving me goodbye in Copenhagen. But yeah, I'm liking those places.
What did Sadak and Elite do to you, eh?
Elite
and
is
Martine?
nice. They're all nice. Yeah, they're all nice, really. So I've kind of dug myself a hole here.
You have to list
Back
all
to
of
you,
them.
Yinsu.
Thank you so much for that, Boaster. Congratulations once again. Thank you for everyone coming out to watch Fnatic. Make sure you stay for the next game. It is going to be a juicy one. As I said, KC have gone through some rough times, but their coaching staff did not shy away from talking about what's been going on behind the scenes. Take a look at this interview I did with Ann and Zaysh a little bit earlier. Welcome back to my weekly third wheeling session, and this week I am bringing you guys the coaches of KC. It's Ann and Zaysh. Welcome back. I have to go straight in and ask about the coach cam reactions. Everybody loves it. I know you're suffering a lot of the times. So tell me what's going through your mind. What do you think about the community, you know, making stickers of your moments and enjoying your reactions?
Oh, I just don't face most of the time, so it's I think a question for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's same as when I was player. I'm very emotional, and yeah, most of the time I cannot control myself. Like, so everything is kind of what I feel on the moment. And then like sometimes he get pissed because I'm moving too much or like I'm doing like
I'm doing like
some
stuff.
Does that affect you?
I
Sometimes
miss so much.
He's just looking like he's
Boaster
you know,
giving
having
it.
the worst time ever.
Yeah, no.
You're
like,
just
why we should.
This is a good balance, I think. You have a bit of both ends. Now, the reason that I feel like you've been suffering is the fashion in which you've been losing your games this year. Every single match is so close and it's so you know, it's stressful. So can you tell me why you think that you guys haven't been able to get a really important win on the third map and be able to actually get yourselves over the line?
To be honest, to not reveal a lot of stuff, like what's going on around and inside our team, I would say we have a big problems in some aspects. And one of them right now, it's you can see clearly it's anti-ecos. Like we lost last
it's
time,
so bad.
we counted 5 anti-ecos on Pearl. So if we win at least one, like won last time one at least, it's GG, we would win. Probably, of course, I don't know, you know, past is the past. But yeah, it's one of our problems, and sometimes we, let's say, we have lack of X factor, and that's what we're trying to train in Prax. Yeah.
And last question, I'm glad
Train
you
to get the X factor? I'm not sure that's a thing.
Because it's Martine, right? It's not usually Martine. He's out there. He's leading from the front. And Icebox was really, really good. But you guys convinced me that the Omen Martine worked. But I think other people might be confused. I'll come to you, Zaysh, as to why, you know, Martine's on the Omen.
I think with the actual meta, especially on Icebox, like double smoker is pretty strong. And Omen, you can play it as duelist because you have the TPs, right? Of course, it's not as fast as like a Neon Dash or like a Jet Dash or something, but it brings you utility that you can use. And Icebox, like if you check the past years, it's a map where you know you can play without duelist. And Omen does kind of the same job as Jet, especially on defense. You can get high grounds, you can play like on really high grounds and stuff. Even on attack, you can take the top tube and this type of stuff. So, of course, as I said, it's less explosive than a Jet, but it brings you like other aspects kind of the game.
I'm convinced. I'm even more convinced that we're not losing a single anti-eco today. Am I right?
I hope so.
Oh boy.
You heard it here. You heard it here. It's going to happen. You guys wait and see. Wait and see.
It makes me worried. Yeah, hold up. Yeah.
I guess we'll have to wait and see, but we do not expect him to be loose in that. On the other side today, Movistar Koi will be going up against them. We see KC saying that they're trying to find their X factor, and when we look at Movistar Koi, we might think that actually something that defines them, it's playing that double sentinel.
Anonymous, thank you so much for doing that. We had Kindling Chatter with the 25, we had Unincognito with another 10.
And
had
even
Anonymous, whoever that is, shout out to you. Thank you so much for
a very big important part that comes with conditioning.
300. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for doing all of this.
Lotus. To give you a little bit of context, we have just gone through a tag pause call from Gaius, and I think
Sonia, thanks for the 2 gifted as well.
Koi is putting
I appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Reinforcement, putting both of the Sentinels utility on C, and at the beginning of the round, putting a lot of pressure onto A. with this conditioning put on, you have two options. You completely
Chronicle blamed Elmer Puddy in their previous losses in Artis' interview. That has to be bait. I don't think that's a thing.
That is exactly what we're going to do. But as I say, conditioning is very important.
That has to be bait.
Is going to be using the same utility that they had been using in the past. The response from Foot is going to be putting Zeus in this in rubble.
Is a K-Cop fan? Am I a K-Cop fan? I want them to be good. For sure, I want them to be good. I just don't enjoy the harbor at the moment.
Absolute music to the ears of the 4 players that are currently hidden, just waiting and just thinking this is going to be great. Because one of the things that I did not mention is that we see.
Okay, chat. While this is going on, let's do a bit of a charity talk as well. We are doing a charity stream at the moment. Hope for the day. We've raised 4,000. What's on the screen? 4,325 so far. Again, I'm not expecting to get to this goal, but I want to see how high we can get it. That's why I did a giant goal. It is just suicide prevention, just trying to spread awareness, basically. It's proactive suicide prevention, just spread awareness. It's okay, not be okay. And they've given us some videos to watch as well. So I think it's only a minute long. We'll watch this now. And as we're watching it, let's get a spam going for the non-gifter. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you doing that. Let's watch this.
Mental health is very serious, and it can get very serious, and it can be very scary, and people don't want to talk about that.
For them, it's often bullshit, or it's just in my head.
They were afraid of it. When people think mental health, they automatically think like straitjacket, padded room.
I didn't have a proper outlet or a proper voice for a lot of things that I was feeling inside.
I've always had trouble with anxiety, depression.
And my last year of middle school was my first suicide attempt.
I was at a dark point in my life as well, but I managed to overcome with the help of friends, of course, and then also talking and sharing. Asking for help is what saved my life.
If you're really lost and you don't know what to do, you can build on that and you can learn.
When I started talking about what I felt, it became a huge relief because they were incredibly understanding.
Talk about things, just talk.
You can make it acceptable to not be okay.
It's okay not to be okay.
It is okay when you need okay to feel it.
Ce n'est pas mal de ne pas se sentir bien.
It's okay not to be okay, it really is.
Okay, very nice. And yeah, it is. Everything that they're saying is very true, chat. You need to speak to people, reach out. We got a lot of helplines. Whether it's friends, whether it's like professional help, just anyone, just trying to make sure that you have, yeah, there we go, Sonia, thank you so much for that. Trying to make sure that you guys have anyone to talk to. I know it's, dude, life can be tough sometimes, chat. Life can be tough, so it's okay to have bad days.
It's a bit of a bold pick.
And again, if you wanna donate, every 1,000 we get, I'll be donating 200 more.
I was glazing this.
Wait, we had an extra gifted, right? Okay, if we get to 5,000, I'll donate another 300 because whoever the anonymous gifter is has gifted 25 before we did that video. So
I'm like, maybe start Koi, where's your prep?
I will up that
why are we not expecting
to
this?
300.
Hopefully,
again, anonymous gifter, whoever you are, thank you so much for doing the gifted, bro. I appreciate that.
I don't know. I don't want to be a hater.
Thank you so much, dude.
Just because he can play so many other things so beautifully. So beautifully. But on the other side of this, you heard it from Boaster.
Chinese tennis up, right?
Sugetsu is going up in his books. Has Sugetsu be going up in your books as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's a good time to say that I appreciate the kind of community that we've made here, chat.
Even though they were not able to get the win yesterday,
like I know that I spoke about them earlier, like the gremlins on VLR. Sometimes like to flame us for trying to keep it nice over here, but I think it's nice to have a safe place of the internet. Not everyone's life is the same, so even though people are out here maybe blaming the mods for banning the like unkind words that people say about players, etc. It's nice to have a safe place here, and I just appreciate everyone being nice and chill.
And I think it makes sense, you know, if you want to implement the double controller and you really want to take it that way.
Speaking of mods,
yeah, I like the double controller.
Let's see Fio. Where's Fio?
We saw Martin primarily playing
we got our K-Corp Expo Fio.
aggro, you
Watching
can
all
TP
the
back out
K-pop
again. Yeah,
games.
so like it is kind of a
Kinda
similar
worried for
playstyle,
it
I
because
suppose, but it's nice that they feel as though they have the flexibility.
I wouldn't want the
and
job
Martin
of
can be the person
going
that
through all
can
the
jump
K-pop
onto that
games at the
open should
moment.
they want to run a double
Nismo, by the way, in the
we speak about how
YouTube
Koi can
chat,
bounce
thank
back
you
and
so much for
Koi,
gifting a membership.
Find a win, but what about
Wait, you gifted a
KC?
membership
Is it
and
as
I missed
simple as
the opportunity
don't
to
throw any
gift?
anti-heroes?
Thank you so much, Nismo, though. I appreciate
From
it.
the beginning of the stage, like last week, and after what happened in kickoff, we
DJ
had that
Romania
question
as
of
well
what
with the
is your
10
identity
gifted.
going
Thank you
to
for doing that
be?
as well,
Is
bro.
it
Appreciate the
Harbor that we're
10.
going
Thank
to
you
be
so much,
seeing
mate.
on and on? Martin
That
being
not to do.
on that
Oiler
Euro
slug
jail.
spam
I think
at
that I'm
DJ
gonna pick up
Romania.
what Kata
Thank
said
you so much, bro.
yesterday,
Appreciate
and
it.
is that it's too soon to tell. But obviously, I think that for any of these orgs,
And then
you
again,
need
whoever
to
the
start
anon
showing
was, thank you for doing the
results,
25
especially when
earlier.
KC, the beginning of the year that they had last year, you have to prove things. And for Koi, seriously,
Okay.
it's been like since July
That's
since
the
they get a win. And one of these
Wait,
teams
did I
is going to
upload
go 0-2 today.
Dude, am I about to get
I was
blinded by
gonna
the
say,
sun?
These are the two teams that are at the bottom
Chat,
of
let
their
me close
group
the
right
blind
now,
first.
right?
One
So like it matters to both of them. It really does matter to both of them. So my expectations of Movistar Koi, I'm expecting the prep to be there. My expectations of KC, I feel like my expectations of KC are wrong at this point, completely wrong. I looked at the star-studded roster that they have on paper and I'm still waiting to see something.
And are they still on the same level? Is this a close matchup in your opinion?
Oh yeah,
Yes,
absolutely. Because
100%.
even though they both lost, they both put up a fight. That Lotus ended up in an overtime, the Pearl not.
Yeah.
But yeah, for KC the same.
Yeah,
Well,
completely.
both of these teams are currently winless, but that is about to change, at least for one of them, hoping to make their mark on Group Omega and come out with full confidence. Here is Casey and Koi.
Okay. Let's see where Fio is.
Hello.
Is that voice activation? No. Hello?
Hello. I can't
Hello,
see
Fio.
that.
How you doing?
Oh, there you are.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yeah. Are you
How's that?
excited? I'm excited.
You excited for this one? Okay.
Yeah, after watching the VODs, I'm honestly more excited than I was immediately after the games.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I think we are really depressed about KC purely because of Fracture and the fact that they can't play anti-egos. But like overall, both Icebox and Pearl, Icebox was clean and then Pearl was not as bad. It was shaky, but it was fine. And then the Fracture just ruined all of that.
There is a lot in
So I
stake
think
here for both
it's
of
fine.
these teams in this
It's winnable.
matchup, and a huge opportunity to not
He got him with the
go
cabbage
0
as he went
and
for the
2
fist
going
bump.
into next week. But let's take a look at the map, Veto.
Okay, I like where you're coming from.
Oh, so Koi have Movistar
I also
Koi
think the
has
map
decided
Veto is
to
potentially
ban the Pearl.
interesting
I
because
was
they
thinking
both
that maybe
banned
they wanted to ban
Haven
the
last week.
Haven after what we saw during kickoff, and also
This
what
was
they
probably going to
banned
happen
in
because
the
they had a
past.
good score against Vitality, right? Went to
Yeah,
over 10.
picked the Lotus, we were just
And
speaking
then
about
KC
it.
gets Icebox for free.
Keiko picked the Icebox, but I don't know if it was them being good on it or BBL being... I mean, honestly, no, they had a good game plan.
It was a bit of both, but I think genuinely KC was very clean on the map, like strategically. From what I saw from rotation, from the reactions, genuinely very clean. So I think they'll be good on the map.
Okay, I like that. We got Lotus, Icebox, and we have Ascent as the final map. The people that are relatively new here, if this does overlap with Americas, we'll finish watching this game and then we'll switch over to Americas. Because there's a very good chance that it's going to overlap no matter what, to be honest.
Weird shenanigans. Yes, the result was definitely something that you cannot learn a lot from if you're KC. I don't think that the holes in what they were doing
check in on what's going on here because that number's definitely gone up.
I really like that we have the Haven talk because KC, even though it's not shown here, won the coin toss and chose to be Team B. So they forced Koi is like, oh, you banned the Haven, and when they didn't see it, they were like, I mean, we kind of have to like, ban the Fracture if you ban the Pearl.
Damn, this is a lot.
So he's Haven.
Melch and Cookie, thank you so much. We have Hawk Grove, Anonymous, Aiden, Anonymous as well, another Anonymous, Fabian, and then we have Far Hexy as well. And I'm pretty sure I missed a good amount before then. Maybe I can get them up. Let's find out.
We saw it against GX, the donkeys years ago, but what can you expect here from them?
Man, I'm just not a fan of Harbor. Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel
I
like
think that's so
sums
fair to
up
say.
my thoughts in just one sentence. If they would have done something outrageous and they were just battering
I wonder if
teams,
they
I'd
changed
be
their
like, okay,
Lotus
but
comp.
man, this is EMEA.
Well,
Let's take a look. I'm sorry that Harbor's going to be there. Billy, what do you make of it?
Have mercy.
They
I
did
was
not
thinking
change
the
the
same
Lotus
thing. I thought, you know what, they didn't push it on Icebox the other day with the Harbor. So surely we're going to drop it for Lotus. So no, we are in fact going to see that Harbor picked into it. And honestly, yeah,
Yo,
I'm
any
yet
words?
to see what they can actually provide
It's the
with
same
it.
comp they
I think looking
had
at
in
Movistar Koi,
kickoff.
though, I'm not
Yep.
mad that they're playing this map. I think that the result that they had against
yeah.
Foot the other day, probably not what they
That's all you
wanted.
got.
They probably would have
Yeah.
liked to have closed
I
that
mean,
map out. But I think they
Any
looked
words?
good on it
What's
nonetheless.
any
Yeah,
positive
exactly.
words?
Actually, Carmen Corp has
It's like
decided to
playable.
start
They
on
have
the
a
attack. Everything
decently
that I was
strong
speaking of
default,
Movistar Koi being very
but
strong with not
I
only
think
playing
their
the
execs
double
are very
sentinel, but actually
like
putting all the utility from
telegraphed
both of the
to the
sentinels
harbor
on one part of the map.
utility.
You can forget
Like
about
everything
that.
except for the harbor is actually really good about
easy,
this
you know, like even though
Okay.
this is a huge map, you
I like
can just
that.
leave someone maybe through casket and they will
Okay,
be
before
fine.
Aiden we had
So I wanna
Anonymous.
see if
So yeah,
KC's
Anonymous with the 10, Aiden with the 63. Thanks so much, Aiden, for that. 2 more Anonymouses on top of that, 2550. Fabian with the 5. Thank you, Fabian, and Far Hexy with the 10. And before that,
I
it
wonder if
was
they're going to get away with
where
it
are
here.
we?
And speaking of Mini, or should I say
Night
Foreman
Fury with
Scar,
the 25.
here he is standing by with
Orc
Pansy.
Grove with the 25. Melch and Cookie 25.
Do you want to take that? Are you going to take that?
I guess I'll take it.
Another anonymous with the 100 as well. Thank you so much.
No, I'm not funny enough in this moment.
Dude,
This is
Mini's
like I'm gonna be in
accepting
the shower
defeat.
later, and I'm gonna think of the perfect banger, and then like it's over for Yinsu.
Why is Sadak so extremely harbor pilled?
She's actually done you in.
I mean, it
But
won
we
them.
can kind of talk about those comps then, right? 'Cause
One of
it's
the
kind
reasons they had a
were
good
alluding to.
2023.
Where do you sit on this? Is it really standing out to you? Does it supersede
Sometimes
this matchup in any way or any of the bigger
You want to
narratives?
relive the glory days. Koi on defense, K-Corp on attack. Do you know what's interesting? Is didn't K-Corp used to play harbor anyway without Sadak?
They used to play solo harbor on this map.
Yeah, so it's like they found the 2 harbor believers and managed to put them in the same team.
But I don't know if that was KC with Eng or without Eng.
No, that was with Eng, I think.
I'd like to see it.
Was that not the last year before Eng came in?
Already we see Koi trying to reclaim
might
his
have been.
A space.
With
KC
Scream?
getting caught off guard here.
Yeah, looking at the damage so far, KC just falling like flies. This is simple work. This doesn't even seem complicated. Just re-clear. Oh, that wasn't pretty.
Yeah, little tap of the crouch there made it awkward.
But it's Elite left in a 1v4. Spike,
Okay, I'll put it out into the world now that I do have Koi for my pick'ems. But I also had Vitality. So.
Not gonna happen for Alive.
Yeah, just from that telestrator that Bear showed then, that's the exact same concept coming in. It's not a Teo ult, but it's literally the Teo side was used to break the door, and then 3 people coming out of that. I call it Hobbit. I'm not sure what the actual call out is.
We call it Mini.
Mini. Okay. The mini door.
Sure.
It's catching KC off guard completely. Nice little proactivity from Koi. In a composition that doesn't have too much proactivity, it's nice to see that they're still able to do
Can you
it.
tell me your timer when you see
And I
it?
guess
Sure.
I do want to talk bigger
5,
picture about these 2
4,
teams.
wait, I'm counting too slow.
This is quite a
2,
defining game. It
1,
feels like a pivot point,
and then
right? It feels when we start
39,
judging a little bit
38,
harder. We
37.
look a little bit closer.
If you're forced to make a comp containing harbor, what would you do? Just accept that I've lost, man.
Good way to summarize it.
That's what I do. I've accepted everyone has a better comp than me.
It's usable on Pearl and maybe Icebox. But other than those 2 maps, yeah, I just accept loss.
What is this? FNC of Thieves, bro. What the hell is this skin?
What the hell is that?
That's funny, that must be new.
What the hell did I just see?
When was that in the
I think
game?
going onto K.
I'm baffled by that.
The Harbor with it too. It kind of makes sense. It's nice from
like
Sadak.
a theme there.
He's like actually role playing as Harbor.
He's role playing as Harbor.
Like for KC, like in terms of like expectations,
That's messed up.
This team has been built, you know, in mind of the fact that it's a French org.
Yes.
Paris.
He's got all the Neptune
skins.
skins.
They're not winning games.
No, and it is strange as well because there's a lot about the team that
I wasn't paying attention to the map
very
at all.
highly spoken of.
Oh
Nice
boy.
Shadows. Yeah,
Going
lovely
beyond
stuff.
on the recos is a standard thing they did in kickoff as well.
Koi looked
Wait,
very
really?
in control.
Yes.
And in
So the game plan in kickoff for Lotus was very early pressure on B, like first 3-4 rounds, and then they had a pretty C-heavy default, and then the moment they got shut down on C, obviously they translated to A pressure. Also their Euro ults usually go towards A.
Okay, I like this.
Sort of IGL, you know, one of the big dogs.
Formed into Salvos though. It's nice to get Shados's ult nice and early. Up closer.
Yeah, so we'll see. This is early
They
days.
have a
I
relatively
think Lotus
nice
does it
kind of protocol of breaking VIT utility on C. So that is something that potentially quite could
a solid map for them.
And actually not let them do.
And they've been struggling for results themselves, but a very similar
We'll
beginning
keep an eye
with
out
this
for
kind
that
of
one.
breaking of
Okay, this is
mini
kind of
door.
nice though. They do a wall over
gonna be
towards
playing
here and
up
then BC default.
towards rubble.
Like, I'll give them that. That is nice.
Yep.
Nervous.
The Martin should be following that into doors, and they open and they push them out.
And then they open the door, they wall this off. Oh, it looked like he broke their clone before it hit the wall here.
I think, from me,
Did incredible. They use the more passive wall at the moment.
I think he really understands the map well, and you can already see in the pistol round and even this round, like how...
Thrown over towards B after they haven't got info over towards BC. Higher, lower once they go to re-clear over towards A. Oh
and
boy.
almost re-clear A a lot of the time. Here Elite's pushed back already, so they're going to have to kind of go through that later.
Yep.
But look out for that on this game. Like, how quickly KC can clear out Mound and go re-clear Rubble.
And it was something that we were
Okay, that's not the best re-clear of A.
like,
A little bit of pressure. It does keep 3 over towards here. We got forms, wall, flash, camera.
On it in I guess quote unquote the right way. But let's see how this actually shakes down now, as KC do need to start committing to one of these two sides. It looks like C will be the eventual goal.
Does Grabino get hit with his omen flash?
Around.
Oh,
It does
okay, doesn't matter.
Who's just gone down, so support system through from Waterfall. Now going to be picked up by Grabino.
Still got the Teo
plant's come in
to stop
now.
the original tap of the plant.
Shados does have the salvos, so they could flood in here.
Here we
Yeah, you
go.
can see 'em
Salvos
flying
go
in.
in,
Time
flash
is
goes
getting
in as
very
well.
low
They're
now.
going
They're
for
gonna
it.
start getting, I don't want to say worried, but it's getting close too. There's only a corner to play from the Cove. Keep them just about safe, and the brawl begins. It's Soulcast to tip the scales, but only to be traded. Down to a 3v2 with Shados and Grabino remaining. It's all on Shados.
Good damage though.
1v2 is not impossible.
Very good damage.
It's looking improbable, but a great start for Shados so far. Alves and Sadak to locate, not
Okay,
gonna happen.
I mean,
Good
I would be
response from
relatively
KC.
happy with this if I was Koi, to be honest.
Yeah, they
3
weren't
guns
as quick
to
as
get
usual in their
rebought.
attack,
You
and
got
they did
Filu's
choose
ult.
technically
If you want to
a side
retake
that
the
was
site.
held quite strongly by 2 Sentinels, but ultimately getting the kills on Flyo immediately meant that it was quite easy for KC there to kind of convert. Did get a bit dicey with the time. I think Soulcast is someone I'd like to highlight a little bit. That, like, during kickoff, he looked phenomenal in this Vice, especially on this map.
It was scary.
I mean,
It
Koi
kind
do.
of felt like maybe you'd found comfort.
And they must
When
be
I
close
used
to
think of
Shados as
Soulcast
well.
looking kind of comfy. I'm thinking
Yeah.
Sky even.
Yeah, they are. They
rolling
have
it
a
back.
Euro to go.
Yeah,
I think this will be another. This might be a fast B,
was always
and
like
then after
the
that we will see
nightmare
mostly
creature.
A.
If it comes to life.
Dude, Koi have a big punish for
Oh,
this.
hold on, we'll come back to
Yeah.
that. 'Cause,
Oh
this
my
is
goodness.
an absolute biff down middle.
They
Who's willing to
they
try and keep
kind of
committing?
messed up their omen
Stands, it
flash,
looks
I
like
feel
they
like.
Stemmed the pressure.
Or messed up the timing there
Held
because
back that flood towards B.
It seems like KC have like a pretty specific
definitely
game plan at the moment. Like
big
doing
team
things that I've
flash
not really
stopped
seen
them from
do too
pushing
much
here.
before.
My YouTube is constantly resetting me behind you. They don't want me to watch.
Ready.
What the? Just when you do ×2, just like, don't let go of the way.
Active investment.
Yeah, and then after like
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure
half a
on this
minute.
at the map.
Oh,
KC
reset?
know they have to get rid of this Vice U2.
That was like a skill issue.
Hard to do,
Yeah, it probably is honestly.
but they've managed it at least on the first attempt here. Wall be tested too. This is slow and steady, but we're still about 45 seconds. This
All
map,
over
you can
towards
pivot
B is
quick.
kind of nice
Yeah, it's
though.
all about
Flash to
pivoting
see if they
between
actually
B and C
pushed
there.
in.
So this is like something Sadak's quite good at, is kind
Wait,
of
that
trying
was
to
their
bait
flash
the
to see if anyone's in
rotation
front of
between,
it. Wait, that's kind of
but
nice.
ultimately still
Now they know they
free
create
towards the C
pressure over
map.
towards B, so
Thorns
they
have
hit
gone
over
down now,
towards
so
C, knowing that it should be
Shadows
1-1.
investing.
I mean, their stuff with
Salvo's
Harbor
just
isn't
slow
like
things down. Soulcat's
bad.
going to be put under pressure though. He's
It's just
committed to the site, which is a
there's
little
better
bit risky,
stuff.
but he does have support.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
Soulcast
that
to go
is
down. Grabino
bold from
tries
him
to
though.
then
10
spring
HP,
in.
28
The
HP.
numbers sit
Definitely got
very well
to
with
feel
KC,
confident.
looking composed
I do
on
kind of
the
wish the
site. It's
Koi
delayed again
maybe
towards the site, but the
didn't
plant
send it as
should
much
be
as they
okay.
just
I'm
sent
looking
it.
at who's left.
Especially with this ult, they probably could try play retake.
Flash to go in. It's no big util for this retake.
So Getsu just got his smoke back up as well. Just going to come in and keep things dangerous.
Weird round because you kind of want to ult, but
They're
you don't want
trying
to
to navigate
isolate the.
Through, but that barrel might give it away. Clean
Don't want to
work from
isolate the
KC.
1BX.
Let's talk about the composure here, because some of these rounds
Okay,
do feel
force
late,
Koi down to
but
an eco.
they're going through the protocol is to
Alright,
deal
this-
with
Generally,
Soulcast utility.
the way
Kind
to
of
deal
maybe
with this
keeping
is
in
like
mind
if you can't actually
that
fight the
Shadows
harbor
can
early,
stall out with those
you kind of
salvos
want to
coming
slow
as
retake
well.
because they
They
don't
seem to
actually
like
have
a
that strong
nice
of a
bit of
post plan. There's
read
not
on the
like
timing,
raises,
maybe?
there's no Astras,
I was going
nothing
to
like
come in and
that.
be a bit critical,
Yeah.
There's not
critical,
much
Casey.
to like stop
I
you.
think that they should be leaving a player
the
outside
Vice utility is
and
usually
trying
used
to
for the
listen
take.
for the sign and trying to take rebel control in these mid rounds. I think if you see there, I'm a bit worried for Koi. They had the perfect start.
Yeah, I agree with you.
3 people ready and still losing. Like
something that I did like from K-Corp though, like this whole, as much as Minnie's flaming them, all that, I'll compliment them a little bit. This whole wall off here and use the Vice as a flash is very nice, right? It's very similar to what Loud used to do with the sky and a harbor. Just isolate off an area, flash to see if anyone's in front of it. You know for sure a question mark's being created that creates pressure in certain corners that they'll have to re-clear. So you then know that the site you're hitting is weaker. Like the full process is like pretty good.
Small steps, but potentially in the right direction.
This comp would
this
actually
round is
probably be
on
very good if they had Old
pistols,
Sky.
but we've seen issues in these rounds before.
Old Sky? Oh
and
yeah.
Casey were talking about their anti-ecos as it's
Doesn't
looking
exist anymore, Fio.
okay
yeah,
for
we don't
now,
live in
around
that world
50-second
anymore.
mark. They've got past rubble. We have
But
seen
I agree with you.
got some exploration.
Sure, the old chamber would be good as well, but
yeah, that would be
quite get the
lovely.
shot, so you are starting to see those opportunities dwindle. And they should
great
now
flash.
kind of go as expected. Yeah, Martin, quick clear towards Flyer. It wasn't, you know, safest, but it gets the job done.
Yeah, just a simple anti-eco conversion. You're going to see, like, we saw a re-clear of Rubble there. Nice.
Oh my god,
use
they
of the
wanted
harbor
an
to
anti-eco.
re-clear the space.
Yeah, they did win an anti-eco, you're right. And it looked convincing.
1 away from the harbor
It's a
ult,
holiday.
and then 3 power ults online. On the Koi side, they got the tail ult. I don't think they're going to fall. I don't think KC are going to fall for the same telestrator play. I'd be very surprised.
Honestly, in
if
general,
they do,
from
then
when I watched them, I
leave.
felt like they had good, like, you know, like
Put
grand
headset
strategy
down,
plans,
minis
like their
off.
set plays,
We'll
their
pick someone out of the crowd. I'm sure there's
general
another
play.
Fnatic fan out there
Most
who
of
can
the
do job.
mistakes came from like being uncoordinated and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like walking into your own stuns, or like one person goes on a flat retake timing and another, and all the other guys like stay behind for a slow retake.
Didn't they also used to take a lot of risks with guns?
I don't approve, but
yeah, they
there
do.
must be some
Yeah,
logic.
I feel like I remember that.
Yeah, they do.
Mostly leading this conversation.
K-Corp timeout to congratulate them for not getting eco'd, maybe?
What they need to look out for potentially, because this is also, as you said, it is a very big round. So
Yeah,
if you
good
want to try
resist
and
that one.
continue this sort of
one's
Keep
gifted.
the morale high.
Yeah, you gotta keep them around.
executed rounds, fair enough.
Yeah.
You gotta sometimes you gotta celebrate these small
Something
steps.
they could be considering, or what,
Absolutely.
you know, what
Am
the
I a
game plan
KC
is.
Glazer?
I
No,
have
I'm
a
just a
weird
fan of
theory in my
Sadak
head.
and of
Okay.
Egg.
That maybe
separately.
the way they prep is they're not so like
I'm
heavy
here
on
to
it,
be
and so they see the tail
knowledgeable,
and they're
not
just pulling the
specifically
time
like
out to be
positive
we've seen
and
this
like
beautiful
upbringing
line they
about
do.
KC.
Potentially.
Okay.
They're in a good
There's
spot
some
though.
teams that don't
Look at their
really
ults.
in the same way
It's
that
an
they work with
easy
them.
round.
Derek,
You
need to
Vice
remember this,
ult.
and you need to remember this, and
You
like
can,
everyone's
they can
also
even
in,
they
like,
can even
job
do
and
their
stuff.
little
'Cause I know a lot of teams don't
wall
wanna
into
kind of
flash
overwhelm
into
players.
Vice ult,
Whereas I
get
prefer
sight,
to
then you
maybe
have Veto, you like the harbor plant, you can really have to plant with that. Like they could keep this real simple, and it looks like they can keep it simple.
Eyes on KC
Can
here.
go
I
into
feel
the
like
corner
wins
Vice
with-
ult.
Is it just like a
Exact
set
same
piece?
conversation on Pearl when they had 4 ults and then they lost that round.
It's like a very sad
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
which
you know.
none of that
Yeah,
really
they
accounts for the
walled this
timeout,
off.
but this is gonna
Salvos
be
break the
tricky.
trips.
But Fly's already gone down, and Martin
It is nice though, as long as
normally
Martin
on
doesn't
the
go for a
money with these.
madness.
Shadows having to respect that and give the space
Yeah,
up.
and they plant with the
It's more
harbor,
enough
they
time
get the
for Martin
harbor
now.
ult. That's good. It's simple but
45
effective.
retake. Shadows does have the tail to come in.
Who's there to work off it? Okay, I'm seeing
What do they do in
Reno
reaction
is
to the
near.
ult?
Soulcast as well, trying to group.
Do they have so much stall? Do they Vice ult now?
Sadak can stall
Still
this.
lots of ults from KC side.
Yeah.
Would you not harbor ult first?
Both gonna go in
Okay, Vice first.
and stall.
It's so late that it makes them safe. Okay, that's very nice.
The time's just gone now, even with the util here for Shadows.
And they still have
it didn't
harbor
feel like there was a chance to
for
play, and I
the
like
next round,
the
actually. Yeah, it's better.
patience to invest Elite's ult as basically the checkmate. There was no
Yeah,
going
they didn't
back
want to
after
overdo
that.
it.
The time had gone. As it is, Carmine Core look
Yeah, they
very
look
drilled on
nice.
this. Maybe that time
B
out
looks really hard
was a
against
bit
this comp.
excessive, but seeing
Like
how
just
their
purely because
previous
of
results
that,
were,
just purely
maybe
because
they
this gives
need
you
that
nowhere to
micromanagement.
play off of on site.
Yeah, potentially.
You kind of just got
I don't
to
have a read as to what
tank
it
the
was, but it
higher
looks
lower
like
for
good
one
read
round
on
to punish him.
the ult strat.
I'd be tempted to put the Vice
For
wall over
Koi,
towards
you
B
know,
with what's
it's
going on.
disappointing to lose a round like that, but
Yeah, I
ultimately
agree.
you didn't use any ults. You still saved the economy. You're on defense at Lotus. You can get away
There
with
is also
being
a
disciplined in
potential
these rounds
argument
and
that
kind of
like
saving from
if you're
that.
expecting these B hits, you can
Just wanna see
play
them take a little bit
hard
of a step back.
inside
It feels like they're being
blue
dictated to by
doors, so then
KC
you're
at this
actually
point.
holding different
Tempo,
triangles rather
map
than
control,
just backside
it's all
and
very much
heaven,
in their
but
hands.
Yeah.
This operator
then you're
didn't
kind of giving up other parts of the map.
Yeah, that's the issue, right?
To bring it in, but
that would be a hard read.
Somewhere's going to be weak.
Yeah.
Crowd are pretty much
Okay, Koi definitely thinking about what we said. Two people to actually punish and
pressure.
the B
we
spam
see,
is
though,
nuts
on the
here.
KC side, there's all a bit of a ruse for Elite and Saigetsu to walk out towards Rubble.
Liking the fast progress on Mound, though. This should allow pressure now to come in.
Oh boy, this is the spike though. That's the spike. This is going to get really weird.
That's a spike down in a really tough spot. I thought that could be a 2-for.
Filu looks like he's sleeping there a little bit. I don't know. They also see him very early on that angle.
Timing.
Yeah, he has. Yeah,
Soulcast managed to kill the spike.
Back here, Elite fighting his way forward though. Good impact, Soulcast. We're going to need you locked in on this. Can he defend the precious cargo? Ooh. Okay, well they know where he is, but 40 seconds. They've got time to play with.
Yeah, just doubling up, playing it together.
Still got paranoia too with Sugetsu.
Oh, there's still an Omen Flash.
I like the re-wrap round here from them. Soulcast needs to do
I was going to say, when does Dom start realizing?
Soulcast, can't quite get it. The hesitation, the timing coming into play, and KC again.
Yeah, I feel like honestly, I do feel like Filu, in my opinion, it's just a bad angle.
So interesting. Like, they used
if we see it from this POV,
like it again, I'd have no idea why Sadak's in the site by himself with the spike. That was very dangerous. But it seems to work.
Just a weird.
It's the same as what I said earlier when we were watching Fnatic. I said
maybe that's
some interesting ideas on Lotus.
Unexpected angle, but that feels so risky.
Nah, yeah, it's just not good. You should just hold it further back and watch the crossover towards. They should just be watching here.
It got the job done, didn't it? For Koi, it's still not completely over. Still enough in the bank for a buy, and a lot of ultimates coming online.
They get punished in this round. Well, they got punished on this round.
So
much versus Giants and kickoff.
Isolated individual.
But Koi doesn't expect it, doesn't fight it.
It does feel like some of their stuff where they put the wall in maybe is a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing
telling, but I will say they're not like
wherever on the map and go for kills.
They give themselves options, right? Like Elite, it's not like they're full committing. There's always 4-1s to take map control.
Yeah, it's always 4-1s, 3-2s. It's very rarely that they go 5 everywhere.
And this is what I want to see. I want to see Elite take these timings out of Rubble, especially when we see the
Yoru's
dead
adapt,
on
and their
the
vice is on A this
that Rubble's clear, so this is good for
like
Elite
kill
taking the
setup
space. And Sadak's going to be able to mid-round beautifully off of this kind of information.
And it's going to be checked though. The clear has come in over towards Mound. They're going to note this. Soulcast has to respect the ult. He's got his own as an answer back if they do want to play retake, and nice stall here too. That is the spike with Sadak, so he can't just skip ahead of this.
Once again, it's a retake situation where Koi are not in advantage. It's 4v5 again.
Yeah, it's like,
looking really
and at one point they're going to put ults into it. This is the big rounds.
Prepared, though, pistols, so they're ready. Soulcast has
gave him a little gap to hold in though.
Ults galore, but it finds very little. Sadak unaffected, and the rest of KC sitting deeper. They got to get a move on. Got to get the pressure on. Sadak. See, unconfirmed if they take someone off of this defuse, but the spray from Elite, the connection from Elite. It's a response from finally Soulcast, but the wall drops to the kills coming.
It looks bad from Koi though.
Ready for all of this.
Like, is there not a better ult for Door?
Getting that pick, playing
like it's like when they did the ult, they wanted to get a kill over towards Door, but instead you with that plant there, you just want to make sure you force them away from Door.
This is meant to be a map for you, really.
Yeah, I feel like
this is meant to be the big kind of redeemer.
What was that?
What? My notes were limited here. If Lotus falls,
okay, if a Koi player saw that, I would call a false for a bug.
For KC,
what the hell just went on, dude?
Right, in their minds,
looks like he's playing Apex Legends or something.
Where's the reply from Koi? Where do you find it? If Filu's going to make those plays, I don't mind him doing it. I'd like to see some support to it, or something more than him just playing by the box. Someone to maybe keep that attention drawn away, or something in addition. It feels just a bit fractured. It doesn't feel like there's a cohesive idea of how they
banned in VC too. I guess if it's like intention or not, how do you even replicate it?
Playing C and B side of the map and just trying to take Rubble control.
You like lean into the door or something.
Yoru, Omen. I think
you have to crouch to do it intentionally.
The only thing is FNC might not read that. He doesn't do it and so might expect that.
It was 90% unintentional. Yeah, that's what I mean.
If they go for it.
I mean, it's one of those where the admins would look at it. Yeah, and they probably are looking at it.
What's this?
Yeah, tech pause. Pansy!
How's the day been, Minnie?
It was quite nice watching Fnatic.
Did he get a kill after that? He didn't get a kill. Well, did he? What happened in the spam? But he was over towards door when.
Because at the start you're kind of like, it would be funny if they do lose.
When they thought that maybe only one could be there. I don't know.
I'm over that now.
Right.
So watching them win was quite nice.
You're like hoping for the best for your ex, one of those like you've matured.
Yeah.
What happened to her banned
like,
VCT?
oh, I hope it goes well.
Probably ununintentional bug
but
use.
Obviously, Bosa did give you the whole like, oh, you know, they're doing great. They're almost like Mini. You know, so again.
Yeah, we'll see.
He said nice things about me.
Yeah.
He said that Scott's still got a bit to go if he wants to be me. So
that's why you're saying nice things, because he said nice
things. You saw my reactions in the green room. I was being a bit of a fan there.
No, you were just like, they're not as good as when I did it, but they're alright.
That's why. Okay.
They're alright. Like, that Durka guy's good, though. I wonder who he used to play for. Hopefully this gets resolved quickly.
Yeah, let's check in on the names while we're doing
it's
this.
mostly been Tom and Mitch who's had to deal with them. I haven't had to fill.
Yeah, it was a Fnatic game, though.
True. Very
we
true.
have Obi-Wan's Kieo with the 10. We have Miss Pinky with 100. Thank you so much, Miss Pinky. And then we have Surplus Howard with the 10. Thank you so much, guys. Chat, you know what to do? Fill the chat up with W's for the donations.
If someone's just spilled a bit of water, all good.
What are we on now?
Refs, get investigating.
4,733. Crazy.
I
Again, if we get over towards 5,000, I'll be gifting 300.
League of Legends did that, I think, right?
I think they were doing ice series. Like,
oh, really?
There's some vintage footage out there. Yeah. And when we were talking
I wonder
about
what's going to happen
someone did say they'd like
they honestly might replay the rounds.
Supposedly the tech was for a gear issue. So
okay, well.
I don't know.
Maybe it's unrelated.
What's wrong with that?
I feel like anytime there's like... I'm not gonna...
No, go ahead now, go ahead. Yeah, we've got a tech pause, we're talking.
No, it's a secret I can't reveal.
It's a secret you can't reveal. Why are you being so cryptic?
Restarting player client? Oh no,
surprise.
they're the long ones.
Oh.
Okay, you better have a ref outfit, otherwise I'm out. I'm
in any of NA Challenges Stage 1? No, not really.
He wants to drop kick me and now you want me to be a ref.
Wait, he had that?
Look.
Oops.
That is not comparable for starters. Can we...
I didn't say it was.
Well, then why would you bring it up?
I don't know, I just feel like I'm getting it.
Right, well, no. Yinzu gave it. You said nothing. You froze.
Yeah, I did freeze.
Have you thought of anything yet? Or is that it's going to be back at the hotel? You'll be sat there going, Christ.
Yeah.
Done me. Yeah, the dropkick thing was out of pocket from.
He
is going off the rails though. After the whole Molly yourself thing. It's just.
I watched some plat chat and he was actually flaming.
Well, he just doesn't do it on his own channel.
You're so many strays today.
You know what I mean? Okay. But he won't do it on his own. It's different.
That's the only reason I'm here, I think. I'm going to get good enough that I can start flaming. I'm just on his stream flaming right now. You know what I mean?
That's true. This is your time to shine. Flame him all you want.
No, we'll wait.
Okay. We
I
can
need
do
to get more comfortable first and then we'll...
Got you, and then we can build into it.
Yeah. That is part of my, goals assessments with the...
Right, yeah, that's your review process. Okay. That's the golden standard.
You're on part of the success criteria. You need to judge me on that.
I judge you all the time. That'll be easy. What is this? Restarting player client. Okay, well, I'm sure that'll go fine. I'm sure there'll be no problems there. Nothing's ever gone wrong with that happening.
Mini, yeah, he didn't even give it back too much. He's kind of accepted it.
How's it going, chatters?
I feel like he's cooking something.
What do we have?
He's like building up something behind the scenes to just drop on your forehead.
No, it's not.
One shot, one kill.
Slacking.
Okay. Look, I'm here to cast the game. I'm here to watch some.
Sticky Rabbits at 5k?
Yeah, how's that going for you?
Rabbits at 5k?
Yeah, not well.
Dude, they hate being picked up. I'll pick up one maybe.
Maybe you can just like take a picture of them or like a video.
Not much happening.
I have a spare camera, I think.
Going on. Even chat's not giving me much content.
Yeah,
normally I'm clutching at straws when I'm looking.
We can try work something
out.
out.
Giving us nothing.
No, they're just saying, oh, thanks, Pansy. Hi, Pansy. They're being nice.
And then at 10k you review the icebox thingy, which you said was the worst thing.
No, I can't watch that icebox, man. That thing's
for 10k?
Maybe a 10k. It's actually a pretty good thing, but that'll be the most painful hour of my life.
It's better than going bald.
I do get timed
That's
out
true. That is true.
Right?
Again, how are we looking?
Do I have the other camera working?
I think I'm a mod, so I can't get timed out.
Makes sense.
Wingman costume at 7.5k? I don't think you can put on a wingman costume for $1 million.
I'm sorry.
There's a camera
yeah.
Oh yeah, I could make this work. Maybe we can do bunnies.
My glorious Captain Potter is
Koala Brigade, thank you so much for the prime.
We are doing
Appreciate
ready
the 6
checks, so
months.
hopefully we'll be back in game soon enough, so thank you for your patience. And yeah, EG Sen. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, EG do like to beat Sen. That is a banger.
I like EG, so it all works out. Well, I say I
EG
like
do
EG.
like to beat SEN.
Close enough.
That is true.
Close enough. Right,
What's your background right now on your PC in the green room?
Bringing that up.
Why is it Potter?
She's holding that Champions Trophy. Because I thought it upset you a little bit. You know what I mean?
Not yet, Lexi. Not yet. Don't get too angry
Alright,
at
well,
me.
thank you for hanging out with us,
Is
guys.
it a round replay? Probably not.
extended
No,
delay.
Xbox was
no,
following
no.
here, supposedly.
Well,
It was
glad you
unintentional,
said it, not me,
so.
because otherwise I'd be accused of bullying again. Right.
Yippee,
Here we
round
go.
9.
It has been 6 in a row, and we're into a round with pistols. So we could probably carry on, yeah.
Really?
Alright, let's see.
Whoa! What in the camera is this?
Yeah, easy rubble control again for
What
Casey.
the hell?
Minnie's trying to act cool like he's seen this before.
Easy peasy. Sadak making some good reads.
They know about it?
Looking solid so
I mean, they
far.
probably saw it on
and,
me
and
now.
it's good to see them kind of, and I feel like if I compliment them here, it does start going wrong. But trying to be careful in these anti-ecos and keeping the spacing right, keeping the intention solid, not leaving it too late. All the pitfalls that can kind of build up. Now Soulcast, not gonna happen. KC.
Oh my god,
fight
we
stand
are
and
winning
going in,
anti-ecos. We
looking
are
good on
so
this in-zone
back.
flawless.
I told you it was the
Wait,
only
wait,
game
wait.
that was
Those
Pearl.
pistols, so
They're
We?
winning.
to 2.
Yeah, okay, they are so
Yeah, I
back,
think
sorry.
we can expand on that a little bit. The
Sorry,
idea that-
you can keep going.
Again, Koi's comp has 2 sentinels.
It was the
so
only
there's
problem
3
they had on
sides.
Pearl.
So you
They're
can't
so
cover
back.
everything.
Yeah.
There's not enough fighting that can happen on this comp really to take the space. So Sadak can have a field day, just kind of mid-rounding here. But Koi going back.
Damn it, I think you were more
Going
excited
back
than him
to
as well.
default That I said that they
Yeah, I
should
am.
do. But we'll see, because I still
I
think
told
Casey
you,
wins
like,
this
after
rubble
the
fight.
see, the reason why I'm in such a good mood is because I refused to watch the defense half
no
of
issues,
Fracture. So, like, I didn't see the really egregious stuff.
Okay, well then.
Grubino, it'd be
explains it.
too much to
Yep.
try and play out from Tree now.
I just pretended it didn't exist.
I do like some of the harbor stuff, I'm not gonna lie. It is actually nice on this map.
It definitely
Yeah,
has thought
Koi
behind it.
brought 4 people across.
The
It'd be
problem with this stuff
interesting
is
to see
like
they go for
just
one of their
if
reclears,
they
'cause they're very cognizant
people
that
see it
they
too
can't
much.
just sit still.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem.
That feels
It is a
like
little
that feels
bit
like
too
K-Pops
telegraphed.
every year. Like if you have a
Soulcast
demo on them, you're
Koi's
good.
side has got a lot of information towards
Yeah.
mind though. So if he keeps
They're
that
like
information,
reverse
then
talent, you know?
Koi can keep the stack.
What?
Because Talon like cooks too much, so like you don't even have to watch them, but because they're cooking
Right,
so
you're
much,
saying
they're
that-
going to
you're
be
saying
bad
that-
anyways.
You're saying that K-Pop don't
Shut
cook
up.
enough.
On the other side, lovely.
Kind of,
Pressure
in a
towards
way, yeah.
Mound, patience
You're,
towards Rubble.
you're saying we,
This
but then
does
you're
feel like
flaming
a
them.
very comprehensive attack side coming out
well,
from KC,
listen,
even
the,
just in
the,
that
the,
pick.
like
but
path
Grubino
to
trying
growth is like, you know, self-criticism, right? Like you have to realize you're not perfect.
Okay,
So
I
you
respect
can
it.
improve
He is on
yourself,
his
right?
own
So
here, slow.
yeah, obviously,
lean
you
over
look at
from
your own
Fryer,
stuff and you
but
try to find gaps in it.
Smoke gonna go in. This is tough. It's tough.
Dude, they're looking
KC,
crisp,
so
though.
heads up. They are manipulating this map very well.
Yeah, and even here, not finishing towards A, knowing Elite's got the space towards the front of B, can plant for B.
Comfy. Even if it is down at 10 seconds or so, plants in. No sweat
It's
on
okay
that.
to
Shados
be
and
not
Soulcast
okay.
struggling to find
It is
impact.
okay to not be okay, but like, you know,
Late to the party,
you wanna
utility in
get to a
play.
point where you are
First
okay.
fight had, nice from Soulcast, but a
Damn,
good
it's wise
trade,
words.
and Martin
at your own
doubles
pace,
down.
in whatever way what
This
works for
is
you, but you want to work
having a
towards being
stop
okay.
so far.
Whether it's
Yeah, I think
Valorant or
Koi-
mental health.
Like, I did praise them for the reclears and stuff, but I think they need to be more confident in the turtling.
Okay.
Like, if KC do take this rebel control, like,
Yeah, I
their CB
agree.
side of the map has a lot of sentinels.
But the whole
So, like,
entire
on the A side of
setup,
the
as
map,
soon
just
as
play these
this,
kind of passive, like,
as soon as
on
this
map,
door
like
gets
here, like
opened, I
these
feel
kind
like
of
their
positions,
defense is
they
wrecked.
should be fine.
Have a little faith
Get
in the
some
setup.
information and make sure that they're not just like running at you, and you should be right.
It looked like as soon as that door went open, they realized they'd found the gap, and then literally
Similar
they're just
beginnings, but this time
trying to
around,
force
it's
the
Koi to win
fight.
out towards Rubble, but we can already see that KC aren't eyeing this up to the
But if there's
same
one thing this comp
extent.
is good at,
They're
it's
looking
fighting. They
elsewhere.
have so much utility to help with fights.
There's definitely reads though. Every time they do this wall over towards here, they do a BC default.
Yep.
Like there is. Oh, Sadak commits.
This
He's
one.
gonna throw the
Chopped
spike
up
over. He
just in
committed with the
case Sadak
spike.
did get left on an island. He's going to be left to his own devices here. It's going to be quite tricky to pin him down though. If they see Sadak, it's not the same indication as seeing maybe Martin or someone
he's
who
fighting
goes
his
on
own
their
little
more,
war
like
out
even
here.
Elite.
Whoa!
Oh my god,
Dude,
no,
he dodged the
Sadak.
drone.
He just gets set up
My
for it.
goodness.
They had no idea he's still around, and now we've got problems everywhere. Others to find Flyer. Oh, this is sloppy at best. It's great from KC, showing their control and their poise. But for the Koi fans, this is going to be a very tough watch here.
No, it is a rough watch.
Still standing against the 3.
Definitely regret my pick'ems.
Shados just gun in hand now.
I don't regret them. This is a reverse jinx. I'm very happy you went for Koi.
Saving on 2-8 is not where you want to be.
None of this half feels like anywhere I want to be for Koi. So do you...
I will say about the
I feel like
thing
we've
you're talking about the cascade and B.
So there's not much really left beyond
use
that.
that when they go towards A as well. But if you see that, you know their A tempo is wrecked. It's like a lot slower of an A take there. So that is still a tell.
Because they don't. They probably don't want to use both the utils like this and this.
Yeah, and even if they do, Harbor just has to be so far towards B that he cannot help at A for like the first 10 seconds of a round. So your tempo can be read.
The pressure,
and you can have a react.
The fundamentals are in play, and we've been critical of Sadak and KC, so it's good to see the upside here, right? And I don't think we have to sugarcoat the pill. You know, we're EMEA fans. We can actually say how it is. I do think that they have been under-delivering to quite a substantial standard. And it's good to see a couple reminders of the potential this team has and why people are excited for it here. Now,
Yampy, hello Yampy, how we doing?
Necessarily going to be your big opponent to face off against, but this is a critical game
Thank you
for
for the
them
tier 1.
as well. So let's see what
Absolute
those same
classic
weapons
today,
can do.
Yampy.
I think a narrative
I don't even need to answer it, you know what it is.
Like both teams knew.
Do you put at least like spices or something with that chicken and rice?
So it's
Sometimes, I'm feeling a bit crazy.
It's almost like KC have all the kind of information and prep and can work around that. And when we go to Icebox later, that'll be the same for Koi.
No one's really worrying. Koi is having this half on defense with 2 sentinels. Again.
Pressure.
Yeah, no, it's incredibly worrying.
The other side. This is the first time they've kind of scouted this deep. Actually,
Like I don't want to be Doomsday, but the map's done.
Yeah, interesting to see if they were going to go for a push through, but the Vice wall kind of denying it all.
This is still not comfortable. Still got presence on the other side of the map too. It's quick looks either side. KC trying to be slippery about this. Sadak trying to give him steps forward. Here it is. Filu gonna be here. Has to be up to the
Where's
test.
the bullets going?
Well, it wasn't him to do it, but job done. On top.
Gets used. I wonder if Omen's going to pivot over towards B so they have a backup option. Yeah, and they do. They can fake an A, pivot over towards B.
They got 25 seconds. They got to keep going on
They got
this
camera, they got fawns. The camera can give info of when the fawn should be set.
You're absolutely spot on there.
Right now,
They're still with a nice camera, going to spot the intention. Ult going to come in as well, going to note the
Then how
lurk.
do they
So big
block
info
it?
being caught
Got
here.
no
Filu's still
smokes.
going to find something with this. They still need to work with the information. They've basically seen everything they can. Ult now going to come in, and Sugetsu stands tall, doing brilliantly here. Filu just behind the curve, being completely outdone by Sugetsu.
They got
Some
no
vintage
Byrons with a double
composure from
sentinel
him.
comp.
And Filu with 40 HP. He's just gonna crumble.
Folklore Cho with the
work from
prime.
KC.
Thank you so much, dude. Thank you.
Feeling out of sorts.
Yeah,
I can't tell if this was more on KC having very good plans or just Koi unable to adapt at all.
I mean, they definitely had some nice stuff.
Essentially, it's close to a perfect half.
It was a bit of both.
No, it feels like a solid bit of both.
For them after what has been a brutal start to stage 1. Let's see if they can keep it clean in the second half.
Again, Folklore, thank you so much for the prime, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Who won the pistol? Koi won the pistol.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say it, but someone asked the question.
It's the second time Koi picks Lotus, the second time they play this comp, and the second time they're getting bodied.
No, that first game was close, right? They got it to overtime with Vitality when the new guys going crazy. Yeah, they got it overtime. It was 14-12.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah. I was thinking of the Pearl. My bad.
Yeah, it actually didn't look too bad against Vitality, honestly.
Yeah.
That's why I backed Koi, because I thought they would have a Vasfurt. Oh yeah, Vasfurt against Zeus. Yeah, that's it. Dude, I knew someone was popping off. I was trying to remember who.
Yeah, it was versus Foot, and in that map they actually had the 9-3 defense half. So yeah.
Yeah.
My bad.
But I mean, it doesn't look good for them. Okay, let's check out some names. Who we have extra on?
Fanzi is asking us for more content during the next tech pause.
More content? What, is in Chad or me?
I don't know, all of us.
Dexterity CS with 100. Thank you so much, Dexterity. That's crazy. Mango Freeze with the 25, another 25. That's like your third or fourth Mango Freeze, I swear. Waffle Poros, we have Charlie Goes Boom and Stella Tricks 13 as well. Thank you for the donations. Chat, you know what to do. Get the W's out there. Thank you so much, guys, for doing that out. Do appreciate it. And we can...
At least to the eye test today that have plagued them to this point. Mini, I feel like they're coming in with a game plan here, and it's working pretty much as perfectly.
Where does the content come from? Chat, obviously. Is that a little flame on me? I think so.
Importantly understands the composition.
Sive out. Thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 7. Thank you for the 7 months.
They keep it as sharp, though, on this half. It would be monstrous turnaround if Koi can start posting some numbers, but
well,
it has feel...
Can they get a pistol? 1-0 at the moment for pistols.
Probably not feeling out the game too much yet either. Martin.
Flyer feeling like he has a good timing because the fade eye cleared everyone but him.
Get out gel free card and takes Flyer away.
Yeah, what Filu couldn't do on that defense in those positions, already we see value from Martin.
Yeah, not outstaying either, and Koi getting curious.
What the ook with the prime as well. Thank you for the 5 months. Thank you for that, bro. Appreciate you.
They can't leave that one late.
Yeah, and all the information, again, from Elite on the C side of the map for KC, so they can stack towards this B and A side of the map, and Koi are going to be walking straight into it, it looks like.
It feels so different, doesn't it, the switch, when KC were being very slippery, elusive on their attack, making it hard to be in the right place for. But now we see KC with 4 on the right side of the map.
Damn, look at them all together, though. 4 people dueling you in a crossfire.
Yeah, they're playing way more coordinated.
Yeah,
making it up to 11.
It's looking, it's kind of looking like the K-Corp that you expect when you saw the roster.
Martin's position.
Yeah.
But I feel like this is the first time.
Just warming
although they did do this against BBL.
If we're being realists, as much as everyone
yeah, they did do this against BBL. It was a great map one, and then slowly lost the level.
That's going with that mentality that you're just...
But this is the second map they're looking great on.
Exactly,
so
then you're not fussed about it.
And we are going to Icebox.
Yeah, you're going to the map. They look
they're
good.
already good on,
loss
so...
is the best loss to have if you're going to have one. Feeling so close and just losing out can be just heart-wrenching. It can absolutely gut you, and the exhaustion. Here you go right, spin on. Let's do what we can. Feel out the game a bit, start to warm into it. But there is still other maps to be played. The issue is it's Icebox, and also Martin is looking on it.
Yeah, the Koi have bought up.
Yeah, mate. I mean, they're probably just trying to not get eco'd again. They probably just got anti-eco stuff.
Wait, was the match that they reviewed? Did they
something to
win
root
the
for?
pistol or lose? Oh, they lose. Okay.
Fly is
makes
pouring
sense.
out towards Rubble. So we'll see what he calls here.
Those all of their setups, the ones that they shown, yeah.
What's it looking like? How do they decide to approach
That's what I'm here for.
Previously, when I saw Koi play, I thought Flyer was overextending sometimes in these positions, but being a bit more disciplined this time and just calling back the A hit. Robinho is curiously staying. It looks like some indecision is mid-rank.
When the hit had 2-2, what happened?
That's not
KC turned up.
Saying, you know, love to see
good call though. They're fake towards the A. The C site is very weak right now.
30 seconds left.
Just the one player.
Yeah, but he's just got the best gun for it.
Oh.
Oh, nice patience.
A bold choice from Grabino there. That is going to be spiked. Noted. Are we going in 1 by 1? Oh, make it easy for Martin.
Okay, maybe it wasn't a good choice.
No.
Yeah.
10 seconds left.
Half armor? I can't remember the words.
Well, maybe we do make it to Americas on time.
That's the one.
Regens.
Oops.
I thought when you starting about operators.
10 chances.
The golf clap is appropriate for what we're seeing so far. I love the audience here. They're in tune. You know what I mean? We don't get the screaming so much. We don't get
Jai, thank you so much for the gifted. Thank you. The Weber, nice. There you go, Weber.
Nice golf claps. Appreciate it. At a 12-2, it's all you're going to get.
Weber gets gifted.
This is now do or die, right? This map was not pretty. How many chances do they have here to close out? Yes. I
was trying to think, is that
It's not I'm not trying to mess with you. I was just asking the question. Right, come on, Koi.
The total opposite of the first game, yeah, it's an absolute stomp, mate.
Map choice. Come on.
Simple approach. To see here, if it comes in quick, it is just elite, but it isn't going to come in quick.
Slowed down, stalled out. Re-clear through B main. It
a
all
lot of
feels
storms, so
indicative
he
that
can
this
solve this
C
for a
hit
while.
is on the way. Shados trying to clear a path. It is being respected to an extent. Whoa.
I mean, that's
T to Martin
kind of an
there.
easy one.
I think he tagged fly
Rando
too,
Jen,
but
thank you so much, by the way. Thank you. Another 5
down
gifted.
to 10 HP.
Dude, how can it
This
say you've
player's
done
here now,
0
though.
in
It's starting
total
to
when
get
you've done
really
loads?
tricky.
Thank you so much,
Really
Rando
trying to
Jen.
cause some
Thank you.
troubles
Chat,
on
you
the
know what to
way in,
do.
but they managed to make it
For the
across
potential
water.
last round, let's get Oilers spam.
They're still fancy
For Rando
going.
Jen,
They
thank
wanted
you,
to
bro.
have a
Appreciate you.
brawl on it. Flyer's
That's a
still
really
so
nice
disconnected. It is the 4 on the site, and right now it's KC winning out on the site itself. They need to bring in the bodies. Flyer needs to join up now. 10 HP or not, it doesn't matter.
Dude,
They
they
need
still
the help.
got Omen
So Gitsu
Flash.
still with that paranoia too.
10 HP advantage.
But a pause, even considering a flank, I tell you now, it ain't coming.
If they win this, they won
Not sure
13
what
rounds
we're
in a
waiting
row.
for
In a row.
Because
Yeah.
there's a very real possibility Shadows get spammed here.
Why did you have to say that?
Dude, I'm just reading what chat's saying.
Okay, Util back on
Yeah, but
Saturday.
that's what
I
triggers
mean,
it.
it looks so simple.
Okay, you're lucky.
And well, with the plant down, this.
Dudes, there you go.
They'll
Okay,
sooner
you're lucky.
forget. For
Doing it,
KC,
doing
it
lucky.
is a massive
Dude, they won 12 in a row. You
win.
think they can't win
Mini,
another one?
This has got to feel great
Well, I
for
think
them
they
after
can.
what's
I
been a
just
shaky
think your
couple of maps,
curse
couple of
powers are
results.
very strong.
They fixed a lot of those core issues here, and they came out
Swim Dizzy,
swinging.
thank you so much, Swim Dizzy.
Yeah,
Appreciate
nice
the prime.
box up
Thank
next.
you
The
so
map
much,
that they
dude.
destroyed on
Of course,
last
bro. Thank
week.
you for that.
Could be a good series for them.
Icebox
this
could be
is
really fun
certainly
because
looking
KC are starting an
much
attack,
better for
which
KC.
they have not attacked
But we
versus
need to see
BBL,
if Koi
so
can
we're gonna
wake
see
up.
new stuff.
Okay, let's hope so. Let's hope Koi can get more than 2, man.
Yeah.
That was so rough. They didn't win a single buy round.
Whatever is working with that comp in scrims just does not work on stage. I don't know what it is.
I think it didn't look too bad first time.
The first time it worked, right? But like, did they get antied then by KC? I didn't watch that Koi match too closely, so I don't know.
I mean, honestly, it just felt like they went B all the time.
Yeah, like the first 6-7 rounds, it was just B hit because they couldn't stop it, and then after that, whatever adaptation they had to stop the B hit made their other sides too weak.
Chat, a
and they
Koi
just lost
called
round on A.
M Koi now, or just Koi? I'm looking at this thinking, am I putting M Koi in my VOD's name?
I don't think it matters too much. I mean, their full name is Movie Star Koi, so maybe it is M Koi. But like,
Should we just commit? Commit.
maybe, yeah.
Oh, dude, it looks so weird. I'm doing Koi. Look, no, mate, it looks so weird, dude. I can't do it.
That's so basic.
Go with Koi, yeah, I did. I couldn't like I said.
Sticky, wanna give up your stream to me and Sonia when Foot and KC play? You just chill for half a day?
Wait, say that again?
Me and Sonia will watch Foot versus KC in your place and you can just chill.
No.
But we do it on your
Why?
stream.
I don't think that's a thing. I'll tell you what though, if I do get a VTuber thing and it's the slug, maybe if you get like a voice changer, no one would know. Kiss Fizz with the prime, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. The VTuber slug is in the works at the moment.
I don't think I can replicate your accent. I think I would get found out very quickly.
The slug VTuber will go hard, dude. It's happening, chat. I'm not saying
Are you
I'm
just gonna
committing.
use it permanently, or is it just
Nah, I'm not
for
gonna use it
days where you don't
permanently.
care to take a shower?
I'm not gonna use it permanently. Until I get the AI good enough to impersonate me. Nah, I won't. I'll just do it randomly sometimes.
VTuber should be a pig.
That's the bacon stream. What?
No, you're piggy.
No, that's bacon, dude. Okay, let's quickly look at this. We have, where were we before? Square Bracket with the 25 on top of this as well. Square Bracket, thank you so much. Chat, I'm gonna go refill my water. If this gets to 5,000 by the time I'm back, I will be putting in an extra 300.
Actually has dinner plans today,
It's kind
which
of
is why they
kind
are,
of like
you know,
money
trying to
gets
make sure he
an
makes
extra
his
300.
reservation. I'm your
One
host,
way of looking at it,
back
and
here
Brian's
with
already
Kabuka.
put 50 on
Billy,
there, so
after
someone
the
needs to
first
do
series,
22.
Billy,
Brian,
this
1321,
is
thank you so much
not
for
what I
doing that,
expected
Brian.
I'm angry. I'm really, really
Chat,
angry.
W's in the
Angry
chat.
Angel.
We'll be back in a little bit.
Like,
If you don't get me banned somehow.
Do you know what? It's just so frustrating, right? Because we just
Get back in a little bit.
highlighted the whole thing on Pearl, starting on the defense, only getting 4 rounds on your defense, and now we go to Lotus and we only get 2 rounds, the first 2 rounds, and then KC just continue to get every single round after those first 2. I'm frustrated at this point.
It didn't seem fair at some points. I think that we saw a Koi that was very defeated. I think that the score really speaks for itself.
Yes.
When we look at those first engagements, when we see...
What if we take over the stream for KC game? He just said no, unfortunately.
And everything was working for the side of KC. Every bit of pressure that they were putting on the map.
By the way, chat, thank you very much for your generosity. And remember, it doesn't matter how much you donate, whether it's 110, $1, 10 cents, it doesn't matter. Every little bit helps.
Right? And I think
if you can donate, then maybe share the link so that other people can donate, and just remember to talk to each other.
Your Lotus
to help one another.
He's gonna know how
at the end of the day, we do this mostly to raise awareness. So if you can't donate, if you can't share, talk to your friends, talk to your family.
Basically a 13-0.
You know, make sure people know
it was a 13-0.
they can rely on you for help. And you also make sure you have a support system as well.
I chose one. Yeah, I was like, okay, from all of this, like, what can I take, you know, to show the viewers a little bit how they get onto your head. So
saying my dollars don't matter, they matter. What I'm saying is your dollars matter just as much as a person going and just talking to their friends and family.
The spike across it, and he takes damage throughout the thorns, but it is actually this.
The donations matter, the shares of the link matter, and simply just talking matters.
Of KC,
it all matters, and you also matter.
To put the question in Koi's mind: have they gone back?
Never
Are
forget
they still
that
there?
one.
He gets the opener, and they keep putting on the pressure, creating a lot of questions on
yes,
Koi's side.
Even you.
Raya thinks that he might be able to do some damage, taking an advantageous position.
My accent is not that bad, is it?
After Martine following up with the ultimate, it's so much pressure, and after so many rounds
actually, it might be the 2 years in Ireland that ruined my English.
Oh, can they get into their heads?
Thank you,
They're living rent-free there.
No, I have to agree as well. And it's like you say, Sadak goes unchecked, and I think a big part of
another,
that as well. Soulcast is playing such a deep, like, passive setup on that C site. He's just not able to hold any sort of control of it, which is like,
I heard Irish
it's
in there.
just not the performance that we want to see from someone like Soulcast.
Yeah.
Been through all of Tier 2 last year and come back into Tier 1.
Yeah, and
KC, though, hey, we just had a great map.
Versus Vice head-to-head in EMEA right now. That
Thank
was a
you,
bit of a
you
treat
guys
if
are
you were a
lovely.
KC fan. What did you make of
They
Elite's,
matter 5 times. See, now I'm going to be self-conscious about it, so I'm going to say specifically like matter, right? But that doesn't work.
Such a great performance against BBL in that very first map, going 20-2, and that was the first map, and then the rest of the series from him was super, super quiet. So I am a little bit concerned that he needs to be able to keep up that kind of performance. But in this map in particular,
I didn't even know who that is. I had to Google them.
Absolutely. Consistent, good enough, and against a team that, as we're saying, looked a bit defeated, but you know, he was there to put up the numbers. I would have loved to see a little bit of him on the defense here, to just have even more reasons to...
Sorry.
Yeah. KDA of 6. You know, he is a bit of a
got one more chance to close it out.
He was more on the job
Give us your
of, like,
best league impression. No, improv is not me. Very much not me.
But it was actually, we were seeing on the replays later in the rounds that he was finding the most impact.
An elite performance, if you ask me.
And it's his birthday on Sunday,
so
happy
birthday. Is 20th birthday? How
I can
Zoomer
tell
are we talking?
that. I have a calendar. Let me check.
Okay, you
Any
check.
hours in
While
chat?
you check that,
I want to...
They are not going to throw their anti-ecos today. They threw way too many the last time we saw them, and so far, at least, after Lotus, they are 2 for 2 in terms of winning their anti-ecos. We're going to keep an eye on this as the series moves on. But Billy, do you anticipate
Lexi, there is 100% a way for you to get out of that. 100%.
I think so. I think
Why
that
now?
Icebox
Why
looks
not
really
now?
good, and I think, you know, we get, again, I have to bring it back to preparation and having Eng as your coach, right? And Sadak as your IGL too. Like, of course, they've actually gone and put the work in after that performance in week 1.
More. I will be here for every KC game in Split 1 if they get into playoffs, hopefully for those as well.
I think that we can keep
and
an eye
if
on
they
it
go
and
to
see how they
Toronto,
go.
hopefully for those as well. And then
you know,
Split 2, we have a slightly different idea, but that's
yeah, exactly. It's like This one I'm going to call
my favorite Doritos flavor. I don't really eat
fraudulent
Doritos,
stat.
I'm sorry.
He's turning 20 on Sunday.
Oh wow, okay, happy
So he's
early
definitely too old to be in the league now. Probably will be, you know, replaced soon. No, I'm joking. But but thinking about moving forward, and as we say, and looking at the next map, looking at something that they looked extremely comfortable in. Let's see if we see some surprises when we jump into the agent select.
Yeah, for Koi too. What are they gonna do? It's okay.
Sure.
There's so much to unpack here. We're not
Favorite
gonna
Indian
get
food, I fuck
so
with
I'm
any
very upset
curry.
about that. But what do you guys make of this comp?
Okay, so Shadows on that Killjoy. Soulcast playing the Tejo. Okay, Philo
KC with
on
the same
the
comp as they did
ISO.
last
I mean, I like it. There's a
map.
lot of initiate and
Sorry,
power
last
versus
map.
this
Take up
composition
with
of Karma and Corp. Not having that duelist starting on the attack.
This is kind of nice. I like
what kind of aggression we're going to be
the
seeing
solo
when we start
ISO.
going. We were
Worked
speaking
pretty
about
well on
Elite.
this. You still
I
got
wanna
the
see how he
solo. You got the
I
ISO
think a
Sova
big
combo.
talking point that we've had
Got
since
Teo to
Tejo
stop
has
him
been
getting
brought into
through
the
the
game as
wall.
well is
Got
teams
Killjoy for
pair it
info.
with that breach with that phase. And of
It's a
course,
nice
we
comp.
saw from
No?
Karma and Core last week that you didn't
behind
need
the
that, right?
behind the
You
ISO
could
shield,
pair
you're
it
able
with
to
this
actually
cable.
go
So
pressure
it's
yellow,
really interesting to
which
see that
BBL
on
couldn't
Movie
do.
Star
Can you get through the Viper
they've
wall
also
easy on
just gone,
A?
you know what, we can run it with the
So
Sova
you
and it will be absolutely
you actually
fine.
will test.
Yeah, exactly.
KC
And
on
with
this.
them coming
Yeah.
into this one, if they were forced to be
I'm
playing
excited.
the Icebox, they
You
know that they
think?
get to choose the side.
Yeah.
I want to see playing
will be a
that
good
double
test, no?
info,
I'm
you
not
know,
sure they can
having
get
two
through the
drones.
wall.
I want to see how they use them across the map, in what timings, and what effect is going to have in Karma.
Names, what's going on?
Yeah, and I want to see where Soulcast is going to
Also,
land.
Siggy.
The
You
guys
tier
got
list
us
of
there. You
Tejo
guys
players,
got us.
and it
Thank
will
you,
be
thank you.
his debut,
We have Anonymous with the
hopefully.
5. Thank you
Handsy
so much,
and Minnie,
Anonymous.
this
We
will
have
be
Philo with the
another quick
25, and we got me out as well with the 10. And so much safe in you that I did the 300.
I'm happy with being a quick map. What? Look, this would be fine. Okay.
Okay, chat. We reached
Baby
the
Quick just come out and
we reached the
they like
5K. Oh,
That's
work
not where
out.
you were going with
I'll
that.
get one of the
What do you
bunnies
mean?
here somehow.
I don't think that's what
What do
you
We'll work it out.
I think
what do you mean?
meant something different.
I'm not sure I can get them both.
I don't think that's the case.
They
We
start
are
eating
into
cables,
this.
we are
Do you
screwed.
subscribe to the Koi concept here with this?
Oh my god, my
lovely
YouTube is
selection of
so
agents?
bugged.
Just say no.
I think I'll just get one here, just because honestly, if they do start eating cables, I don't have backup equipment.
The ISO was something that Comet and Gorilla ran
Koi
in their
on
stint with
defense,
Vitality
K-Cop on
last year.
attack,
Yeah, I
1-1
think they
pistols.
do have experience there. I like the Teo, I like the Killjoy. Viper, it's decent. It's a decent attempt at Icebox, I'm not gonna lie. They have lots of planter now on this defense.
No, I
so
like the
it's gonna be
defense of
interesting
this
to see
should be
how KC deal
crazy
with
good.
that.
The attack, I'm just like, I mean, you could shield up.
That's a fair summary.
You can shield up, send it. Maybe the shield
KC
left
will
side
have the
is
door left
really
open
good.
for them.
Like
Right, so
slow
Bart's come in.
shield here.
Lovely chip damage too, actually.
Like maybe that's the pathing I would do with the
Porcupines
ISO.
everywhere. A second
I'm excited
attempt
to see what they
at
got.
one
I
now.
think the slow
Lovely
shield is
chip.
on the
You can
left
see
is
the
way better
HP
than the
just,
right.
a little down lower than they'd like, I'm sure. And Soulcast, as said by the desk,
Honestly, now I thought about it a little bit. I really like the
how he
Koi comp.
looks on that Teo.
Yeah. Big care knife there to delay the retake. There's only going to be so much time. They do have good retake util core here.
What do we have?
Martin even forced away. Puts a lot of
There's no
pressure on
util.
Sadak playing up
Oh.
towards Nest. Needs to land some big boy shots.
Oi.
Ain't happening.
Yeah,
Rubino.
that was kind of fast,
Right
no?
on back in down to Martin.
Yeah.
Now left in a 1v3.
Okay,
Didn't quite
well,
get
they did this
past the
before though.
second
Let's not get
hurdle.
too carried away.
Soulcats to get the first.
Yeah, beautiful signs here from Koi. I like a team that knows that playing retake on A sometimes
what you
is
mean,
a good
Des?
idea. I want to be able to see those layers later on where they're going to have the ISO be more aggressive, but for a pistol round, I like it. I like that option for them.
And I do think this is a nice test as well for KC for how well they adapt.
1 out of 2. Oi,
There's
Veil.
quite a specific
Come on.
rule
Oi,
set when
nice
it
shot
comes to
though.
Koi and what they can do in this.
Veil, that's
And where it
crazy.
becomes incredibly
We're going to switch to
impactful
NA
and
now.
hard to
We're
deal
sticking with
with.
this.
So I want to
We
see
go
how
5 map,
the
we'll
likes
stick
of
with this, and then
Sadak
we'll switch.
potentially wants to approach it. How maybe the coaching staff say, okay, time out here. We want to try and get this right.
2-1 in the
Koi,
pistols.
How long can they keep this going? And is there layers to it? Is there levels of adaptation? Right? And what's
Yes,
the
we need
comfort
K-Cop
looking
at
like?
2-0 means we
Here is
catch
that
Americas.
KC don't have information on Koi's Icebox at all here.
Is it
and the
EG
reverse
Sentinel's
is
first
true,
map?
Albeit KC
Like that's the
won
first game.
a lot on their defense, so we only saw 4
I don't
rounds.
know.
So preparation here is all
It
quite new
is-
on this
Yeah,
side.
EG Sentinels first.
It is.
Both teams.
Soulcast. He's
That's
got a
the
corner
name.
to play from. Thilu, yeah, holding this. This is
Oh
nice. Confidence
my.
builders too. Oh, a bounding Alves will still do some damage, but that's all it will
Hey,
be.
not
3
too
stay
bad.
alive. a pretty
Getting a little excited for the Ecos Fio, I like that.
Weapons kept in check.
Yeah. This is big first gun round.
Yeah.
I want to see what KC are going to do with this over.
Yeah,
They had lots of like cheeky ideas on the defense, and on the attack, I'm sure it's going to be the same.
You know, with the amount of times that
round we did
KC loses, because, you know, I believe every round is going to go.
That's true. That's absolutely, yeah, honestly.
It was quite nice, so maybe something to do for the first gun.
This has got to feel great as well for Koi. Having a start like this, it all feels right, but see where the eyes are turning for KC though.
Okay, so this is the default that they did show versus BBL.
Salvo, smoke to block vision. I mean, you can always insert one here.
Yeah, that's what they did usually with Martin. Martin would be inserted here. They also have like a variation of the salvos where they don't go for the cubby, but they go directly behind like the green truck, and then where you would plant the bomb where usually the defender retreats, which is also really nice. They make a lot of space
elsewhere.
like
You can see the owl drone in middle, even having a bit of a glance as well. I think it was Elite.
Dude, if Harbour got a buff, these guys have got it down.
Looking down the tube as well, just in case there was something.
They're in a great position for 2026.
Reverting to their old ways, should have spotted at least Filu. Yeah.
Okay, question mark over towards B is about to get
as well, but still. Position noted, about 50 seconds, and it looks like KC are really trying to make this mid-round sweat.
Yeah, there's a big information game happening where we saw KC initially go towards B.
They hide it, but they did drone over towards here, and no one's covered anything, so they could still kind of be close.
Chess game right now between the two teams.
So they do have to still clear all of these angles.
Still leaning towards that B site for the defending side of Koi.
Ooh.
Keep the player here.
Dodge the knife though, they think yellow's clear.
Risky, but right
yeah,
choice.
he definitely thinks it is.
From just threading the needle,
good molly.
timing right to evade the knife's connection and all the util that followed. Shados is there, but Sadak and Martin in the meantime.
Shots are being hit though.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god,
the molly kill.
I feel like they kind of committed too heavy, no?
For KC, they've got to make this count with only 9 seconds.
Ah, dude, I think Koi had this.
Tried to make a bit of a mad play, a mad dash. Filu, are you up to the challenge? Sitting pretty. Perfect HP. Sadak certainly not the case. Filu with the right call so far.
He's so low that he probably isn't going to stick it. Oh, the tap again to create the pressure. Oh, he bowled it at the end.
Oh
my god. He bowled it at the end.
Every day of the week.
Yeah,
damn, it's devastating.
For Koi not to win, that would have been
but looking at it realistically, it's great damage from Koi.
I think one thing to note there is that because KC didn't have that.
Him?
Like
yeah, but he knows he's low, right? He doesn't want to give him HP, chat.
KC not having the Sova to
he should be winning it normally.
That might be something that kind of comes into play for Koi in these later rounds.
Like he just missed the shot.
Big round from Sadak.
Yeah, it's relief in that one. I think we saw obviously from
Sevilla, thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you. Appreciate the 2 month. You'd end up just healing him, and you want to save it for the big round anyway. But dude, they have no idea about the TP into the smoke. This is nice though. You do a different smoke. Wait, did they TP into his smoke? No, they TP into his smoke. Yes, you go kind of layers of your default, but they did change up the smoke. It was up instead of on the floor.
It's on the box, right by
on the single box, yeah.
Yeah, on the single box.
Yeah. But was that where the first one wasn't their default?
Yeah, it should be there.
Very disconnected Elite whose timing is going
to be
lovely.
This is cool.
Checkmate in case there was that eventual problem.
He doesn't always TP there, but the smoke is always there.
No, yeah.
Gateway open.
So you just got to be scared of it no matter what, and then you can start fake TPing, and then you're in trouble.
Sometimes it just feels like the firepower just doesn't.
Building layers of the mental stack.
You know, isn't there sometimes.
Hey, I like it though, man. I like the stuff from K-Corp. This is cool.
Positioning around.
This cool little play off the round before. The double layer of just this was our default last time, but this time we're actually TPing into the smoke. We had a flash over the top. And we had people swinging back here as well, so this is really cool.
And the great thing about it is, this is basically the only thing that KC shown versus BBL. So if they're forced to start playing mid, if they're forced to start playing A, none of that is unbeatable. So this is a big test for Koi as well. Like how can they adapt? Which on Lotus they weren't able to. So could be.
I was like,
could be a problem.
Die, just die.
Luckily, he didn't shoot back. All good. But yeah, we're going to keep those 2 saved over rifles.
Dude, that round from Feeling must be haunting him a little bit.
I turn my attention
It'd be such a different game right now. They wouldn't have gone for their bonus strat. They would have saved it for the round after this.
The strong suit of this composition. I want to see layering. Now, it may not be in this round because it is a half by. It's kind of forced around. Well, it's not even forced around.
It's kind of slow.
It's a couple of sheriffs, but they played in.
It's not even.
Sadak looked lost in the source.
I think he just presumed that the Killjoy turret was there But even if it was, that's not a safety net, so... Nice round from Koi, using the Vandals both on A and middle at the same time to try and find a pick, and they're successful in doing so.
I'm so happy to see them trying to get
Spot
aggressive
3 as well, big swing.
Not just like, okay, we'll just
Big swing.
This is lovely.
Oh, shots maybe not hit.
But it was a good attempt.
No, it was a good attempt. They did the right thing.
Yeah,
my curse isn't that powerful. All right, I can only cause tech pauses. I can't affect anything else. This is all I got. But
I mean, I said I was calling out the firepower. Like that's a moment where it looks beautiful. The advantages are there, but it just slips away.
Which feels yeah. See if Shados can make something out of it though. I don't think so. The position seen really early.
Wait, what? The alarm bot's tripping out.
Up on 410.
It found him before he TP'd and then it followed him.
We're gonna have a bit of a Jame game. Lots of saves. Shout out to my 3 people getting the rep.
That's a 10-minute there. Get out of here.
Devastating for Koi. Gonna have the little timeout on this.
I think he fell off a little bit.
Do you think they should have used the ice ult on this round?
Well, and so
In
is
the
this even affair.
Nah,
It is falling
I think
off
that's.
now.
I
It
think
is
the plan was
tied
so
up for
fine.
two-piece.
I think
Good
they just
start
missed
from Koi.
shots.
Yeah.
This slow march back from KC is looking good. Now, compliments where it's due there. Koi, I liked what they did. I liked them coming in with some intent to try and make those rifles work in this broken buy. But it will fall short. Obviously, there is just going to be the outgun eventually, obviously, from KC. They do have the better weaponry. It's fine. But I still like the concept from Koi, even catching Sadak there for a moment.
Yeah, but now we're
that was such a well-coordinated.
Because like look at how long that last duel was between the two there.
And even the Omen ult,
and then Sova kind of swung too far for this angle.
Even with an Omen ult at times.
Which coach did you hate playing against the most?
Early in season against Aang is kind of annoying.
Yeah, Aang was a nightmare. Aang or Doom Bros are hard.
Yeah.
I see.
In general,
I wish I watched Valorant back then.
Give me anyone.
Many of them. No, again, their reputation for Aang and especially with the adding of Sadak, you kind of thought that was.
Which team comp do I like more?
Backbone to the style they're
Honestly,
in, but
I do kind of like the Koi comp.
Here, KC
I like the Koi comp a lot, and I think it also doesn't have the same like
and when we see that destruction happen, I think we're going to see the lurkers through middle
right
on the
attack.
check.
Which
yeah,
you could say
yeah.
KC
absolutely
should have, but they're dealing with it well.
The read here, I don't think it's even necessarily I don't know if I'd call it a read, but oh my gosh, and the Teo actually forcing Rubino away. It feels like they're aware of this potential. I don't know if it's the right read or just the right timing for it, but they've already called off Elite and they've cleared Sugetsu. So I'm not sure what it was.
Everyone's going for it.
Hyper aware of it. They weren't even playing
This Sova ult is really odd to me, but
very cognizant of pressure coming through mid.
Because there was no sign of a tap of the
A
plant.
big advantage here for Koi. This could be huge for them playing this back.
It was a pure blind ult, and he had drone for it now, and they could use double damage for it.
Flyer, you couldn't have asked for anything easier. Martin's going to go down and leaving it to
Sadak,
Sadak
big
and
flash.
This should be the easiest slam dunk of a round for Koi. Sadak, you're good. You ain't that good. Not going to be
Okay, nicely done though. What, they took two bullets, 3 bullets maybe?
I know this sounds weird because I saw on Lotus 2, there was like a read where I was like, how did they know that? And honestly, like, I don't think they would have scrimmed each other this part of the split. But
super aware.
That kind of stuff is sometimes an old scrim.
That's just like in the back of their mind somewhere,
or I'm completely wrong and they just saw them at some part of the round or made noise or something.
I mean, there's always a chance. It's one way you
They
kind of
needed
wish you
this,
had
yeah,
those
for
player
sure.
comps, right? Where you could be
For
like,
sure, for money.
Okay, that's how they read it.
If you're in this type of like league where you have 2 groups, you only scrim the other group, right?
Yeah, you only scrim the other group.
That was
Scrim the other group in tier 2.
Handling of that split though. And I wouldn't say the same scenes this time. Pressure towards A very early on coming up from Koi.
Yeah, and ult's online now for Koi as well. If Robinho gets overwhelmed here, can put down this 5 pit.
That's why the group thing isn't too bad, because it at least gives like people prac partners.
Yeah, that's true.
Then
it's kind of awkward if you draw yourself first round of playoffs.
Yeah, I was going to say, you will play them eventually in playoffs, but then you want to target the bottom 2 of even the bottom 2 of the groups
Yellow
are.
by 1 minute 10.
So you don't meet him.
Beautiful. It allows Sadak, you know, to do what he wants on the map, manipulate these rotations.
Complimented
You scrim them even towards the end. Some do.
Now that this
Some
feels
do,
like
some
it's an
don't.
awareness that
Like
KC
Fnatic,
can
when they
figure
went
out. So
to
they've had no
events, they wouldn't
challenge
scrim
across
anyone.
Torchella. They haven't felt
We had to
pressure towards
like
this yet. They're
force
feeling
them to
it
scrim
from
us
kind
at
of mid-side,
Reykjavik,
maybe CT. The paranoia is spot on. Well,
They would only play us as well. They wouldn't play any other teams
oh
there.
my god, it's working. I'm pretty sure though. Filu's heard this, yeah, he's trying to get
if
back
they can
over
get
here in
frag
time,
versus
but
like
does
the
he try
local
and stick
tier 2
around and
teams,
fight, or does
that's
he fall
probably
away?
a good idea.
He's got his ult,
Dude,
nobody's
he's got
gonna like
options,
you.
but he's
Why is he playing like this
a
with his
little bit
ult?
close to 29 seconds, this is risky, and it's not really rewarded. Filu, the only one that's trying to
don't
hold
get it.
on, but traded effectively, a
Philo?
nice
Yeah.
flash as well. To
Yeah.
facilitate the swing towards
Would
the
you not
back
just
of the
wait for
side.
tap and then you
Shadows
Wait for tap flood in.
slip away, but they're trying to play ahead of this. Rubino!
Oh my god,
catching
Rubino.
two, but Sugetsu left in the 1v2. 10 seconds, no plant to be had.
Oh my god, that first
God,
shot
that
is
almost
crazy
actually
though.
happened.
I saw him winning that.
Jesus,
Big
he almost
shot.
had flyers. That
That was ridiculous.
I was about to get quite critical about Philo playing on site
Yeah.
there, especially with the ult. Could easily have used it, got off site, shielded
Yeah,
up, used
he
that
knows
ult.
what he's talking about
Easy
sometimes.
5v4 retake, but
Why she sounds so
the
shocked?
flood in was beautiful for Koi.
It was kind of that second string. It was like
It's
Rubino,
because I
right,
spent
who
too much
came in
time
and
watching
pretty
your
much, I don't
stream.
say saved
So
the
my
day,
opinion
but
of Mini
tilted
is,
the scales back
you know,
on over. Here it
influenced
is,
by
coming
you.
back through. Beautiful from
Oh, that's
Rubino.
crazy.
This shot
It's a
at
lot
the
of
end,
power,
I'm
man.
Sure, that's the winning kill, but the one before.
Oh my god, bro. This guy just one-tapped you like that? Holy
Yes. Yes, it was quite
Yeah, it was a nice shot from Sugetsu.
4-3, Koi.
Timeout.
Forcing the timeout here from KC.
Yeah, looking good for Koi. Icebox defense is usually when you don't want the bulkier rounds, you're like.
But I think this is where the
struggling most
comp
of
should
the
be a
time,
little
so
bit
getting
better.
four ready is
Unless
good
they
for
have
Koi.
really good pathing over towards A, which I think they
The
can.
momentum has shifted here.
Oh, it certainly has. This little step back that they've taken, right? We've seen kind of this aggression from Koi, taking the space over towards A, willing to challenge with Filu, pushed up initially, and then we've got that
he
more
doesn't really
passive
have
play
money.
towards B,
I
sitting
mean,
deeper
they can
towards
force
the side,
Sadak has to buy a lower
allowing
gun.
them that
Yeah,
space
I
behind
mean,
yellow,
Sadak
but
would
really
just-
Casey weren't able to
It's okay,
manipulate
he's a
too
KO
much. It
anyway.
felt like
Like,
maybe
people be going in
they were with
before
the
him.
right read on the rotation, but it was still held by Koi. It was very impressively done.
Yeah, I think it's again. I'm just gonna go back to like map theory on Icebox.
I mean,
like,
KC won for this
a lot
app.
of teams love to overhold this A side.
I don't even know because it's like a
sometimes
newish
just-
comp with
And Koi
like if
again,
if
like,
Koi have a
KC
really
always
good
have
A
the
hit,
advantage
which I
just a
think they
little bit
can if they
to go
path
towards
left with
B.
the wall and then
But
push through these two at the same time,
Koi comfortable
then
on these
honestly
kind of floods,
K-Cop might need a lot.
And it's good to see them comfortable after map 1. That was a rough showing.
I feel like the ISO could be sick for just farming.
Shoulder check by Martin super early. Maybe, I don't want to say asleep at the wheel, but just outdone.
Just as I said, they're comfortable with the floods and retakes. We see Filu in a one and done. With his ult.
Why do I feel like Sugetsu wins this? Yeah,
I'm not
he
sleeping.
does.
I'm not sleeping on this one.
Okay, don't let this one go, Koi. You've
He's
got a
so
really good step on the
Philo
ladder.
had his ult round 3, right?
He's still getting pressure on A. This is
Round-
the
yeah,
situation.
round
You've got to look at
3.
how it's
I
being
feel
reacted to by
like-
Shados, right? He's still
I feel
trying
like
to
we've
keep
been
a
holding
bit of
on to it
space
for
here,
a
but now they've
long,
cleared
long
back through.
time. He
Nice
just goes to so many
work coming in
committed
from Flyer
positions.
to
I
push
didn't
back
I
through
didn't care
towards
about
A,
it in the
backfilling
1v3,
the
obviously.
space and catching
But
Martin.
these other rounds now,
it feels readable. Obviously, they're in the right place here, but
they're
can
like
they
the
deny
positioning.
plant,
It
or
looks
do
like
they
when
try
people
and
used
slow it
to
down
not
and play it
understand
back in?
Sage Res or not have like protocols with Sage Res, and then
Soulcast still with that ult
the
sitting
Sage
by.
is just
Nice
on
shot,
site.
nice follow-up.
Apart from it's more criminal
Soulcast
because
lining up the kill feed. Shados wants
be-
in.
don't have
he's
to
not
wait for
playing
someone
that
to
time.
die.
Oh, he's making a bit of a meal of it. Aves coming
Dude,
alive,
it's
but Soulcast
Dominic.
on clean-up duty.
Soulcast.
Sadak
7.
and Flyer's positioning is surely.
oh no, oh no.
Did I just? No, my
Nice,
God.
Dom.
What is going on?
What's he doing?
I don't know what's going on.
I'm
I
not
don't
too
know,
mad
I
because
just
it's
saw
Dom
it
at least.
But what have I just witnessed?
Yeah,
God
it's
gave me eyes.
Yeah, I mean,
I
again,
chose to watch this.
It's a messy.
Damn.
messy round.
Dude, it's hard to
gotta
watch
criticize
this when
Koi
you
at the
just
start
watch
here as well. Like,
Fnatic,
they have
Vitality.
power ults.
Yeah,
and they're
that
not
is true.
playing rounds
You
for
can
them.
see a
not using this
big
Viper split,
gap.
not
Goodness.
using ISO ult, not even being in positions to use the KO ult.
God, thank God for Soulcast though.
Yeah,
But yeah,
that's true.
When
Hit
Soulcast
some-
is shooting, it's
hit some
fine.
shots.
player standing. Guys, oh my god, if we lost because this guy timed me, I would have cried.
So would I.
what prac partners you know, like two teams who scream each other a lot?
Just forget about it. It's fine.
I don't fully get the question. Isn't you asking what is prac partners?
We go back in.
I think they're asking if you know anything right
If I
now.
know her prac partners? No, not really.
Evolution
I'm really
of
out
what
of
we're
the
seeing.
loop.
Martin going to deal with the shield, but he ain't dealt with the player. 3 coming his way. He's got problems. He's got the paranoia, though. Can it save him? Gets out of dodge for now. Fancies go
Dude,
back
they crouch, man. The crouch wrecks so many people.
Now he still wanted the punishment.
He wasted a lot of time though.
That's the
Maybe he can
distraction to
plant
get
it.
the A site though. But 3v5 post, gonna be difficult for them.
Oh, there's the
Yeah,
ult.
this is much better.
3v5 post, hopefully.
Now everyone else can flood in.
Right, all good, all good. Filu there starting to use the ults that we were asking for. A lot of players here. This should be comfortable. It is. Filu starting to feel a little warmer. Aves, nice try.
Very
not
nice. Koi looking
enough.
together
Koi
with a lot of these.
taking a good lead now.
Yeah, that was one of those like classic awkward KC rounds where they're doing something that's very new that not people have seen before. 2 people walking under tube, making a big distraction for people on A.
KC
but Koi
have
handled
KO
it
and
beautifully.
KO ults now. I wonder if they're gonna try to force B maybe with
Very
them.
different Koi, very prepared Koi, kind of heads in the right place.
They
Yeah,
must
what a
have
9-day
another,
difference to map 1.
Another tail ult than the one they use over towards B though, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
composition
right.
that I would argue that
Alright, they won't use it on
if they
anything.
played almost like
Maybe
this
they're
with
going
the composition,
Oh yeah, I'll see
I think it would have made more sense.
Go map 3? I feel like it's going map 3.
I did, yeah.
I just
I
think
said
this
to the
comp
makeup
should be
people
good on
6
attack,
maps
but I just think the A hit should be disgusting. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they really struggle against the Viper wall.
I'm trying to curse.
What do you mean? You're cursing against me? You're like, nah.
It's going to be 6 maps.
What?
Okay, we're KO'ing.
Ult from Sada. That's gone well. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Oh, you're not proving me wrong. Flyers having an absolute belter of a round.
Oh, nice shot.
AC still making something out of nothing here. Soulcast, Filu, and Grubino, though. Starting to see Filu looking a little bit more confident in those previous rounds, and he does have support here as well, but he's going to be forced in.
That was
shield
good.
Gets handled.
That was a
KC,
nice ult.
what on earth?
That was lovely.
That was a nice ult.
Picture perfect.
Build-A-Bear, thank you so much for the tier 1, dude.
What we
Appreciate
just
the
saw
11
Flyer
months.
do, you know, they look so confident. Rubino?
Great shot.
Suddenly, I mean, Aves does have. Oh,
That, there's a lot of commitment for both teams for this round.
utility. Yeah, he could. Surely he's just the checkmate here. Rubino's going for it though. It's the first volley coming in. The tap. And they can react now. The timing rough for Grubino. He's trying to play him, but
Aves managed to walk over towards here, check the spike, and then get out of there. That was nuts. This was a nice tail ult though.
Yeah.
Like you're so committed. It fills up so much of the site.
Nullified by Taewol.
Yep.
But good discipline.
Maybe Elite hit a really nice shot. This one.
Realized they had the Taewol to just clear out that
Really
space.
nice.
It was a nice round. It was a nice plan as well, which is not something I said this last week when we were watching them on Fracture, where I said most of their eco plans are just like end this round as fast as possible. That was different. They really had a plan to win this round.
6-4.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy on Untitled. It's so easy on Icebox. You can just force A.
Looking like the better side, at least initially on this half.
It's hard to have a bad plan on
Filu
this
once
map.
again looking to find those ways out of this, but these trades are leaving them in a bit of a tough
solid
spot here, but
Sovo.
from afar, Flyer trying to
Hit
bail
2
them
with the
out.
fast,
Good
I'm
chip
pretty
down,
sure.
Can't convert the kill. You're looking at Elite. You're looking at Martin. They are worse for wear.
Okay, great damage there. A bit of a mix-up with the aggression. Server ult behind it. Koya looking good in this half. Like 6 already.
Pansy just randomly putting slugs in the chat.
Decent.
I see it every so often during
He
maps.
does have this Killjoy ult though, and with the... I was going to say the Hunter Sphere would be in
She
use,
just
but it's
lets
on the other side,
Mini
never mind.
yap and then
They
she
could
just
rely
comes
on this
to
Killjoy ult for the retake, so...
Just gets on the phone.
You see the re-clear towards
Ignores
middle
him.
from Koi.
Yep.
They might opt to give up this A site a little bit. Disciplined by KC though. Waiting for these salvos, these refresh util.
35 seconds though.
Looking like it's going to be a brawl.
There's Filu, a little bit of uncertainty of how to evade, but it's Grubino to catch Martin. The
Yeah,
HP
low
was low,
HP
and it
of
looks like he was working in the dark, but with 20 seconds, there's got to be a speed up here. Filu getting isolated fights. And really, it's Elite and Arvez to try and dig in here. Arvez has been not slow so far, but
you gotta
time
do
is
a lot,
running
mate.
low. 12 seconds.
Ooh, the shield is going to run out before he takes the duel.
And Elite's timing is outrageous. Perfectly played
Oh
to
boy,
catch
I'm
the
not sure
pressure
about that
onto
one from
Shados.
Koi.
KC are back at the door now.
It's just another round for Koi where
Milan, hello, congrats, dude. That was a fun
winning this half
game, bro.
even more convincingly if they had used the ults more effectively. We have a Killjoy ult for Veto. No need to play on site against Teo salvos that are going to just ruin you.
Fun for us, but probably a few grey hair for him.
It's purely
Very fun, is
right?
really
like,
fun.
That's nothing as a coach you can really work on. Is it something
to drill that in every single day?
Yeah. Because as I said, it is those choices in those moments that feel like a coin.
Staying for Senya, we're watching all the Americas. We just might miss the first map. Ooh. Ooh. Wait, Martin does the TP to the
These
corner.
early battles are now starting to really heftily swing over to KC's side.
There was a team that used to
towards
do
A.
this default, and I can't remember who it was.
Again, I look at the Teo ult, Killjoy ult, and we're going for an aggressive play without using
like
any
with
of
Omen
these
as
big
well.
Power ults.
Yeah, with
And what round are you going to say?
it might have been old.
Minis.
And now they get sight here, so Getsu has
Someone
5%
did, I can't
It's
remember.
a very tough
FPX might be
retake for Koi.
FPX.
Shados, Soulcast, here come the ults
The
now.
triple smoke FPX
Trying to stall it out is Sadak investing the nade to come in, but Arvez again. This guy has been finding impact, warming into it.
I do feel like
Soulcast goes
Koi.
down. Grabino's still trying to make it past
I
middle.
don't know, man. Their ult
He's
stuff
got to
is
pull off a
really
miracle
weird.
here. You
Their
noted
ult,
it.
they play so weird when they
ult
have
coming in
ults and they're
Sugetsu.
near to ults. It feels like it doesn't affect
The
their
information
cooling.
being found, a long road back. But an individual fight will certainly help matters. 3 more to locate. Hit to try and make it through. Trying to pick the right path, and there isn't really one
Lost
here.
is asking
Tied
Milan,
up
is your
in the
hand
end at
okay?
6
Scott
apiece.
was looking
Yeah, Koi will
aggressive for the
absolutely take 6-0,
celebrations.
but honestly,
Dude, he did look like he was. He did look
I'm
vicious at
absolutely
one
with you
point.
on that. It feels like it could have actually been a Koi lead here. Some chances missed, but KC starting to get that read right, starting to
6-6.
really build into this.
It literally all comes
Do
down
only
to if
wonder
Koi
how
have
this
a
one
good
really
A
shakes
here.
down Koi with a couple of
Yeah.
more
I feel-
opportunities to
You
try
don't
and
really
keep
know what
up,
to
but
expect,
let's
right?
hear
With
from
new comps
Sadak
and first
talking
time
about
seeing it.
KC's prep,
But I do
stage
have
one,
confidence
and how
in
he's
KC's
adjusting
defense.
VCT.
I thought their calling was like
They could do
really
a similar game plan to what they did against BBL, in
Preparation-wise,
my opinion.
we are really trying to
Until
up
they prove
our
they can get
mental
out
game.
towards
Of course, our
yellow.
strategic game, we really think like it was good, but the part that we focused a lot was on the mental stage because we have a lot of new players. We have players that this is the first time they're playing on a LAN even. So for us, it was like, okay, we really have to work on the mental side. It's been a hell of a ride, I would say, because to be honest, I came here and this is my first team I have to call in English. So everything was different for me. Like the calls, the maps, agent names, some concepts of the game changed just because of the language. So for me, it was like a really high adaptation period. It was kind of like 3 months for me. It took me a while. But overall, like I really like working with this team.
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
I think
It definitely is a
One thing
lot.
I didn't really consider as
Yeah,
well.
welcome to me, and they listen to me a lot.
Yeah, well, let's triple pick. 3, 2.
Woo! Not only as an IGL, but as an experienced player, I would say, as a captain. So yeah, I mean, I like it. It's been fun.
Yeah, maybe that puts it a little bit more into context.
Context, yeah.
Well, but like
I mean,
Sadak,
the
really,
coordination
the
and
second he
stuff
joined
like
the
pushes
desk,
it a
It
little bit longer.
or like
It's
some of
similar
the
to like
interviews he's been given, he's a
you know,
brilliant
when
character to have.
Redgar went out of the
And
gambit,
we're hoping
Loden
if
had to
KC
call
can
for
get back on
liquid.
track here,
Similar to that.
kind of prove that in the server as well.
It's
But on the
definitely a
other
lot harder
side,
calling in
Koi,
a
this is a
different language.
competitive half. Now, we,
sure.
again, have to remember map 1 happened. It was 13-2. It was very one-sided. This looks like a bit of a different
Okay,
you
2-1
know,
in
team,
terms of the
really, the way they're
pistols.
approaching it. Confidence starting to show. Some individuals turning up, and overall, a better
this is
look
a classic
collectively. But the side swap puts pressure
they
back on.
Yeah, a good half from Koi. They'll
Should
take
be a
6,
smoke in
but
the
the
nest.
problem is that KC did win, I think it was 9 on their last defense. So KC are comfortable in this defense.
Oh, look at this big distraction.
This is really not...
Oh.
Okay.
What?
It's recoverable.
Shot.
He saved it.
okay.
He saved it. If
Recovered.
we look at the kill feed and not how it happened at all.
Dude, he got an extra one.
Koi! This is so good. But a 1v3 for Sugetsu is incredibly difficult. It feels like it was won and lost in middle there. Grubino just finding so much impact through those kills.
As a vision block of the wall, probably knows there's a molly on here. So.
Soulcast and Flyer.
Yeah.
A lot of utility to potentially go through. None of them back online apart from Flyers right now. See that coming in there. Sugetsu, his options are looking worse and worse by the second.
Nicely handled from Koi though.
They're gonna toy with him. Yeah, this is one of those, unless they make a catastrophic mistake.
Possible, right?
It's not gonna happen. Beautiful
very nice.
from Koi.
Yeah, really nice from Koi.
I'm sure Grubino won't put it
3
in
and 1 in the
highlight,
pistols.
but it was an impact.
Did you notice what Koi did in the middle? Because I know they had KC had a KJ watching under too.
Like Koi had come in with the pistol where they understood.
Oh, he just had smoke.
Maybe Casey's rotations, they'd leave that middle area open, and so beautiful strat. I'm gonna, give credit to the coaches there.
You always do. Players, nah. Coaches, what?
Yeah, it wasn't Grubino. That was all coaches right there.
You reckon?
I think so. Yeah.
I reckon Grubino's gone. I've got a bit of a time in here, boys. Don't worry. Just walking middle. I'm sure no one's watching. But that's huge for them. This is a really big step. They take the lead. 7-6. You got to imagine it'll be 8-6 after this, right?
Maybe it is FPX. They have a little bit of FPX stuff.
Building rounds as well. The right reads.
And I think on the KC side, we heard Sadak talking about the mental game, like going down now to Koi. I want to see how they deal with that. And one thing that I think is kind of we don't talk about very much is
pistol.
that KC do
I
have
just
a
did it. I'll do it again. 3-1.
Mr. Ewan. And he worked with us in our 2023 year, so he's a pretty good guy. And I think that highlighting those performance coaches is something we don't very much do. But I'm very interested to see how his impact is on the
might
team.
get the freest ace ever.
And with these, especially this young roster,
Damn, you like that? The long range eco? That's an absolute gift.
He's KJ ult as well? And honestly, scoreline-wise, he's having a quiet game, so it might be quite nice for the confidence to start building for Shados and early build towards ult here. The lockdown can be quite vital. For KC, looking to just get it over with. Happy. The Koi side, though. Impressions?
What was the impression of them?
Boduk.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
No, I can't. No.
Right, okay.
It's embarrassing.
Just in general, or when you do it?
They changed their smoke from their default.
And you're right, I think it is hard to kind of figure out, though, what those sort of coaches actually do for players, and especially if we're not seeing
kind of nice, create a little bit of pressure clause, delay them for a bit. I still think they're going for the same plan of heavy double smoke over towards B, trying to make it very hard to cross over towards yellow. We saw this against BBL, but I imagine that Koi have something pretty good with this ISO shield. Maybe? We'll see. Like, I think you can always ISO shield this base here and then focus here. I'm not sure if you could get that angle to do it the other way around, maybe. Okay, I'm excited for this one because we get to see the pathing of the
I think with the slow shield
of the ISO.
What you can do now.
No, yeah, that's what I was saying. Slow shield gives you some more options. Question mark over towards B gets insta cleared, and now they can have a big rotate over towards A. Okay, does the ISO go left? If so, then I have a lot of faith in them.
There we go.
Doesn't. The ISO does.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is good.
Little shieldy wall going to go in and facilitate the push up towards the site, but the plant's certainly not on the cards just yet. There is still players backside wanting to try and dig their heels.
That should be so fun, this map.
Removing a few, but it's going to be KC again, still trying to put up numbers. But Filu is absolutely firing on all fronts. A 1v3 for Martin. Looks out of reach. Or am I out of touch?
Very nice. Looks really good. Looks really strong. I do wonder, okay, they got no smokes. I know that I'm like a judge believer, but I would be judging on A, to be honest. If they're pathing heavy right there, and they throw a shield that you can't shoot, I'm playing in front of that with a Bucky or a judge.
Didn't seem ready for it at all.
For sure.
Something I would be writing down.
They could do that as well with the Omen. They play those positions pretty often with him.
I'll scribble down. Don't see him writing.
Look at my orbs. I'm 0-8 and I haven't died. I haven't done anything.
Actually, he has made no progress.
Yeah, that's actually
it's
nuts.
all good. You don't need your ult. You barely used it in the first half anyway. It's fine. What?
Wait, his ult round was good though. Fancy.
No one's making frag movies and montages out of Teo ults, are we?
That's true.
Someone can prove me wrong. I don't think they will.
I think me and Sliggy did a clip.
Right. Right, the infamous Sliggy mini duo.
Yeah.
No namers, are they?
Whoa, my goodness.
Whoa. Sorry, Soulcast. Sliggy and Mini are here.
That's not even a trade, they just went for a headshot.
Okay, this, I don't want to say it's a throwaway round, but we've got Sheriffs. It is the Shiko.
Getting cooked. This is really going in, man. He's really going in. Recon that can't be shot over towards the left. Nice angle for it from the overview. You can see that it clears over yellow. And then do they try to take back side with this? Oh, they got some alright stuff with the ISO. Yeah, we got some good fort. Okay, but this is together. Yeah, nice. I like the ISO on this. I'm convinced. That my problem is I don't think it works great like multiple games, but this one's good.
I'm also really happy that this is how they're playing it, because I personally expected Koi to ban KC's Icebox, because both teams banned Haven last week, right? So I expected one of them to call the bluff and just ban their picks. But they left it through, so clearly they had a plan, they were confident in their own.
Yeah, no, they're just confident in this Icebox. You can see they have good thought process of like how to actually do stuff.
The stress is setting in now.
Is that your kind of like, you can do a breakdown on coach camps?
Yeah, I want to do one for the desk.
Yeah?
A full
like telestrator.
Pain and I just enjoy.
You're grinning. I've never seen you smile so much.
It is beautiful watching it.
No, to be fair,
Koi Stuff was also using ISO with Vitality last year.
When like Mitch and Tom get
wait, really?
Tech pause. And then, like, I know they've got something to do the next day, and they're grumpy. You can hear it in their voice. They're not happy. They're not happy. They're trying to make lightheartedness of it. You know what I mean? A little bit of banter. Ha ha ha. Tech pause. But like deep down, I know they're seething. And it brings
just cursed it now though, because we're gonna get a giant.
Oh, I don't care though. I don't care. No, I've been broken. There's no recovery for my mental.
We are going to be watching Sentinels versus EG, but if EMEA and NA overlap, we are staying on EMEA.
Yeah, we'll probably miss the first map, basically.
I don't think even
have a little check-in what's going on here.
Yes.
Got a little bit of time.
10 to 6.
We have Omi with the 25, Anonymous with the 25, Elsa with the 10, UJ Loves Dan with the 101, and Lord Q J with the 1 as well. Thank you so much, guys. Chat, you know what to do. Get the W's in for the donators. Every little helps. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate that.
Why do that? Just go shoot it,
Feeler. Get scanned on pipes.
Don't listen to Minnie.
Classic Icebox 1-4 here for Koi.
Actually, they might go back towards B. Go on. Weapons going towards the B side of the map. No.
They're going to clear all of mid.
Yeah, attacking A can be slightly difficult against the Omen. Going through those smokes.
To be honest though, I do feel like the going B when you have a ISO makes a lot of sense. Most of the time, especially here, they play like heavy crossfire. You got a drone. I would just ult this now. Ult this now. Dude, if I'm Sugetsu here and I don't get ulted, I'm really thinking they're not going for me.
No one goes B on Icebox. It's only A.
Killjoy over towards A. It's the double pump. Oh wait, the spike's here. The triple?
What's going on?
What the hell is going on? The recon over towards it. The spike's really far away. 20 seconds. It's close. Yeah, I think he gets the plant on like what, 5 seconds, 6 seconds?
15 seconds though.
I don't know if I'd support this idea. If you hit the VOD review, I'm not going to love that. 9
Plenty of time, 8
No
seconds.
around. Fortunately, they pulled it off well.
We were worried for nothing.
They're gonna have to make it work here.
Imagine there was someone snowman though. Well,
CT that we question marked before. Elite there on the clear up.
I didn't.
Overcooked?
I mean, mate, I'm not sure they knew what was going on.
After watching
to be honest with you.
Haven, where Boaster had like those nice mid-rank pools, everyone's loving it. It was almost, it was a bad impression.
And so was that.
I mean, that was overcooked for sure.
Oh no, absolutely.
Oh, 100%.
Nice, guys. Let's go.
How can the enemies read what you're
almost
doing if you don't even know what you're doing? I mean...
It's a good time to bring that
Still
little
have
miss.
it on, just to
Dude, they could have kept it. This is what I see. I see this a lot at the moment, and I see this a lot in 2025. Everyone's trying to be FNC and Bolster, and they're trying to like. It's a triple fake with 2 walls over towards here. We're gonna use all our util, but then we're gonna fake with a killjoy ult, then go back over towards B. It's like, guys, they play a 1-1, and you have a ISO ult. Just drone, ISO ult, everyone paths over towards yellow, you don't have to face yellow, you cleared it, you know there's one person here, and just isolate this person, and then you're here in case your ISO loses the duel.
Coach again, I want you to do the anti-shots for my icebox.
I feel like everyone's trying to be a genius when we just need simple.
It's
not the player, obviously, but
off we go.
It's cool.
That was a great map when you were doing color.
It's also kind of like the order of things is like not correct, you know? Like you're trying to be a genius even before you get the basics down.
Simulator. Oh, here we go. Filu still got the ult here.
Like if you're good on 7 maps, you have your
space as is,
standard protocols good. You could try being
feeling
genius,
necessary yet.
Where is Grabinho going?
no, I like this though.
Okay.
Grabinho is going on a Nats flag. I've seen this like in Berlin.
Oh,
Yeah,
whoa.
this actually could be really nice. Oh,
Damn, he actually was out in the open and managed to pre-fire and got the shield down. That's a bit of a mess up.
Grubino?
You want to tuck behind that shield insta. Top of the spike means ult goes in. Let's keep an eye on Grabinho. Viper ult goes in for vision block. Knife hits the killjoy, but no util. No, the delay was great. Okay, as much as I flame them for like an overcook on this, the late luck through when you have double salvos, mollies, Sova ult is incredible. That was good.
Their A stuff is good. Their lurk timing stuff like that is good, but when they start coming over towards B, it gets a little messy.
It's a good lurk.
They didn't hit a Viper, there was so much going on, man. So much. And he did start walking pretty early. Calvin Geo with the prime, thank you. Sliggy Balls viewer, good to see you, dude. Thank you so much. W charity goals talking about is important. Of feeling like there is space so dangerous. Very true, Calvin. Thank you for saying that, bro. Appreciate the prime as well.
Doesn't normally happen. Genuinely, it is. He's quite a stoic character when it comes to it. So yeah, seeing him a little bit worried here as Koi are building in Martine. Ooh. That is nice. Quick hit and run. Grabino removed. But are we thinking about B?
Surely not. Hansy's low.
Sure.
Don't go B.
His first bullet aim is incredible.
He's so crispy.
Oops.
Oh,
misses the first bullet, of course. I mean, he body shot him.
This side of the map looks like. I believe we're in middle, some might say. Elite gonna take one, but it's traded out. Good spacing, but a 3v2. Still with a man advantage of KC. It's gonna be tricky to be comfortable in a post plant. They still haven't really got the spike on the site here. They still probably don't know where the site is. It's uncharted territory, this B site. So Soulcast needs to buy time and keep them secure. He spotted one for sure. Oh, Sadak just barges forward. Shados.
I'd love Aves to get this kill or die.
He might get a plant.
So
Don't know if he's going to get much more.
He could actually win this.
Oh, he might not get a plant. Oh.
He can win this.
He's made it out. He's alive.
45 HP though.
Martin might pop him though. Oh, big miss.
Okay, yes, Aves gets this. Okay.
A little bit of a moment there.
If Koi go towards A this round, I think they're gonna get caught.
Being an analyst, I don't
They're
know
gonna
what
get
hard work
caught
is.
by what, the Teo?
Yeah.
Oh, you're meant to say
Do you remember the Teo ult with the Omen Flash? The play that they have on A?
I think we just keep it simple.
On the left side of A, they go Teo ult like from bottom up.
Oh, you're meant to say more.
They pair it with an Omen Flash and they push it with a KO
I think
Flash.
we just keep it simple. Don't go big. Go away. You can occasionally
don't
win
have like every map stage. You can't go.
I'm trying to catch up to you. There's a chance that we're on different times right now.
No, I've never heard you mention Sage in this map. Not once.
Okay, they have 3 players on the right side. Maybe they do.
Just for a countdown, just in case you're ahead of me. I'm a 3, 2, 1.
I'll look for your trophies at champs. We've got a couple of ults coming in. Elite's there. Aves is there. Grabino's still got his.
throwing scans and they know that no one's behind yellow though. This is
Similar
nice.
to that kind of 3-2 split with that late pressure through middle that we saw KC attempt.
Smoke goes up.
They figured it out
They
fast.
lose their hard info.
What I named this trap, but I do call it Fnatic and Fnatic this one.
Yeah.
Lead, that's so clean. Shadows gone, but I think
saw the
so
other one knows
I'm
also.
not sure. Maybe
Very nice.
wow.
Look convincing from K-Corp. I really think that Koi miss their timings quite a lot of the time. Like I would love them to be way more decisive. Especially over towards B, that's 2 rounds now.
Where it is makes it even harder on this cross. Aves is watching.
Like it's like they do all their util, right? And then I feel like they have util to cross, but then they just miss their timings. And then it's like, well, all that util they used, they don't get anything for it.
Now plant in, he spotted Sugetsu, able to almost feigning that.
ISO demand you to be more decisive too, that's very true.
Yeah. What Filu's doing. Let's stick on Filu. How dare you ever pull a Prius? Thank you. Don't you get away from that one place. What happens?
Everyone.
Yeah, because simple will happen. You don't want to have that. Sorry, observers.
Going really slow.
Oh dear. Well, the knife connecting is an issue.
Oh, shot.
But that shot
Besides gunplay?
Filu, are you on for an absolutely mythical moment here? The timing might have got it away! Sadak there in the end!
Sometimes it
But
happens.
that was on a real knife's edge
Dude,
for
I
a
sat up
moment.
and I feel like he missed every
But I
shot
love
after I
the
sat up.
attempt.
Like, the moment I started believing,
discipline to just group up,
every
but
shot
at a
missed.
certain point,
It's the beliefs, Lee. When you say something that you believe in, that's when you
Too much
curse.
room there, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 'cause there was that almost window of possibility when
It's
he was
hard to
able
argue
reshift towards side.
against
It
this
felt
point.
like the knife hit, but maybe they weren't that
Getting
comfortable
back
because
in
the radius
Silver
of
chat,
it
getting
could have
back
been somewhere else.
by caster.
It's
It was
okay.
just-
This game, it's okay. We're gonna.
Tell me the rest. Tell me the rest. I want to build. I want to be confident too.
Still have the Teo
I
ult.
want to know what the solution is.
They might have it
early in that
on
round we
B.
saw that split
See what
come
they
in,
do here.
and because it's almost both teams have that,
Where's,
they were so
where's
ready
the
for
op going?
it. Like that strat is nice if you've abused B, and it's like you're when the noise
Op
on B
goes
happens,
down the
other team's
tube with
scared
a
of it,
KO.
But the B hasn't been working, so why would
Yeah,
defense?
the KO is normally passing to Flash. Dude, what is this call from K-Corp? They go for a 4-person middle.
Guys, it's not worked at B, so they're not going to come B.
They
The
hear them
classic,
over
we go
to.
B.
Oh man, this is
It's a
nice. They set him
vintage
up.
feel.
Now they can just leave the
Big
op
ults
here.
on both sides, though,
And they made
so there's a
no
bit of a mind
sound.
game
They
between
made no
where
util
the
sound.
They have a
retakes might
full
happen.
delay setup on A. They
Try
can
and cross
stack
back
on B.
over. Martin's good for what? Ooh,
Wait,
the
do
shield.
they make sounds? Guy's fully on top of it. He's out here
They
shield
are
swinging. They
really
must have heard
playing just-
footsteps.
I hate saying knife edge again, but it's like such fine margins they're trying to play with here.
Did they KO Flash?
Killjoy turrets usually use their
Chat, who was paying more attention to me?
Yeah, he does have only one flash, so maybe.
Burns use it on the A.
Or he saw Teo rockets.
They saw the rockets
Again,
come
these
from
ults, it's all
close
gonna
middle.
come back to these ults.
See, now look,
Where are we?
Casey know
It's you and me.
where they need to be.
Yeah?
Right? They know. Guys,
I thought
don't
it
fall for
was
Guys, don't
Soulcaster's
fall for
rockets,
it.
but it might be the one.
They're
Yeah,
allowed
ISO
to fall
ult
for
fake
it when
pulse
they can retake
rotations.
these ults, though, is my
Yeah.
only thing. But post-plant
KJ.
ults, Viper's Pit, you see here.
Killjoy
Now it gets a
or
bit awkward.
kind of before they plant as well. Oh, this is
Yeah.
gonna get really weird. It's the most perfect timing of a Killjoy I've maybe ever seen as well.
Seconds.
And then now they got a plant and they're up. Dude, they're gonna save. They know they can't get in. Dude, I think you at least.
Rebrand that.
What's
I
their
think
money?
Sideshow's got that one really
Yeah, that's a,
nicely.
you got the sheet.
I was gonna say, do you at
Yeah.
least try and go
This
and
is a little bit
plant
more
to
fruity,
force out the tail
Melon's
ult,
moment.
but they just don't have the money for it. This was one of the best Killjoys.
Don't judge.
Timing-wise.
I'm getting caught
That was
up
good.
by
They had a great
observers now.
setup on
They're
A
playing
for
back
to
11
counter
to
this
10
round.
KC.
This should be simple enough.
Yeah, it was an interesting call on the round as well.
This is 3 consecutive rounds.
Like with the Killjoy and the tail ult, they
Yeah, I
feel
think
so
it's gotta
be a
confident to just be able to
timeout,
leave A
There's a
site.
rule that
Yeah,
I have
exactly.
on maps like this
They
where it's
rotate
like,
fully when
if
the
you're on-
ISO ult comes in. The
especially
fake
against, like, a
works,
Viper
but then
ult,
they just
if
don't
you're
care about it because they have the
mid-rounding to
KJ
the point
ult.
where
And the
you've
KJ
got
setup
30 seconds left,
spotted
you're
them
running
by
around the map,
pipes, which is quite
and
early.
the other team
so
has a
it's
bunch
like
of big ults.
their rotation didn't even fully go
You're
towards
gonna
A.
be in for a Melon's moment.
Yeah, towards
So,
B,
like,
sorry.
stop that mid-rounding earlier.
Same for
you stop that
Americas, of
mid-rounding
course.
earlier, so that doesn't happen.
It does feel like it always comes down to like about
And they lost Viper ult,
30
which
seconds and then
isn't that bad on
towards
attack,
time,
but
like,
it
oh
is
my
something.
word. It does make me nervous. Rightly so. So,
But honestly, it's the
Always hit the
classic.
coin.
Whenever you Viper ult before the bomb is down, you
No,
always
yeah,
fly
no,
around.
it's true. It just gives you so much
There.
space, right?
frequent missions towards B.
It is all the
Not great.
time.
I actually quite like what they were trying to do, but if you're going to do it, maybe speed it up a little earlier. But Sugetsu's been
Let's
great
quickly
at controlling that space
we
and
have
kind
another.
of calling when he needs to support on it, kind of playing it
Yeah,
very
we do.
well.
Jose,
but
thank you so
again,
much, dude.
I do think
Thank
Koi
you
needs
for
to
the 10.
reevaluate how they're approaching this map at the very minimum.
Get some W's in for Jose with the 10.
Simplifying.
Thank you
I
so
think
much, bro.
they're
Appreciate you doing that.
Fancy. It is kind of working,
Let's
but
get the W spam out for
ultimately,
the donation.
there's
Thank
like
you very much,
bigger
bro.
issues, if you know what I mean. Like again, if you're running into a
Can
site
you do
with
the
25
Boast the
seconds
Pistol
left
Clutch
and there's big
celebration with
octane on the
10k?
you've messed up.
That's crazy. Yeah, like your confidence. You said when?
And Koi, right the ship. Here we go. They still have Soulcast with the ult. Still got a buy here.
That's a weird.
That's not a no. I mean, it's not a no.
is.
True, it's not a direct no, but
Yeah, switch up. You're bang on. Sugetsu.
I would have to
Head towards
rewatch
middle
it.
This time instead, I
What,
guess
what
with
did
the
he do?
operator,
Okay, no, I
that
think I
lovely
remember
line to
it.
play off. As you noted early.
This is the power of the Koi code.
not sure
They
about that
have
one.
2 drones, so Martin's going to
Oh,
struggle to get
wait.
work done. But
Wait,
nice
this is
little
cool.
reposition off the smoke.
This feels
Wait, this
brave,
is
though,
really
doesn't it?
cool.
'Cause you're taking gambles here. You can't see everything. You can't see that close creep up on the lane. So he's going to need some
Oh,
help
God.
here, but he's really unwilling to walk away.
Nah, he's done incredible.
I'm also keeping my mind towards Sugetsu, looking like he thought about pressuring middle, not to be though. Martin still feeling enough presence here that he doesn't want to fall off this.
Oh, he does the one more to the left.
Yeah, does it more to the left to force him to the right?
Actually, so smart.
Not sure what the next step here is for Koi.
I don't know how you clear the...
I think a bomb exploded in my town. Jesus Christ.
Salvos, I think they'll use in yellow potentially.
You okay?
Maybe way on
Yeah,
fire.
yeah.
This cycle
Ah,
up.
dude,
No, he's
ISO
still
against
towards
an op is
middle,
just...
okay.
Okay, they got
so yeah,
Molly.
they're
Oh, it's the
towards kind of
same
mid-site.
firewall
The lead
strat the
got
K-Cop
nice little
tried to
pocket
do.
play from, though.
Yeah.
Looking like
They
want
get
to
a lot
try
of space. They still got the alarm bot. They know. I'm a little bit worried.
Back to back melons.
Still no trigger of the alarm bot.
There's 20 seconds left. They have to commit B.
They don't really have anything to stop them from planning though, other than aim.
Martin. Ooh! Hold on, hold on.
I'm not sure they have that after what we just
Run
watched.
here coming out from Koi. They've left it late, but they've left it just enough time. Plants in. They've made it work, but it is still the 2v3. Aves now on his own. Koi operating under so much pressure and making it count this time. And now there it is. Flyer's going to catch Aves. Koi. That felt so risky, but it works.
That fell apart when Martinez.
But why are they not?
Why
Why are they not tailwalling really? Tailwalk here. Did he get a? He had it the whole time, right?
Yeah, he's had it for like 4 rounds now.
Yeah, that's really criminal.
Oof, Grabino, that shot.
Okay, Grabino.
Jesus.
Cool, that's how we do it.
But yeah, I'm still surprised that Koi went.
It's also a little weird. Like the clock
But
went
it
down
worked.
to 20 seconds and we still had 3 people on A from KC.
Yeah, I mean, but they like how are they meant to clear info? If they use the drone, it's done. They got a knife. That's it.
This time.
Yeah, but what's the rotation
so,
from B main all the way to A side, right?
Lifer has all the.
Yeah, but to be fair, they did fake an A and then go all the way over towards B with 20 seconds left earlier.
Again,
18 seconds left
game. If
actually.
they've had no contact towards B long, no pressure towards middle. This is a really risky game.
That's big.
Wait, he got both?
Aves and Martin.
That was the guy on the floor, right? Yeah. I was gonna say, what the?
Contact.
So it's going
towards
crazy.
A site.
Nice down from Aves. Dude, the whole the double setup here is so strong. Yeah, it always reminds me of the Heretics FPX game.
There's nothing more to be done here. Aves and Martin doing really well, but
Okay, one more go at this.
flawless, but it doesn't feel
I'm really
like a good one here.
surprised KC
Koi.
have not gone for like a trap play with this tail. They did it versus BBL. I would have expected them either to do the same one or maybe show the one that they have on B.
Yeah.
They have one on B as well.
For some reason, they don't do it.
I mean, they're kind of just waiting for the most perfect time to use it, but
Yeah, but that's like,
you know, a nice little sub there from KC.
In all these rounds that he's been sitting on the stay ult, he
it's
could
not
have
easy to do that still. If you know they're coming in, it's not as simple as
I mean, yeah, especially after that,
No,
he would have
exactly.
done
That's
another
why it
one.
got me a little bit nervous
But-
because if it goes even slightly wrong,
He's
then
saving it for
it's
this big
screwed and
round.
The floodgates are open, but going back to this A hit, again, no pressure down B long, no show towards B long. The
Okay,
knife
I like when
reconnecting
Koi keep it
quite a
simple,
few
and it looks like
players.
they're
Well,
going to
you
keep
can
it
see here.
simple.
So our observers are lovely and really talented
That's
at their
the old
jobs. I
default
like them, I
smoke.
promise
Yeah,
you.
they're spamming this Martinez to play here.
So again, we're seeing
You got an
that
orb on the
arguably
floor
noted
here,
that
and
this
if Flyer
pressure
gets
is
it, that's
feeling
his
almost
ult.
too obvious, right? It's almost like, surely they're not coming here.
This is the classic Icebox though. Like the obvious A isn't the worst. It's just that all that conditioning from Koi earlier could have been used.
Yeah, but they're so close here, kind of making it through from Maze. A little bit of a
Oops.
stall.
Uh-oh. They used all their util to get through the wall. Oh god, they're cooked.
Just heard
They're actually cooked. They definitely got to cancel this. They're going to get through this wall.
I think that it was very intentional there, trying to bait out the KO.
3 people, sorry, 5 people here for K-Corp as well, so they insta clear this.
Oh, they're going.
Oh, they go in for the fight.
Two there, does he? And Sugetsu, they retake the
Yeah,
area.
that's like the only thing with this, right? As soon as you, this is why I said I think it's only a one and done, because as soon as you get that wall out of them, they have no backup for getting through this wall.
To take us to OT.
That felt like my rank games there, just the 5v5 brawl on air.
The moment I saw shield is down, your options are so limited.
Yeah,
I'm a little bit confused that Koi stopped with at least showing some presence towards B. It doesn't have to be everything. And maybe the cross in middle felt unsafe. I don't know what it is, but why would you stop at least showing some presence?
Well, at least he used the tails.
After you've been so
he didn't save it for the next game.
to pressure that point.
They went from going 5.
Okay, we get to find out if we miss Americas or we time it perfectly.
We're going into ranked 5A Icebox, which is still, you know, it's not bad, but they didn't use any of
Did
that.
we miss the first map or not?
Okay, OT.
Do coaches get to speak when it converts to overtime? No, they have to call a timeout if they want to speak.
The likes of Koi and KC. For KC, it's going to be an upward trajectory. For Koi, it's frustrating, I'm sure, after what was quite a successful run of things. Now, KC back on the attack and Koi on the defending side now.
Over there.
KC following the script of there is only one site. You better attend it.
Yeah, Saikatsu was looking at an angle in middle but got spotted out, so gonna be sailing away. But yeah, classic Icebox coming in for KC. Scaling up A.
Oh no, Filu! It was just couldn't find the shot he needed.
He plays so weird with an ISO on defense, I swear. Damn nicely done from Flyer.
Impact kills for him, catching the cross up towards the site. Soulcast fancy to go, and it
Oh, they
didn't go
spotted
well.
him here.
Now Shados, Messi,
Elite had
KC
some
coming together,
really important duels.
Plays coming through.
I feel like Filu is playing committed pauses as he's on like Jeff.
Yeah,
he's going to be forced forward, and Sugetsu is going to catch.
He never has a chance to get
lead.
a duel where he's using his
That's a
shield.
beautiful illustration of why I'm not annoyed when a team just sends.
And there's
a
also
bunch
like,
of people A.
it takes
They
a little
still
bit of
work.
time to use his
Saikatsu being
damage
the player
thingy,
at middle,
the disable
creating a bit
thingy,
of
right?
distraction.
Like, you kind of have to
Can't swap
position
them,
as
maybe.
ISO as an initiator, like a
beautiful
little bit.
scaling and trading.
Yeah.
He's just so committed every time.
You just have to you just have to know that they're close. That's it. You have to know where someone is, basically. Okay, K-Corp's first chance at it.
Showed us a good game. Don't let this map become a forgettable
Is
footnote.
Martin
KC
I didn't notice.
with the
He's
timeout. You said
gone
this
for the
before,
glory
I think it was on the
timeout.
map one or maybe earlier in this, but in pivotal
wants
rounds,
the
the
glory.
KC do call timeouts even if they're in the lead. They'll still try and prepare themselves for what's about to happen.
Yeah, I think in OT it changes a little bit because you're switching sides, so there's no momentum from a side. So makes sense for KC if they think they've got a read here.
Is Eng very much leading that conversation. That is not even being shared, it looks like. Looks very clear-cut on who's leading these directives.
Yeah, I think for me it would be kind of talking about, you know, the Koi have
I
been
said
a little
earlier
bit
that it
obvious
looks
when
like he plays
if they
ISO
do
like
go towards the
Rain
B
now
side of the
on
map,
defense.
they are going to be
Yeah.
playing like a 4D
Yeah.
chess style of
Very
Icebox. If
accurate.
they don't, they're probably just
He even plays in committed positions like that.
Okay.
Yeah, and on Reyna it makes sense
It's a
because you
chance
have the
both sides,
dismiss,
of
right?
course.
But
This
like
does
on
mean Koi
ISO
gets
you kind of
to
have
check in
to
as
have
well
that
during the
information
timeout.
first.
Obviously
to get your
refreshed in
value.
OT.
Dude,
Last couple of words
Eng
will be said
is
between the two.
getting all the words in the whole time. There.
Look at him vibing.
KC.
He knows he has the
Not
call.
just map point,
He
but
knows.
series point after map one, of course, and Koi with it all to do.
Playing more aggro over towards B. They've been playing super passive here, and they want to fight with a little bait in for the
I haven't
Omen.
seen them delve this deep, it feels like, in regulation.
And then over towards A, they do their normal default smoke, but then they push all the way through it. And the smoke leaks out enough that you see it. But do you think that someone would do this?
They do have drones though.
Really bold, but
Scanning ahead. Early, would they
Does this guy get him? This guy doesn't get him.
later.
and doesn't hit.
All leaves footsteps as
Oh,
well.
they
so
are
big
trying to
information.
jump for it.
Yeah.
You can see him talking away. calling this.
Martin has taken so much space.
But it's so fine. At one point, the K, like, Aves just needs to make sure he doesn't push, and they just get the rotate out. Martin's sleeping, which I find weird because it's like, where do you think they are right now?
And then also more coming in.
Sugetsu's been good here though. And the Aldro doesn't clear him. Still on for this one. They're going to try and cut through towards site, but he's got a fight on his hands.
Oh my god, Sugetsu.
Sugetsu's aim's nuts, man. Big duel. Big duel.
2v2.
Biggest duel.
Shados and Flyer up against Aves and Elite. Top of the pack for KC.
Sure.
And you can see why Elite is clean with it. Flyer's gone down. It's all on Shados.
I can say it. You can say it. It's done.
In a 1v2 to keep hope and chance alive. 20 seconds. No spike to be played with. He's looking for someone, anyone to give him that moment. And the time is slipping away. He knows it. Spots one, but that's
I don't
not
think he expects
all
Aves
of the
behind
story
Aldo.
here.
He's actually done
He's
it.
got to commit on this plan. He knows.
Oh, the salvo's missed.
Fortunately enough, there's a pocket.
Oh god.
And, oh, he's got a great
Holy, when the salvo's missed, I was like, hold up. My goodness.
A moment
never in doubt.
almost made.
And Sentinels are just walking out. Crazy. Perfect timing.
This one over the line.
Oh, lovely. I told you I had a good feeling about this.
They're going to take that one.
Yeah, last map was a little worrying, but first map was really good.
On the second.
But I think the Icebox was also Koi doing quite a bit of good
Yeah,
stuff.
Koi had some cool stuff, and they had to look, and they lost double pistol, to be fair, for K-Corp, and they're up against Unicom.
For what this means.
So
it was a
overall, I think
map too, but map one,
I'm satisfied. Definitely a lot happier than last week.
And it worries me.
And this was really a must-win. If we still
how
consider,
this
like,
then
you know,
tilts
TL being a hard
these two
match,
teams
Food
on
being
their
a hard match, they
trajectories.
really had to win this one.
Yeah, I think in the context of this
So
group,
I'm happy.
like,
Let me switch over. For anyone that wants to watch the interview, it's going to be on the normal channel, like main channel. And we are switching straight over to Americas. Chat, everyone say thank you to Fio for coming on.
Thank you very much for having me.
Of course, dude. Thank you for coming on.
Enjoy Americas.
I look forward more to the K-Corp next week now.
Yes, so am I.
Alright, bro.
So am I.
I'll see you in a little bit.
Right. Enjoy yourself. Ciao, ciao.
100 Thieves on this map after what looked like a pretty promising attack side. It's the defense where both these teams struggle. And where we haven't
Okay, chat, I'm gonna just ignore what's going on for a little bit while I put the VOD off. Does it sound good? Yeah, it looks alright.
Again, potentially going back to the conversation of
Anders, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Appreciate the raid.
There's been so many rounds we were talking about those conversions. It was on those post plants. They didn't have enough refreshable utility left.
Raiders as well, we are doing a charity stream.
To flood right back.
We'll
So
hope for the
that
day.
potentially becomes a weakness of the map pool of Sentinels and why they're switching
Dude,
over
I
to
should not
Pearl
try and do this while
while
I'm trying to upload the VOD.
You think of Potter, right? I mean, Sen haven't really
It
innovated
is
on Lotus
proactive
either, right? Let's just say it
suicide
out as
awareness,
they've been
basically,
running
just
around
trying to make
besides
sure
the
that
price
everyone
tag.
knows that
But
it's
here we
okay
go.
to not be
Here's
okay,
the agent
that we
mix
get
all even,
we create a safe
Sam
space for people to be in and just to be able to talk to people when they're having when they're not okay, when they're having a bad time.
That they're going to be way more clean, maybe a little bit more disruptive.
If anyone wants to donate as well, I'll be donating 200 every time we reach 1,000 past, like for 5,000, 6,000, etc. And yeah, especially for gamers, I think it's very common in gamers because sometimes we feel alone and we look for places to escape to. So remember to reach out to your mates, reach out to your friends. If you need to talk, reach out to people.
Thank you so much, fellas.
Try and get you to a place that is. I thought they were doing TriCast.
When we talk about stakes for these two teams, they come in 1-1. Yes, Sentinels has had a lot more international
Elizabeth,
experience,
of course,
but for
dude,
Evil
of course.
Geniuses, they haven't been on the big stage since what, Champs 2023?
Yeah, and coming in now, big high stakes. You really gotta lift it up for them. When you consider like
Is he sitting, man?
remaining, right?
We've got mini cosplay. That's actually right. It
That's
is a
not
mini
going to be easy
cosplay.
whatsoever. Loud after that. If EG are able to take down a Sentinels today,
trying to get
their
this.
chances
I'm
of
trying
going
to
to
do too
playoffs go
much,
through the
man.
roof. It is time for the Samsung match
I'm
start. Load up
overwhelmed.
fast with Samsung SSDs.
I might
think
miss
the other thing that
pistol.
needs to happen
Let's
quickly
see.
here is both of these teams are going to have to figure out their defensive
Let me
woes.
ignore the
EG
VOD for a bit.
playing defense in the first half.
EG on
looking
defense,
for a quick
Sentinels on
fight into
attack.
Mid, 2 garage, 2 mid, ready to trap off of early contact with a fault
No
line. in
raid
Nature's
boss. We
hand.
got Haven, Pearl, Lotus. Nice maps.
Icy has been such a point of conversation.
Little bait in
How
for
is he gonna be
Icy.
able to slide in? He's going to be the tip of the spear here. First on the challenge, gets a kill, not able to TP away, but damage dealt.
It's Sleeky with the Prime as well. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Now, EG are
Okay,
sending
they
two
do have the
players
camera to retake on
wrap
this one,
around,
so
scout
we'll
out if
see
there's
how
gonna
this
be a
goes.
late lurk into mid. 4-on-4 and options now for Sentinels to look in towards spawn. Check out how aggro Zelsis is going.
Zelsis, the rest
Okay,
of
they want to take some map control. Dude in the camera sees them all close, but it didn't see Zelsis. And he gets around the corner. I think Zelsis has won the round.
He's still going.
Right there. Continuing to push the pace. He will shortly find out that there's nothing on the other side.
Check spawn.
And the drone doesn't see him either, Doug.
Yeah, and Zelsis knows that he has a timing now.
Flash is there. Nothing really on the swing quite yet. Now Narrate pouncing onto Nature. And Zelsis.
Dude, they don't even need him. Great stun.
A great start.
Dude, they didn't even. Zelsis is like, I've won the round, and they didn't even need him.
Because Narrate takes care of everybody. 3 kills for Sen Sova. And really reacting there nicely to what should have been a good pistol round from Evil Geniuses, right? They had this little trap set up, but the stun comes in late because EG wasn't playing such an aggro line into Garage. And I think the call coming in from John QT to say, okay, we can actually take this space in towards Link, maybe even working off some prep there. EG, when they ran a similar play in their last showing, went for these B players walking out into the mid space, and Sentinels punished them.
And now they're in a position to really pile it on.
Okay, what are they buying on this one? On defense, they get 2 sheriffs out. They commonly do this EG. They're definitely, these two will always pretty much buy a sheriff once they lose pistol. But there is a chance for an Outlaw to farm a little bit. And they go for an FPX by little short punish with an Omen flash into triple swing.
Is there enough for the bite? Zelsis is feeling some of that pressure, and again, C being explored.
Yeah, I like how calmly Sentinels played that, not overcommitting to the space.
This is one of my favorite eco strats, to be honest. As we can see, it's a fake, but getting into this corner and droning is like the best way to not get eco'd. The drone will clear everything. Definitely one for your rank games. If you can get Sova into this corner, drone, you go on top of this box, you can see back here. It's like the easiest anti-eco. You clear everywhere apart from this and this.
Still a couple of sheriffs left, and now that's actually a Spectre picked up from Icy. Supa's probably going to need to get one more here if he can. Look at that!
1, maybe 2.
30 seconds. And look how quick the flank is coming in as well from the Waylay.
I mean, it has to speed up. Superman's been doing all this on his own. Icy now arriving at the scene, instantly dropped. All eyes back on Superman. Still just a sheriff in hand, 2 smokes to play around. And an opportunity to
make sure they don't get eco'd now. I mean, they went for a fake with it, so it wasn't the exact example. Also, pro teams are so good that normally the smoke flood will actually be kind of hard to deal with.
Yeah, Sentinels went for the FPX.
At least in ranked, it's really strong.
There. They only come away with the 1. Just the nice shots from Supa doing some work. The Sentinels still have options to force up.
Yeah, they did a lot of damage here.
What I'm looking for now from Evil Geniuses, that
got rid of the Vandal, got rid of the Spectre.
Sides on basically every map, nearly throwing this map away to a 2G.
How close to his ult is he?
3. Got to lock down this side of things, especially now choosing to pick Haven for their first time this stage.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I agree. There's a lot of bite behind this too for Sentinels.
Pick Haven for the first time this
really
stage.
Strong bonus.
Haven't they picked it 3 times in a row?
I think this is EG's defensive setup from when.
Am I losing my mind and blending games together?
Over towards C. Now just geared up for a refight, but Icy falls before he even gets to swing.
He was just not, I mean, not certain, not convinced that somebody could have been up close. His crosshair was definitely going to be towards the A main peak. Meanwhile, the paranoia is already out. Zekin is all the way, I mean, back in hell at this point.
Absolute shots, mate.
He's keeping the line back. Playing alive and being a nuisance with a little bit more to be done. Has to swing. And Bang's there to greet him. 3v2, the way the attack. The spike now down. He ain't Superman with much to do.
Yeah, Supa already used the paranoia to try and help out, so there's no way to even get through this smoke.
He does have
100 Vs and 2G picked Haven. Oh, okay.
Fault line ready to go.
What?
I mean, good luck, EG.
Yeah, the numbers don't always tell the tale, do they?
It's a great stun on this. Even with Nature doing the best he could.
Brutal. I mean, Zekin finding this opener.
My mic's a bit low. My mic should be the same as how it normally is. So.
In hand, but this fight comes in before the fault line is ready. Just because Zekin had stepped into the space, then sure,
I'll move it here. Maybe
Nature
it changes it.
short, gets a couple of kills, but Bang does some excellent work playing off this fault line and clearing away the breach.
Great start here for Sen City. Light buy for Evil Geniuses. A Bucky in the hands of Icy. And light armor for Ye, who, you know, Ender, we've been talking about this a little bit. Ye has seemed like the main success for Evil Geniuses so far.
And mainly that comes due to his lurking on the attack side, and sometimes it can be nice shots like that.
Love that too, not overheating, drops a couple of cages, gets away.
Still though, Sentinels have the spike actually planted. Narrate's going to get the ultimate off of that. So some options to
straight up spams through
stall
smokes.
time. You see Bang is teleported.
They
into
got
the back
Sova
site.
ult as well.
He's going to be a rat and just try to take down and delay EG as long as possible for Sen to play
Do
the
EG
post.
even wanna? If I'm EG here, honestly, I want to try get my. I want to try get my orbs.
Good stall.
I think I'm going for it.
Good stall. They're gonna pop.
Oh, and they get a Sova ult out of them.
Bang on the swing.
Hold
and
up.
The Sheriffs are singing. Narrate's left in 1v3. Has
Ow.
the dart to play around, still fully healthy. Swings into the first, gets two, not connecting on the third.
But how have they won
That was
this?
supposed to go their way.
EG's Sheriff showing up in a big way. I mean, that
They
fight
flooded
in the
in
backside
to a
was
site
messy
where they
from
have worse
Sentinels.
guns.
They thought they could
They're a
disrupt
man
that fight
down.
by having Hunter's Fury, right? So
Right?
players on EG
And
are going
they-
to be trying to run away, dodge out.
Havoc.
I'm so
right, and then you
confused.
can swing off of that, but it ended up being just all these Sheriffs flooding, winning their fights.
It's 4v4, so they're not a man down. But everything else is true.
Boy, Narrate gave that a run, didn't he? 20 HP for IC at the end there.
I mean, he's off to a great start. 8-2 so far. But this has somehow gotten EG right back into
Waylay, yeah, Waylay absolutely sent it, to be fair.
is usually marked by playing
IC
really
did a
strong
good job
aggro plays
of getting out
around
through the
their
choke.
Waylay, usually into A, sometimes down C long.
Yeah.
But their weak side of the map, it's usually Ye playing super passive, oftentimes for retake, and EG have struggled in the retakes. One of the things I was curious about was if Ye was going to play more aggressively, and it doesn't seem to be the case so far in these early rounds.
It doesn't seem like it's going to be the case this round either.
Whoa.
Once again, Zekin getting the best of the
I'm
opposing
pretty
duelists.
sure he's full flashed here.
Keep a close
Because
eye
it
on
looked
that
like
matchup.
everyone was. Superman's still in a
Fully
great
rotates
pause.
Back towards A, the paranoia is out, but the space has not been taken. The TP committed from Bang. Perched down in hell. Smokes out through.
God,
This is a
and
little
the
late,
rate
but
looks
Nature finally
crazy.
cracking the side open. 2
He's
kills
just
found,
winning
and
every
A is
single
theirs.
angel.
Dude, Narrate is frying
Yeah,
right now.
he's really
EG
popping
are
off.
gonna be forced to play for a save. This is a round where
Like,
Derek
he used
had the
Sova
ultimate,
ult
right?
last
EG would
round.
love to actually get involved in
3
fight on
away.
this site.
Yeah.
But again, that fight down long, Icy getting picked off, is going to be a consistent issue for Evil Geniuses.
And so what's the adjustment on the other side of that? Are you investing a little bit more to set IC up on those fights, or do you give it up?
Usually EG will give it up. Like, if you look at their series versus 100 Thieves last week, Evil Geniuses, when they started falling apart on those A lobby fights, they just started playing into front B space. They started sending Icy down into C long. They didn't really revisit that area of the map until much later on their defensive side. And even then, they weren't able to find a lot of the answers, so it's highly likely that Ye switches his setup to play the A side of the map in these future rounds, and maybe they can just ignore those early fights that Zekin continues to find there.
The ones that have been their Achilles heel. I mean, Zekin's, he's only 3-3, but I'm pretty sure all of the kills have been on Icy.
Damn, dude,
It's
look at that.
rough. These
I'm telling you,
openers
they,
too, 'cause
like
it's not
4
like
of them
EG
made
are
the
just
flash.
Trying to have Icy dry swing there. There's a flash that's trying to come in, but it's just not doing anything.
Early timeout called here by Potter.
Yeah, the timeout's good though, because if they lose this,
Adjustments or adaptations are on the other side.
they're in trouble.
You mentioned right before the break, or right before the timeout, Derek has his ult. You thought they were going to want to play around it this.
Yo, wait, what?
Nature has his as well.
Yeah, well, that's what makes this round so awkward for EG, is because they don't have the money to play around it. So usually when you're looking at rounds like this, where you have the big ultimates but no real guns, you'd like to run some kind of an early active play, see if you can find a pick, get numbers in your favor. Because the more you can draw out the clock after doing that, all of a sudden your ultimate's value gets more and more as the round moves on. We've already seen what EG can do with just the Sheriffs in hand.
Yeah, it's been their, I mean, that's been their only round win so far. Was off of those massive kills and then Icy getting last with the Sheriff back C. So maybe that's their strength.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see them work a little bit better together, you know, in setting up some of these fights. It's been a bit disjointed between Nature and Icy.
Okay, chat.
Thinking EG might want to run some kind of play into the mid space.
Oh, dude, I thought they had more money. How many? Oh, yeah, dude, they. Oh, God, they're actually so in trouble because they lost. In my head, they saved 3 here, but Narrate killed 2. God, they're in. It's like the worst possible start. And their trip's getting shocked.
Will they fully invest? You see that trip already cleared out. Garage, it was just off of that
Yeah,
shot.
this is interesting though. Ye picked up his trip over towards here and then puts it over towards Garage.
His second trip was a little delayed.
Only one with a gun.
Okay, they're hit it. They're close enough to hear that though.
It's a bit odd right now. Evil Geniuses are playing without any information in mid.
Yeah, I mean Sentinels are just playing a default though. Like they're just slow default. They're waiting for something aggro after the timeout.
Goes down there and they hear a little bit of audio into A.
It's to the 1 minute mark. They gotta be a bit decisive now. It's still nice though, right? They haven't used any util that is like important against the eco.
I think Sentinels are going to try to set up
Cole gets made to fake over towards A and then actually go towards C.
This very empty C side.
IC jump spotting. They've spotted Duelist. Keep an eye on the minimap. Do the rotations come through?
Yeah, I mean that's good enough. Rotate goes in.
The dash away from Waylay. The smoke's out A as well.
Send it over towards C. 30 seconds left. They break the camera. I mean, Ye does have the gun. Okay, I was intrigued if he was going to go for it, but I think if he had Cage, he goes for this. Dude, I'm not sure about the ult. Really not sure about the ult here. Oh man, they're really going for it. They're so all in on Nico.
Zekin holding the
It's
line.
not even like it was that close time-wise. They're still at 10 seconds. It's a really bad call, man.
As Derek slept in 1v4.
It's a really, really bad call.
I guess.
It's like you're half done.
EG's defensive woes continue. I mean, that's an eco round. You're using a Hunter's Fury and the Breach. 2 ultimates invested to try and delay the spike from eventually going down. But even then, Ye falls. The only gun EG had. Continuing to play very passive, right? He's given no support on the defensive side, and yet tries to play, slower, tries to play for the team, play retakes. But EG have not been in positions where they're allowed to actually go for that. Yeah. And this isn't just a today thing. This is all 3 maps.
God, it's like 2 of the biggest ults in this comp as well.
A little more. IC has an op, but those ults that you mentioned are no longer on the board.
Okay,
Second
that's Sova ult. Sorry, they have Omen ult to get out of that. Still got.
Okay, that's a little opener for Ye.
Jesus.
Even gets the hat out too, so big information to be gathered, and Evil Geniuses can try to deal with Garage by pinching into the space.
Oh my god. The distraction was enough. At least they pushed on spawn. They capitalized and managed to get it back to a 4-on-4. This duel is everything. Oh my god, there's so much going on. Narrate wins the important duel. Bang gets one. Dude, Narrate, mate. You gotta chill out. You're making this way too easy.
Brilliant awareness from Narrate there. Yep. Lots of things going on with the fight into Link. Players wrapping him from mid as well.
Yeah.
And sure, Supa might be able to survive with this operator, but Sentinels call another brilliant post plant. They're continually getting very active in towards C-Link when they plant onto C. They've clearly prepared for how EG like to play this side of the map, which is very passive, right? Ye just spamming off his trips into Garage. It's a very solid game plan.
Never seen more of a done game in your life. I can't even argue against it.
For the next round, and yes,
as soon as that eco round goes in where they use the ults, it's the biggest demoralizer ever. And then you got Narrate looking like prime Aspas.
And they've clearly realized that they can go late into the C side when they're getting challenged in A. That's where EG are going to be set up. Maybe they can get this operator onto an earlier line.
Is this the adjustment for EIC to start winning these fights? Just hand him the big stick. Not even going to get challenged.
Well, I think Sentinels are going to try
Heretics
to
yesterday.
this anyways.
That's true. Dude, that game was so crazy. It's a split map.
Commit to this. Smoke, flash, the drone there, the shot connects. Play with fire and it'll burn.
Oh, Web is here? Sorry, Web.
Holding on to the A space. Sentinels reacting by going into B, but there's a double stack here.
And a forehead was spotted, so you see the rotation starting to come through. I see a mad dash to the opposite side of the map.
Wow. This is great calling from Sentinels. Again, pulling the C players into B.
No, they look good.
Through Garage into C,
they look good.
That long camera is giving EG false info.
This gives them a lot, though. Because they know that they can flank over towards here and be fine.
Zelsis really, that was what I was interested in. But boy, EG can't figure it out on defense, man.
It's funny, we talk so much about how Potter's never lost in VCT to this team.
Hang on.
It's a little closer. John's gonna clean up. SEN fans in the audience had no doubt on that one, but
I did.
You know, Potter's never lost to Kaplan in VCT.
That's been, in fairness, there hasn't been one of these for a while.
Difference in terms of
You've been escaping this for a good amount of time.
Every single C post plant has been the exact same thing. You've got this double wrap coming in from the B players of EG trying to pinch into Garage. And at the same time, Sentinels are fighting forward. Ever since the pistol round was exactly the same, but each one of these fights is going SEN's way. Their game plan is simply beating out EG's on the field of battle.
It certainly helps to have Narrate putting up the performance that he is. I think in this day and age of Valorant, it's
EG
easy
go
to
for
look
something
at a team,
different. They
look
put
for
the smoke in the
right?
wall
Who's
to
the
try
guy who's gonna
avoid
put
the
carry
recon.
performances? And sometimes there are two.
Thinking that they're going
even,
to try and just
it's just
see
interesting to watch
default,
the
at least
Sentinels
take the
develop
orb
from
and
the
create
beginning of
pressure, and they
kickoff
just
up until now. It
fast
really does
hit
take a
A.
village with them.
Oh god, they have no ults to retake.
They made a
And
show on
Sentinels managed to stroll in. They didn't even use Omen Flash.
This game Narrate and Zelsis too.
Yeah, Bang smokes Heaven. Knows that he wants them to come out towards spawn heavy. Then it's just going to be Omen Flash for Omen Flash. There's the Omen Flash. Oh, wait.
Derek and Nature flooding out onto the side. Icy left on the opposite side of the trip for now. Getting a little bit more active. Meanwhile, Nature not connecting onto the spam. 12 HP for the diffuser. Superman's going to hold it the whole way with no contest.
Chat, how's Derek killed everyone?
The 1 HP. Kind of reminds you of that 2G game that
yeah, and Derek definitely needs a shout out.
Second half started slipping away, but they had a few of these, you know, just moments where they're full sticking diffuses. They put smokes on players playing off site.
He was the guy Heaven, right? What?
Post plants.
Yeah, here. Give me your concern levels.
Oh god, they're so fast. Wait, bro, show me normal speed.
The diffuse only goes through because Nature doesn't hit the blind spam with the smoke.
I do think EG are still winning that round. Icy's coming in on the flank to deal with that too. It would have gotten a lot messier, that's for sure. Though. I think the big thing for EG is comboing their
that in real time must look
paranoia
kind of crazy.
With that drop out of Heaven, which has been disjointed previously.
Interesting defensive adjustments here. We talked so much about Icy holding.
Looked fast. Looked really fast.
He's up Garage here.
It's the pistol round, running that one back now though. After the early info into the A space, EG are gonna creep down into mid, see if they can spot out a lurk or anything.
I mean, surely this is all off of seeing that Icy's not here.
It's so classic. EG just gap sights consistently. Yeah. Again, trying to play an A retake. This time, though, Derek has the ultimate. Trying to assist with the flood.
Literally the exact same thing as I was hyping up last round. They strolled over towards A. They still have Omen Flash. Derek has his ult this time, but that means that he's not here to entry.
Is playing in position to hear the jump up. He's going to break it anyways, but...
Oh, the camera bait here is so sick for Narrate.
Paranoia onto the site. Here's that ulti.
Zelsis is here to help down long. And there's the ult that you were mentioning. Icy playing the slowly. Meanwhile, Superman trying to flood his way out. Narrate does finally.
Yeah.
Catch the trap lying in wait.
Needed to have Derek win the entries there. Too busy ulting for the rest of his teammates to try and make space.
Brother, this is going to take a lot. Stunned. Dashing at you.
Nicely done.
On the swing. That's 4 for him and 8 for Sentinels.
That's fast as well, it feels.
Up these post plants.
That's fast.
Just kind of farming EG right now. But it comes after one round where Icy goes for this.
The Phantoms, yeah. Sentinels are just Phantom believers.
Right, Narrate guarding the flank. You even had Zelsis, I think, fell into long to plant Crossfire in case Narrate was ever going to die on that angle.
Nice, Sean! Let's go!
This has kind of become a habit of Evil Geniuses. Potter having to call 2 timeouts on their defensive half. This is
Second looking more comfortable.
At this
that's
point.
also true.
Yeah, but surely that's not a
He's a beast Neon, to be fair. He's a real beast Neon.
This is a bad habit. This is like biting your nails. You don't want
chat, while this is going on, let's quickly check.
You don't want to do this regularly. And Potter again has been put into a
check
spot
the donations.
You're burning both. You're down 6.
Oh, for God's sake, man. Escape. Okay, we have the Anon with 50. Then we've got Escape with the 10. We've got Temper, multiple A's with the 25. We've got Anonymous with the 5. We got Raze with the 10. We got Mayui
think it's a lot harder too, working the
Dude,
way
with the
lane,
100.
having
Dude,
a
I should be able
jet
to pronounce your name if you're out here doing 100. That's
have
crazy.
no
Thank you so much
dash
for
into
that.
the site, just
We got
flying
Shao
time
Natty, and then we have
inside the cloud
Local
burst.
MILF. Thank you so much for the donations. Chat, get the
It's moments
W's
like
in.
these where you see some compositional differences coming
Get
into
the
play. You have a
W's
less
in.
powerful operator.
Thank you guys for the donations.
Rob Moore's running up here, handing us a Cubert.
He read it? Dude, I mean,
Said
chat,
they're taking over the building
it's
right
Chari.
I mean, they've taken
I
over
think I'm not
Haven.
going to say Local
That's
MILF
for sure.
if it's for Chari.
Well, we'll see. EG, they're going to fight 4 players into lobby again, throwing everything into this early fight. We'll see what they're able to do here.
Chad, don't do crazy names now. Don't let this be the meta.
I see as a stinger. This is about
Hi,
as
I'm
much
Connor
as
with the 9 months. Thank you for the prime.
Celsius
Thank you,
does
thank you.
follow. And then look at the adaptation from Sentinels on the other side. They're going to try to accelerate elsewhere on the
I'm gonna
map.
have to check it on another. Still gonna have to check it on another monitor before I let it go live to stream. I know I am.
Massively right now for EG. If he takes a fight,
Okay, cam gets broken, but there is a little weird kill trip over towards here. So does he drop down to garage to try and capitalize off of it? Does he wait for his team to clear it?
there will be a 3-player
Okay,
fight
big
coming
duel
in
for Bang here.
But again, if
Jules
Sentinels
multiple
realize this,
maybe.
They can fight back towards spawn. The spike won't be planted for them.
Wait, does he go round? Oh boy.
Has the opportunity to get
Oh,
a
and they
late
just pinch
reround
over
going
towards
on
garage. Got
these
such
EG
a good
players.
timing.
And you
Derek's
wouldn't
holding
expect
it.
that, given where it's planted for, but they've got 3
Derek
members
was
on
holding
site,
it.
and you're right. The crunch is coming through.
Good
Bang
shot.
does not have a splash. Derek is already down.
Here we
And now
go,
they're gonna
man.
try
Keep
to
an eye on
speed up.
Bang. This stun's good. It delays him.
Perfectly, and there it is.
But that stun is so good.
9
They
for
are
Sentinels.
wrecking them.
This map has been the story of the C post plants for Sen, and it's been the story of Narrate and Bang.
Bang to the
I mean,
middle
Narrate
C
is
is the move of the
17 and 6 right
century.
now.
He's just been so
On the
much better ever
Sova.
single
Every
Actually
single
crazy
post
that
plant
that's
when
spot
EG are
on.
trying to crunch into him. He's fully aware of what's going down. I love the call. I mean, after you lose this opening
Gusto,
player,
thank you so much. Very true.
that's just silly. But then this refight into Garage is what worked so well for Sentinels. It'd been so many of these fights into Link that just the slight wrinkle going Garage is beautiful.
Fake TP across, and that's enough to draw out the paranoia. Those little micro decisions are working so well for Sentinels.
Paranoia now to scout out the C site. Icy's got a Bucky in Garage. He's not going to be very useful here.
Well, stranger things have happened.
Dude, they never
Again, a
play
vacant
the
site.
C site.
And again,
Ever.
retake simulator for Evil Geniuses. Oh dear. This is not going to get any better, is it?
Oh boy.
No, it's
going to
not.
get worse.
Surely not, surely not! Oh my god! That was so fast!
2 HP looking to connect on the ace.
It was so sick
Can,
though.
but
Dude, the third, fourth
doesn't
kill
get
is
much more
crazy
perfect
from
than that.
him. He should only... Dude, he shouldn't be getting a third or a fourth.
Just destruction out here. Yeah, Icy's trying to break the crosshair, but Zelsis may have
Oh,
just
it's
broken
fast,
EG.
though.
dude, that aggro swing into Garage.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Wait, does someone have a...
Please don't 10-2.
Yeah, who's...
No, dude! He's headshot! Dude, God! Bro, I was 2 in the open.
He also had 2 HP, bro. That's a tough ass. A 10-2 half for Sentinels. We're going to throw it to a break. We will be right back.
Ooh, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't
God,
be.
they absolutely wrecked him on this.
You know,
Super
at Verizon,
convincing.
We'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600. Only on Verizon.
Okay, let's block that out. Let's chance it. What do we got? We have Denchu with the 10. Thank you so much. We got Palmania with the 25. We got Zilv with the 10. And we got Sliggy left sock. Not even Sliggy's left sock, just Sliggy left sock. Like that's my nickname. Sliggy left sock. Okay, thank you so much, guys. Thank you for the donations. You know what to do. Let's get the W's in. Get the W's in. Where is left sock? Yeah, I'm not sure. Wait, how close are we now? Do I need to do another 200? Again, for people that are new, if We get over 6,000. Every 1,000 mark, I'll do 200. Then 250 if we get there. Feel like you haven't noticed the TriCast? Mate, the TriCast isn't a thing right now.
Excited about 8 things in particular as they're up 10-2 against Evil Geniuses.
That's probably why you haven't noticed.
The defensive side and woes for Evil Geniuses. Now they're going to be able to figure things out, and it's going to be on Sentinels to see if they can do the same, Ender.
EG need to start out strong here on the attack side of things, but they're going up against a narrate that is.
That must be why, yeah. That'll do it.
He is completely locked in. The rest of SEN City showing up big inside the arena here today in Los Angeles. The Evil Geniuses, last real shot here. Start things off a little bit slower, scouting out the A space, droning down into C before choosing their mark.
He's just standing there like an absolute turret. The statue.
Spam through that smoke, not connecting onto anything. Keep a close eye on that trip. No real way to punish off of it, but
yeah,
a little info gathered.
A little bit later than usual, you see the fault line come through from EG. So that'll be back at 40 seconds. Still will leave some time, but Ye is the guy to watch on attack for EG. EG love to give him positions to lurk up. So often he'll insert himself exactly where he is inside window. But Sentinel's scouting has been perfect so far on the first half. They're not going to be fooled by these late lurks from Ye.
I don't know, he's a sneaky little bugger.
They might still get killed by
Narrate,
him, but they shouldn't be fooled.
Drone, and recon still. 2 on site.
This part here is a little concerning because you're right. You've got Ye who's inserted. You're kind of stalling out.
Dude, Bang has doubles, smoke, flash as well. There goes one smoke. There goes a flash. Recon here as well. He can definitely smoke long if he wants in 25 seconds. Call is to cancel the hit. They've taken a lot of space through garage window. Yeah, it's actually really nice from EG at the moment.
Seconds left. EG will still have time to plant the spike. It's about Zelsis finding this timing now into the mid space, and he barely misses out on nature.
Meanwhile, Ye was so far up.
Hey, Ye only got one though.
Yes, traded back though.
Like a timing on a timing, and dudes.
But Icy's turned around.
Yeah, Icy's on top of it.
And he takes care of it.
Connects onto Neri to pull it between his eyes. The deep smoke back towards spawn. It's the lurk upon the lurk upon the lurk. Now, gunfire ensues in garage as Derek's able to get to John QT left in a 1v4, connects on the first, now stunned up and left to die, surely. 3 bullets left, refreshes the clip. 2 members weak, but Superman's healthy.
Baker, what the hell? Why is that out of nowhere?
Icy's now posted into C long with a go. Should be no issues for EG now.
Okay, very nice.
So what was so successful there?
That was, again, standard attack side round from Evil Geniuses. It's about Ye getting that insert, finding that lurk timing, and calling the rest of the team in towards C. Sentinel sort of over...
It's a nice shot over towards spawn here as well.
Hit because it was so delayed into the round. And I think those extra layers of lurks on lurks, being aware of narrate, coming in through A late as well.
How do I get time to gym? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. When the actual season's on. Well, honestly, we just grind in the off season mostly.
How effective that's going to continue to
be. It carries us through.
You can't always get away with playing these slow rounds, especially once Sentinels speed up the pace like this.
There's not a lot of knowledge. Maybe you heard a little bit, given where Ye was.
Yeah, I like Ye's angle here too.
My concern is that if he gets crunched, and there's a good chance he gets crunched, that's a gun upgraded.
And Supa just left the angle in A lobby too, so now he's really just the only guy here.
He's not gonna check it. Oh.
A high-low to play with.
Bro, it's like the Void is calling him.
Here we go.
Gets his 2 traded, but damage dealt.
Not enough.
Second with a gun.
Oh yeah, I think if you're A here, you did everything they could have asked you for. I mean, you're in a what? A 1v3. You're 100%. Able to get 2. That's perfect out of Ye.
And they went for the right buy too, Evil Geniuses. They should be forcing up the next round, trying to keep this momentum going for the team.
Are we in for one of those silly games where we like 10-2, 10-2, and then
we could be. Next round is one that determines it for me.
Yeah.
If EG can win next round, it's not so fake.
I like the idea though. Tried to get him as they were leaving maybe.
You know, that's
Just
around
as
they're
they
supposed
decided
run,
to
but I
start
think you're
moving,
right.
down
Now is when the game really
into
begins.
Exactly, and in terms of
down
EG's
into
econ, that was
just send
perfect,
it.
right? They came in with 4 guns, they go out with 4 guns, and they should be able to force up by a rifle for Ye.
Why did Ye buy
because Nature
if
went
he
for
wants to
save.
luck against pistols? I mean, he didn't. Well, he's not full lucking, but I do agree that normally most teams here would have that as a ghost.
Put Neon in the slow-mo, still moving at a normal speed for anyone else. Now, one of the things EG love to do on attack, they'll open up strong, usually into A or C space, and then they'll put a freeze on in the mid-rounds. I want to see how Sentinels approach that. Right now, just holding on to a ton of A lobby space, forcing EG to walk in, deal with these Cypher trips outside of C.
One was cleared, the one back C. But there's still one
Over the trip? I mean, they'd obviously hear it. It's so loud. Oh boy. Well, there goes the close map.
He's insane. He's had a ridiculous map.
There was a chance, but no, he has been actually outrageous. Like, he's one of the main reasons why this isn't even close.
Good spot swinging off of the cam. You know, it happens to everyone.
Someone's got a couple of big flanks going too. Narrate. Can't take your eyes off of him.
No,
but really, you
Oh,
can't
boy.
keep your eyes on him either. Because John's going to come in and clean up the rest of your team.
Very, very nice.
John's second was all the way up C
Super
long.
strong. What's your favorite exercise at the gym at the moment?
They're playing the map in a
Dude, I don't even know what it's called. Like the overhead pull push?
On C a lot. Even on
The tricep one. That's legit, man. That's my favorite.
Yeah, basically as soon as Narrate has those 2 kills front B, and they also hear
Try extensions? Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, we have the push through. Yeah. And all of a sudden,
Overhead tricep extensions. Damn, look at you all go, man.
Like a fish?
Yeah.
That's the one. That's the name.
Well handled there.
Dude, they're fun.
11-4 for Sentinels.
The Phantom is the greatest gun in this game, for sure. And that's why Gabri's stats of America's having like what, 16% more Phantom use than EMEA or something.
And Cryo killed Supa in that same spot last week.
There's little things not going EG's way, the big things not going EG's way either. Numbers advantage here for the defense. And if what we saw in the previous round is any indication, you're already seeing Zelsis get active down C long. Once they have a little advantage, they start to take everything else in the map away.
They know exactly how much space they can acquire. Ye's still forced off of trips in garage while the team is pushed away from the A site too. They're going to want to move back into him, but now he's given up his position by breaking it.
And that's such a dangerous call because, yes, you've got Ye who's late lurking and trying to insert, but that makes the A hit so much weaker. Because you've already lost a member in Superman.
I think because it's a 3v4, he needs to do something fast. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. Pulls one rotate away from A for sure. And then, oh boy, the recon went over towards long though. Recon went over towards long and the 3-person stack is there. Hey, it's kind of nice with the hit though. This wall to enable you to flood in is nice as well. Omen flash, separate the middle.
They've got a lot of space on the site.
Maybe I wanted John to react differently here, but I know it's hard.
Choosing to take a step back and wait.
Eyes on Zelsis.
For reinforcements to arrive, and they could not be a moment too soon. Nature now dealt with IC and Derek left alone in 2v3.
Ah man, they just win all of the duels, don't they? They just win every single duel.
Man, that post play just looks too easy for Sentinels. EG kind of all off on doing their own thing. And then you even have like Bang clearing. They're so calm with it, right? Sees the shoulder. Oh, quick little step to the left.
It's a legit laser beam on 0 ping. Yeah, I do just see like the multis all the time with them. How much weight on that? On the extensions, tricep extensions? Dude, I don't know if I'm crazy inconsistent when I do the tricep extension thing, but I do go to different gyms as well, but I swear it changes all the time, man. Like sometimes it's a 24, but then sometimes I'll struggle on 24. But I do 12 for 3. But I think, dude, I'm telling you, they got some fake weights in. They got some fake weights in Iceland. I feel like. And sometimes I just get called out by the gym.
There's so much pressure on EG. They need to take some space into mid, see if they can exploit this gap for the time being. But already there's some repositions coming in. Sentinel's trying to react to this hit.
John just repositioned, doesn't have a stun up yet. Won't for about 10 more seconds.
Different pulleys change the level of tension. Okay, that explains a lot.
They've gotten a lot of space on the site, but they haven't been able to get the spike down yet. Nicey's now dead.
Because some days I'm out here thinking like, man, I'm so weak today.
All the while, Sentinels have now crept down into A lobby. Zelsis with a chance to flank after breaking the trip. A fight forward into Link too.
Rolling Thunder out. John just got his stun back up.
Dude, they look crisp though. As much as I don't think EG look good and they really messed up the beginning of this map, like individually Sentinels look great, and as a team together they look nice. Their plans are good. They've got decisive plans all the time. Oh, this guy. This guy.
Who saves the day.
I mean, if he plays like this all the time, then fair play, man. They're going to Toronto.
That is just a masterclass performance.
No, he really took over. He hasn't had, like, he used to do this in K-Cop all the time. All the time. It's taken a... Hasn't really happened too much in Sentinels, so it's a good sign.
Absolute burner, 17-7. It was all those post plants, really, with Sentinels on the attacking side. Had an answer to every single idea EG was trying, and they were shooting on top of that too.
In terms of EG, though, they did that classic mess up, right, where it's just that one big round where they put all their ults into an eco, even though it's like not that close and it's relatively even. It needs to be in like the pure advantage instead of like, yeah, we could maybe use them now. Like, you gotta know that you're winning that round if you use them. It needs to be like, instead of like a 50-50, it needs to be like a 75, 80-20. When you invest in the ults, especially when you're down.
Yet to take a map off of an American team this year. The success that they haven't found has been against the Brazilians, and unfortunately, too, gotta mention that the streak of Potter getting the best of Kaplan is gone. It's dead. Pearl on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
Derek, I mean, Derek was looking good, but I missed the Derek drop down full speed one. Oh, that's annoying. That's what I get for doing the VODs. Okay, well, this is going on. Let's see what we got. We have Jalk Jenkinson with the 10. We've got Thinking Man's Stakitos with the 10. We've got Lich Bachesh. Dude, I can't say some of these names, man. They're killing me. Thank you with the 10 as well. We got Emp Matlager 353, and we got Desp with the, dude. Did you do 7-1 when it was 7-1? I respect that. Yeah, you know what to do. Get the W's in chat. Again, if we get to 6,000, I will be doing 200 extra as well. And then for people that don't know, we are doing charity stream for Hope for the Day. It is proactive suicide prevention chat. Just trying to make sure everyone has a safe space, make sure that everyone's talking. If you're not okay, that's okay. And that trying to normalize it and just talk about this stuff a bit more than when people feel like they can't talk about it, that's the worst. Like, it's just a good thing to be more open with your friends and everything like that. And friends, family, loved ones, etc. Yeah, exactly that. Love the message. Been struggling with your mental health the past couple of months, and I've been less active here. Yeah, that's so fine, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm glad that like you're speaking out about it as well. And then I hope things get better, dude. Like, I think addressing it's really important as well. Like, in just talking about it and being open about it. And just making sure that people know it's a normal thing. Sometimes people just don't think it's like a normal thing. It's such a normal thing to not be okay. Okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit, right?
Get challenged in hell, and that's home ground for him. Connects onto both. 3 for Ye.
Second picks up the. Here they come here with the paranoia. It's devastating. And Bang is ready for Melson to take them.
Check Ash's message. Where's Ash's message? Someone posted a throwback picture of you and Boaster. Oh god.
Pick on behalf of Sentinels. Talk to me about this indecisiveness that you talked about last week in a post-match interview. How is that indecisiveness looking today? Are we looking decisive?
This is
yeah, the indecisiveness.
So when I had Boaster do second observing with me.
I think confidence is a really big part of this game. It's definitely our biggest issue as a team. Sometimes we just get a little excited. We get a little ahead of ourselves. Hey, let's work on some other things. You know, today was a reminder. That's really all that matters. Let's just hone in on that, and everything else will fall into place.
2016, damn.
Best luck in your map pick, Pearl.
Thank you.
Show you again. Sorry,
Welcome
I didn't
back,
put up
folks.
for
On the other side of that first map of the series, an utter drubbing, a shellacking.
Dude, look at his face. He's not impressed, man. He didn't like observing. He's good at it, though.
The boys
Good at
flowers.
everything.
Standout performance. I mean, averaging 2 kills around for almost all of that first half,
chat.
guys.
I'll be back in a little bit. I need to.
Cleaning up. He looks way more confident, even with his utility. I know you were talking about the util specifically, but I mean,
Dude, they got that bacon. That's my background picture in plat chat for Tema Kamoff.
He had all the reads.
It's out there. Everyone's seen it.
Hold on, let me check notes. For real, for real. He was the narrator.
In my life, bro, I went from narrate to eulogize. So you've got to get on my level, bro, or don't bother with that stuff.
But all joking aside, yes, he didn't have to like be in positions though that he had to like pull out owl drone or recon off the fly. It looked on the side of EG that they weren't really testing Sentinels at that point. So when Sentinels are just kind of feeling the groove, it was just autopilot for everybody. And when Narrate just keeps his gun out, well, you see what happens. He's just popping off.
I think the most impressive thing that I saw from this Sentinels attacking side was the disruption of EG's retakes. I mean, that was where he found a lot of that success like you were talking about, because it didn't have to be his utility. It was the breach fault lines. It was the breach ultimates in their spawn and him just cleaning up house. It was really beautiful to watch from Sen.
To be fair, like you talk about like some of that stuff coming in from EG, it's clear there was like a bit of a plan with the retakes, right? There's a round from EG where they have like, I think like 4 pistols, they have a rifle, but they have Rolling Thunder and they have that Hunter's Fury. They're trying to disrupt the plant. This is like pre-plant. This is how it plays out here. And look, spoilers, it doesn't go great.
And that's the unfortunate thing, because we were just talking about it before this game. I mean, yes, the retakes were abysmal going into this one.
2 for 12.
At the desk, we mentioned usually what happens here for Potter in these timeouts when they have ults to work with. And in the past with different rosters, we know there's trap plays. We know they're going to be good to like flood behind utility. But then it comes around the fundamentals. You have a Hunter's Fury that's being thrown by itself. The Rolling Thunder doesn't hit enough people, and then you're not pincering back into that C-side control, and everybody's just unfortunately falling like flies.
It's such a gamba, and also like you don't even have you don't have the weaponry behind it either. So it's like, I get it. You're trying to stop the bleeding. You're trying to get some momentum back into your favor, but sometimes it's just too hard. Even if you land the ults, which they didn't even land.
They're definitely bleeding blue.
It's oh god, Vans, brother, bro, you're killing us out here. Does anybody else agree with this?
Somebody's got to resuscitate them.
Just give me a drum set, bro.
we need to hire someone to get out of the back and do it for us. Let's see what Coach Potter has to say and what's bubbling in there. Just throw it to the kid.
Here with the coach of Evil Geniuses, Potter, you kidnapped Cuber, but it was not enough to win your map pick of Haven. Going on to their map pick of Pearl, what adjustments are you making as a team to bring it to a map 3?
Maybe some comp changes. We've been having a lot of fun with Pearl. I know Haven was not, we didn't have the start that we wanted, but Pearl has been fun. Expect to see some double duelists and expect us to be more active in map 2. We've got to get more active.
All right, let's get out ahead of map 2.
So you know Potter also moonlights as broadcast talent when she drops that kind of stuff. She knows exactly what we want to hear.
The low-hanging fruit, let's grab it, let's talk about it.
I mean, we'll get to that, but like we're wondering like, what is she cooking? What is the Potter magic supposed to look like this year? And you were like, bro, the fundamentals aren't there.
Yes.
It feels like we got another map where that's the same issue. Like there's no chance to delve into that deep strategy playbook that Potter may or may not have when we can't pull off the basics.
Yeah, it's tough. Like I said in the pre-show, it's so hard to be able to catch people off guard, do these aggressive set plays when you can't even win I don't know, not even 30% of your retakes. I mean, 2 and 12 is just so rough, and it just goes
17.
to show. Oh, 2 and 17?
That's 17%.
Oh, 17%.
No, 17
there you
retakes.
Go.
There are 12
Here's the thing is that
you believe anything I tell you, bro.
I wouldn't be surprised though from what I'm seeing in the server like week to week. It's just frustrating because they're playing, especially on Haven, a style where it's meant for the retake. Yeah. So what I'm looking forward to is what she just said. We're gonna get more active. So I'm starting to think, okay, maybe we're done with playing as much retake style and more disruption. Let's not let Sentinels get the spike planted and be able to set up in a post plant. Let's disrupt it. Let's do something about it.
A retake-centric map at times, right?
Yeah.
Especially sometimes you're forced into it by enemy util vans.
Especially when you get into these moments where you're flood taking the B side on the attack, you're flood taking A side, you're forced to play, retakes with, especially a Tejo that can be used on the side of Sentinels. So if you're going to use Salvos, Armageddons, you have no choice but to play the retake, and that's been the bane of their existence so far in this kickoff.
But she was talking about some double duelist action, so maybe you're going to see a lot of fights being taken place in A main, maybe down B long, maybe even some aggression down middle. So there's a lot of stuff you could do with this double duelist on Pro specifically. If we see that, I mean, watch her not even pull it out, and she was just baiting us. Right? Can you imagine?
Dude, if I think about double duelists, we would have like I see maybe on Jet, but then in the past I remember we've seen Ye on Phoenix before, and Ye has tried to play, the Phoenix side on attack, where unfortunately for EG side, they weren't farming orbs. They weren't really maximizing the ult capabilities of what Phoenix could do to try to gain that space. Trying to do solo plays as well without support, that's a little bit tough. So if you want to be active, you have to find ways to support. Have that buddy system. The funny is, again, I mean, it continues to repeat week after week here for EG.
All right, well, the stakes are pretty high, as we talked about at the start of the show, and the question lingers, can EG turn things around? Map 2 is coming up after this short break, so don't go too far. More VCT first game of the day coming at you, but after this.
Welcome back. A proper banger for Sentinels as they win 13 to, I forgot, a very small number.
13-4.
Was it 13-4? Thank you.
13-4.
But now we have to turn our attention over to Pearl and Qbert. I didn't know if I should address these Qbert or Ender or what. I've kind of lost the plot on the bit here. I'm not going to lie. I'm sorry.
It's my name.
Are you expecting Qbert a different comp here from Evil Geniuses?
I don't think it matters.
You know what? Honestly, you're probably right. Unfortunately, you're probably right. I do expect to change, though. Given that the fact they were running Phoenix previously, and I don't know that Phoenix was ever in the meta to fall out of it, but...
That was a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it feels like an eternity ago, that's for sure.
Yeah, the Phoenix here was in the hands of Ye. It was back in the first week, I think, during kickoff.
What happened to your voice just now? It changed.
Well, no, this is Ender. There was Qbert before. Yeah, we said we didn't want to bias cast, so we had to kick Qbert off.
Teo, Vice, Yoru, Astra.
But he's got a lot of other work to do, right? With the social media team and all that stuff.
The Jet, Yoru.
New comp.
Okay, so they are going to make some adjustments, still sticking to the double duelist, but going Jet Yoru instead.
Yeah, and that's what NRG used recently, right?
On this map at this point, playing the Yoru, obviously, if the map is super large, so having the teleport is great. But especially when every comp in the world has Vice in it, being able to use the clone.
Is Ye just gonna up on Yoru?
The ultimate to fully clear away sites.
Maybe.
I think this is a good pivot that I like to see out of EG.
What else do you need to see out of EG here? Given that Haven is kind of in the back of our mind here, what do you need to see differently?
Well, honestly, I just want to see them have a successful defensive half. I think this has been an issue across multiple maps, sub 50% win rate for them on the defensive side. But I do think that will be easier. I think both the Yoru and Jet are great at finding early fights, put an op in the hands of Icy on that Jet is going to be a very good look, no doubt about that. But another thing, too, is I think those two agents can sort of tag team around the map, fight together. That could be a good look for them.
They are starting
okay,
off on attack
we got Sentinels on defense, we got
around
EG on attack.
what the defense looks like later, but for now, EG on the attack.
I'll see in the raid yesterday, so we should appreciate you and enjoy you. Yeah, I told him, he was like, how are you a streamer when you don't like social media? I was like, well, it works.
Well, what's the rush?
I mean,
yeah, I
don't
really like
the Jet versus
doing the whole social media stuff.
You have less effective actual site execs. The neon wall to set up your TPs.
FRT's fun though, man.
Be very good.
I like him a lot.
Exactly, to even catch up with your teammate on the Yoru is pretty
Aldo with the Prime, thank you so much for the 10 months, dude. Thank you for doing that.
Actually, that looks like Ye's Phoenix just going for a little pop flash fight into streets.
Yeah, lovely trades though. Big Jules and narrate. I was gonna say, he's just full of confidence. Just absolutely sends it. 2-person reaction.
Don getting the first. Superman on the trade though, still feeling the walls closing in.
Bring around the Rosie.
Pushed around from pillar to post off the flash. The swing is there. Zekin gets another. 2v2 now. Nature's got 12 HP,
still did really good. Dude, these Jules are interesting. The reaction from Sentinels was pretty good.
Spike still has to be recovered, and Nature is so low.
Zelsis has a classic no armor.
15 seconds.
Can he hold the line? Zelsis in a 1vx situation. He might catch a timing here. Position now given away. He's going to have to push the pace on this. He's got Nature
no way.
Up.
No way. There's no way he wins that. Oh, dude, Icy was just getting lower and lower with bullets.
Going for the low HP guy first and still able to best Icy in that second fight. The momentum, it just never fades. Zelsis is out of his seat.
Oh,
Classic.
Boy.
Clean shots out from him, man.
That's tough.
Potter's facial expressions giving away.
Dude, I love the side-by-side replay.
You guys are
He was saying they're struggling. Is what he said. That S at the beginning was struggling.
That's so good.
Struggling, all 5 of you.
Dude, you don't got to run PR for him. Like he said what he said. It's a massacre.
Listen, it's a family-friendly show, man.
Wow. And the thing is, right, narrate there, absolutely popping off. This is a guy that feeds so much, not just off his teammates' performances, but also his own performance, right? When he has a bad game, you know it. He rags on himself. But when he has a good game, like he just came up, like he played out of his mind on Haven.
Yeah,
over 20 kills. Yeah, just unbelievable stuff. So he's riding that wave of emotions coming into the second one.
People are just too good with Outlaws, man.
I mean, think about
He just needs to shoot slower or something.
Right? Even just through this year.
I
Take
don't
you
know.
all the way back
1-2-5 and shoot slower.
And that scene, that shot
then
that
it's in a better
was
spot.
very heavily discussed and shared around everywhere, where Nature was very obviously upset at his performance against Loud, and Kaplan was there to pick him up.
It's so hard to be good at. That's what I mean, though, Bacon.
Who was struggling backstage in tears with his own performance.
I wouldn't go that far, but can.
Has just been a wild difference.
He is feeling
now you're getting a little bit too
doubt
crazy.
Bacon
says it's so easy to be good at. It's because it's so hard to be good at.
Now EG,
even I'm good with it.
Back here in round 3.
That's when you know he's going to step too far. But I agree with the first one.
Really, my question is, how much are they going to play of like the slower style we saw in Pistol, where Ye is still playing kind of like that Phoenix, flashing himself into angles in street, versus running some execs, especially towards the A site. That can be pretty effective there at getting past some of this Vise util.
Yeah, I don't know. Just need small nerf.
That's a whole lot of people.
1-2-5 will help, and then I would do a time in between. I think it shoots too fast.
I think they're so far up, they're going to know what's on the other side of this. How much longer can Superman stay alive?
Oh, that util's nasty.
Yeah, there was no way out of that. He was cooked.
A 1-2-4, no one uses it at 1-2-4.
Like, EG can't even accelerate into A. There's already a Yoru teleporting backside. They've got to go back, pick up the spike over there. Now Sentinels are rotating more players in over here. It's a 4v5.
And they still haven't dealt with the Light Siege. This is, these are tough scenes. But the one benefit is that EG do have the gun advantage.
Okay, but that's someone on 10 HP.
On to Zekin. Icy starting to come alive a little bit here. Zelsis is dancing around. The Flash is trying to stay alive. Cannot at the hands of
my goodness, what's going on in this?
They're crumbling around him. The gun advantage in full display here.
Making me nervous on the anti-eco, but great fight forward from Icy and Ye. We'll still secure the round. Now actually flipping back towards Secret, even using the drone to spot out all these SEN players coming in. Solid post plant setup from Evil Geniuses here, and He's going to find 3 on the round. Even just getting towards that early dimensional drift is a big deal on the Yoru.
He's now 1 pip off of that for the next round.
An extra kill would be nice, yeah.
Narrate calling the save, cutting his losses, and living to fight another day.
Yep.
All right, I may have overreacted, Doug. I'd like to issue a formal apology.
Hilmy, thank you so much, Hilmy, with the tier 1. Thank you with the 23 months.
Right, there was still a ton of ice util. The rotations were already coming through. I think if it wasn't, if that was equal footing as far as guns go, I don't know that goes the way it did.
I do wonder if Sentinels are going to run more of these.
I think we see Yoru
looks. Like right there,
I think what they did to Yoru is probably the most they'll do. They might one orb the ult. Like
you can get
1 up.
active into mid, into a main space as well. And if EG keeps
Sonya with the 2. Thank you so much. Does that mean?
It's hard for them to speed up into the other side because of the VIT util.
Yes, it does. 6,000. Holy.
Sonya,
appreciate the 2 gifted. Thank you for that.
Pretty standard setup.
Ooh, it looked like Ye for a second was just going to have the shorty in play for the ult, but got a last-second buy. Phantom tossed over to him.
I'll do the 200 extra after the map.
But they don't pursue. They just get the orb in Zekin's hands. Also 1 off of his.
I'll read through the donations in a sec as well.
I think because Sentinels showed a few players over into A, we're worried about losing that space because their Vise util is completely over towards
Is Yoru good for being Yoru? Is Yoru good because of Teo?
Such an easy round for Sen to play now. The main
definitely more options. It opens up more options because you use a Teo, but still good.
Any pesky lurks coming down con. That's going to be John QT's job.
Grims_Sky with the Prime. Thank you so much as well, bro. Appreciate you.
Understanding where the gaps may be.
Yeah, and you definitely got to stay alive because you're the one with the wall.
Got to be a little careful from that position, especially with this 3-2 split coming in from EG now.
Wait, that's nice. We have a Thorns lineup for here that goes into this corner so you can't peek.
Trying to dance around his utility and Zelsis he swings out at
Kinda
just
cool.
the right time. Spike now on the ground, the decay not connecting. As Zelsis falls.
Ooh, Ye
Will
is.
meet a similar fate at the hands of Ye. Can the captain for Sentinels bring this one back? Stun in hand. Waiting for the right time. Off the flash.
15 seconds on this plant.
Not committing to it. This is getting
Dude,
messy.
Ye's going crazy.
Do it on his own. 10 seconds left now. The ult popped. Committing to the spike because you don't really have a choice otherwise. And so look at how the defense has been split up. They've divided their attention.
No way, Ye took the TP.
It's all onto Icy with 29 HP.
Ah, it's so winnable though. Look at all the HPs.
The spike ticking away. They're starting to flush him out of the corner. They know exactly where he is.
Try to hype it up a little bit.
The round goes the defense
It kind of was doable.
Good awareness there, popping the dimensional drift. Wrapping around the other side. That clock was getting down so low. And this was a strange one because first of all, I think Zelsis making the choice to push out of that smoke, even trading 1-for-1 there, is a big deal for Sen.
Oh, it's huge.
There's just less players to guard that spike being planted.
Shifty, they just won't do that.
The spike. He doesn't want to do that.
They won't like
He
go
wants to be
back
fighting.
on themselves. They'll just change it so it's a good level.
For sure.
I think Zelsis swinging off of that was also, it was Bang's util.
This round? I mean, this round was kind of nice from EG until, like, the overall plan was pretty cool of the split. I really like this lineup from this corner to go back for the pinch, because then you can actually, like, when you're stuck here, you can create so much pressure through the wall here. Ye did do a lot though. Ye was the main reason this only got close.
Teleport into art, so full mid control gathered in terms of info, but it hasn't really forced Sentinels out
It's a
of the
weird
space
force buy for EG, to be honest. Double stinger. Looks a little bit desperate.
They do have guns to fight back with though. This is a lighter eco, 2 stingers, but rifles around it. 4v4 on the site. Ye continues to light up the kill feed.
Ye is popping.
Ye so low. Any more bullets through this wall would take him down.
What is this flash? What are you doing there? Waiting for Nature to get further up. There's
Flash
the flash.
with the
There's
tap,
swing.
go
Nature
through.
Strikes. Narrate dead. Zelsis and John left into 2v4.
Zelsis has
2v4, Visol.
to go. Spike still not planted.
Superman did not get tagged, so he had
No
a chance
way.
to fight,
Oh
but
my
those
goodness, I
ults
thought he
are
wasn't going to get that kill.
Zelsis again, a 1v2.
Dude, Derek's taking everyone down with a classic.
Second ult popped, and that's around for EG.
Yeah, it's a little bit bold using the ult in the 2v4, but they actually managed to do a good amount of damage. Speaking of damage, like, because the armor rebuy and 3,
That was
Could be
a
like
really
3
nice play.
people can't buy
Round, right?
next.
Flashing through
So this should
that
be
little
pretty important
White
round.
shirt. And that fight into backside from Nature, even with just a stinger in hand, it was that active look from EG that caught Sentinels off guard.
EG Classic Masterclass.
And it was actually just an advertisement.
Is this when we say
They traded the Visors, yeah.
Is that what we do here?
That's usually what.
Hey, now they do the same thing back. Double Stinger Force.
We've done our job.
Least committed pitch ever.
Icy pops the blades, has a short
Contact into Flash. Dude, EG. This, they got some new stuff on this map.
They're not trying to play around some of the orbs to get that ult online.
It's a little bit shocking. I'm honestly surprised with how slow EG are playing the rounds. They really think Sentinels are going to run some fight looks against them or
some funny business.
Or lose to boredom. You know, hey,
or that.
EG haven't shown let's do something, but really it's just eating 40 seconds off the clock. Sentinels still have a good space from Zekken over in main.
I mean, they don't, yeah, what do they have? They have art.
I like Sen's idea of just like giving mid control always and just eating a minute off the clock every time.
Now you imagine they're going to speed up towards A. Bang and John has his ult.
Yeah, big retake ultis.
And they've got to know that this is where the hit's headed. I wonder if he pops it early here.
Narrate's going to need to find something.
30 seconds, the Tether is... Oh my god, Tether into tail. Oh god, all 3. Oh my god, this was beautiful. This was beautiful to watch.
And Zelsis on the crunch, Ye's on the turn. Still a winnable situation for Evil Geniuses despite all of that. Looked like a Michael Bay film. 13 seconds left. The spike
people through walls.
Out of hands. Derek has to pull off this 1v3 on his own, and time is short. No way to get
this
through
was
that.
so nice. Oh my goodness.
Narrate just
Narrate just owned them with that.
Crazy.
Ever.
And we call it, I mean, we saw it coming.
The timing of this is incredible as well.
As soon as that slug came out, it was, I mean, it was cooked.
Can we see it again, please? Here it comes. So early haunt, repositions, and then goes for this jump. Okay, yeah, the C's lands on minimap.
Dude, look at that C's.
But that is crazy. And then he gets spam kill through this wall after that too.
A gorgeous display of utility there.
The Fade, yeah, the Fade Tether is... I mean, sorry, Fade Teo is strong.
We go, a light buy for the attacking side.
It's only really Sentinels and Foot that play it. Maybe there's another team, but I can't remember the combos. So
10 seconds, we already have what took us 60 in the last round.
Yeah, but not much more, to be honest.
Yeah, it's because Sentinels are always falling out of this space early.
Yeah.
Sort of inviting EG in and then bundling up backside A. Making it a real chore for EG to actually get back in there.
Ult in the hands of Derek. Remember in the previous map, they invested 2 ults in an eco and it went horribly.
G2 did it last week? What map?
Do they choose to invest here?
Why can't I remember this?
Well, EG can just plant the spike and fall into art control. Because Sentinels don't have anyone really coming in through mid, this
On Pearl, same map.
plant relatively easy.
Yeah.
I think EG could actually look for some ults if Sentinels waste any more time.
Yeah, I think at this point they have an advantage. It doesn't feel as...
Dude, all 3 of the teams using it on Pearl.
As it did before. Derek with the lighter in hand. Ult now popped. Narrate's gotten it to half.
Dude, he got out of there. Got half and he got out of there.
It's gotten to half.
Yeah, taps again. Astrosite goes in. Can just tap it again now and it's done.
Now Superman getting a little bit closer. Icy now falls.
Yeah.
The investment again of the ult is not paying off.
Dude, it's so
and
nice,
doesn't
man.
even get a gun at the end of it too.
Dude, Narrate is just...
The ult from Bang
the guy at the moment.
was perfect.
Yeah. Hey, that's really all you can say there. Sentinels countered off, EG trying to play off-site with the tail ult themselves. Yeah, they've got plenty of stall, but I think if EG wanted to play that round, they also needed to throw their Astro Wall into the mix. Or just cut down the sight lines when you've got the stingers, right?
Yeah, or fight in front of the wall. I think the wall, I mean, it had already gotten to half too.
I mean, it was a low
very well
bite.
set up. Evil Genius is back on a gun round.
Evil Geniuses basically always playing this A-art split, scouting it out early on, but they haven't found anything. I think things EG need to actually challenge is they need to deal with this player that's jumps peeking down here. Right now it's Narrate, but previously it's been Zelsis. They need to put more pressure on A to maybe even pull this Tejo over so that they can get some kind of alert going down. Or you can just walk into a site and see if you want to fight.
Brother,
Yeah, it just kind of feels rough using your
That's the thing though, because they see Zelsa say that's actually big news for EG, because Zelsa's been B-side for the last 4 rounds in a row, I think.
And now they're rotating back, but it's not Zelsis who's there.
And that clone hasn't hit the wall.
Teleport set up for him to dodge away with
it was
right
close.
Now, as soon as some present goes in, you'd expect
Okay, well, Zekken gets early info here.
That
Gets his TP. Does has ult if he needs to
We're down
use
to 35
it.
seconds again, Doug. We still have dimensional drift to stall. Narrate can throw out the ultimate to stop them from
He
getting
could
onto the
definitely
site.
ult and get info here if he wanted.
How long are we going to take, EG?
Okay, we're not going to use that anymore. Veto looks good to hit 4 at the moment. Oh, dude, Yay just flash sent it back elbow.
Nature's in a very good spot to play spoiler. Meanwhile, Ye's joining in on the fun. John
Dude, Yay is like one of the only reasons they win rounds, I feel like.
And again, better late than never. Just in the nick of time, they
Looks
managed
like
to
he's
get
adding the
spike down.
second on.
These round wins, though, it's always kind of Yay finding just 3
Yeah, it
on
really
the late
is.
entry.
Yeah.
And hey, if he can keep finding those, that's going to be great news for EG.
But what happens when he can't?
That is the question.
I mean, he's been very good. He's been the only real thing to speak of for Evil Geniuses. And if he keeps hitting, then sure, he keeps hitting, and they're going to be able to play around it, but that's a large if.
Well, I think the hope now for EG should be, well, maybe they can start cycling
Back
their
on the
ults
duelist,
together.
yeah, back on the
Get some of
comfort.
these more exec looks working for themselves.
It's been a
This
while.
slow play, I mean, if Potter's going to call a timeout, you'd expect them to deal with how Sentinel's been playing so passively in a much different way. But now Ye's got Dimensional Drift, you've got the Astro Wall too, so that can really
EG
simplify
didn't
the
run
rounds,
the
often just turn
chamber.
it into post-plant situations.
Yeah,
That dude, he didn't even. I thought he flashed this. Didn't even flash this.
At least on the attacking side.
They I mean, EG with the original. If you're looking at just Potter, they were the original users.
You hear how quiet they are right now? You hear how quiet they are? Let's get this shit up.
They're the original users of the Yoru Jet. The support Yoru.
Sentinels are going to fight for mid-space. Look at this. Doubled up in art, doubled up in street. Because it's been so many passive looks now trying to catch EG off guard.
Zekken's ready with a flash, and you've got Narrate who's calling the go.
Yeah, Narrate will see the first player. Then you pop
Contact
the flash,
flash
then
swing.
maybe double walk out of street too.
Yeah, it's going to be a crunch across the middle of the map. There's going to be a lot here on Nature to hold the flat out from double doors.
Ooh, maybe EG read this though, with the drone in A main spotting nothing.
Or they just take the fight out. I like that. The flash to Salvos through, kills traded. But Nature somehow, we called him. He's going to have to be the one to deal with a lot of the aggression, and he does.
Sentinels now tripled up in street. A side open, B side open. But EG still have to find their way through this. Supa, the great kill for Evil Geniuses.
Doubled up, tripled up. Brother, what? How does, I mean, he handles that beautifully.
I think even in some losses for EG, Nature has been very calm. Whether it's post-plant situations, when there's a lot of attention being
They
thrown
would
his way on
love
the
to
defensive side.
love to keep everyone alive on this one.
In a year where
They all
EG
play
have
off
been
site.
kinda struggling to find that
Got
consistent
Derek
performer.
with Salvos. Got Superman with a star.
They may have found it.
I have to tap this
Two
early
remaining
from
members
Celsius.
On the side of Sentinels are they going to make a run at this? I mean, you've got the salvos you have to deal with.
Just the delay is so long.
I don't really see a way in.
Yeah, Sen's money isn't too hot either.
No.
You're definitely going to want to keep these guns alive. Taking them out of EG's hands not so meaningful when you look at the numbers on the screen. So a very good round from EG. They answer, and you think about it, how many times, okay, well, Nature's going to fall down.
It's so
Think about
desperate.
how many times EG slow played mid and didn't end up finding anything because Sentinels were playing so passively. Finally, they're actually rewarded for that. Maybe see a little bit more of the method to it for EG.
How'd you say it earlier?
So I like this EG wall.
Yeah,
The one
you
here
to go.
that
Yeah,
they've
you
been
sort of
doing.
bore yourself to death.
I wonder if
Yeah,
it's
it's like,
just
let's make a
for
play. Cap's like,
Sentinels, or
why
if
did
it's
we
just like
fight the
a
mid?
if that's
They're
their thing the
losing
whole
the clock
time.
every round. What are we doing? No, I honestly don't
I
mind
think
the
it's
look from
just a thing for
Sentinels, right? After so
Sentinels,
many
but I'm
rounds
not
doing the
entirely
same
sure.
thing, mixing it up,
Because
especially
seconds
when it's
over
like a
towards
trap
him
play like
might
that,
have
you
an
got
Owler and an op, and you would
overplaying
never
your hand.
overstep
Although,
the other one
you
on
did
B, maybe,
notice,
I
right,
guess.
that drone goes into A main after 40 seconds, and Sentinels do
I'm not
overfight.
entirely
It no
sure.
longer was the trap play, and that's where EG's good anti-protocols were put in place. How'd Kubert get from up here to back in the room with Cap?
I was casting with him at the beginning of the map. I don't really know.
Do you think Kubert could be cheating? Because, like, if he's watching from up here, he can see, like, what EG are doing every round. And then he can go back into the back room and give Cap that information? That's got to be a problem, Doug.
I think Kubert's much more concerned with being like a mental health, like a comfort help right
What
now.
do you think about Teo missiles doing the same amount of damage but
you pet the Kubert and all of a sudden
lasting
a
a
couple of
shorter
round
time?
losses, you feel better if you're the
Maybe
coach.
then they're harder to dodge.
I feel like
I
you're
get your
discounting
thought
the
process. You don't want them to delay the afterplant and stuff, but then just means that
That's a compliment. That's a compliment.
then just means it's doing more damage in a shorter amount of time, which means it's better everywhere
There's
else.
a lot of gray matter in there.
Look at what you've done. All right, what is the adjustment here?
Timeout makes a lot of sense for Sentinels. It's a good start, but it's starting to get a little bit rough.
But they're investing into
I
this.
say rough, it's starting to get close.
Supa's not going to play in the corner again, right?
No, surely not, right? Right. Okay.
Well, this forces EG to accelerate into the site because Sentinels have a big flank working.
Oh.
Okay.
Narrate. Clotheslines him.
And Ye just didn't have his gun out. The knife was primed. Now Zels is ratting inside of the smoke, can't get the job done.
I see there.
Oh. Whoa! What the hell is What's the fourth kill there? What is that fourth one? He's just having one of those games where everything's going right.
The fact that he didn't leave his seat is more concerning than anything else. I mean, that response was cold.
The first kill is silly.
Sure.
2 kills and then,
Oh
yeah,
my.
I see 2 bullets come at me through the smoke. Bye-bye, bye-bye. What was he doing with his hand there? One can only wonder.
7 and 5 for him.
Another quick fight.
Yeah, they're going to try to continue to fight for this A main space, and EG have done a... Oh, he's back behind the pillar again.
This time it's only one guy running at him.
Surely you don't die the third time here, right?
Might not even
I mean, they
come into
could keep
play.
it
Seconds
simple.
might a little bit more reserved than previous.
Yeah,
Interesting.
But if Prius misses that kill, we're going to have a problem.
Definitely keep this one simple of some kind of ult.
Give the man a chance.
A lot of A main pressure here from the attack. There's no art lurk or anything like that.
Okay, but they ult before they Visal. But they don't Visal and they just send it out?
Bang on the swing.
Oh my god, the timing was crazy.
That's all it's going to be. Left to fight with lighter weaponry, and he cannot convert. Nature gets
They kind of just use Icy as a human drone now.
Superman's so far away from the fight, though. He's all the way back in their spawn.
Yeah. He concerned about a mid-lurk, I guess. This fight here is big. Oh, Nature turned at just the wrong time.
Yeah, and Zalsis is like, why is this guy not even facing here? Dude, how's Narrate survive in these situations?
And Sentinels are pressing it. They're making it hurt. Superman is going to arrive over at the site, but it's going to be too little, too late.
Oh, they're all looking the wrong way, though.
Doable.
He's gotten it to half. Now they know where he is. Position betrayed. Time is short. The defuse comes through.
Just full, I love the Zekans had full trust in here as well. The big shot.
Even when the round looks like it might be going EG's way. Right, the anchors from Sentinels not finding so many kills. It doesn't matter. All the breaks just went Sen's way. Whether it's that fight into Art where guys looking the wrong way, turns away, right when that swing comes in.
Bang getting one, pushing ahead of the ult.
Man. And just solid in this post plant. Trying to spot out where that Astra is going to be coming in.
It's a second timeout called from Potter again into the last round of the first half.
Yeah, it's just...
Really think we need it for one round, huh?
Yeah, apparently so.
The money's not good. It's 4 light armors for EG, 3 Bulldog or Guardians actually.
And I think the bigger thing for me is no ults.
No ults.
So it's not like you've got like, okay, we've got a plan. We're gonna chain util, we're gonna chain ults, and we're gonna secure the 5th round and keep it competitive at halftime.
Give Teo the sky treatment. That is actually true.
Got a Nightfall, so big, heavy-hitting retake ultimate.
It does refreshes
Usually
down.
What that means when you're attacking is you want to play slower rounds. You want to make it more disruptive. You don't want to go into a 5-on-5 retake, right? You want to try and whittle down the numbers earlier. But the way Sentinels have been playing so many rounds, if you play that style, then you're getting stalled out on your hit by those ultimates because Sentinels just aren't giving any opportunities for EG to have fair early fights.
All right, reminiscent of the tether.
What's Potts' story? Where did she come from before?
Exactly.
She was a pro CS player.
Right. I mean, even in that last round, they hit a tether that there was
went
one more
into
guy on
broadcast
site.
stuff, and
Everyone
I
in A is dying.
think this is her first coaching. She played Valorant at the beginning. She played on EG when they did a mixed roster. I want to say this is her first coaching. I don't think she coached in CS.
Christy, this looks very similar to the other rounds on the other side of this timeout from the attack.
Well, I like that EG are pushing past this util now, but they're doubled up in art. Oh, this is such a great setup for Sentinels.
High-low.
Beautiful.
Nature left with a brutal headache.
They show the presence in A main to pull EG into their stack in art. Now they've got a Nightfall still and the numbers.
Trigger discipline. Not pulling it there.
And look at how Sentinels retreat as well, right? They go all the way out here after they showed an A main at the start of the round. Because again, they have the ultimates. So they can give A site. They can allow EG to plant spike. It doesn't actually matter. There's no way EG, outside of some monster performances, can actually survive against these ults.
And the only monster on EG who's been alive in the server's dead.
They've needed Ye to find the openers, but Nature has had some highlight moments as well.
I mean, they get over towards site, but Sentinels have been fine with that the whole time.
Going on the hunt with only 28 HP to his name.
Playing in the smoke. There's a Nightfall.
Fade, ult goes in, but no one really.
They try to spam through it, I guess, maybe connect onto a kill, and that's exactly what happens. Icy falls, 3 left on the side of the attack. Yeah, they've gotten the spike down, but this does not look like it's getting any better for Evil Geniuses. As Sentinels are in full control. Keep a close eye on the minimap, though. Superman's going to be on this very late flank.
But no one's got guns!
And yeah, you're right. He's going to get tagged by the ult. Yes, he gets
oh my
his
God.
kill on the narrate. What's going on there?
He's waiting for his gun. He's trying to stall as long as possible and have this insanely quick timing. 1 kill is all he can manage, though.
3v3. Spike has been ticking for a little while here. We're getting down to crunch time.
Time's really low. Oh.
Now the Cosmic Divide.
Do they even have time in this?
Time on this. They're going to have to fight this. Derek can fight ahead of it. Second's got to stick it all the way!
Okay, they managed to steal a round at the end. Dude, what a wild round this was the whole time.
Super will keep EG in it going into the half. Only 2 rounds to separate
Nature,
them.
no, this is a big play from him. Low HP, smoke goes down. Feels like he can take a timing. Good trigger discipline.
All of that space. I mean, they walked through it, and then to have to go, wait a second, there's someone behind us?
Everyone's head just swivel on a dime.
Absolutely. Sorry, swivel on a dime.
Swivel on a dime.
Head on a swivel.
Head on a swivel, swivel on a dime.
Turn on a dime.
Quiet, Doug.
Brother.
We're going to a break.
We're going to throw it to a quick break. We will be back on the other side of this. 7-5 for Sen City.
I just said that.
Dude, Doug just absolutely owned him, man. What the hell? Even stole his throw to the adverts.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's so funny, man. Yeah, let's mute this before I get copyright striked. And let's have a little check on. Okay, we have Morgan with 25, then an anonymous. Thank you so much. Then we have Sliggy Right Sock. So both the socks now. Then we have anonymous with the 50. Thank you for that. We got Stephen B with the 10. Thank you. We got Jogi with the 25. Steve with the 25. And Nick with the 10 as well. Thank you so much, guys. You're chatting, know what to do. Get the W spam going for all of the donations. Thank you, thank you. What do we reckon? Can I scan this and add the 200 in time? Let me unmute this.
Let's talk about the state of Valorant right now. It really, as we look at Americas and we look at all the maps that have been played.
Talk about the state of Valorant. How long do you think we got?
And across the board, it all leans pretty heavy attack side. So, given utility, given refreshables, given everything that's been part of the conversation, heavy attack side, right? So you expect teams to struggle on defense, but for Evil Geniuses, the lows go
Maximus, thank you so much for the tier 1 as well. Appreciate the 8 months. Thank you, thank you.
But their defense still struggles. They're in the lower third on their defensive win rate. They're going to have to find a way to convert here.
That is certainly the hope for them.
I want to say it's 2-1 with the pistols. I think that's right.
Now it's just Derek looking towards 5 players.
Could definitely be wrong.
Jet, maybe they have more options to find early picks, but even in this pistol, it's going to be a 5-on-5 retake for them.
Yeah, that gravity well kept him grounded for a little while, but not long enough.
Well, got a lot of map control at the moment. Wall's going to give them some info, but it's also going to create a lot of pressure for Zellsis.
And that flash on site, like mentioned, EG have a lot.
Where's the flash? The flash here to fight Art is nice.
Boy, they are taking their time. I guess concerned about the aggro post-plant like they saw in Haven.
Okay, and John, the person who would get his salvos back, was over towards defaults. There actually isn't any afterplant util.
But again, this spike has been ticking for a little while. You imagine it's going to have to happen
Oh my god,
soon.
who needs the util when you're just doing that though? Fair play.
Just as the go button's called, Sentinels erupt.
Had a strong crossfire.
I feel like we just watched a minute and a half of Valorant, but only 2 seconds mattered.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, it just felt like an icebox round, if anything. Brasius, thank you so much for the 12 months as well. Thank you for the whole year, bro.
Yeah, show me how that happened. Because it was even a 5v4.
Yeah, because Icy had gotten that pick early on, yeah.
Brutal. And I was going to say, like, for EG, the way you want to start off a half here, you want to win that pistol round, get an outlaw going. You want an operator in the hands of Icy, round 4 at latest.
Especially when it was a competitive first half, right? Like, it's not like you're praying for a miracle comeback. You're still in the fight, and that pistol does not help. I think we've
3 rifles on this one.
EG and their defensive woes
See if there's a
chance.
chance. They got Icy and Ye over towards B. As we can see, the spike isn't there.
Every single series win has gone 3 maps.
But they might be able to kill the ghost. Not really giving them too much.
People would expect them.
Sometimes map 3.
Dumplings, thank you so much for the prime as well, bro. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and this.
Okay, they hear sound over towards B, and they're trying to clear the original question mark that was over towards A.
Win the series that they should win and pretty
Also trying to find the Vice wall.
Looks like a turn of form for them.
It's been solid so far. This round, FPX by letting the pistols go for a little bit of lurk action for finally finishing
at least
into
kept
Derek
numbers here.
alone on this A site, calling in reinforcements.
Nature will take the upgrade of the
He does
Ghost.
have a Marshall.
He's already gotten a kill with it too. Spike planted though.
Okay, this time we had the right people in the right positions. We got delay at the Fawns over towards site. We got Salvos. We got Fade Eye. We got Astrosuck.
Just now coming back up. And that should secure the post plant. I mean, any damage, okay. Any damage dealt will hurt, but again,
Salvos fast.
at the ready.
They wanted to body block, but the Salvos came in fast.
Couple of feel-good
Yeah,
kills.
very, very nice.
Gets a little bit closer
Keep
to
the 3 guns and basically a full buy.
I can count. Yep, that's 3, Doug. And they recover the 3 rifles too. So solid work from Sentinels moving on in here. EG didn't go for any, jet saving shenanigans or stuff like that, so not going to be able to tap into an op early. That's going to be very good news for Sen. Because when you think about this comp, again, the Jet compared to the Neon, you have less retake tools in terms of like having the Neon stun to zip back onto a site. You're actually a little bit lighter in the util department. So EG want to bank on, allowing Ye and Icy to get walk-ups, take strong fights, get picks early on, and then have advantage numbers going later into the rounds.
Oh my god, it's the first big buy round.
That wasn't like a wall hack, I drew my haunt moment. He's just killing him through that. without knowing.
As one does. He's up really far up the long.
Second, what are you doing?
I mean,
Where's your teammates?
Derek coming alive. Getting another kill on Zelsis. What's the play here for Sentinels? They might just be getting picked apart. They didn't find an advantage really anywhere on the map other than the opener onto A.
We'll see how they pivot around John. He wants to call this round. He gets out
by the skin of his teeth.
Narrate still got the spike in spawn. By John not seizing the gap into connector, it's now harder to accelerate towards A. And if John makes any noise, EG are going to be able to hone in on his location, no problem.
I mean, you imagine he's close by. You see the pings on the mini-map, just a little behind. This is big for John. He's got to deliver 8 bullets.
Oh, way.
First.
You're going to salve at the same point? Yeah, he is. He knows they're going to play together. Okay, that is the shot, though.
Okay. All on to John now. 1v2.
I got this spike.
15
He should probably
left,
fake
no
plant to try take a duel.
Beautifully played there by Icy, not giving him the fight early on. Just let him commit to getting the plane down, and then
Ooh,
get the
my
easy
goodness,
kill and secure
it's
the
incredible though. They probably should have won it. I don't, I don't really know what second was doing, man. I don't know what went on. If they were people following him, then I get it. But
That kill at the start was kind of funny.
He did not think so.
he was just kind of, he was just jumping about on his own.
2 kills in street.
Yeah.
Right. I think he's been a player that usually more reserved, but when his team is down in numbers, he'll take that active look.
Great damage. I mean, yeah, incredible damage. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. The next rounds. Actually, kind of 5, right? 1-9 loss bonus on this. Yeah, it's 5 people gone by.
Them off of taking the A main space from the defense.
Yeah, because Sentinels, they want to play for the Dior ultimate here eventually. They've also got the Tejo, so a lot of good tools to play on.
Okay, straight up B hit with the luck.
Yeah, he's up real close.
And so that probably means we have some kind of plan with the ult, and it probably means we have a plan.
Couldn't even TP out because he was suppressed. And now they're going to accelerate, popping the ult, the dimensional drift through. And the wall goes up, and unfortunately
yeah, and with the kill he got ult. And with the plant, they're going to have fade ult. They just got to wait for the wall to go down.
EG in a really tough spot to get this retake working.
Ooh, they go for the good plan as well.
Out of the choke, but there's so much utility being thrown into this angle.
Dude, there is so much stall on this plant. You're going to have salvos. You're going to have the tail ult. You're going to have an Astra suck.
I mean, you still got
a guy in sight chilling.
So much to play around here.
There's just more?
Oh my god, the ult forced them into him.
It's an absolute slaughter.
This is nice, man. The ult for delay, but at the same time, you force them over towards elbow.
Sure, it might have cost Sentinels 3 ultimates, but that is just picture perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, it forces them down to an eco. It doesn't matter. A good understanding of just how important the round is. Just throw everything. Dude, we had a little fade eye on top of this as well. This fade eye is lovely.
Every single person, like that would have been fine. Zekin gets nothing there, it's no problem because still just the amount of time bought by those 2 ultimates. Still having 4 players down long. At that point, Supa's smokes are gone. It just
13 assists for Narrate. 17 rounds. It's pretty good.
Missiles from the defense. They're not really taking a main. They're just spotting it.
Well, look at their guns, Doug. How are they gonna?
This is the first round they do that though.
Yeah,
Why are these two beefing so much, man?
Slowly try to take a main, and sometimes they don't.
It's like this little feint of pressure,
right? Yes.
Falling back and seeing if that might waste a little bit more of Sentinel's time. Maybe then they can punish on the off angles, Sheriff and Icy's hand. Because that's really all EG are doing right now. They're doubled up in street. Playing the off angle on A with,
and as we can see,
sort of
the clone would take the wall out.
For a kill, maybe 2.
This is nice from Sentinels, right? It's my kind of favorite anti-eco setup. You take a bit of map control, you insert one over towards here with an outlaw, you're just waiting for them to try and clear the question marks with a jump peek. One shot on anyone. When you don't see anyone, you just call them over. If you kill someone, you call them over.
Maybe he doesn't even need to. Heard some footsteps in.
AI doesn't get shot, so they know that it's relatively clear.
Down, and then he's got the missiles as an
you can definitely disrespect that, surely.
Flash is out, Thorns out, Stars down.
Only 2 of them through.
It's going to be the same post plant, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Nah, it's a little bit more committed over towards site, so they gotta commit a bit more than they did last round.
Depending on how long EG take here.
Dude, what's Nature's plan here? He's got a Bucky. He's flanking them on long B.
You want to try to inject a little mess into the situation, but I don't think they have the tools to do that.
I think they should try injecting hope before they work on the chaos part.
Well, hope came at the hands of Ye, at least for a little bit. There's no way out. They're just playing for exits.
Yeah, and even then, it's not going to make much of a dent in Sen Zcon.
No. There's still a little room for them to play out around as well. I mean, you're trying to get any advantage you can, but even those seem hard to come by.
All right, Doug.
Yeah.
I'm going to work on the hope here. I'm going to work on the hope for EG. Yeah, they're down 5. Yeah, Sentinels only need to win 2 rounds.
Right.
That's what I've got. No, I'm kidding. EG have a few ultimates to play with here, and Icy finally got the operator. Genuinely, we're finally going to see a look where EG can play around, you know, these contact agents, right? The jet in the chamber.
Because EG don't have a timeout, and there's not a chance. They're timing out at 11-9 here. Not a chance.
Yeah, maybe.
Wait, what?
Doesn't feel like you really believe, Doug.
How have they?
You know, it's
11-9, sorry, 11-6. Have they got an extra timeout?
Coming in here. That's the last
How are our maths off here? That's not me having dementia. They use both timeouts.
It's all about putting Icy in a position where he can take that operator fight. Maybe
they only did one.
For space on some side of that, but genuinely they could also just play.
Who timed out at 5-6
like
then?
Sentinels were on their defensive side. Remember, Sen were just using.
Yeah, I can't be having dementia. It's too early. Someone back me up here. That was Sentinels one at 5-6. Oh. Okay, well then that's all good.
On the other side of the timeout, we'll see what the adjustments are. You mentioned it.
Why is bro just writing cooked and nothing else, man? That's crazy.
That's where Icy will be.
Okay.
Same angle as last round, but he can't
we got
step into the space because
5 people that can't buy next if they lose it, and that's the map and the game done.
The invisibility to, you know, break for your teammate.
Bro just hit me with the cooked and nothing else. Oh man.
If you're Zekin.
With the haunt and maybe a flash combo.
Or you fake it.
Oh, I like this though.
Combo, yeah.
Okay, so now there's
fake
a lot
smoke.
of threat. There's a lot of fake
Fade eye goes in, fake the TP behind, so it's 100% secured, question mark.
Not really gonna see anything, so great call from EG to spot that one out.
But at what cost? Now you don't have the drone for a retake if you lose the side, or, you know, things like that.
But with drone not seeing the operator here, that is a big win for Evil Geniuses. Now, the loss for EG is that we're not actually going into
that question mark, yeah.
They're taking into con through street. And
dude,
so
he nearly
much
got caught.
goes onto the sole anchor.
Dude, look at the map control.
In what's about to become a 1v5.
This is all they got.
14, all eyes on him. Has to deliver. It's gonna have a little bit of
yeah, Euro goes in. They need to try to get some info. And dude, he could actually. Oh, okay. I was gonna say he could actually get out pretty early here. Oh boy, Zekin's just absolutely sent it.
He was left on an island. Second Cosmic Divide now invested, quartering the map. Wants the call for the flood. The flash comes through. Narrate and Zekin holding the line.
Ah, they're just so much better than them.
There's no way through. I mean,
it's not even close, man.
Maybe you try to save the op? I mean, what else? Oh.
That's the only shot he took this round. EG call a timeout. They bank everything on the op and playing the ults for retake. And yet the op doesn't find a kill because Sentinels call around that operator perfectly, right? They see
6 chances.
Know that is
6 chances, no money.
From the other side. So they bait out the art attention.
No rounds.
Pivot back into B. Somehow, nature is stuck on backside.
This guy says hurt and he goes forward.
Right. Into the next we go. Ult popped immediately from Zekin. So
yeah, what though? 4 passing on site.
Here pops a flash.
That's 3 players.
Spotted. You're absolutely right.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Dude, someone stop him.
I thought they'd back out, but second.
There's 4 of you on site. Surely, surely, man. Surely someone heard him get out of his ult.
Just like that. We talked about it. We wanted it to be clean from Sentinels, and that's exactly what it was. A 2-0 win over Evil
Insanely dominant. Insanely dominant.
Kaplan, John, Zelsis, they all get their revenge. Look, Potter's not going to be taking care of them in VCT every single time anymore. Sentinels put themselves on the board, finally get that first win, and do it in a blistering fashion.
The wrecking ball, yeah, mate. It really was.
I know it's early. We talked about stakes at the beginning of this series and kind of what the strength.
Yeah, they got a lot of work to do,
for
man.
the rest of this stage for both of these teams. I think if you're
They got a lot of work to do, but at the same time, like Sentinels did look good.
Exactly. Right now, taking down EG. They already played probably the toughest team.
It just feels like they always have these rounds where they put their ults into the eco. It feels like there's like 2 or 1 pivotal round pretty early on in the half, and they just mess up. And then the other team's like too good for them to claw their way back in. Narrate, crazy performance, especially first map. His util was unreal in the second map as well.
The performance that Narrate put up across
like if you look at a lot of the Zekin kills, especially towards the end on attack, like there's always fade util to help him.
But his fade utility was glorious
at the same time.
On the second half. Yeah, he's trying out his mind, but here the triple C's into a tail ult as the players are coming out. And this is even discounting the numerous rounds where he was hitting multiplayer seizes and Sentinels just weren't able to play off of it. That happened a couple of times. Like, he was consistently snatching players away and then doing stuff like that.
Yeah, that 4K with the spam into the smoke. I think Narrate was incredible. And
MVP performance today.
I absolutely agree with you, and it really feels like this Sentinels team, again, is starting to come together and come to form at the very right time. And so, with that in mind, I think if you've got Narrate who's performing the way that he is, it feels like vibes are great across the board. There was a little bit of a hangover, maybe a letdown during their performance in Bangkok, but they might be back.
Hey, Doug, if you look at the quality of that DAP up, like, Sentinels are back, baby.
Yeah, and that's honestly the best indicator of a team's success, whether or not the DAP up is good. We're going to throw it down to Elizabeth at the desk for the Verizon post-match interview. You messed up the sponsor segment. Throw it. Go.
Don't worry, I got you, Doug. We're here for the Verizon post-match interview, and it's with none other than the
honestly, those two are kind of funny together, man.
It's John Cutie, everyone. Is that your IGL? Is that your IGL, everyone?
Thank you.
Thank you, he says. Thank you. Now, John, the first thing I want to ask you is, I talked to you earlier today about the decisiveness that Kaplan said was an issue. After the first map, he said, absolutely not an issue anymore. Talk to me about that. Is that from you? Is that from the team? Where's that decisiveness coming from?
I feel like we just came with a different mentality this game. We knew we had the issue going on, and we just fully focused on it this week of practice, and just made sure no matter what, if things going our way or they're not, we just need to stay focused. Make sure we're not indecisive because we're down 0-4 or 0-5. So it was just a lot of work and pre-game talk that got us going this game.
What was that pre-game talk? Talk to me. I'm one of you. Like I'm Zekin. What are you saying to me?
Zekin?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a whole team thing, not really individual. Everyone is kind of suffering from it. So it was just boys, we're better. Let's be hungry and just win the game.
Is that confidence? Is that ambition? What is that specifically that you were missing from last week?
I feel like we're just we have a lack of consistency, and sometimes we look like the best team in the world, sometimes we look like a very bad team, and I feel like we just had to work on that and just full confidence no matter what. Yeah.
What's your read on today? How did you guys think you performed today?
I mean, I think we performed pretty well. I think it's our first 2-0 this year, so I think we have some good momentum to carry for our next games. Yeah.
Well, talking about the games today, you changed your Haven comp a little bit. We saw, the Zach Neon, etc. What was that decision making like? Why did you change it? We saw the struggles on Haven before. Was that the reason why, or was it just kind of we see this comp work, we'll go for it?
Yeah, we definitely had some struggles on Haven. I think we played 4 comps, and we just went back to the all reliable, our champs comp. I think we have the best Neon in the league in Zekken, and we kind of shuffled the roles with me and Marshall, Narrate. And so everyone is just in their comfortable roles, everyone knows their job, and it just looked good.
When you say best Neon in the league, do you mean Americas or the world?
Oh, the world, obviously.
Just to be clear, we always got to make sure. We got to make sure.
Sure.
Now, SEN Bites, your like short social media, uploaded something an hour ago where you were talking to your team after your crew loss, and you said you were not a Toronto team yet. Hopefully we'll get there, but right now we are not a Toronto team. After today, where are we in making that Toronto team kind of jog, if you will? Are you a Toronto team yet?
I mean, I feel like if we show up like we did today, I feel like we should be fine. We're definitely qualifying, but yeah, that's our problem. We are our own worst enemy. Some days we're just like not in the server at all, and some days we are, and we just need to keep the consistency, and like I think we'll be in a good spot to make it. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much, Sean QD. Everyone give it up for your favorite
Yeah,
IGL.
it's definitely a good performance
One
today.
more time. We're going to head to a break, but stay right there because it is 100 Thieves versus Loud.
Like so, the new Loud kids, yeah. I feel like he has no pressure. Could work out well for him. Who I think will win? I went for 100 Thieves, but I think Loud needed a change. That last week's performance was crazy bad. Let's have a quick look at the names, chat. Who have we got and where are we at? We got Steve with the 25. Thank you, Steve. Nick with the 10. We have Sliggy Middle Sock with the 25. Thank you for that. Sliggy Gets No Sleep with the 5. 6 Chances with the 10. Fix It Felix with the 289. We got Adam with the 25 and Yaswan, I think I say it like that, with the 2. Thank you so much, guys. Chat, you know what to do. Let's get the W's. Let's get the W's out. You guys are so weird sometimes, huh? Middle sock. Went for the middle sock. Again, for people that don't know, we're doing a charity stream today. And it is Hope for the Day. Proactive suicide prevention, to spreading the word that it's okay to not be okay. Just make sure that you are checking on your loved ones, people that you care about. Just reach out to them. Also, just it is okay to not be okay. We have bad days, we have bad periods. It's just about getting through and getting to the other side, finding just safe places for you to be in, and just talking through stuff, because the worst kind of feeling is being alone and feeling alone during all of this. So thank you for all the donations, guys. Thank you. We reached 6,000, so I'll add on 200 now as well. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat.
100T é um time muito bom. Eu me inspiro muito no estilo de jogo dele.
Here's the two. Sees the weak position, lined up actually, lined up entirely, but it is that crossfire. No way! EU brings it to the 1v1. It will be a monstrous clutch, and indeed it is! Disgusting work by EU.
Tem que dar foco especial pro EU, que eu acho que ele é um dos melhores iniciadores até agora.
We're definitely on the right track. We're definitely following the process and trusting it, and we're definitely on an upward trajectory. I think going into the Loud matchup, we're gonna have to focus a lot on our team play more than normal, just because of how the team plays and how individually talented they are. I think DG Zen is insane. He's very calm, composed, and confident in the way that he plays.
This is just hell for Crew. If they can stave this off, the entry could be very good for them. They're taking headshots through the wall, taking more shots from DG, and it's just making it impossible.
A gente tá vindo de 0-2 agora, então se a gente ganhar essa partida contra o Untitled, que é um dos melhores times do campeonato, com certeza vai dar step up na nossa confiança.
The path that we're currently on is the right path, so winning our Week 3 game would give us the confidence we need to continue moving forward.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, and our second match on this Friday is 100 Thieves taking on Loud. I'm back here at the desk of Baby and Van Silly. I mean, pretty clear to see that these two teams share a lot of respect for each other. Digizine's looking dangerous, but they really are focused on EU.
Yeah, especially when you look at 100 Thieves that are in this upward trajectory, but Loud is down. There's still so much respect given to them because they know like night and day, Loud could turn up. You have these moments where you don't put Loud into account. When we look at those rankings, Loud was like on the outside of the 10th or something like that, and then boom, they come in with upset wins. So it is definitely doable, so you have to respect it.
I love the respect, like the Loud players are talking about like 100 Thieves as a whole, like how like we love the way that they play the game. It's that aggressive play style that we like to see.
Suit into them.
Yeah, right. That's what we like to see DG do. So it's gonna be like just head to head in this series. Like who's gonna ram each other harder? You know?
Don't punch yourself too hard, man. You're gonna hurt your hands.
So following like a very promising kickoff, right? We like what we saw from Loud there. They stumbled really hard in stage 1, and our friends actually on the Brazilian broadcast asked Loud's former coach Frod for his take on the source of their troubles.
Ooh.
Mas você acha que hoje a Loud precisa de decisões duras? Alguém tomando alguma decisão dura, difícil, para fazer o time mudar?
Eu acho que sim, mas não dá. Não é que não quero falar, é que eu gosto dos meninos muito. Eu acho que os caras realmente estão forçando muito, mas eu acredito que é muito mais problema estrutural. E isso não está dentro do jogo, é tipo o pensamento do org, coisas que precisam trocar essas coisas, não sei. Mas falando na moral, os caras me tiraram no lixo e eu não vou dar ajuda para os caras, sabe?
No free coaching. Frod knows exactly how to play his game. But this is the same team, by the way, that had Sadhak move into some ridiculous roles as well, right?
Yeah,
and he said on interview, I'm just doing kind of what I'm told. I'm stepping back and allowing myself to be molded. That went bloody brilliant, didn't it? Loud decided to make another change, of course, but they brought in Luxo, who will be subbing in today for, wait for it, 2 years. He's coming for 2 years in this roster.
Yeah, so this is going to be a tough one for sure because Dewey's, I feel, is put in his position as a Sentinel where, you know, he had no choice. He played a duelist role going into like the tier 2, then went into play the controller until Pancata comes in. So what's left? He has to play Sentinel. But Luke Shaw, I mean, you can't put him aside. This guy's been killing it in the Brazilian scene in tier 2. He played amazing during Ascension, a great anchor player, and I mean, even Sean Garrison, his watch player, is like, you got to look out for this guy. He's the future here of the Brazilian scene.
Yeah, like off-controller player he was on Glorious. That team obviously starts Rango, Brood, like amazing team. They were expected to be like a real front runner at that Ascension. It's nice to see Luxo still get his chance, but maybe they just want to go for a 1-for-1 and plug him into a spot and maybe not force him to adopt a different role because it's hard for us to imagine that 2 years was the problem. But we got to hear at least from Luxo about what we should expect from him ahead of his America's debut.
And Luxo, you're joining Loud for the first time on stage today. Super exciting. What can we expect from you with the team today? What agents can we see you on? Will there be any more role changes?
Tô bem animado. Eu acho que o time vai entrar mais animado agora, talvez com mais mira. Pode esperar isso da gente. E eu vou entrar na função de sentinela. E foi a única mudança que teve foi essa mesmo, eu entrando na função de sentinela.
I'm very excited. I think the whole team is very excited with this change. I'm gonna play as a Sentinel today, and this is probably like the only change we have for the team.
Best of luck. Obrigado.
Now, we can see why Loud are probably pretty desperate for a bit of a mix-up here, right? They lost to the Ascension team, not named G2. You can figure that out. 0-2. And missing playoffs is a real possibility. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is a team, obviously, that always has, like, sky-high expectations on them. They maintain the core that worked for them last time around, but this 2G game, like, I mean, I could see it happening. I'm like, they're looking very sussy today. And this is with, by the way, you know, Digizine still playing quite well. Pancata having his moments here. But, I mean, come on. You have served up 2G their first win, a win that no one was really expecting them to get here in stage 1.
I think a lot of this win, like basically just handed to 2G was the fact that I feel like when Vinny starts playing bad individually, it kind of seeps into some of that IGLing, man. And this series was a testament to that. It just seemed like he couldn't get anything going, and the snowball of him performing bad individually bled into the team, which was so crazy because of what you talked about with DGZin, literally dropping like a 30 bomb on the first map with 11 and 2 to first kill, first death, and just blowing it.
It also stems into a different type of look at Loud when they got into the second map after losing the first map right here against 2G. Yes, maybe you lost here a little bit of IGL from Vinny and maybe it crushes through, but even if Digizine is owning it so far, what they're not able to convert through in the second map is I feel that all of Loud were trying to do like these individual hero plays. Remember this map on Pearl. Kalenzine's tapping on the spike like 14 million
Wait, what have I missed though?
Like 15 seconds
Anonymous with the 100, Anonymous with the 10, Dennis with the 10, Algren with the 25, Manavi with the 10, ETW Blue with the 5, and Peter with the 5. And then I did the 200 for 6. And then there's like 2,000 more. Dude, I didn't even put the thing long enough so that I could go this far back. Hold up, chat. I didn't think that would happen. Tarek? Oh, what a beast, man.
Here saying there's a problem. Is it the calling? Because that's not getting fixed today, in theory. I mean, Luxio's coming in for 2 years, one of the most dependable players of this team.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think 2E's is just a scapegoat. And
Tarek
I don't like
with
the fact that
2K. Oh my
I do think, though, it
goodness.
is a good opportunity in that little
What an
pregame
actual
interview that
beast.
Liz did, saying, okay, maybe this player can bring a fire to this team. Maybe he can
Guys,
be the
get the
difference
W
maker to make
Tarek
sure
spam
they're
going.
up in these man advantages that they can actually
What a
convert.
beast, man.
And, you know, hopefully DGZin's mental is in check because, brother, if I dropped 32 kills in my game and I was doing all this work and we lost like that, bro, I don't know if I can...
W little bro. W little bro, for sure. Dude, I did 10K thinking we wouldn't even make it close. It's actually crazy that we're kind of close. That's nuts. Yeah, everyone go to Tarek's chat and say thank you. That's wild, man. That's so cool.
I don't think it's just necessarily on him. They really need to work as a unit. They're going through a lot of roster changes, communication, structural issues.
Shout out to everyone else as well that was given the donations as well. Every little helps for sure. Dude, I didn't plan ahead, chat. I thought that I didn't think we'd get more than like 8 donations in one go. So I probably missed some names, I think. Dennis Anonymous, Tarek, Broccoli TV. A lot of Anonymouses here.
7-0 in first kills his week.
Someone's name is if Foot gets into playoffs, can I join the stream for a game? Into playoffs? He set the bar real low. They're gonna get into playoffs.
That's a unique part of 100 Thieves. Not many other teams are going for this style. The Sage on split there as well. This guy's dangerous.
Just complete Thanos in the server. Like, it just wasn't even close. Like, EG had no chance, and I know, like, we just saw EG get smacked up, but no one from SEN was doing what Cryo was doing. It was like a one-man army over
Crazy.
here.
Damn, dude.
I don't know.
That's so cool.
Him against DGZine is just going to be so wild to me because, yeah, 7-0. We had 16
Hold up.
and
This is probably a good time for us to play the last video. The chat, we got one video, we should play it now just before the game starts. So we'll give it some space. Last video.
Mental health, like physical health, is something we all have. When we talk about mental health, it's usually about depression, anxiety, and thoughts of suicide. But what's not said is that it affects us all. Think of our mind like a bottle of soda. Life shakes us up. And inside, the pressure builds. That pressure is looking for somewhere to go. And if we don't release it, it grows. It grows to the point where we can't enjoy the things we used to, we can't leave the house, or even get out of bed. We have to find moments to open up and release it. It can be as small as sitting still and taking a deep breath. When we talk to each other about what's bothering us, the cap comes off and pressure releases. Forget the stigma. All of us need to talk about our mental health. Start the conversation with hope for the day. We are in this together.
Okay, very, very nice.
On the knee,
Yeah, and that's what it's about, Chad. Just stun the conversation.
Barriers come up. Let me try to stun around, get some space.
Checking in
and
on
then
everyone.
Also on the other side, as Fracture, for example, you have Cryo playing as a
Look how we're
champion.
doing it. I like that. I like the explanation they did.
To make sure that the aggression that comes out from Asuna and the rest of the team.
And again, if people are donating every 1,000 mark that we reach, I'll do 200.
Gravity towards him. Wherever he's going, he draws so much attention. That Cryo,
Near the 9,000. That's so insane.
Let's check that one out. It's right there. But actual aura from Asuna and Cryo.
On top of this as well, we had David Fobart with the 25. We got Teddy with the 10. We got Plink with the 10. We got Simply Kitten with the 25. Diabetic Ginger with the 10. Pepperoni Tony.
Now, you had your
well.
first
Thank
win
you
of
so-
stage
guys,
one
thank you,
last
thank
week.
you.
What are the key takeaways from that match that you're going to take to this match today?
Adoral with the Prime as
I
well.
think we
Thank you so
improved
much,
a lot
dude. Thank you for that.
match. So our big takeaways from the EG game was that micro fights together for us are really easy and comfortable, and it's something that we can fall back on instead of forcing individuality. So we're gonna try to bring that into the loud game since they're all really talented.
Best of luck today.
And that's a strong PR.
Now, I know these guys are kind of cooking, but 100
answer.
Thieves, they released some of their comms from the Evil Geniuses match.
You're right,
and
you're right.
Take a listen here to
I think he's
what
due
he sets up and
400,
what he
and that'll
has to
take
say. This is
over
kind of
towards
wild.
9k, so that's 600. Yeah, I think you're right, dudes. Let's do the fast maths. Sounds right.
Opping left side short. Dash away. Nothing else A. Nothing else A. He left the A line.
Yeah, you're right for
Left
sure.
A line. Walk C though. Walk C though. I'm gonna start walking C. Mid trap. I'm holding for you, Kel. I'm fine. You're good. No. Yeah, they're doing a mid trap. 3B, guys.
Okay, so I'll just do 600 in one go, just so it's...
I'm facing garage. Can you guys get ready to push ceiling? No. Are they flooding or no? No. Yo, Deathcom people, calm everything. Okay. We're gonna fight spawn with Dan ulti, okay? Yes, I'm gonna ult for you guys. Are they there? Get ready to bubble. Not yet.
Calm everything.
Do it now. Yeah, there. Nice. Matt, time. A upper, guys. I'm gonna run around for you, Matt. Yeah. I'm just gonna stay here, hold spawn. Yeah, we're perfect.
This is a sick round for this.
Yeah. Save C long, guys. He is not. Yep, he's saving. Never mind. Let's go! Good call, Dan. Good call, Dan. You like a little call in the 35?
Good boys, good. That was actually insane.
What is it you call into him? He said dead players calm everything.
Chat, I definitely need to watch some of these
thing in that whole piece
voice
is,
comms.
he knew he wanted to set up that solo ultimate play, but in their communication structure, the players that are dead are the ones that need to step up and actually call when the timing, the timing of it, to when to pounce, right?
Okay.
And that's what he was calling for in that moment.
What do they see that he doesn't? They're expecting other players?
Yes, so they're on the POV of assumably Cryo hearing the footsteps
Damn,
and
dude,
whatnot,
Tragic
and just
400.
jumping the gun.
Wait, chat,
for
we're
EU
almost
to
at
pop that
10,000.
solo ultimate all the way in the back. But
We got
big
Govo
heads
with
up,
the
they've,
100, we got
played from
Nightmares with the
EU to
10, we
help
got Kid with the
communicate that in the
10,
first
Blue
place
Eyed Reaper
and
with the
set those
25,
steps in
Mango
motion.
Freeze with
Because
another
it's 3
25,
versus
it's like
5.
your
He's in
5th
the
or
window.
4th.
He hears this
Anonymous with the
information.
10,
They know what was happening towards
Tragic
the A
with
side.
the
It's weak towards
400.
C. As he
And
calls
then
the
I
pip
did the
around,
600,
then you
and now
know
I'm
you're
going to do
play
another
around that undercut
200
here from
because
Cryo
Cloudy's
that
managed
he's
to
going
get
to
us
throw
to
that
10.
debuff. And you need those players that are dead. The timing that you have on Dan to be, or EU, sorry, to be able to pull out the Hunter's Fury, and
the
you're able to
10K.
combine
Let me
with
put
that.
another
It came into a
200
double
in.
kill instantly off that beam, and then you're able to push as a
I
team
didn't
right
plan
after. I
this
think
far
this is
ahead,
just
to be
good
honest.
comms, but
I didn't
doesn't
think
mean that you might get too
I didn't think we'd be
convoluted
getting
in terms
to
of
here.
conversation if it gets very hectic against a team like
Mad
Loud,
respect.
who also loves to
Mad
play
respect
very
for
aggressive
everyone
and
involved. We
chaotic.
actually
it
reached
is definitely
10,000.
elaborate, right? But it's
That's
kind of crazy
insane,
that they're
bro.
able to put such a thing together on a dime. Like, it is thick comms, but they're
It's
working
so
out beautifully.
sick, dude.
Earlier today, actually, just now in EMEA, Loud's former IGL Sarhak of Carmine Corp
Yeah,
scored a big
honestly,
win with that
I appreciate
team. In the
just
post-match
everyone
interview,
here.
he
We've
gave some
done
bit of a
such a cool
message for his
thing.
old teammates here.
I'm
in
super
Americas.
happy of just like everyone in this community.
My former
So
team.
thank you so much, everyone.
Guys, I love you. Please. Win
Everyone that
a match,
donated, everyone that
please.
watched,
Win,
everyone that
win,
got other
please.
people involved.
Giving you all
spread the word.
my energy
Shout
for
out
this
to you guys.
upcoming match, of course. Fight well, always. And yeah, that's it. Good luck. I love you guys, and please destroy them.
We can carry this energy over to that. I think it's a
No.
good omen. It's a good omen. You win today.
Sounds a little bit like his comms when he was on that Loud roster last year. Please, guys, please win! I've got that deadline
lock on attack side, Lotus. We gotta win this game. I got a Viper Phoenix breach. Let's get it done on the set here. We can do it, please. Let's try some. Come on, KO. I got a judge.
Valdi, I'm kind of slimy. Scoopies, Fahad, Anonymous, Bijuit.
Yeah, please win.
Well, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Again, I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much, guys.
And he's glowing, you know what I mean? He's looking good. They got a win against MKOI out there as well. Seemed like a pretty straightforward game. Now, even in Loud's losses, we've seen Pancada step up big time in 2025. This is a veteran. This is, a champion, right? He comes into this team that's starting to be
shout out to you guys.
some
Thank you so
young
much.
players, and he now needs to step up and be the leader.
Definitely. I mean, he is the veteran on this team, especially for the new player, Luke Show, right? Like, he's going to be somebody that is looking up to him. So I just feel like, also the 1v4 that he got on this map of Pearl, it's just like, how did they throw this one away, even with this being said?
That was the thing. We were talking about the decision, of Loud that was, for me, pretty bad here on Pearl. But it came down to not only one, but I think he had a second 4K going on to that. So he had a lot of multi-kills to try to keep Loud in the game. So yes, when people are questioning if Pancada comes back now into this roster, can they be good enough? Can he actually step up to the plate like he did before in the previous roster and previous iterations of Loud? Definitely he has been.
100%. I mean, he's been solid on every team he's been. I almost went kind of crazy there. And me and Pancada go way back. Me and Pancada go way back. I'm passionate. I'm a big Pancada stan.
I'm kind of reeling, though, seeing 2 years get taken out of this team. Let's have a look at our predictions here, of course, as we sort of discuss this one, because for me, never really felt like the issue. Maybe something internal. Maybe they just want to give Luke Show a go, but this is an important game. You have to win this game. Otherwise, you just forget about playoffs. Why are you taking a risk now? That's what I'm saying. You're taking away 2Es who knows the game plan, who knows what he has to do as a Sentinel. You're bringing in somebody like Luke Show, who, yes, is also a very good Sentinel player, but you're almost taking away good firepower to bring in with good firepower that doesn't have really the playbook around Renault. We have to know how much practice has been put in. Maybe it's been less than a couple of days. He has to show up here.
And the thing is, though, with this move that Loud just did, I feel like it's a look to what they're going to be doing in the future seasons, right? In the future stages, right? Because if they're subbing in somebody now in the middle of stage one when it's elimination on the line, like you said,
we'll arrange it proper at one point.
At least you would think.
Right, I mean, but then we've got questions about, like, is the IGL calling, is this enough? You said it's probably not where you would like it to be in general. So that's a big question about us. We're looking at the mid-round stuff here. We're looking to see them bring that aggression and also temper it with some great calling.
Let me quickly
folks,
reward the
bunny. It's about time to bring out our teams. For 100 Thieves are on the uptrend. That's right. They're still looking at playoffs, and Loud need to salvage their stage. Let's bring them out. Dude, at this point, as you were mentioning before, guys, this is a please, almost like a Sadak. You have to win Loud at this point. If they lose this match over here, this is an 0-3 going into Split 1. And their chances to try to make it into playoffs is even worse because the other teams that are like kind of joining them at the bottom, you have EG, which they have to play in week 5, but you also have 2G that they lost against.
And it's such a rough opening game as well for the rookie. I mean, you're going against a 100 Thieves team who looks so dialed in their last match, full momentum going their way. And when they have confidence, I mean, remember the Shanghai run that this team had, and you don't have Bang anymore, you have Xander, but still, they're still so solid. And this meta, I feel like they can really take advantage of it.
You see a little bit of trash talk there, maybe exchange between Vinny and Boostio there in the middle of the stage. Yeah, well, looking at you, Kelvin, don't worry, camera's on you as usual, mate. No dramas. Yeah, kind of funny. Very Zuma kind of hairstyle. You know
I love it. I can't pull that off. You guys definitely can't pull that off.
What would happen if you held the bunny? Nothing. They just don't like being held. If we try and have them free roam, we don't really like want to do it too much.
Because we're about to see two aggressive
Bunny's camera shy.
Yeah, they're and I don't know. I think a lot of this is going to be who can get the ball rolling first.
Dude, actually, you bring up a great point. Aggression for one team of 100 Thieves versus the other. I'm looking down the line of this 100 Thieves roster. EU could definitely play aggressive. Asna as well. And then you have Cryo. Like, all these guys are going to be shooting from A to Z. But I don't know if we're going to see the same thing coming out from Loud. They tried it last week when, Kawadzine is pushing through smokes with everybody else, but they weren't getting those perfect trades across the board. So that might be one of those win conditions that 100 Thieves could take advantage of.
Luke Show, okay, I'll try and remember. Yeah, I load the stream chat. Thank you.
Is our map set now? Haven Icebox actually selected here. That's
watch this. Let's do it in between the maps. Yeah, I think that'll work better. God, Haven Icebox.
First matches of this stage, but looks like they're both ready to
show it.
Yeah, I mean, Loud is prestigious
Even
on this
Icebox and
Icebox
Split.
map. I mean, keep in mind, completely different roles.
Exactly.
But still, but the history that this team has. Yeah,
Do one quick check in on the names before
and the history of that
game
map
starts.
was when you had this double controller, right? You have this Harbor playing with the Viper, and what has we seen from MIBR?
Jeff Allen, J Loading, Has, Clay, Revan, Dreams, and Sarat. Thank you so much, guys. Sarat with the 100 as well. Jesus. Again, chat, you know what to do. Let's get the W's in. What number are we on? Does it keep going? 10,437. Oh my god.
In the past, Loud have played a really stock, standard composition.
Mind blowing, dude.
They've had the Jet, they've had
Crazy.
the Sova, very reasonable looks here. I'm curious to see.
Chat, really proud of you all. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Sonia, thank you for doing that as well. Thank you for the 6.
I mean, like you said, Cryo was just so enabled because of all the attention that Asuna was dragging.
Next goal, dude. I didn't even prep for this. I didn't even plan. I didn't plan anything for that. Not sure if we have the technology to increase it.
And look at this right here. DG is on the Neon. He was playing Jet on this map mainly, like we were talking about.
This thing's really info light, right? No scan initiated, so they do have
Neon.
a Teo breach look here, and did you see
Neon
this starting
breach.
to play a little bit more neon on these
Wait,
maps here, but it's
that's
really
how do I
curious
say it
to see how
again?
they
Luke.
put this very elaborate composition
Is
together.
Luke O?
That seems
Or
backwards, but I'm doing this
I said
anyway.
it, but I
I'm gonna put it in a
forgot.
sideshow.
I got distracted by the donations.
25, boys, take it away.
Luke Show. Luke Show.
Yeah, something happened with the timelines, I think, about 5 years back, and somehow we've ended up here, man. I don't know. Don't ask me. Don't ask me at all.
Time's a flat circle.
Yeah, or like a rotating circle,
little, of
or
course,
a snake
dude,
eating
of course.
itself, or something. It could be anything you want,
The least I
actually.
can
But
do.
this one is 100 Thieves Loud, and it's a matchup that is a must-win for Loud. As the desk has already been mentioning, you know, essentially it's all on the line at this point. Now it feels early days in stage 1 to be saying that.
Yeah, you shouldn't be in that kind of spot, should you?
You really shouldn't be, but Loud are sitting at the bottom of the standings, and they need a win, and they need it here and
Yeah, they
now.
really need
What a
something.
catastrophic blow losing to 2G was as well. This is a Brazilian organization, Loud, that used to be untouchable in their region. There was nobody else in Brazil that was even close, but at that point we're talking about completely different roster, a legacy that is, at this point, I mean, especially with 2Es now being shifted out of the lineup, seems further and further away.
Wait, Sonia, why can't I? Should I?
Let's see how we're going to get started here.
100 fees on
Matchup,
defense,
Neon v
Loud on
Neon,
attack.
Xander, primed, ready, held with the paranoia. He's looking for that contact.
Right,
off
Gus,
of
that's
Asuna to
tomorrow.
trigger it, but
That's a bit of a wild trap play here, so you're expecting Asuna to take contact, then Paranoia, and then Asuna runs at them.
Yeah, sorry, Sonia.
It only really works if it's specifically just the Cypher there. If there's more than one player.
ooh, this drone gets broken in time there. Boostio, quick reposition.
Nice
Scuttles
double
his
damage,
way
2
into the
kill
back of
trips
the
on the site here.
Cryo for a bit of backup as well. This is
Well,
a
don't
cautious
need
tale
one.
being woven
Don't
by
need a
Loud,
trip
but
for that.
it's them that are
They
opening
took a
themselves up.
solid timing over towards B though.
Here we go, round
And they should
one.
be
He's managed to
really
find a
aware
really
that
nice
this is a
timing into
thing.
B.
The 4v5, get the plan down as well. Digitine, watchful eye onto a couple of the extremities. He's worried about being backstabbed into the process, but a flash play and forward to try and take these fights together here and now. That is a call being made out by Loud. Drawing the blood out. It's 3 versus 3, pushing them back and away into the open arms of Luke Shaw, and then we'll see it. A tap. Xander has made his way onto the side here, forcing the issue forwards as well. There's damage done. 4 bullets left. The right clicks. The bullets going.
What the hell's going on?
Knives are coming out to play.
Oh my god, he won it! How's he actually pulled that one off?
Clutch.
Oh, it's silly already. It's silly already.
It's a little bit weird already, that's
What
for
a pistol
sure.
run from Loud. What a close there from Cowanzine
Dude,
as well.
you should definitely get something for a knife in this game.
We were
Like you should
talking
for
about some of the
sure get an
problems that we
orb
saw
for a
from Loud
knife.
previously, and I felt like Vinny's calling was a bit of an issue for them in the 2G game.
Yeah.
Now,
Like
look at this
an
round
extra one.
and how they start off with a little bit of A pressure, then they go towards a C split, and then they call an audible in the mid round to go back over towards B, because that's where Luke Shaw has found some space. If you have players, especially lurking Sentinel
Oh,
players,
boy.
that can create
Well,
you
we had a good run.
opportunities in the mid round, it can really help your IGLing. So a lot of what the desk was talking about was how Luke Shaw coming in, well, maybe that's a bit of an upgrade over 2Es on the Sentinel role, but how is it really going to fix the problems that Loud has had? And there, in just the single round that we've seen, we have actually seen an example of Luke Shaw finding a really intelligent timing and making it easier for Vinny to call.
Yeah, hard agree.
It is for you or paper X is for
you
Broad.
know, you
Wait,
might question,
actually?
well, calling's a problem. You're gonna make me.
I didn't realize
making
you're such
reactive
a
moves. I mean, maybe the roles wouldn't
such a
have worked out,
fan.
but I was under the impression maybe Vinny would be the one to go.
Plus 500 credits for a knife. Yeah, I do think someone should get rewarded for knives.
The IGLing. Yeah. But it is
How
interesting
was the
to see
Icebox Koi versus
a very young
K-Cup?
player joining the league and a player with a lot of eyes
It
on him
was
as well.
scrappy. Koi had some cool stuff with the ISO.
Expecting big things. He's very talented.
Yeah, gassing him up.
We've seen him play in the off-season events. And now we get to see him here on the
They
VCT
should have closed
stage.
it out, man. They lost double pistol.
And it is a tough spot. I really agree with the desk. It is
1,200 for a knife. I do think something like that. Maybe that's a bit too high. But I think like adding an incentive to knife, like I think that's good for viewers.
Like, you have to win this one as Loud. Otherwise,
like knives are fun to watch. So if you actually get something for it instead of like disrespect, I think.
Pretty
I don't
rough
know,
if
then
you
you're gonna
are
get more
Loud here, but a
people
good
going
opener,
for it.
Winning out this pistol. We're getting this solved as well. Slight audio issue on stage as well, just to keep you all honest.
Tarek deserves the
yeah, we'll be
monthly
getting into the game
Sliggy
as
tweet.
soon as
Yeah,
it's
we'll
ready.
give
And
him
ahead of
the
today's matchup
monthly
as well, we ended up
Sliggy
asking
tweet for
you
sure.
For his read on Loud Star Duelist player,
We'll do a big thank you.
himself. Check this one out.
I think DG Zen has like a good system for the way that he plays. He doesn't like force too many bad engagements. He usually tries to take his fights on his own terms, and he has a really like consistent method as to like how he likes taking his fights. Like usually like front to back. Like you won't see DG Zen like dashing into sight and like 360 and clearing every angle or anything trying to entry. He's very like calm, composed, and confident in the way that he plays, and I think that's why he's really good.
We're getting to see Dijazine in the Neon versus Neon head-to-head here on Haven. And this is kind of new for him.
We're playing the B-rolls,
Like,
yeah.
used to see
It's nice that
play
they help the
Jeff on this
casters
map,
out a little
pick
bit
up
though.
A ton of operator on defense. I've got to imagine he's not going to be open as much once the sides swap.
Yeah, you might throw it in every now and then, I think, just to add a twist to the overall game plan. But you are right in terms of Neon. You want to be active. You want to be
Okay,
moving
Busio
around.
sitting forward. Does that mean we're good to go?
If you look at the way that Asuna tends to play on the defense side, 100 Thieves are the only
There we
real,
go.
like, solid, decent
Oh.
team on Haven that we've got in America's playing an ISO composition on Haven. There are other teams that have tried to run it, but haven't found too much success. 100 Thieves have actually found a ton of success running this idea on Haven.
Okay, very
but
nice.
If you watch the way that Asuna's playing it, he's mostly playing to rotate. He's kind of the flexible flood player. It looks like we're about ready to go back in though.
Yeah,
Timer ticking down. And only Asuna on this C side with a stun perhaps to try to stop Loud.
It's going to be met with an absolute wild play. He's just trying to feign like they are doing a
Yeah,
hard
they're
play,
trying to
just
fake their
stand to
aggro to
enough
force
to
them
sell it.
into
Loud-
this.
Loud are getting
Hey, it
the
might
hell out of
work.
there.
Yeah,
Maybe
You
push
gotta
into
remember,
the
last time we watched
trap.
100 Thieves, they did this aggro like what?
There's
3,
no
4
follow-up, no
times
carrying on pushing,
with
no
multiple numbers,
footsteps.
so 3,
Jones
4.
sees no one, so they've got to
So
realize at
I
this
like
point
their
that
idea here. They're trying to fake it for the same round.
Again,
If Loud had done their
players on
anti,
Loud, making it
they're gonna
easier
go,
for
oh,
Kenny
it's
to
that
score.
round where they have 3 people here. So this is 100 Thieves trying to anti themselves on
Stage is
Nico.
so
It's a
slightly
good try.
Information. He's going to get it. Pays for it in blood. And my God, you
Timing that's crazy. I tell you what though, Cryo getting some kills on the ISO is definitely the one.
And an open sight now for Loud as well.
They'll take that.
Yeah, that's pretty fine. We're taking a look at Cryo's ultimate though. You do not really want to be building that one up. As soon as the ISO starts getting rolling, you heard Baby Bay talk about it. The first team to kind of hit the ground running here is going to have a big advantage because they're momentum based, they're aggressive, they're fast. And as soon as you start ult cycling, it can be really difficult to play against that kind of style of Valorant.
Yeah.
Doesn't really look like Cryo is going to be able to get too much more than a single ult point for his death.
So they're going to be going down as well. Now the weapons exchanged hands earlier, so all 3 of them purchased in. Cryo will look to do some damage.
I mean, if he can get another, this is a huge spot to do so. He went absolutely bonkers in their previous game.
And he
Oh,
gets
he's got
removed.
one.
He's got the one.
Oh, he nearly got another.
Yeah, he didn't need to get another. He took the armor off
Good
him.
damage to the economy.
It is good damage.
And also making some good progress towards his ultimate. He's only 2 away.
That's not bad.
Yeah, and he's 2 and 2. What kind of strategy has Loud got cooked up here then? This is our first time seeing them run this composition. Expecting them to have some ideas where they run a set strat off the rip. Very empty garage and B here, bro.
Yeah, it is. I mean, everyone from 100 Thieves is grouped up.
Yeah, now will kind of go crazy. 3 people that can get one shot. And 100 Thieves probably the most out of any team love to go super aggro A. Asuna said on the stream he loves playing in this pos. Thinks it's just kind of broken as a Neon.
Loud moving forwards.
Same kill trips, but we didn't get to see these trips actually get kills earlier.
As well, they're being slowed down to a crawl by 100 Thieves, flooding straight back into the action. They want to try and take the fight straight to them, sliding in through the back
It's nicely
as well.
done though.
Trades
DG's in, just
are
takes the
inside.
hit, really
Loud
descending
coming
it.
out on top. Give themselves access to this
Looks like 100 Thieves. Might have to
Earned for out, 4v3.
might have to hold on to Garage at one point here.
It's a tough one.
Pancada, a little bit
Tui's
isolated from the rest
benched,
of the Loud players in
yes,
this post
from
plant.
what I can tell.
And that's going to be the first target that 100 Thieves look for.
He did.
Would love
He
to
did
find an
mess up.
isolated 1v1.
I was saying it on stream. When when they played 2G, when I was watching his POV and the decisions he was making, it looked like attitude-wise, and I don't want to look too much into attitude-wise, but all we can base it off is like how people are performing. From his positional play and how he was playing, it looked like he thought they were going to win no matter what, and he was just trying to get it over and done with. And he messed up a lot on Lotus. And I think if you add that on to maybe other issues that maybe were happening, I can kind of understand the decision.
They put down the smokes as if they're just going through C. So they smoke off Garage, which allows them to walk up Garage. Because Boostio's got the cam that spots through from the C site through this Garage connector.
Daniel TV with the Prime, thank you so much, bro.
So
Appreciate the 16
really
rounds.
nice bonus round idea that specifically works off. Again, you can see the same camera being placed here again on the C site.
Okay, it saves hero gun, and at the moment, Loud are just spamming C hits. We're seeing a lot of teams at the moment on attack to spam C hits, to be fair. Kind of saw Sentinels do it against EG as well.
In every one of these rounds, he's kind of working the opposite side of the map.
Make sure that he holds on to a bit of map control as well. You can see
Bronx, yeah, I'm not sure about that one. You might be right though.
into the round for Loud. They don't want to run into any sort of these half-life stacks that 100 Thieves might be opting into. They show presence and they're stacking more and more bodies while they're at it. There is danger here. Loud up to go into it. Util isn't quite clean enough, especially tucked up close to the corner. It's an off angle to be held, but okay, Luke Shaw got it anticipated. The rest of his team flooding straight back in to assist, and the feed filled up entirely. This is Loud in complete control
bullet
so
landed.
far in this series. 100 Thieves without any options.
Okay,
Now, the next
do
round
100 Thieves need the timeout, or are they just going to talk between themselves? I think you're going to see a Garage punish.
Some changes.
Yeah, what do they go for? When we heard from EU earlier today, he spoke to Elizabeth.
Okay,
and he
no
was saying,
timeout, which is good because
feel like our micro fighting
when
is
you
our
do a
real
timeout,
biggest
sometimes
strength.
it's a little bit
That's
too
what we learned
obvious.
from the game against EG. They haven't honestly had a team fight this entire game, apart from, you could argue, this one, where they have massively inferior weaponry. So I could see 100 Thieves going for something aggressive here, and really trying to force the fight before Loud can
Dude,
find
there's the timeout.
the weak side of their defense.
Yeah.
Oh, either that or a tech pause.
One of two options. I'm hoping it's just a tech timeout. 100 Thieves taking it.
It would be a very early time for a tactical timeout, though. It would be very early for that. Loud have got one away from the breach ultimate here. All right, just a tiny little delay, but who knows what. All right, good though. One away from a breach ultimate, but you're expecting 100 Thieves.
Okay, same thing from 100 Thieves. Still aggro over towards A, trying to set Asuna up so they can get the rotate out.
They're looking for Luke Show. They're trying
And
to find
every big important round at the moment, Loud's just been ending over towards C, and Boostio is getting targeted.
Close to the corner, not sure if he's spotted whatsoever. Still, it's a lot of util being used to try and clear him out. And there it is. Thorn in the side removed. This site open for the taking once more. And 100 Thieves. Hello, what are they doing? Scattered to the winds on the minimap. They're just saving.
Yeah, I mean, it's round over. If Boostio and Xander both fall like that, the round is chalked. And I think here you're starting to see a little bit, well, first of all of the 100 Thieves players being isolated.
Haven like this, even though yours, man. You don't have the fast react over towards C.
Don't want to opt into individual kind of
The thing that I'm finding mad at the moment is like when they set up Asuna, they still have 1-on-1. So it's like there's 3.
And Xander's trying to flood in to help him, but they don't control backside. Boostio's in a tucked.
Like the game plan for sure is to kind of shut down some A re-push early on. It's just never happened. The C spams are out of control.
The hunt for the guns begins. Two players grouped up, both of them spotted. We'll see if 100 Thieves can keep their hands tethered and attached to most of it. Bullets
No
through
way.
the wall. Only keeping the one.
Look at this though, Boostio's just stuffed in a corner, and Xander, as he comes through, has already lost the whole of backside. I mean, look at this from Xander's PO. Oh, well, he gets flashed as well. But even if he hadn't been flashed, Digizine is on the angle before Xander is.
Did they contact up C long there?
They contacted up C long, the same as round 3, where they contacted all the way through garage.
Okay, well,
so the game plan here for
you can
Loud
imagine
is
what most of the talk
contact
is
right up
about,
to
that's for
Boostio's
sure.
site and then explode.
All the talk
And I
over
think that
towards the
this is really
C site.
the fact that 100
The
Thieves
most
are running
obvious
the neon
change up for
instead of
100
Yoru.
Thieves now is obviously a
Because
switch
if you
where
run the
you'd
Yoru
see
ISO composition,
kill trip,
then
heaven
you can
play.
have a teleport ready to help Boostio and Xander immediately.
I think it's too
And
obvious.
if you're doing those kind of fast C hits,
So in my
you're
opinion,
going to
from
be
watching
hitting
100
into free
Thieves,
plays.
you got
But
this.
Asuna can't possibly go.
But they might be tempted to call their aggro C.
Coming out with a great game plan
But
here to get
honestly,
five on the board.
I
And
think you
probably
just walk
6,
down middle
because they're
on
on
this
an
round.
anti-eco. 100 Thieves need an adjustment. I think now is the right time for this tag
With
timeout.
a double setup
I
on.
think 6 has got to realise that they're doing this contacty kind of play.
Yeah, I
They
think
need
I'd
to be
just send
either
one down
Boostio
bottom
needs some
middle.
Jump spotting. They need to be trying to take a deep cam down C long maybe. They need to be possibly fighting it with an operator.
They got a lot of
There
options.
are multiple ways to try to counter a team that's playing this contacty against you, but they've got to pull out some kind of adaptation.
All good options. Luxio, now the youngest player in VT Americas, born March 7, 2007.
Okay,
That'll make
don't know.
most people
Probably
feel
not.
old. Probably not our audience though, but it makes me feel old.
Goodness.
So turned 18 less than a month ago.
Yeah.
33rd
And
Lostra,
then was
bro. That's
kind of
madness,
swapped
mate.
from
Thank
the
you so much for
reserve
doing
roster to
that,
the
dude.
active roster very
That
recently.
big W
And had
spam
a lot of the
for
community
that.
wondering, well, what's he going to be doing?
Thank
then?
you
Who's
so
he coming
much.
in for? But
I will read the other names in a sec as well. I just didn't want to have it on the screen for too long. Just for people that want to watch the game.
Loud. Again, they're up against the weaker weaponry. They don't want to give away anything too easily. No
Dude,
mistakes.
33rd man, thank you so much for that, dude.
Overall
Crazy.
game plan, though, I have to say, is astoundingly good considering what I was really expecting from Loud. I think we both agree, Josh, highlighting the calling a bit of an issue for Loud, but they've really dismantled these opening game plans by 100 Thieves. Any ideas that they've had? We know Zix likes to call them up. Pistol round ideas, bonus conversion ideas. But
Looking
it's all been
kind
navigated quite
of,
nicely.
looking kind of nice. The game plan was good. The shots are good.
it almost feels a bit too easy.
Yeah.
No, it does. Yeah.
Just a bit of spam into the smoke. They know what's coming. Kills are going to be found. Digizine's going to be hearing it. Cryo jumping around, hopping around. Min-max it, why not? Pancada, you're the last one to get your ult on the team. Go on, have a go.
Cryo's had this ultimate, by the way, for the last, I don't know, 3 rounds, something like that. Are they going to actually try to send it? This is so tough to get anything done.
Yeah.
You've got 2 sheriffs and a Vandal in a 3v4 retake. They're going to try.
Oh my god.
What a
Wait, this is
shot! Series of them.
this is crazy with the wall.
Decapitating these players.
What was this wall tech?
It's suddenly much more winnable.
Salvos.
And they know the direction it came in. Cryo, good time to let loose with the ult. He's
Oh
caught
my
his
god, he
ult.
just got
Unleashed
the
in
ult
time.
off.
To fight, it needs to be
He
one out,
actually
but
just got
surely,
the
hold
ult
on,
off.
time's ticking away, and Xander just about gets onto it.
Yeah,
Okay,
still
it's
got
fine.
a couple of seconds left here, I think, in the tank.
Damn, dude, that was. It had me worried for a little bit.
100 Thieves.
I have no idea how Boostio got those 2 kills. I
Yeah,
mean, he just
this little
jumps out
wall
heaven
tech from heaven was
with
sick,
the ISO
bro.
wall, and I think he hit a 180 flick on the player in hell.
Nuts.
Oh my god, what is that
nuts.
though?
Let's see how we got into this spot here. There's one.
Oof.
There's the other. Pancada just throwing out some util to try
Nice
and delay them.
shots.
Expecting most player to come from the link area.
That's what you need from Boostio.
And that cryo ult that you were saying, well, okay, it's good in that scenario. Checkmate.
It is.
Oh, that was cool.
100 Thieves get on the board. Managed to evade the goose egg.
Not
Is
that
that
danger too much?
aggro cam, really fast play, completely changing the tempo.
Showing so far forward.
Ooh, this guy
does not
is.
care.
Guy
Welcome
opens
to
up the
big
buy round like
stage.
that. They're out here
Undisputed
using ults.
reactionary EU, hold on.
God, he did a
Taking
great
damage
ult
and a
there
kill
though.
already claimed. This one much more winnable once more for 100 Thieves. They've stemmed the bleeding, but they have to deal with Digizine. Lurking his way, wriggling into the 4 positions, and he's heard all the sound cues. Ready and waiting with a rifle in hand. Asuna going to be dropped. And how do you play this if you're EU and Cryo?
I mean, you just never expect the Neon to be lurking B like that. And now they're worried about this player behind them. How do you focus forwards?
Forwards with the wall. Forced out a rolling thunder with the tap, but Going to be stand up, caught in towards
God, they're
the
playing
back.
nice.
Shield won't save you
They're
there.
playing, they're
Last
playing
player,
nice though.
Not too sure. Dejazine's left guessing as to where EU could be played, but it matters not. 6-1 here for Loud. An abundance of ults.
Every single big buy round though. The end over towards C.
I suppose, of their composition as well. Once they get that ball rolling.
A great adaptation again though from Loud. This was the first round that they'd lost, round 6, and they immediately swap up the tempo. So instead of contacting through, they actually go for a fast play through Garage. They catch Boostio in a position where he's just put the cam down, and then take a bit of a brawl. And Luxio gets 2. Coming back in to ping-pong off his entry player.
Very nice.
They've broken the eco again of 100 Thieves. Barely had guns.
Shot.
To the sides.
Server looks so stacked right now. Everyone's doing mad stuff.
The money's a little bit all over the place, but a couple more kills like that, you can do some serious work. Boostio even taking liberties. He's made the sound cute.
Not what he was after there.
No.
My eyes are down.
And all walking up towards A long.
This time though, 100 Thieves are actually in the right position. This is rare. Normally when 100 Thieves have been doing these contact plays, they've found the weak side of the map. Whereas this time they're contacting into 3 players who are ready to defend. This one should not go quite as well. Worrying spot, actually.
50 seconds left.
They have time to leave if they wanted to.
And honestly, you're seeing so much Uto being used. Okay, they just want to press the advantage. What they think is there. Here and now, still Pancada forced forwards. Luxio again, dominant on his position. He's just trying to take the names and
Dude, the double damage into the neon ult's kind of scary. Okay, let's see if Loud can do some damage here though. It's looking like they're not going to be able to win this one. Can they get like 1 or 2 more kills?
The last one alive. Can't quite dodge the paranoia as well, so
okay, super nice for 100 Thieves. Guns to pick up. Xander gets the last one as well.
Where it feels like what Vinny was calling against 2G, you know, they didn't really put pressure anywhere else on the map. They went A, lost to Jazine early, and then they just carried on going A.
Yeah.
And 100 Thieves had a 3-player stack there and end up winning on a thrifty round, or at least a half-buy round. Loud have got themselves into a really, really solid position to win this map and take away their opponent's map pick. You can't afford to let the advantage slip at this point. You've got to keep hammering it home.
Right here.
Tripled up now for 100 Thieves. Through mid, anticipating a play from Loud in that direction. Asana is very much alone. Spamming away.
I'm out of here.
They're really anticipating this to be a B finish. I mean, 3 players since the beginning of the round, first 20 seconds, all stacked up in a high, low, low.
Not moving away. Asana is... there's danger here. That's why he's looking towards his back, because he's like, well, we have no A long control. And he's isolated onto the side. It's drone in through mid. Surely reinforcements will be arriving.
Rough on for Asana, man.
Here's the drone. Smokes bloomed, blossomed. Cries trying to
Whoa,
get himself
to reposition the Omen flash in front of it as the... I like the idea though. Wait, this is a sick reaction.
Beautiful work.
7 ISO here. They do a smoke deep. He walls up. He walls up, repositions towards the back of site, and then they Omen flash that anyone committed is out here. They timed it like... the timing was okay, it could definitely be a little bit better. But then the wall drops, and then you're just stuck in the open Omen flashed if you committed through the smoke.
And then Xander's paranoia, I think, sets up Cryo for the first kill.
Like, this is cool. Then you have your recon as well.
On any angle, it's really difficult for Loud.
Yeah, that was nice though. I'm impressed by that. That was sick.
It's a shooting gallery.
I mean, they're just gonna go hit C now, right?
Yeah, it's that mid round, right?
Dude, look at 100 Thieves. Think of the same thing. Got camera, double kill, trip, probably got a cage here, can't fully see. And they're both just dueling the angle.
Then again, I mean, if they did go for the contact up towards C this round, you see.
Yeah, I like this call though from Loud. This is the A failed so badly that we can just do it again because it will be weak.
Again, that same wall, using it to try and buy his team a bit of
What is
space
this
to get
chill?
back in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic. It's a tried and tested IGL strat. It failed so bad that you couldn't just do it again.
Into the default setup
because A will be weak.
Away here. Util going to be used. Aftershock already expended. Cryo holding on. He's got a big ult to use here. Dejazine though is boosting
Okay,
out
gets
from
the guy
heaven,
close. They still have the breach under.
Slide the jump spots. Kawazine, happy
Jesus.
And the rest of his team
Nicely
just
done from
cleaning up around him.
Dude, Cryo
This
stays
time
out
Loud
in the
find
open though
opening.
with his
Dejazine
ISO,
deciding to contest
ISO
that,
shield,
fight
so it
through
could
the
get
neon wall.
hit early. You know, people used to do that like jumping classic thing.
You highlighted there towards the end too. Just when it looked like it might have been starting to slip for Loud. I mean, Dejazine is basically sliding right into
Yeah,
his
what even
face
is
there,
that?
isn't he?
Kaibok,
Occupying the
Kaibok
same
2,
place
appreciate
as
that, mate. Thank you so much. Thank
But
you,
this was
the
one of those
Prime.
rounds where 100 Thieves are trying to get a bit...
Thank you for saying that as well, dude.
They're trying to cheat away from the A site at the start of the rounds, because Loud have not been running those fast A execs. And again, 100 Thieves are really banking on the fact that there's going to be some mid pressure. They're hoping they can catch maybe just Luxo.
Yeah, was finding those spots.
Oh my goodness.
Spam bullets going their
See,
way.
this is kind of what I wanted to see them get a little bit aggro over towards middle. The problem is that they
Their eyes over towards A long once more.
drone
Nor was
it.
the A split before. What worked for them was speeding up the timings in between. And Asna's been dropped anyway. Still
God,
reinforcements
these side holds are rough.
rapidly at that. Xander's already in through the back as a dart to try and help and supplement, but Luke Short is no denying this guy.
Yeah, he's doing
Kid
great.
steps up onto the big stage and delivers
Doing
them.
really good.
Nice concoction out through the back. No Rofeft as well, revealing that last remaining player, Boostio. No hope left. It's going to be handed and offered up. A couple of mistakes and misplays, I think, from Loud, and they're just not in a mood for it. Especially not Luke Shaw. This kid is showing up big time.
It's a 100
Great
Thieves
round.
map as
So
well.
much confidence.
I mean, the comp's a lot better on attack, but
And he's up there
they
near the
normally
top of the
get more than
scoreboard,
this on
13 and
defense.
7 across 11 rounds.
Wait,
And
that's...
this play's lovely. He's just running through the opposite side compared to Dejazine. So while Dejazine gets shut down by Xander, Luxo is just in.
Yeah.
He has been sending it as well. You see when they took over towards Garage as well?
If you
Like
wanted to take
he's
a look at the Neon head-to-head, Asna's got to be hoping it gets better when he gets to the attack
fully... Not duelist, but he's normally second in.
Weaponry not entirely ideal for 100 Thieves. They've done more with less, though, in the past, still.
What you can remember, I was insanely impressed with him when I watched him in Ascension. Interesting.
To the rest of his team, and this time Lucio does adjust with the jump spot, so he's getting that information and still trying to play a bit more aggro on top of it. Dodging, juking at least.
Look at him
the
go.
Flash was the first wave, but he not enough to take care of that stun, and they do clean up.
Yeah, well, we were praising him too much. That was always going to happen.
Thieves trying to get into position now to do some real damage onto this retake.
Okay, we get a Neon off in spawn.
Retake for one of the first times, actually, and a Neon battle potential on the flank. Asna's been caught by Dejazine.
Disco, thanks so much for the tier 1.
Dejazine is playing these spots really weirdly.
Yeah, that's what people have been saying.
Timing and across that placement, not anticipating it. So, Asna taking him out. Kawazine taking point onto.
This is nice from Asana.
Narrowly sidestepping along most of it, and these kills are to be flooding in. Pancada still EU. Answered straight back.
Oh my god, Asana's crazy.
Good luck dealing with that.
Dude, the movement here is
Routine
nuts.
can help with you. I mean, listen. 4 rounds, 100 Thieves. They will take it at this point.
Xander took the hit there on this peak.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird one. 100 Thieves have been looking for that, where they hunt down Luxo early on and then play the retake.
Position where they got to win a
Shot
pistol.
there too. Little bit of chaos, but I think Loud will be very happy with the half overall. An 8-4, where most of it, like the rounds 1 through 5, and then round 7 as well, basically all off a really good game plan.
Yeah.
Call it the game plan, call it the anti, whatever you like, but it got Loud up to some serious success early.
Absolutely, a lot of momentum as well. We'll see if 100 Thieves can answer back on the other side.
Nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The donos, we can look at them now. Wait for the last ad to play.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Okay, what did we have at the end? I want to say we ended with Surat. I want to say we ended there. Where we had Clay, Reuven, Dreams, Surat with 100. We got Jenny with 10, Anonymous with 10, Anonymous with $1, and 33rd Losser with the 1,000. Thank you. Smash the goal. Smash the goal that I thought was crazy to put as a goal, but here we are. Who would have thought? Very, very nice. Again, shout out to everyone that was here, whether you donated or whether you're just here. Again, Steven, even just spreading the awareness and just checking in on your friends, checking in on your loved ones, what it's all about. Even if you don't have the money to donate, like literally just checking in on people, or even if like you're not feeling okay, just making sure that you
a series that is a must-win for them as well, just to set the kind of
just
stage,
talking
I
to
suppose,
people
as well. If they ended up losing this overall
Yeah,
series,
you're not alone,
it would be rough for them,
basically.
to be honest, to make playoffs overall in stage 1 towards the end of it. For 100 Thieves, though, they're a team
10K was not a serious target.
These opening game
I
plans
mean,
on the pistol.
man,
I saw a multitude of things
honestly
on
in
the
my head I
map as
thought
well.
like
They are cooking something
5K.
up. Might be burnt.
We did a
don't know
charity
yet. Well,
thing
I think
last
they're going to end up
year,
having a fight in mid before
and I
we
was
get to the
shocked we
game
got
plan.
like 3K
Both
for
teams
it.
want to fight over this lane.
And here's a face as well. Jao with the movement. My God. Asana's trying to get quirky with it still. It's a
Yeah,
smoke
dude,
into the
we
face.
got such a
And the
sick
rest of the
community here,
team,
and again, Tarek getting
player
involved
advantage
was just a
situation
crazy
hard to get
boost
the
in
spike
terms of
out. I don't know,
publicity as
Matt's out in the
well.
middle
Like
of
he did
nowhere.
incredible.
Gonna cook someone up if you are 100 Thieves. Here it is, round to the side as well. Cryo could
Just a
return to that
beast.
fire once more still.
Too.
Not enough to really push
Ooh.
back that player disadvantage, but as
Nice
I
shot.
say that, boost
Oh
jump
my
straight
goodness,
back into
bro.
it, flick to the side
Everyone's
and
shots are
away.
nice.
1v1 now, and Cryo should be set up with the advantage. You got to think as well. Shield inside, taking away too much damage in the process though. 18 HP, barely getting the hell out of there. Him versus Kawazine. Just like that, the advantage flips on its head.
Kawazine already got the better end of him inside one of these.
Yeah, I was
ults
gonna
early
say,
on.
might win him another pistol here.
Devastating loss here if Cryo lost it. Especially considering he had that shield at the start of the 1v1. Oh, he's gone for the tap, trying to bait Kawazine in.
That was heard. Kawazine. Oh,
but he's slow.
I like this from Cryo.
Move on. Now he knows it
He
wasn't
realizes
actually
he's
fucking
low
over, doesn't
HP and he has to outbrain him.
Oh, no way! Shoulder poking out wide. Couple of bullets, not enough for the kill. Kawazine lucky to be alive. And he's following around.
What's he gonna
It's a
do? Tap
wild
and push
chase is
close?
occurring.
No.
Cryo, open access. Salvers are online. 20 seconds left. It's getting whittled down at a moment's notice. Drone forwards, cancelled. Kawazine again. There's tap and mind games that are being played between them. 13 seconds left. Kawazine taking the peek out wide now. Full committal by Cryo. It's all about this one fight that's taken now and into the
Oh,
time.
that's a nice try. His original outplay was pretty smart.
He's at his number today.
Oh,
2-0 for the Pistols.
Feels like
2-0.
everybody on Loud finding their spot, able to step up when it matters. And that has just catapulted them into a spot where they should be winning the map at this point. It's a great one. He's got a shield here as well.
Yeah.
Once the ISO starts rolling in rounds like this, I mean, what is that peak as well? He's just perfectly shoulder baited the shot.
Yeah.
Hard to
SDK
tap.
clutching the chest.
Yeah.
Digazine, listen, talk to him. 100 Thieves.
Hey, user, I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
I'd love to get off to these early starts with a bit of momentum behind them, winning out these pistols. So far, this map has not gone their way. And here, not quite all in, but they're just going to be sending it flying forwards now into the seaside. Reinforcements arriving in through the back as well. You got to know exactly where these players
Keeping it real clean.
Boostio.
Not sure how 100 Thieves are going to be able to do this one.
Digazine, very aware.
This is the kind of round that Thieves could never really put together on their defense side. You see here how Luxor didn't get overwhelmed. He had constant people flooding in to defend him and help him. I mean, Vinny was there to deal with Asuna. It looked like he might have been able to overwhelm Loud's site anchor. And part of the reason for that is because they got the kill on A so early. When Xander dies over towards A, it then becomes a lot easier for Loud to justify rotating people heavily towards C at the first sign of danger. Cryo, though, one away from an ult. And if anybody was going to get 100 Thieves back into this game, it would be Cryo. He had a monumental performance. Every time he's picked ISO on this map, he's been dropping crazy numbers. Today, the team's performance is just, I mean, it looks like the game's going to be over before he can get there. But he's also lost some important 1v1s, these kind of things.
Yeah. Diligent start to the round.
Feels like they're gonna clear this question mark pretty early.
Reclear cord
Yeah, insta re-clear.
We're all hearing. Calzine, tucked
And
close.
100 Thieves doing what they wanted Loud to do. Like default push garage and then re-clear A. All the stuns, incredibles. Gets out of there with the neon as well. Salvos go in, rotates here. Calzine still has stun and drone. Oh, it's a great omen flash.
Paranoia gliding through, trying to set the stage, and a bit more on top of it. Asuna! Rapid with a flick to the side and a flick of the wrist, still 100 Thieves.
Oh my goodness, overheat.
Their way through and in.
The idea was pretty good though, right? 10 HP. If he ults him, it goes back into 4 HP. As in for the duel. Oh god. And whoever did the damage is dead, so he knows he's 10 HP. He's like on top of it, man. Dude, I like this little flooding from them as well. The breach flashing to send it.
Dijazine on his feet. I mean, what a hype man to have beside you in a spot like this.
17-9.
I don't feel like there'd be anybody better to have on your side of the field when you're playing your debut in VCT.
Especially with all the pressure that we were talking about as applied, this is a must-win series for Loud to have a chance in your stage 1 playoffs.
And Luxio's been great. He's
Pierre, thank you for saying that, bro.
17 and 9, finding timings, avoiding being punished.
Hey, that's cool, Pierre. Thank you. I appreciate you typing that out as well, mate.
The vibe looks good over there.
It does.
11-4. 100 Thieves have got enough money to be able to scrap something together, but this is the last chance.
Best of luck. Best of luck with your goal as well, dude.
With that ultimate as well, he just sent it.
Just sent it.
He just was hoping that Luxio was playing in the AB connector.
Looking a bit flustered though as well, because it's not a great ult for even giving you peace of mind in that area.
No.
It misses one entire section of Link, so they still had to look in that way just in case he was lurking.
Yeah, it's not like they knew because of the ult that he
100
was
Thieves.
Yeah.
I mean,
they didn't actually get good
they lost double pistol.
Kind of
the game plan was good from Loud in terms of the kind of abuse of C. Like I think they got absolutely wrecked. Like it's kind of just double snowball from Loud at the moment. I wouldn't be judging 100 Thieves from just this. I think maybe they could have fixed their C a little bit earlier, or like garage a little bit earlier, but
chance though. All the momentum from beginning to end. Listen, pistol rounds going away of Loud.
Lost double pistol and a bonus. Yeah, no, it is just a bad start for both of it.
It's a big deal. 100 Thieves put a lot.
I mean, this is just Valorant sometimes, and Loud look good, and I think it's like a good sign of when every single time when you have a team where, like, I'm not saying someone's the issue, but like there's an issue in the team, like a change does change a lot.
Same play as what we saw prior.
Like it reminds me of, do you know what this reminds me of? Like 2023 Heretics, right, where they kicked Zeke's,
quite wide there,
and then they got Weber in, I think it was, and like the team just looked completely different. I don't think it's like a skill comparison, but I think it's like the same thing where maybe the vibes weren't great, but changing one person up changes a lot, and like the whole team just gets belief. EG 2023. I didn't want to say EG 2023 because then it looks like I'm saying they're going to win champs.
It's too easy.
But it is a similar vibe, you're right. Just without the insane peak expectations.
A round where it looks like their performance against EG.
It's been rough for them. It's up to Boostio and EU to see if they can dig their way out. A very sorry situation.
Kinda is the same now though, isn't it though?
Not just seen the case, I think,
didn't
perhaps,
EG get like 30 nodes?
Here's the peak as well. Dodge not quite
Like they hit the bottom of the bottom.
You gotta know what these 100 Thieves players are, and it just makes it that much sweeter. And that
I swear they got 30 node on Pearl,
One
right?
more is all it's gonna take.
And how many kills can Luxio get up to?
By Loud, yeah.
This is a ridiculously good debut.
And then 2G beat Loud, so they hit the bottom of the bottom. Then you got that bottom to bounce off of.
Look at that,
he's just out in the open.
In the open. That's so risky to go for something like that. What if Xander had a friend? But alas, 100 Thieves, all of that kind of team coordination, rifling, everything's been going the wrong way for them. And Luxio cannot put a foot wrong.
Pierre, I'm not gonna do that, but in Coach Potatoes, me and Minnie have been tempted to do something similar, so we might.
Hold on. Walking at the right moments, they do spot out the util.
We thought of doing like VOD reviews and then just making it more like public, so people can get the value out of it instead of just one person.
Get that plant down, just barely spotting the top of his hat.
So much of this is going to be on EU back here.
There
He's
it
going
is.
to hold off the flood, the flank.
Pressure applied. Calls for help. Cryo going to help him out as well, side by side here. An attempt being made by Loud. Nice swing.
Damn, bro, look at him go.
Calzine collecting. That's two. Armageddon sweeping through and away. Paranoia gliding forwards. An attempt to readjust by 100 Thieves. Flipping the sight in the process, but the spike is on the other side of them. They are well and away from this. Damage done to Xander. Into the 1v2. Calzine. Calzine, surely not. Time ticking, and with that circle shrinking. Looks
still
pretty
though,
at
it's
the
like
end, but 100 Thieves,
it's the
they are
worst
still
round to
alive
win.
for now.
Everyone goes down.
They are alive, but at what cost?
Yeah, and you just know that DG Zin's getting Marshall out here. I mean, Outlaw out.
And they've all got like 3,500 credits, something like that, to buy armor, all of their abilities, and a gun. And look at what they're working with right now. You know, EU.
I mean, honestly, maybe he's made the right call.
Cryo doesn't have a vulnerable.
Dude, no drone.
You know, these are rough sacrifices to have to make.
Yeah, I like that Xander takes the hit here. Yeah, look at a couple of them we're talking about. I mean, a couple of them thought the same thing that I thought, that he's getting his Outlaw out here. EU takes the hit and Xander takes the hit in terms of guns.
Feigning it, but not actually breaking it.
Drone going out.
Not having a drone on a round like this is a nightmare for 100 Thieves attack macro. EU's just going to hope to, I guess, shoot people with his Guardian.
Yeah, I mean, 100
hope
Thieves
that makes the
gotta be
difference.
clean with the trades, haven't they? Covers in, forward still, too much to overcome.
DG's in a weird spot here.
Really is. It's a wall. It's going to be tracking. Where the hell is Asuna playing, man? Stern off to the side as well.
Dude, the shield nearly helped him out.
Supplements it. Necessary.
Good wall from Cryo too. Keeping himself safe in that spot. Now it's actually Loud who are in a bit of a weird position. If you want to go for a save,
they're
in a
okay.
spot like
You
this,
just
you're in
save this.
3v5. Very difficult to.
Don't have to do
make
anything.
happen with no
Doesn't
flank
matter
potential.
about the money anymore.
They are. They're just going to save. So one of the more difficult rounds for 100 Thieves to convert on, because they were coming in with a bulldog.
This is like one of the best rookie debuts.
Like the drone
It's
from
up
EU.
there. The problem is this year we've already seen insane
Mostly just
ones.
to do with finding particularly awkward timing for Cowanzine.
Saivo for Vitality,
Alone and out in
it's
the
going to be
open
hard
and
to
long.
top that best of 3 that he had.
Guns are picked up.
Kushi had a really good one. Dust 9 was like stage 1 more than.
Low for 100 Thieves, but they don't want to get the ults rolling. It's probably the big thing with a comp that 100 Thieves are running.
Nivera.
It's one thing that will get them back.
He had a
into
good
this
fast
matchup.
round. It wasn't like a crazy game though.
Pretty far off from now at this point in terms of a 6-round deficit. Loud up to 12.
Or did he have a
Yeah,
crazy
it
game?
definitely
I
can
can't remember this game fully.
Ult cycle to some degree, but I think that requires Cryo going absolutely bonkers.
The best rookie so far? Dude, I'm telling you, it's so hard to call the best rookie for this year.
Bringing out the operator.
We need more time for the best rookie because everyone's going crazy. Like the tier 2 talent that came out this year, we've never seen anything like it.
In his sights, most likely.
Like we maybe last year had like a couple, right? Karen, obviously.
Same
But
opener.
then this
Okay,
year
that's
it's
a bit of a
just
difference maker, though, with
there's about
Boosty.
10 of them.
Drop down over towards A. Walking up behind us. You know the trip's been there. Definitely prior. Luxio going to be feeling the heat soon enough. And well, just, oh my, hopping around, shooting around. Barely able to get a control of this one. Asuna puts him to bed. Puts him to rest.
The
In through the side
Nivera
now, 100
debut,
Thieves.
17 to
Smart
4.
down.
It's pretty good. Who
Forward
did we
aggro
play?
Positions, almost like they wanted to go for another attempt at a
Oglu?
refight, but with VU playing as old as
Selling him
well,
back then.
they could go for it again.
Yeah, they might be going for a overall play here.
Saw this play before. He doesn't quite have the vulnerable. Still, here's that Hunter's Fury. Ult's layered down, and there it is.
My goodness.
Lining them all up. Dodging Juking
Maybe
off to the side
Pancada.
still. 2v2.
He can get this kill and get the smoke on the spike.
Peeking ever so slightly out, Santa. As long as he stays alive, though, that's the danger. The dart. Narrowly missing this one. Shockey's raining in from above. Nawazine having to dodge.
Dude, you gotta tap
to
it
the
again.
side for most of this one here. Kills.
Dude, Pancada, my goodness. Doing everything. God, they wrecked them,
Control from
chat.
beginning to
Yeah,
end.
they for
What
sure
a
snowballed
turnaround.
on both halves,
On a
but
map that they picked
I'm
against
impressed.
Crew just a couple weeks ago and got utterly battered.
Yeah.
And now here, making a shift in composition, coming off the back of a loss to 2G.
Yep.
And this is the version of Loud that we see today. With Lucho, their new
Oh,
player,
man.
18 and a month old,
I'm sorry, chat.
coming out dropping 20 with nearly 300 ACS. If this is the version of Loud they're going to get for the rest of the series, then they are in a great spot to recover their stage 1.
Yeah, they certainly are. Wonderful beginning here for Loud. Bit of a twist as well overall to the series, I think, with a lot of our expectations when you bring in a new player, when the calling was looking
Why
so
they
rough. I said it earlier, I'll
disrespected my
say it
team like
again.
that?
What a difference a week
Yeah, I'm glad
makes. And
TG
now
got the win,
Loud,
though.
we're quite happy we're going to be heading into familiar territory for them. You know, they did ban Icebox prior.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen either of these teams play Icebox this year.
Yeah.
So we don't know what to expect. It could be another situation where Loud think it's good for them, but it's actually great for Thieves. Got a bit of an unknown map coming up, but Haven was an excellent start for this Brazilian order.
Absolutely. Unknown quantities really just circling around, I think, the rest of this series, but beginnings for Loud looking so far so good. And we're going to be finding out just how this series
So
ends.
he wants to secure the spot. Yeah, I mean, he played great. Okay, chat, where did we get to? As well, we had Alexander with the 25, and then we have Anonymous with the 10, and Anonymous with the 25. Chat, you know what to do. W's in for the donations. What number are we on now? This is not, bro. 11,518. Crazy. Dude, looking like it could be a fast one for Americas. $400? Nah, 200, right? Because I did the 10,000. Let me do it now. Wait, we can double check. $2,000s. Oh, maybe you're right. You're right. I kind of lost track at this point. I think you're right though. I think it is 400. Problem with the Prime. Thank you as well. Right, I'll do that now. I'll be right back.
Meanwhile, Cryo crunching in from short. But Cryo's waiting on the other side! Cryo wins it out for 100 Thieves!
Cauazinho tá com medo ainda de plantar, ele tem míssil também. Vamos ver se ele vai querer gastar ou se vai resolver na mira. Cauazinho! 4K!
Here, the coach of Loud, a dominant stolen map. Now, I want to ask you, Luke Shaw obviously had an incredible debut on the stage today, but I want to kind of rewind a little bit. Why did you take the risk in putting him in this week where it's a must-win match for you all? I mean, obviously he's playing great, but it is risk.
He's a really young guy, and I have like an appointment with him, and I said like, bro, I think that once you are ready, you're going to play. And he has practiced with us for a lot of weeks. He's like developing a lot, so it's time for him. I think, and he's a guy that will have a lot of success in his career. So in a big matchup like this, start like that, being MVP of the map. So he's the GOAT, the future GOAT.
I mean, clearly, best luck on map 2. I don't know if you need it, but...
I mean, I'm not one to say I told you so, but I warned you about the young thug Luke Shaw. You know what's crazy about that guy? He wasn't even the best player on his team. You want to go see his old duelist? Come join me on Tuesday on Valorant Challenges, bro. He's Salto dominating at M80. Only the real OGs know. A great debut for the guy. He's so, like, it's about his, he's young. He's hella young, but comes out here and shows that he's just a mechanical god. But this whole Loud team in general, it's not just one player that turns this into 13-6 against the Thieves, guys. This is pure dominance.
So many questions answered from what we're trying to expect going into this game, and we were talking about how we wanted to see more communication coming out of Loud, more teamwork coming through, and I think that you just saw the neon slide. It complements their playstyle quite well, where DJZine's creating that space. Calzine's the second guy coming through, but overall, as STK just mentioned with Elizabeth, it seems as though with Luke Shaw practicing a few weeks, not just 1 week, it shows that they came in ready for this game.
And Dre, he just served up a fat L to the guy who knocked him out of Ascension.
Yeah, that's something that we missed. Like, we totally forgot to touch on the history of Xander and Luke Shaw. Completely eliminating him from that Ascension run.
And
now he gets his first match debut. Like, I don't know what these young kids eat nowadays, bro, but people back in my day used to get nervous.
I mean,
now all of a sudden,
Havoc wishes his debut went like that, bro.
I swear, bro, like, people used to choke. There's no such thing anymore. All this new talent coming in, they're so good, and you heard it from STK. This kid is the future for this Loud roster.
And there are so many incredible players waiting to be surfaced in that region, but this guy's definitely one of them. And like, you could tell he was nervous. He's like got his eyes closed, he's breathing deep, but I mean, the pressure comes off him so quickly. It's 3K after 3K, like dominant stuff. He's got his biggest cheerleader to the right of him. But he's also having an amazing game, by the way. Getting up there, he's loving it. I mean, you could not ask for a better way to ease into competition at the top level. 18 years old, not a care in the world.
Yeah, I think the most impressive thing was what me and Vans, we were talking about when we were watching this. He's not only going for those lurk kills, but he's the second entry, which is something that I feel like DGZ needed, because he does get the first blood a lot of times, but he needed somebody to trade him. And now you got Luke Shaw.
Neon, right? You didn't need to trade that.
And now you got Luke Shaw stepping up, and he's a new guy.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of layers going into the strategy around Loud, because yes, if it's not going to be Luke Shaw as a second entry, you had Kawadzine, but that's Luke Shaw understanding his role perfectly in this team. Some rounds he's going to be lurking around, gets a 2K into the garage, but other rounds he's moving into the site with everybody else and also stays within the site to fight with everybody else. And that gives a lot of say, because you have moments where you think Luke Shaw's playing inside the site, we can rotate around, it's going to be easy to kill. But yeah, these two guys together, you now have a tip of the spear and an anchor to play around, and now you also have Kawadzine in between. I mean, it's a good sandwich. It's a good sandwich.
Nothing could be more Loud than starting to win out when there's the chance that you can't even qualify, right? You go 0-2 and then just have a ridiculous stage. It's just, they've always seemed to do this. Yo, I'm not going to lie, though, your boy Zix got cooked by the young god and the rest of this Loud team. Let's hear what he had to say ahead of map number 2.
You're the coach of 100 Thieves. Now, obviously, your map pick of Haven did not go your way. Quite the opposite. In fact, just frankly, what went wrong that map?
Honestly, it just felt like we had a very slow start. Like, people were very inactive in comms. So, first pause, just made sure to add in, like, just basically, you know, that we have to wake up, we have to be, like, way more aggressive, make a lot of, like, micro fights, basically, like force fights. And started going better a bit. We adapted kind of poorly on the macro afterward, the last 2 rounds of the half, but going back into attack, then once again, we kind of slowed things down again. So I'd say, honestly, it's really hard to win a map if you lose pistol and bonus of both sides. So that obviously plays a factor into all of it. But yeah, a lot of that I would attribute to just us needing to be more proactive, us needing to actually like play our game, which I definitely instilled in them going into this next map.
Best luck on map 2.
Watch how Zix tries to crack his knuckles when he says instilled. I definitely instilled it in them. Icebox is up next. I mean, 100 Thieves did ban this in their first game off the stage, and historically, right, this is where Cryo moves to the Jet, and Arsenal was on the KO. Xander on the M80. This was their best map in challenges. He was an amazing Viper player. What should we expect going forward?
Well, they also had a time here at Icebox when they were playing a Gecko meta, which now Gecko is not really picked at all going into 2025. So my expectations going to this one, you're starting to see players that are going to be more into their groove, and Asuna playing a buff KO that we talked about top of show. That could maybe be one key factor that could maybe help a team that maybe doesn't, if you don't evolve with the meta and you're still playing old meta or an old composition, it definitely could help 100 Thieves out.
I am going to be stoked to see if there's going to be KO played on either side because of those changes that were made, especially on a player like Asuna, who, I mean, everyone's been saying he's the supporting player, but now this new KO, he has more utility for himself to shine. So if he can get online, I think it's a win condition for 100 Thieves. They have to start off strong. It's something that they couldn't do. Remember losing pistol, losing bonus, and they're just going to get rolled over if they play like they did on
Sometimes you feel like you can't get into the game, which is fine, but there's only so many opportunities here to stay around in this series. Icebox, we might expect Matt to go for a double controller look here. We probably won't get that from 100 Thieves. So we might get a clash of different styles here, but let's find out. If 100 Thieves can bounce back and stay on that playoff run right after this short break.
The Icebox? Oh no. Although it's still at that fun point where people have like different and new comps. 100 pages. Get Deluxe, thank you so much, thank you. Watch now? Yeah, let's watch this. Oops. Yeah. I didn't
no, chill. Oh, what a beast, man. Let's go! You recognize me, bro? Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Come on. Come on. God damn it, bro. God, no, you're not. Nah, it's all you. Hey, I'm blushing.
Let's get a W Tarek spam.
No, don't spam it. Please don't spam it. Please don't spam it. Really. No, it's all good. Hey, it's all good.
That's funny, man.
W
little bro. W little bro, for sure.
I'm not blushing? Nah, I blushed once.
That's funny, dude. A legend. All right.
It's always been good to run something that helps with getting the plant down, whether that's a Harbor or a Sage or a Gecko, something like that. But it is going to be a real unknown quantity, this one. And I think so much of it is going to come down to whether
Sonia, thank you so much, dude. Thank you, Sonia.
I think that's where they want to thrive.
Chat, everyone say night,
and
Sonia.
I think for Loud, it's going to be about trying to break up those team fights. And pick off a bunch of individual 1v1s by harassing.
What do we got comp-wise? So we kind of timed that perfectly.
Well, here's the
old school.
Okay, yep, Gecko.
Old school with a Gecko.
Jet as well, though.
Damn, a Gecko in 2025. When was the last time we saw this? With like a...
the chamber, we've seen playing
with a Waylay, I guess, on Icebox. Oh my goodness, they bring out the Reyna?
There is Digizine playing Reyna.
Yeah. Reyna's been getting some play actually on Icebox every now and then. I mean,
how do they take yellow?
Against offline angles, you can play one and dones as well. It's a nightmare to try and clear out. Yeah, the one and done spots on Icebox. To be honest, the way that the map ends up working out, the way that it's
might be a lot of A hits.
Now, also, if you think about Loud's composition,
Teo,
that's double drone.
Loud's always gonna have some kind of spot.
They wouldn't have too many difficulties with it because you could clear that out. Whereas 100 Thieves, what, you've got a drone, a recon, and then a wingman, but you don't really want to be using the wingman for info in the mid-range. You want to be mostly saving it for getting the plant down in the exec. So
okay, can
I think this
can 100 Thieves win a pistol is the first question, really.
Once we get onto the defense side. And again, 100 Thieves on the attack side, I think, are just going to be wanting to, the crew strategy of we just go 12 rounds in a row. I have a feeling that's kind of where 100 Thieves should
we call that the G2 and EMEA
strategy. Now, we have an audio issue on the stage. I'll be upfront, I'll be honest. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm
trying to convince your Premier team to run this Gecko instead of a Solver.
I can see a bunch of people gathered. So
Oh, I'm not sure I can get behind that one.
Luke Show.
Then.
Could potentially be Luke Show here.
Definitely in the
Not sure
loud
I
cam.
can do
Anyway, we'll be
that.
getting into it soon. And, you know, all that talk, Josh, you're saying about 100 Thieves on their attack side, going to be grouping up, trying to go for the execs, try and play to their strengths. Well, they're not on that side to begin with. They're on the defense side, so...
They are, yeah. And I think on defense, again, if they want to focus on micro team fight kind of stuff, that means you're going to be playing for retake a lot. Because otherwise, you don't really have those big brawly kind of setups that often on Icebox. I mean, you could play A for a pretty heavy flood, but I think 100 Thieves have got all the pressure on them to turn this one
The
around.
time, are we ready?
Also waiting to get into this one as well. Throughout his entire VCT career, we've seen Boostio accumulate wins as well as tattoos, and here's a story behind some of his ink.
Oh boy, we got the B-roll out.
I'm gonna be honest, like all my tattoos besides like 2 of them are all anime because I just grew up watching anime when I was like, you know, 6, 7 years old. Shanks and Luffy from chapter 1, like the ending panel, I'm pretty sure. Hope I'm not wrong. Ichigo, it's like a custom drawing, it's not like from anything. Gon from Hunter x Hunter. Flamo from Fullmetal Alchemist. And then I have like a very large Goku Shenron on my leg. I have Chopper from One Piece as well. I think this is my favorite tattoo. Actually, it's my second favorite tattoo because my knuckles are my parents' birthdays. And like, I remember when I was like 8 years old, I always told them like, I don't know why when I was 8 I wanted tattoos, but I said I was always gonna get their birthday like tattooed somewhere on my body. So I'm glad I got to do that last year.
It's quite interesting. I mean, what's the meaning behind your tattoos, Joe?
8 years old.
My tattoos,
Yeah.
my anime tattoos.
The ones that we can't show on broadcast.
Oh, right. Yeah, the barcode on the back of my head.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
What happens if you scan it?
Yeah, you get free rotisserie chicken from Costco. Does look like Luke Show's starting to fix some of his stuff
Gearing
up.
Audio's seeming okay. Wasn't holding him back on the last map.
No, it certainly wasn't. Certainly wasn't. This one though, if you want to focus in on Luke Shaw a little bit, he's going to be on the Killjoy. He on defense side again. Once we swap sides, is pretty limited. I mean, that's just the life of a Killjoy.
I describe it as purgatory.
Yeah, a little
on
bit.
Icebox.
Playing
You're kind
defensive
of stuck in the
Icebox.
middle. You have
Okay,
to
looks like we're actually getting
I'm gonna
into
lock
it.
down mid.
But on the attack side, you can actually get a little bit of freedom. And I would imagine, given the amount of lurking that he was trying to do on Haven, they might even have him do some like double lurks with Pancada, trying to find some timings up tube or controlling some aggression towards mid. There are options.
Well, the time is nigh. We're heading into Icebox, and yeah, time ticking down indeed. Let's see. These teams
Raid
are cooked
boss.
up. I'm very curious about Loud as well.
We got a raid boss. 100 feet on defense, Loud on attack.
Let's see, Boostio is going to be tested under a bit of pressure nice and early.
Yeah, this is a rough setup for 100 Thieves immediately.
Okay.
Great shot though.
Yeah. Turret causing all sorts of distractions, and the drone just not quite
Nice
clearing
shot.
off that line, so he's going back straight
They
to
like
safety.
over towards middle,
This
but
was a
they
problem with
don't
100 Thieves
have
though
the
on Haven. They
Viper
weren't
smoke
proactive
there.
enough to split away from their stacks. This time though, within the first
Wait,
20
but he's
seconds,
actually
they
got the
are
most
double pushing
insane timing I've
with
ever
Rhino
seen.
and
The
Acid,
Viper just
and
checked
then
it.
starting to send some rotates back. And here's Luke Shaw going for one of those lurks. Just like he did actually on round 1 of Haven.
Okay, Bullets just gone wide there. All
What
he needed
the
was 2,
hell?
but one to the
He-
dome will work as well. Now,
He went
whittled
forwards.
down very, very low, so the traded sight from EU.
A great shot.
Push through. The
I'm
turret
just
broke.
surprised by his decision making.
They're aware that it's a possibility. The rest of 100 Thieves fully focusing now. Trying to
He's
play this
18?
retake,
Okay,
warm
that
their
explains
face,
it all,
Mancada,
man.
Fuel. Running
The
low.
confidence is through the
Has
roof.
Flash, has Wingman for Spike. They
The
should be able
zoom
to
a W
throw the
key
Wingman
when
on
most
and then
people
push
wouldn't even
forwards.
Here it
face.
comes. Wingman already sticking this one all the way throughout with the defuse. And listen, kills need to be found. On top of that, you need to be taking out that Wingman, but just a little bit shy and short of the mark there
okay,
for
well.
Pancada. 100 Thieves steal
Yeah,
away
kind of what he
this
had it, to be
round.
honest. What he killed it in
There's a
time.
great example of some of the things we were discussing. Luke Shaw
Well,
going for that lurk
they're on the
mid
board
time.
with a pistol.
Asuna finding value out of the Wingman, which he'll be trying to do on the attack and defense side. And also 100 Thieves, broadly speaking, playing for retake. Heavy
In
stack
shambles.
towards A, and then just playing B for that offsite kind of retake
Fine.
style.
We've seen him
And
do
that
this
does
before.
allow them to opt into their team fight kind of strengths that they've identified. So very different look here on
Been a while
Icebox.
since we've seen Wingman get flamed. The
100
problem is
Thieves
he's
with
on the
opportunity
defense
to
half.
generate a little bit of momentum.
Hard for him to do much wrong when he doesn't have
Goes
the
straight
spike
back
in his
into
hand.
things. Vinny in the first 7 seconds is up tube. He's caught the most ridiculous early timing.
Oh, they're going to know about it now. Still.
Oh, this is an isolated gun.
Nest, you've just given away a gun.
That is a mad position to play.
That is a mad position to play with a gun, but I think Vinny's just completely messed it up.
Stop them. Where they're standing, pushing past this.
I think Vinny there just has to be distraction, stay alive, let the gun play.
Chaotic beginnings to round 2. All drops down, and so do the bodies. Luke showed him. Okay, he's still finding kills. 2v3.
Oh boy.
Turns into a 1v2. Santa. Quick onto the flank now.
He is looking behind. Kawazin timing. Oh my god. They played so aggro with a gun. No help.
Picks up the Phantom that EU dropped in Nest. Does dirty things with it. As does Luxo, just with a Sheriff. Hit 2 blinder shots.
No, yeah, that shot back his sight was really nice.
I just don't think it's ever justifiable to be playing
Yeah, I
solo
agree.
in that spot as a...
I agree.
I mean, maybe if you're playing like a Reina or something, but even then it's a little bit risky.
Even as a Reina. Like, the only person I would allow is a Yoru, I think. But with a gun, he should still have a ghost.
Allowed, essentially. All that talk
You
about
fell asleep before the K-Cup game. Did you play good?
Thieves
Honestly, yeah. Unless you did.
Straight away from them.
Oh yeah, absolute gold split disappointment run from 100 Thieves there. They have a chance and they squander it.
Had low expectations for K-Cup coming into this week, but actually didn't look too bad. I'm still worried for once people get demos on them. In the Harbour has some tells, but they also just play mad comps, man. They love a Harbour,
slower tempo,
and it confuses me, but they do some cool stuff with it.
Tempering being put in place here by Loud. Still, they might be punished soon enough.
I think.
Gonna face this, yeah. Multitude of players. This is Loud not shying away. They don't
Flash into the recon as well.
So much danger.
Oh boy, the run over towards A looks
Fair enough, I guess.
not a buy round yet, and at least they save enough money on Cryo to get on up.
On the opposite side of the map, they could have realized that there was a stack there and decided to disengage. But all good.
Vinny one away. Try and hunt for it. With his death, he's going to be building up the ult and reclaiming the gun on top of it. So this is good for Loud.
Wonder what their set plan with the
beginnings
tail
go, the
ult
ult
is.
started to
We've seen a
generate
couple of rounds at the moment. People love to do a split B, looks like, and people love to do just a normal A here.
See if he can push back what Loud are doing.
Luxo's aim just looks so calm.
No, he looks really calm. Yeah, that is the right word.
The young less, perhaps.
He'll be making a name for himself, honestly.
Cryo's going for a walk down tube. Vinny did sprint up tube in round 2. It looks like Pancada. Is he going for something, or did he just throw the orb? Yeah, just threw the Viper orb. Now going to monitor B, so Cryo doesn't have early picks necessarily.
Okay, well, this is a big test here.
One for the repeak.
Yeah, if he does walk down tube, he's going to be taking a duel with Luke.
Start to peek. He's just missed
Well,
his
just
chance.
got out of there.
All grouped up now over towards A for Loud. Oh my god, your entire kit's going down, and that's the go button. They're sending it all the way forward.
They might be able to save that ult for afterplant as
There's
well.
nothing to be covered.
It's deadly in the afterplant here.
Inside, Vinny, plant, down and out. Shock dart tanked. Second one coming.
Still gets out of there, and he's going to have his salvos. A little bit scary for him to be the planter on this, not going to lie, but...
wants to try and take the fight straight to them. It's all about how he gets cleared out here and now. The question is,
Reyna can just do these kind of things. You got Reyna to stall and everyone else to play after plant.
Benefits you really have when you're running the Reyna.
Yeah, he's allowed to do what he wants.
If you get that kill and you've got that confidence.
Still another molly on the spike. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's kind of scary. Did great damage on this. Dude, look at the U2 and the afterplant. They don't even have to use the tail ult.
So
deadly combo.
So much post-plant util here as well from Loud. You know, they've got the snake bite, they've got shock dart, salvo, Teo,
and
ultimate
as much
well
as the comp struggles to get over towards yellow, if you can just spam A every single round, it doesn't matter.
He's going to have his ult online before EU. So that means a potential for a free lockdown here to just completely snowball the half for Loud. In fact, I don't think 100 Thieves are going to be able to even buy. They saved the Operator and a Vandal, but they're not going to be able to buy up anything around it.
It's scraps. It's really what they're going to be working with, and Bit of prayers as well, hoping that somebody's going to walk into Cryo's line of sight angle. Aggro with the salvos, nice and early here. My God, you got a flash out in your hands, Digizine. So damn lucky to be alive. And up top, not expecting this one. EU finally taken out with the trade inside.
Doesn't matter as much on this one. It's a 5v. Teo, like I said, keeps them kind of locked in here.
We've seen better from Cryo. Just seems to be a bit of an off day for 100 Thieves potentially here. With
the weird to commit.
Now placed down.
At least they'll get one done.
Footsteps scurrying away from 100 Thieves.
I feel like this from Louds, just early in the game, prioritizing money, using ults.
Is welcome, just ever so slightly, will be detained in the process, but he got them a pick.
If 100 Thieves can find a pick on DG while he's playing.
Okay, so now it's two to stall the defuse, and then Luxo has a molly down on the spike, and then one shot.
This is beautiful work by Asuna. Slowly
and then one more
his way into a possible win con for the round. Still, Luxo, how do you deal with this guy up top? Down low, and Wingman denied entirely. Pancada, tidy little three-piece. Puts a bow on that round, and now it's 4-1 for Loud.
I think that I would be tempted to give him another round.
Back to the beginning of the round. I think 100 Thieves
it's so hard when you're just losing A hits on Icebox.
Shots from Cryo with the op. He had to hit those. The first one, it kind of looked like DG did the Fosbury flop over the top of the op shot. He jumped over it completely. Doing the 100-meter hurdles.
Yeah.
And then the second one, he's moving as he takes the shot, so it just flings it wide.
Straight in again. With the dart and the salvos, good luck trying to play aggro up towards pipes. The space has to be conceded and given up, makes it a bit easier. And look, they've inserted Luxo into that spot on top of it.
Boostio's had a lot of contact in this defense already. Got caught by the Tejo drone, remember, a couple rounds ago. Got found on the pistol, even though he did a good job there.
Don't think Digizine's going to expect that angle that Boostio is playing.
But at some point, Boostio might just swing, because he doesn't want to stay trapped in kitchen the whole time.
Here it is. There's the timing. Spotting just the foots, and Digizine backs himself out and away. He's in the danger zone.
Actually gets out of there.
Still dropped down, and
dude, 50-50 jaw from Luxo over towards A as well. Just owned it.
Pick at a site that you really want at this point if you are allowed. Salvos waiting for those to come back online.
Nothing to stop the plant.
Needs to be defended in time, and it will be just
look at him go, man.
From on high,
look at him go.
Denies Kawazine.
Another eco coming in for 100 Thieves. Gonna try to save this gun.
Just you in this spot, really. Just see if you can save this gun.
EU ulted, by the way, and he's about to get cleaned up by Luxo as well.
Yeah.
I might be wrong here. We didn't quite catch it on the camera, I don't think, but I think EU ulted A, possibly, thinking that that was an A finish because of the pick that happened onto Asuna. It feels like 100 Thieves have lost the plot a little bit. Now, I might be wrong. He might have been over towards Boiler. Oh, no, there it is. Okay, so it was over towards B.
Just trying to deny the plant.
Yeah, and put a load of pressure, just kind of relieve some pressure from Xander.
Yeah.
But he was so far away. I mean, he was playing over towards, like, Boiler.
Yeah, that's the press of the timeout ban.
2 players dropped instantly, though. Dude, Luxo is playing so well, though.
Yeah, he's doing sick, man. He's doing so good.
Just alone,
but he just wins so many aim duels.
A lot of players will play a solo very passively because they don't want to accidentally run into someone on an off angle. There's like 10 different angles that a defender can be posted on. Luxo's just wandering up and he's just like, yeah, where's the fight? I'll have it.
No, yeah, it literally is that. He's not wrong.
And he just
is just like,
kills Asuna.
What do you mean? What do you mean, aim duel? Like, I'll take this right now.
The complete opposite
he just
side
wants
of the
to duel
to
everyone.
Yeah. He's very rarely with the team.
It's a nightmare to play against, especially when he's just lurking. You got a good aimer, and you're in charge of one person holding down A. So you kind of got to have this angle because you want to see everywhere.
Diet milk.
This is a nightmare.
Also known as skimmed milk.
Yeah.
Semi-skimmed milk?
Semi-skimmed milk, potentially.
I guess skimmed milk would be like milk zero.
Yeah, we're not going to go down this path, because if we do, we're not stopping. And listen, it is a half round.
Dude, yeah, it's turning into a plat chain.
Cryo, though, is going to try to get something done with the Bladestorm. I feel like a lot of the times we're looking at what, I mean,
dude,
this is the third round, by the way.
Third time they've had a hero gun and played it isolated. Not a chance to get it back.
An unusual thing to be so determined to make work.
Big setup. Oh my god, just dropping straight down. As a molly at your feet, still the players are lined up nicely for Penkada. Drops them in place.
Done a good amount of damage, no way.
Also dash himself out and away. There's a gun, reclaimed, picked up. Asuna, ready and waiting.
I was about to say Pancada can tank one of the knives, but the knife like hit him through something and only did 42.
100 Thieves have been looking for a moment like this.
Unless he was recovering from Xander's smoke, but
Cryo has an idea that Digizine is much deeper on site than he actually is.
like one of the better looking rounds for 100 Thieves. Locked him over towards B.
Going for the normal re-hit. Thrash. 40 seconds though. Still plenty of time for Loud to go back into this.
Yeah, broken close wall's going to be going down on top of it.
But it still gives 100 Thieves the info with how many people were shooting.
Good shot is 42. Okay, must have been that then.
Allowed to try and play around. Force the issue now. Don't know how much fuel they've really got. Waiting and kicking. Flash up and over towards the top. Here's a blaze.
Okay, nice. Right, 2 gun upgrades. Then they get back into this because it's a rough start again for them in this half.
Into the line of sight of it. Still, if you're 100 Thieves, you're taking it.
Absolutely. They need it around like that. They're still 5-2 down. They need Cryo to activate. He's missed a couple of shots with the operator, but this has previously been his map. You get him on Jet, you get him up, and you get him with a Blade Storm, and he's been able to get wins in the past for 100 Thieves. I mean, sometimes single-handedly.
They needed that.
He's up towards the top of the scoreboard now for 100 Thieves. Can they keep going?
Okay, into Viper, they got the alarm bot over towards here.
Stack is A.
I don't remember what team it was, but no, this is pretty common. Some teams go for a bit of a further alarm bot so that there can't be a timing, but this works the same thing, right? Alarm bot watches the lane towards his left, and then he can just focus here.
Mid is awkward on Icebox, though. It's so easy to get caught in.
This is decisive from Loud. Smoke goes up, 2-person tube, drone goes in.
Cement themselves.
Break the turret, create pressure everywhere. We do the mid. Wait, what smoke is this?
No one following up, just a tag, and he.
The Viper smoke.
Stays as welcome on top of it.
Be a one-way on defense.
He continues being aggressive. He's just been tagged by a drone, and he's still in the same area.
I like it.
In fact, taking a bit more space, looking to take the duels over towards pipes. He's so confident.
Salvo's up towards the rafters. The dart has to be covered in time.
Oh, that's fast.
Quick scope, straight to the chest. Digizine's going to be dropped onto the side itself. Flash up and over the top. Quick reactions, yet still 100 Thieves going to be toppling here. This is Loud, not to be denied this side. Another tap as well, seeing if they can force these players out wide into these personal engagements, close quarters potentially at it. And they're just plucking these players out and away. So much damage done to Kawa. Oh no.
So weak, and he has the spike.
He's been spotted off
Dude,
to the
gets
side
so
there,
weird.
in through back. Need to clear these players out to this.
Damn, he still wins it. He still wins it, man. Oh, dude, 1-9 loss bonus onto these. 3 of them can't buy. They can get 2 hero guns.
Nice discipline in spots like this too. They don't rush to get the spike planted. They just hold.
Tiltify's here. Damn, that's sick.
100 Thieves to be the
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for that. Thank you for
Great
coming
shot
in.
by Cryo. I mean, that is what you're looking for from your upper. But as the time was running low, 100 Thieves' hands were forced, and Xander and EU just couldn't land the shots.
Throw it on the front page. Yeah, that's awesome.
Incredibly awkward if Quarantine had died there.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, guys. Thank you, thank you.
Now, this opener that Loud have been doing over and over again. Salvos on pipes, in through main, dart to the side. It's been causing all sorts of issues for 100 Thieves, and I was wondering, are they going to go for a refight at any point? But listen, the weaponry's not ideal here, and just peeking up towards the top, you're just dropping bodies in front of you. Crew were doing something very similar when they played Icebox the other day. Might see another fight to be taken.
Okay, so I said they could get 2 hero guns, but firm believers that Cryo's the win condition getting an op, so we just see the one. Save the money for an op. I'm very much on board with this.
But this is another situation again where
I think they got a right read on it.
Now Sova drone used. They're going to confirm there are a few players here. Yeah, they're still going to go for it.
The flash going to be doing too much here. Oh, revealed straight behind the gen, and that's an
Oh, it's a good amount of damage. Damn, look at that. Oh my god, bro. All the mollies are now float.
Out to the side as well, pushing these players into
Big
awkward
Joe.
spots. Loud.
Kid.
Listen, it might get chaotic, but they slow it down at the right moments. They show that hesitation.
A fake out with the prime. Thank you so much for the 5 months, dude. Thank you, thank you.
Tempering it. Putting a squeeze onto 100 Thieves.
Yeah,
Congrats on smashing your goal. What a W community. Yeah, thank you so much, dude.
And that discipline, that patience you're talking about,
You're not wrong.
It does feel like a bit of a.
I got very fortunate with everyone.
Think about how the
Yeah,
desk were
with
framing
feasts.
this game at the beginning of the day. They said this is two teams that are really aggro, and they're just going to be taking chunks out of each other.
Jeffrey, thank you so much,
I
dude.
don't
Appreciate the
really
2
feel
months
like
as
we've
well.
seen very much of that.
Thank you for the
And,
prime.
I think instead what we've seen is Loud.
Okay, get the op
playing
out.
quite a lot of slow rounds.
Dude, they gotta put
Actually,
this op on A
they're
and
calling
shut down
pretty
A.
well. And
It gets a little bit hard over towards
finding
A.
opportunities provided to them from
But-
people like Digicino or Luxo.
So the reason that most
And they're
people
able to kind of
do
capitalize
this, right, is because you can
12 and
normally
3, by the
hold
way,
one
up towards
person
the top
over
of the
towards
scoreboard.
here.
Again,
Or
Luxo.
like one person holding this lane, whereas A, it's really hard. You can only really do like this line.
You can't disrespect
Right,
it,
unless you
Johan,
go
these.
close, but then you have to have
We're
someone
gonna go for a
spotting
refight
upper.
into
So
EMEA.
there's normally like 2 have to hold
Think about
here,
it,
so
when your sentinel setups all the way further back,
I would like to see that, yeah. I like this though. 100 Thieves, nothing happens over towards B. They set the one up close and then the op is rotating.
it's difficult.
Because they
It's
are,
not a lot
honestly
going
are
right for
just
100 Thieves here, but at least
getting
you have the
wrecked
guns
over
in your
towards
hands
A.
to try and turn it around.
XB102 with the prime, thank you so much as well, bro.
I mean,
Appreciate that.
If they have been playing retake, it's been like player disadvantage retake.
Sure.
They haven't been fully falling off the A site and trying to group up and go for big team fights. Whereas I think this is the round to do it. See if Cryo can get a pick as loud or execing, and then play back in with the lockdown.
Wait for the cooldown.
4-person hold.
Tamale ricocheting him through the back. That's going to be clearing out towards Jenny, but Sliders are windows of opportunity still.
Dude, where are you meant to stand though? Look at this util.
They're playing to fight. They're playing to flood instead of
No,
playing
I'm
to
not sure you
retake.
can
There
fight
goes the
side.
lockdown.
I saw Salvo, Molly, Brainer Flash. I know there's a Viper Molly in there somewhere. There's a recon at the back.
Been slow and steady at the beginning of
Like, where are you
every
meant to
single round, but
stand?
they just carve out the win cons, don't they?
And I just think that's the wrong call. Cryo gets one and chooses to re-peek instead of dashing out because the call for 100 Thieves is we're going to stay, we're going to fight.
Yeah, because that means they got
And I
4
think when
people
you're locked down
there.
in that spot, the play is just to play the 5v4 retake. Xander gets one.
Oh, it's nice
some
though.
more of these fights, but Digicine steps up to the task.
They're getting smacked around here. This
No, they
is the
are.
team,
He's not wrong,
Loud, that is
man.
0 and
He's
2
not wrong.
and
They're,
lost to
they're just
2G
wrecking
last
him.
week. Hello?
They're up against 5 ults.
Revitalization. I mean, we
But
were
it's
both
also
talking about it with the mid-rounding for Loud.
This is also the 100 Thieves that just beat EG. And yeah, okay, it's EG are not like up at the top of the standings or anything, but 100 Thieves themselves were talking after the EG game like they'd fixed something. They were like, oh man, we've really figured out what's going on. We're going to hit our stride now. We're going to really settle into things. And they come out here, and this is... Am I wrong in saying this is the worst performance we've seen from 100 Thieves this year?
Yeah, it feels lackluster. Trying to be gentle around
Probably.
it, but yeah, it's not
And
good.
at least
And
there's been
100
like
taking his
one
time
maps
out
where
now.
they've got
They
wrecked.
need ideas, they
But
need
this is now 2 in a
to work
row.
around this. They do have double initiator.
Okay, well this is
Calling
going
it.
on. Let's
When
have
they
a
go for that
little...
salvo dart take towards the front A, and they pause, waiting for the
update.
salvos to come back on cooldown. You can go for a refight. It's a good call if you want to try and play towards it.
We have Snaky with the 50. Thank you for doing that. We got Lindsay with the 100.
Ziggs is taking the tactical
Anonymous with the 42.
One of
Thank
the
you
things
so
he was
much,
talking
everyone.
about in the coaching
Crazy,
interview, we talked about
crazy.
one and
Dude,
two.
and we got over
It's about being
12,000. I got to do another
proactive.
200.
I have instilled this into them.
Wild, man. Wild times.
But have they
Jack,
been...
the W's out. W's
Have
for
they been that
donates.
proactive? Are they going for those reclears?
Actually smash
Are
the
they trying
target.
to catch Luxo when he's solo lurking A? Are they doing any kind of mid-walk in the mid-round, flank retaking? I feel like they're playing a very basic game of
Dude,
ice
they're
box here
just...
and getting
The chances of
destroyed by
getting
mostly this standard
one out
A
of these
exit.
2 rounds is
It's a
super
standard
low.
A hit.
There's so many ults here. They have official, they have
Thought being put into it by Loud,
Killjoy
don't
ult.
get me wrong with
The
the
good news
util, but
is, Loud
nothing
go
crazy.
B on their ecos.
And now every ult is on
Or like
for
when
Loud.
they're up against
That's an
eco.
early lockdown.
5v5 on the eco. Well, I mean, I guess
Listen, 2
we want
rounds
to be
left.
winning it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess it looks like they need 4.
push back up. This is Xander taking space off the back of it.
So right now,
Just
if you're
droned the reclear on
calling,
top, though.
it's looking like they're trying to act big on B,
So
and
instead
then it
of
would be a
using the
stack on
lockdown in the
A.
previous round to play retake A,
So
Boostio rips it in the first 20 seconds.
I kind of like
they're
it, 'cause
gonna have to
in
play offside
my mind, if
B.
you put the Killjoy out early, they would
Armageddon, trying to push these players straight into you.
they
and
would
my
be
God, works to perfection, doesn't it?
you can just stack here because they probably would
Slams to
end up
one.
going there.
Asuna able to trade this one out, but You're working with
Again,
barely
Loud,
anything at
not
this
scared
point,
to
and the
use.
timing
Oh my
just about
goodness,
missed there.
that's a
Hold
wild timing.
up towards top nest still.
They are not
Finally
scared
got a
to use the
handle on it,
ult
and
against
EU
the ecos.
Not long for this world, I don't think. 22 health. Shock darts have to be avoided. It's long-range artillery, man. EU's going to be struggling to find any sort of way to get back in here.
Does get this overall, even with his death,
Oof.
which is an inevitability at this point. Round 11 goes the way of Loud.
Still got Sova ult to get over towards the site. They go an A here. They're up against the buy round.
And the Teho ult from Vinny.
Do they go for the classic insta drone Sova ult?
Positive for them heading into the final round of the half. But we are clutching at straws to get any level of positives out here for 100 Thieves. Loud have been utterly dominant, utterly in control.
He's having a fun time.
He's 15.
This guy's having the best time ever, man. He's 15 to 4.
It's all in for this half of Icebox 100 Thieves. So your map is going to be relying on all of this here and now. Hunter's Fury in for the back, and that is perfect. Tracking,
Oh my god.
Taken
And do they
out,
know
clears
that
out.
they know he's isolated? It's a good Sova ult reaction though. How is Asuna out of there?
An attempt of all of this here. Asuna up towards the top. Drop down to double digits and off towards the flank as well. Tap goes the rifle. Boostio cleans up Kawazine in the end.
This is one of the first times where 100 Thieves have threatened the flank. Double pushing out there. That does now make it a little more difficult for these Loud players. But these are both of the top fraggers from Loud, Luxio and Pancada. Can they be stopped?
Hilo set up. Trying to flick a wrist off to the
Hey,
side. EU
3.
puts a stop to that. So 9-3 is going to be
Go
where
on.
we're standing for this first half of Icebox. Again, it's not ideal for 100 Thieves. For Loud, though, what a turnaround.
Yeah, they're looking immaculate. The only cope you could throw out there for 100 Thieves is that sometimes this map can be crazy attack-sided.
Yeah.
If a team just doesn't really understand how to defend, you can get mad runbacks.
I feel like even if the team
And in
doesn't
theory, I think
understand,
100
you can
Thieves
still
should be
just
opted into
overwhelm
these
over
big team
towards
fight
A, which we
executes.
kind of saw.
They're going to have to deal with Dajazine on Reyna, and he is going to want to try to find those
Yeah, that's
early
also the
picks.
issue.
Absolutely.
The
Let's
rain
send
is
it
going to
down
be a
the list.
nightmare
Stand
to
by
play
with
against.
some
You can
special
play
forces.
everywhere.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now I'm here with recording artist Miko. And if you don't know who he is, you are so talented. Like, genuinely such a talented recording artist. Your song Good Luck Have Fun, you know, I was stalking your music, absolutely insane. But you do play Valorant. We were talking about it a little bit before. And I asked you before, since, like, you know, agents often have a song that comes out with them, if you had to design a dream agent for one of your songs to come out with, what would that dream agent be?
Well, y'all already got a Filipino, so I don't know if I can claim that one, but I don't know. I feel like my music is made for people that like kind of have a lot going on in their lives, but like they just kind of put their headphones on to drown it out. So I feel like, I don't know, something like almost Baby Driver-ish, like somebody that has a lot of drift features in there. Okay. Maybe like an ult that's kind of rhythm-based. That would be super cool.
That'd be actually really, really cool. And also, we all got a lot going on. It's all good. Which I think I will love your music so much. Now, you are from Toronto, or Toronto, as the Canadians from Toronto, right? So, are you going to be at Masters Toronto, though?
If I'm in the city, probably.
Hey, let's go. But so now, I think a lot of us will be visiting Toronto for the first time. Do you have any advice for those of us who are going to the city for the first time? And do not say go to Tim Hortons.
Was not going to. Anyways, I think definitely there's an amphitheater actually super close by to where Masters is going to be. Okay. Bud Stage. Cop a ticket for a show there. There's a lot of great artists that play there, and lawn tickets are only about like $40. So.
Oh, nice. Well, we support the arts, but we have a game to get back to you, folks. Let's send it back.
Love that, yeah. Supporting artists. All the rest here.
It would be a long, long road to Masters Toronto for either of these teams.
Hard pronouncing the T at the end there. That is going to get people riled up, Josh. I'm telling you right now, man. That's just,
Okay,
I mean, that's how
dude,
it's
one of
written.
the rounds was a pistol. It's 1-2.
Yeah, that's a disgusting string of rounds on the timeline. Not if you're a Loud fan.
Double Sheriff on both sides here.
Yeah, the
again,
Gen G.
DG is going to be trying to fight before 100 Thieves can set up.
Oh my goodness, it's so damn aggro. Boostio. Matters into your own
Oh.
hands. Hold on, wow. Reload in opportune time, but he's got help arriving in spades. The rest of his team having to clean it all up. So at this point, put the pistol around in the bag, man.
Okay,
It's gonna be
double
over.
pistol.
Ooh. Oh, Pancada.
He'd have to win a 1v5 ace, though.
Yeah.
In order to turn the tide of this round.
I don't think they're going to be able to cast the curse at that much.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'm waiting before I
idea
draw
though
it.
from 100 Thieves,
I'll give him a
just
chance.
Picking up the sheriff. Go for
He's
those double
13 and
one-shot
5.
plays
He's
at
on
the
it.
beginning of the round to take out people who are trying to fight aggro.
Okay.
High-low setup as well from these two in the corner. I want to see the Boostio replay. How's he got that one done? He was
2-0
in some
on
nice
this.
shots on
Two,
that one,
it doesn't
actually.
look like
It's
it by
kinda
the
weird
score,
to
but
say
it is
'cause
2-0 on this
we've had
map.
so few positives from 100 Thieves over the course of this series, but Boostio, he ends the first half with 3 kills and then gets 2 on the pistol, and basically he's like winning it for his team here.
A couple of body shots, gets the job done though.
Yeah, that's right.
The sheriff
The
on the
people
pistol,
buy the sheriffs on
Gen G
this.
strategy from 2024, and both teams opted into it. Now, 100 Thieves are going into the stack here from Loud. And again, we saw Loud do this actually a lot, but they just kind of patiently held their ground and dealt with the stack instead of pivoting away from it. What does 100 Thieves do?
Oh my.
They'll just spray them all down, I guess.
Okay. No one ready for Cryo to be
Well.
that deep onto the line, apparently. We love a good eco ace.
Guys, that's why they throw the flash there, because they know they don't need it.
It's like, oh my god, how do I avoid this guy? How do I avoid this
Damn.
guy?
Nice.
Snappy for the eye by
Nice shots.
That's hashtag unlock your ace as well on socials as well. Free PC giveaway for the first ace of the week and $100 Riot gift cards and $100 in iBuyPower rewards every time there's an ace. Let's just see it again.
This one was so fast.
Oh my god, it is
Ozzy
crazy
managed to spray
fast.
down 4 in that spot. I only even see 3 players on the screen.
Clean.
But yeah, you can follow at iBuyPower on socials. Hashtag unlock your ace. Now, Cryo's got a Blade Storm up already, but it doesn't actually matter that much. They're headed into the bonus because they didn't lose anyone. They still have full rifles anyway, but
Oh, it's an early
always
pop of the
nice.
dash.
Just having your back pocket.
Loud wanted to
Yeah,
fight
wow.
early.
Here's a play on
100 Thieves,
Veto. We're watching the action on
like
A.
money-wise, in a good spot, especially with the ult.
There could be fights on both sides.
Oh, they
want to
go for it. They heard the reload, I think. Yeah, here's the swing and here's the fight. Cryo
Dude, they got
dropped.
out of there. How did they manage to get that kill? Get out of there with 3
There's
here.
that fight. What an adjustment by Pancada. The double face.
Dude, he knows he's done. He knows he's done a lot of damage to Xander though.
There's that proactive re-clear fighting that you were asking 100 Thieves
Ooh,
to do when they were on
great
the defense
timing.
side. This time Loud do it on A. Timing
Now
for
what?
you. It's not really going to work. He's going to run into all of Luke Show's util.
Salvos at your feet.
Ah, fair play, man.
Spike goes down. Hold on. Does he see that on the rope? Not quite. Asana. Safe for now.
I'm surprised that didn't pop up on minimap.
Safe for now. Okay. Well, EU caught.
Oops.
And there it is. Asana being a danger player.
5
Vicky
HP and
comes towards
31
Northwest as well,
HP.
causing heads on a swivel. Luke Show trying to really dig his way out of this one. Somehow has landed with just Asana on top and alone.
Dude, this guy's aim
And
is
Luke
pretty,
Shaw, man, he's just a one-man
pretty sick.
army.
That's a round and a half from him. What a I mean, he's clearly been the
He's,
best player
he's
in the
having a
server today.
crazy debut.
You heard Mitch
Crazy,
say it.
crazy debut.
If you're looking at you know, players coming up through Brazil, there's plenty of people. You're not just looking at Luke Show. Brazil has got a bunch of talent, but the 3K in the round is so important. Now, having said that, because Loud only kept a couple players alive, their eco is massively damaged. And so despite winning in round 15, they are going to
Yeah,
save,
they're gonna do low eco.
just trying to make
Okay,
sure
well, they got the
that
2
don't
hero
allow
guns,
100 Thieves to break their economy fully.
and this could
Start
backfire
running
for
something
Loud
back.
if they don't do a good amount of damage. They just need to try kill like 2, 3.
Xander
That's
might
it.
be in
Not
trouble
crazy
here.
expectations.
Very aggressive from Loud.
The net is squeezing. 2 angles to watch for if you're Xander, and he realizes
Do
there's
I
a lot of
like them
danger.
playing
Can't
like
give away
this?
gun,
Not
but he's just
really,
walking
but
steadily out and away. Bullet straight through the box, and he needs an evacuation play here and now. He's squaring up. He wants to try and take this fight. Lines it up as
oh
anything
boy,
still.
still one gun
Bodies are
over towards here
falling,
though.
toppling. And Luke Shodo,
Nicely
not
done
long
from
for the
Cryo.
war. That's Cryo perched up onto that high
Oh, they got the
ground,
2
planned
kills.
down on top of it for 100 Thieves,
Anything's
but
a bonus
there's
now.
back in if you are Loud.
DG Zin's got to throw this gun to someone else, surely.
The Salvo's first wave of things out from Loud, clears out most of dice. Triple holding this one together. Digizine's the one with the rifle, but he is the lowest player. They hear it, the rumble of the footsteps, and just missing those timings ever so slightly. The rifle
Back to back.
out wide. Pressing the advantage, pushing
Okay,
forwards.
close. They did. I mean, I think
there's
they
no
did pretty
gaps in
good
the
here,
play.
though, right? Three guns
That one was an
down.
eco round for
Now
Loud,
they
though,
got the
remember.
big buy.
Only a couple of Vandals that they brought in there. But they are going to be going up against the Thrash. Asana's got now this pretty sizable attacking
Loud's
ultimate
coach
online.
said Lux have been practicing with him for a couple of weeks already. Hey, really?
And 100 Thieves are headed back over to the A site. So just like on the pistol, where
So
Loud
it was
were trying
always
to
going to
contest
happen
this
even no
space,
matter what.
100 Thieves were
Dude,
getting
that
set
kind of
up for an
explains
exec.
a little bit of why 2E's was playing like he was in that 2G
Just
game,
hiding
but
on top of screens.
it's a bad showing from him.
Gotta be careful of that one. Well, Snake by Shock, full front A control. Giving up over towards 100 Thieves. Gonna use that Thrash to see if they can pave the way in. Cheeky with the movement, very cheeky with the movement, and you have to sidestep it. Drop back off that high ground angle to Jazeen. He's eager to take that engagement and that fight, swinging through into the back of the side. Oh my, this is getting messy and it's getting scrappy. Ults offloaded. Empress now to Jazeen, trying to make a go of it. He could
They
pave
pretty much
a way
spotted everyone though.
forwards. Ash broken, take it out.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Between the round
I
here,
thought
but
they had
not for long.
spotted everyone
Way that
util
these teams
wise.
playing, they were just waiting for the cooldown. Start, salvos in for the back.
Jesus, look how much damage it did. Oh my god,
Still the
Cryo
indicator, he's
tanked
going to be dropped down to the
150
missiles.
to 0
And that's
from
the
the
EU have to
salvos.
do it all. Time ticking though, still potentially a win con for them to play around entirely. And swinging round and away. Pancada, he's got another up position, but that spike plant. Unorthodox up top. Pancada sticking, he knows he needs half. He knows
Really
he needs
nicely
it.
done from
and he
Asuna.
hasn't even got it. It's Asuna. He plays it
Oof,
well.
Cryo's
got
gotta be saying thank you after
to
that.
earn 100 Thieves, that 7th round.
That is just
That
rough.
is a scrappy round. I thought Loud had that one wrapped up, especially when Cryo gets caught by the salvos, not repositioning properly. And Pancada was on the flank. But yeah, it's Asuna who does thrive in chaos like that. Tucking himself into hell, being able to pick up both of the players that were closer to the defuse. And I'm not sure if they had a read that Pancada was on the flank, but his positioning was perfect to avoid getting shot in the back. Now Louder on another eco. It does feel like 100 Thieves are running this one back.
Take flight.
The ults, though, are going to start to get up here for Loud if they want to run some kind of, you know,
Dude, they love on an
VIT,
eco and insta 4-1 gamble.
Tejo ults and
They do it
salvos to deny
all
plant.
the
Like,
time.
there are ways that this could get dangerous for 100 Thieves here, even on an anti-eco.
Okay, drone sees numbers, rotate over with it, they fake like they're going over towards B, got a Viper to commit, and then they walk over towards A. The A gun is cowers in with
They
Sheriff.
found a nice timing, though. They're going to be getting
They
in
found a
here
great timing.
just as the Sova drone disappears.
That's
But
a great call.
you've got to be a little bit worried that DG has pushed up.
That false information for Kawazine.
Yeah, he's on top of them trying to do this
Still
though.
gonna get a kill if this isn't cleared properly, appropriately.
It's
And
fast.
Cryo, it's lovely. Just crouches and swings straight into the fight. And all the danger just evaporates like that.
And now in a 4v5, almost certainly don't want to be using any of these ultimates. You also don't want to be giving ults to 100 Thieves.
Very aggro in through the back of the side here with the salvos drop down. Might be set up for a nice and awkward fight indeed.
Dude, Cryo is fragging really heavy on attack
Handed
right
the
now.
challenge. They'll happily take it and give you the goods.
It's a round for Xander to hunt. Just so that he can get the pit online, but he's not going for it.
Pancada. This guy just doesn't miss. Still, he's trapped. Tucked close to the corner here. He'd love to try and keep this rifle forward. Snake bites.
Ah, look at him go. Look at him go.
Why does Pancada never miss, Josh?
It's
I don't know.
insane.
It's been a mystery for years in the Brazilian sea. No one can figure it out. Why
Dude, when
never
Pancada's on, he's like one of the best to watch though.
He's 19 and 9.
Oh. Silver lining for 100 Thieves, I suppose. One step closer to all the ults, like you were saying. You said it was Xander that should be hunting. He was the last to die, but he does get that ult online. One step away as well for Asuna. I think he's 1 point away, and it's forced his time out of Loud, so breathing room, because at this point you are kind of losing control entirely of the game. If not, it's already been lost for Loud, even though still leading by 2 rounds. It's 10-8,
But if they lose this round, it's probably drawn level. Because this is an eco swing round for Loud. If they lose this, then 100 Thieves are going to be with the weapon advantage, and it probably goes 10 to 10. So this is...
Yeah, and they gotta work out how they want to shut down A.
Take a tactical timeout, but I would have liked it even a round earlier. I always prefer
Zekine?
taking it in the eco
Hello,
round
Zekine.
before the big
Hello.
round. Because I think
Congrats on the win, bro.
when you take tactical timeouts right here, you allow 100 Thieves the opportunity to think, all right, well, we know that Loud are going to do something different. So how are we going to knock them off their game? And so 100 Thieves can pull some, set strat out of the playbook.
Okay, what are they thinking? I mean, they got nice ults for defense, though.
Harder to build that game plan if you do it a round earlier. Now, are we really seeing nobody playing on the A side?
Okay, I mean, but they've been trying to hold it and they've been getting overwhelmed, so...
It does look like it. Just gonna put
Are they going to go for the alarm bot deep and then Viper off of it?
Luxio has been standout.
No, it looks like we're insta-Viper.
Pancada got into a hard anchor position here, though, but... Oh, he's going to pit.
Straight down main.
Okay, insta-Viper, you hold close and you have the alarm bot for if someone tries to take the ropes.
Yeah, that's a
nice.
nasty pit. It does leave the entire top section open, though.
Deep drone as well. Digizine's been pushed into that forward position onto B. A lot of map control right now for Loud. Digizine.
He's going to get some action.
Can you handle it? Onto the high ground. It's incredibly unorthodox and just not anticipated
Especially
by
for a Reina to be there. Out here making the jumps.
Away, out of the fight. Bit of a flash on top of it. 100 Thieves are going to need to come up with a solution. Now the Spike is still sitting around A main. They're hoping to fake some B pressure. Pull players away that they can get into the pit, I think.
Yeah. I mean, are they hoping that Pancada full rotates? That's almost never going to happen.
It's very awkward. 40 seconds left. Still have front B control.
DG's going to have another opportunity here. Another chance to get value out of the Reina.
They got salvos to
you
go.
can just play any
I think they just get delayed too much, though, right?
This was red.
Salvos into tail.
Listen, they're gonna have a lot
Do
of
they
ults,
get here
I
in
think, Loud,
time?
for
Or they go for
retake
deep
of
alarm?
Naru, Yep. So flash
Dude, he
into
did the
face of
salvos
Digizine,
in the same
though.
position.
Towards the top. Needs to be ready to contain and maintain composure. Thrashing through the back. It's a good connection. The dart to the molly.
Oh my God.
Offloaded. Trying to cut these players out of the picture.
Yeah, not sure that's the tail they had in mind. This one fell apart so fast for Louds.
Firmly gained
Some of Vinny's decision making here was really odd. The salvos in the same position is mad. What he's trying to buy, like what, an extra 0.3 seconds so that he can tail. Like he's really gambling that they're not planning in
what went wrong is
on
that
default.
had a really nice call of flashing and taking snowman control. Probably Asuna.
No, I just don't think that's.
Now, it might not be. Obviously,
I
we're
just
not
don't
inside
think
the
that's
comms.
good, man.
But the way that Asuna led that fight, threw his wingman down for a plant position for snowman, and then immediately flashed through the wall, is stopped DG from being able to have impact because they're already past him.
And this tail, it's criminal. Like we're trying to save our guy that's in a molly already. He's been hit by the ult, but we have a guy running there who could save him anyway or trade him.
I don't know what has he been doing that for the last few rounds, maybe, but that's it's a big turnaround because it's been Luxio and Pancada the entire map basically. Now they've slowed down a little.
Cloud's got a bit of a weird bite all over the place, really here. And appropriate discipline being shown by 100 Thieves. They're very, very ready for the aggro A hold. Dismantling it almost as soon as they can get it set up here. Now, Kawazi not to be dissuaded. He still wants to
Allowed use a timeout? Yeah, they did it like a round before, last 2 rounds ago maybe.
Some damage here, and it's really all just on him, I think, as that playmaker up top. Luxio just trying to play that high-low as well. Now
I mean, maybe this guy can carry him, but...
For 10, not anticipating it. Cryo straight up over the ropes.
Yeah, the Asuna and Cryo, it's lunatics.
This is going to be that 10th round now for 100 Thieves. On top.
Okay, was this a low buy for Louds? They do have another timeout if they want it.
And this is the Cryo.
But he is...
Okay.
No, he's got so many kills on
this to come out
attack.
on Haven, because Cryo's ISO has been
I feel like it's all on attack.
every time we've seen 100 Thieves come out on Haven. But they got battered there, and he never really got a chance to get back into the game. He was losing his 1v1s.
From memory, he's at least got a one ace, one 4K,
It was on the pistol round, was it?
2 3Ks.
Outplayed by Kalanzine.
Absolutely, yeah.
And he was missing some op shots at the start of this map as well when he was on the defense side. I thought
Was it 2 4Ks?
getting basically a bad day
It was
out
one
of
of the
Cryo,
3Ks
and
a 4K.
He has completely turned that on its head. Loud burning their second tack timeout in 2 rounds.
Yeah,
Guys, this is a monster.
Right before round 19.
Ladian with the prime. Thank you. Appreciate the 20
It's tough
mums.
for Loud in this spot because
He's
you have
17 to 4 on
one
attack.
round
Yeah,
on
that's
round 15
pretty insane.
in this half.
Considering the amount of
far,
rounds we
and,
played on
it's
attack,
400
that's really nuts.
Yeah, and round 15 was the only round where they had gun advantage. So if you're talking about even or disadvantage,
Let's do a little,
rifling
let's do a little
situations, they
check-in.
just
Where are we at the moment?
Destroyed.
We have
it's
Chicken
mostly
as
just
well.
Cryo.
Chicken getting involved with the
Asna's had
10.
some big
Thank you
rounds
so
too.
much for that, Chicken.
He had a really important clutch where he tucked underneath hell.
Let's get some W's in for the Chicken donation.
So much of this is Cryo, tip of the spear, getting into spots where he can find these early fights and just ripping the Loud players away. Have we seen DG pick up the off
Everyone's trying to go for
I don't
arts
think
and
so.
stats
Don't
these
believe
days.
so.
That
Yeah,
is so
audit here
true.
now.
That is so
It
true.
is entirely feasible to run it on the Reyna. But he's... Where's he going? Is he walking down to you with it?
All
No.
over the place.
Full rotating to B.
Okay,
Most of the dangers
big
really
change up
coming from this
really.
A side. If you are
Op
allowed
goes
to play
in,
against this, it's that
but
snake
the
bite
A
shot.
spam has been so strong for
Really
100
pressure to
Thieves.
push them off from grabbing up that orb, getting these ults online.
Haven't even had to pressure middle, man. Have 100 Thieves even said anyone in middle? Can't remember seeing anyone over towards here.
Busio's holding B for
This might be
now.
the time they put a lock in.
But Cryo and Asna have full pipes control, and at any point here, the IGL of 100 Thieves can start coming around over towards A and get a pretty clean entry.
They're doubled up side by side.
I like this from Xander.
Up and over the top.
Scouting it out early, trying to see if there's an alarm
Long-range
bot.
angles, flash up and over. Dash straight back, 100 Thieves. No drawing of blood just yet. Just trying to trick each other out.
Here comes Boostio. Ah, no, he's going towards mid, actually.
45 seconds left, and it feels a bit slapdash, doesn't it? What is the call? What's the play to be made? Are you going to use ults to try and get themselves in? Because they're still side by side, close quarters. Him and
It's a
Vinny
strong
open up
setup
towards the
with a
top
guy
here on
spotting
top of
early.
pipes. Cryo dealt with. Slight jiggled as well. Luke show over the
Yeah,
shoulder.
this little
It's a firing line,
setup
apparently,
is
how they're gonna be
incredible.
dealing with most of this. All in the form of Luke Show. Young player, new to this stage. But my God, is he performing?
Yeah, a lot of nice things going on for Loud, right? They get the op out, they hold one person holding all the way over towards B. And then this setup's cool. You got one person that spots higher.
Entirely lost in the process. Loud bring themselves up
then
to 11. First round in a
You
long
got
while.
double
Was
floor.
that
And this
because
guy
of the
spotting
tactical
here.
timeout and an adjustment that they made?
It's really, really
I'm
strong.
not sure I can really give all the credit there to a big tactical adjustment. I mean, Cryo's entry
Really?
didn't quite find the value off the first
I mean, I think the setup's nice.
I
It's
think
just maybe the
the
fact that they didn't go with
goal
numbers
might have been
and
to
use utils as
refight
much as
over
they have
the
been.
Boostio lockdown.
The
Because
op
Vinny
holding
didn't
B
use
on
the
its
salvos
own
at
is
all
pretty
at the
strong.
He was holding them for the time. He didn't want to
Well,
be caught in a 40-second window where he couldn't use them to
Well,
try
that's
and
what,
break.
that's what I'm thinking.
So
though,
Boostio
because
has his ult,
the
but
lockdown-
Sova has the ult to cancel
I
it.
mean, since the change, the salvos are not just getting
Why does it look
evaporated.
like Howzin's going aggro?
But
I
they
like
had more
it.
players there.
It's higher low.
Shock title too, I
Well,
think.
that's what I'm thinking. But if you do Boostio's ult on pipes, it can be top or bottom.
Sure.
So then, how do you know for sure to land
Yeah.
a shock on it? That might be what they're afraid of for sure, like the salvo shock combo. But
They're doing the same again.
But this time Boostio's going up to pipes. So, but this is
Do
weird.
they
like,
accept
wouldn't
it, or
here,
do they
you know it's
salvo?
on the high ground. So now I could see them.
Did
just
Salvo
using-
shock it?
I mean, Kawanzine
no,
has the ultimate this round anyway, so it's a pointless discussion. But they're just allowing them to
Yeah,
take the
so
whole
they're just
side.
going to use it all
Alright.
to stop the
They're
plant.
playing for ult denial. Sorry, plant denial, presumably.
Straight in to the side.
Salvo's on the ready.
Open access now for
Oh,
Cryo, and the timing
DG's in,
taken.
scared over
DG's
towards
with a
middle.
bullet to
Maybe
the
the smoke was
temple.
popped at the right time.
He's no more. Salvos.
Like down top
With
side.
the wingman and the plant. Not going to be going down too easily at that. Shock darts ricocheting, just about missing, including these snake bites. Vulnerables up across the
Oh,
board.
the
Hunter's
vulnerable.
Fury,
He tapped the
no.
vulnerable.
And there it is, that double damage done. Tearing it through these 100 Thieves players. Seeking a bit of safety.
Ooh, they still have the
themselves
drone.
away.
You still have the
Trying to
drone.
Play this one a little bit more aggro as well. Together over the shoulder. Brings it down to just 2 players left to do it. On the loud side of things, Luke Shaw and Vinny. They're just not quite able to handle it. Cryo.
Drone, dude.
No
drone.
slowing down.
The drone to clear the guy off of that angle.
He's
then
taken
they're all
over
behind
completely.
the wall. Then he can wall up.
In that final little 2v3 scenario, Luke Shaw's taking a direct duel against Cryo. Cryo's holding the angle. He is favored in it. But there was spots
Cryo's
earlier on
going
where it felt
crazy,
like Luke
dude.
Shaw could do no wrong.
Yeah.
And now it is absolutely Cryo who's hitting every shot. He's just winning almost all of the duels he takes. 29 and 16, carrying 100 Thieves to make this comeback a reality. After a
God, they get
9-3
hard
half.
reset. They still manage to get a buy.
Aggro util being used by Loud here. Just on top pipes, but it doesn't do enough to push them back. I mean, 100 Thieves are all the way in front section of A. It's all theirs. Trying to double face up, remove some of this util. Keep them guessing in the footsteps. Big rumble. I don't think Xander's going to be hearing
Really,
that.
he took his turret away.
Still, he's got open access to kitchen.
Where's the turret?
Not too sure.
Yeah, he just took it away because he was out of
There's another
range.
swamp to break it at the beginning, so... What?
Oh, Xander, yeah. Filthy work, filthy work.
Oh my
indeed.
goodness,
They're
it's like
none the wiser.
the comms didn't come in.
Love to see if they can clean and root this guy out of position. It's inevitable at this point. This is going to be that 12th round for 100 Thieves.
Mitch was talking about it on the desk. This was a playground for Xander when he was in Tier 2. His map.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had
And this
incredible
round he just had
timing
the
here as
freest
well.
timing through mid.
Dude,
I'm
I
not
don't
sure
know
we'll be
what
able to
went
get a
on.
replay of what happened to
I
the
don't know what went
turret,
on. He took
but
his turret
usually
away,
I would
and I
expect it to be
think
like,
it's because he's out of
you know,
range here.
Nanoswarm
But
lineup that's thrown over towards kitchen
Yeah, it
and it
must
takes
be.
down the turret really early on. But Boostio still had both of his ups, so I genuinely don't know what happened to the turret that round because it should
no,
have been
he
watching
was
for
just
that.
out of range, so he
Maybe
took it
Xander
away.
broke it early and was taking a late reclear, but then Loud didn't react to it.
Yeah.
Strange stuff happening here.
A
Loud
strange
losing
map.
their grip.
Yeah, they certainly are. Just dominance from one half to the next. Both of these teams taking turns. Jazine will hope to keep this rifle intact. My God, dismissed!
That's sick. Okay, one chance.
Keeps the gun in his hands here.
One
but it is
chance for
100 Thieves
Asner
up to
as
12
official.
nevertheless.
Cryo hits 30. Majority of these is just on attack as well.
Oh, here's what happened to the turret then, right?
And he just takes it away.
It's thrown out.
Yeah.
And then it
Yeah,
vanishes.
Don't know.
It vanishes.
Did place it though.
Schrodinger's turret. No, they must have made a play to get rid of it, and we just missed what happened.
No, they didn't.
But presumably that was a nice play from 100 Thieves to set Xander up for the lure. Here's Loud fighting over this.
Oh, it's full aggro. This is it. All in. Why not? Throw everything together and see if you can come on top and top of the carnage. 100 Thieves. trying to win
Oh,
these
Ozzy
fights
won that
out.
one.
And my God, it's a bloodbath. Loud were trying to put them into the blender. Got turned right back onto them. Kawazine, it's got to be snappy and more so than that to snap his
The
hands.
ropes absolutely
Tracks it onto
wrecked
the
him.
side, and 13-11
Dude,
is where we end here with
what a
Icebox.
crazy comeback that
100
is.
Thieves straight back at it.
Yeah, Loud's gonna be feeling
on the
gutted
cards.
after this.
That is going to fire up this 100 Thieves team. Soon as they found opportunities to swap to the attack side, get Cryo into positions, he feasted, he farmed. 30 kills he ends on. Incredible performance from Cryo. And I think both teams will be fairly happy about the final map split, where, you know, decent middle ground territory for them both.
get this
Icebox
VOD
was an
up.
unknown, and it turned out neither team really knew what they were up to on defense side.
Yeah, a lot of unknowns, I think, for them in terms of the time that they put into Icebox as a map. It felt like a weird one, to be honest, to watch.
But I think both teams did actually have some really good ideas on attack.
Yeah.
I think it was more of a game where the attacking teams took control rather than genuinely having
Up
poor
to
defenses.
Icebox.
We'll be ending this series anyway with more familiar territory. Definitely some highlight moments to be gathered and gained.
Yeah, if Cryo can keep up this form heading into split, 100 Thieves have got a serious chance.
Yeah, and it's time for a quick
21
break.
to 7 on attacks, that Cryo.
Breaking it all down and getting us nice and ready
21.
for the culmination, the conclusion of this series. Don't go anywhere.
Twenty-one in one half. Nice. Okay, let's quickly check in before we run the ads. Some Swin, I think I say it like that, with the 10. We got Anonymous with the 10 as well, Gorodon and Boat Dog with the 10 as well. That you know what to do. Get the W's in, and we're over 12,000 now, so I will do another 200. Okay, chat. Let me spam some ads. I'll be right back. I got so many things up on my second monitor.
Meanwhile, Cryo crunching in from short, but Cryo's waiting on the other side! Cryo wins it out for 100 Thieves!
Cauãzinho tá com medo ainda de plantar, ele tem míssil também. Vamos ver se ele vai querer gastar ou se vai resolver na mira. Cauãzinho! 4K!
All right, we certainly had a bit of an idea of which way this game was going to
sorry,
go.
that was a bite. That was a
banana
bite.
time. We would not be consuming this potassium if it wasn't
that was a great timing on that bite, Xander. I love that.
Oh, we wouldn't be consuming these. These guys would be having sadness bananas. I don't know what the equivalent is if you lose in 2 maps. Do you get bananas at all? Do you get dinner?
No dinner. Definitely no dinner.
Maybe.
Somehow play no dinner for 100 Thieves and lost that one.
Something bad. Something, you know, not good for you.
Common gruel. You eat some of that sat out of the back there.
You're going to peel little potatoes.
The reason why you're looking at our mugs again is because 100 Thieves have been able to bring things back after a 9-3 deficit. I know. At
100 Thieves. 100 Thieves, 9-3.
It's a thing, man.
It is.
But come on, like the grit, the determination that you need to display in order to make this happen, especially against a team where everything is going right, has got to be recognized, right? Digizine is powering through, but Luke Show is, Sideshow said it, the best player in the server at one point on his debut, but the gas is starting to run out.
Exactly. I'm not sure if it was the gas running out or Cryocell's just waking up. I mean, that ace got him fired up, and he just took over the rest of Icebox after that.
The whole game, when you're looking at how 100 Thieves play to kick things off on a defense, though, it's like Cryos not hitting shots, just like we all witnessed at this point. But even just the macro, you're like, oh, 100 Thieves are just playing their same comp from 2024. This has to be figured out. I mean, why are we still picking Gecko? Because Gecko is not picked anymore. But
that's my line. Your job is to answer the question. It's still your job to answer the question.
No, it's continuing.
Listen, the Gecko is something that we haven't seen, like you said, since last year, so it throws a lot of players off, even on the pistol round. I mean, you know, the defense of 100 Thieves, it wasn't good. They only won 3 rounds, but this was one of them, and it was because of this guy right here on your screen who's defusing the spike.
The wingman, for sure.
We love him.
And I think the reason why, again, to answer that question that you want to tee me up that I stole you from, but it's why we see a Gecko now, and maybe it's just the pure Teo coming in the new meta, right? Teo's been so good. He's got good moments. I mean, when you were looking at, Vinny play the Teo on the denial of the plant from the wingman, Teo's still very good, still very impressive. You had good map control in terms of the Armageddon, and it just pound for pound on paper looks like it's really good to help you create space where maybe the Gecko doesn't. But now maybe that's the key thing for 100 Thieves, because not many players or not many teams have been using Gecko. Maybe they just forgot how to play against a type of composition where maybe
it helped out.
What edge are you trying to tack though by playing Gecko instead of Teho or KO, for example, or other agents at NNO?
It's the same thing that 100 Thieves tried to accomplish on Split by running the Sage. It's a character that has been out of the meta. People aren't used to playing it, and you think you can get the one up on him. I mean, it happened here in a way, even though, I mean, without Cryo popping off, it doesn't happen really the same.
Yeah, we don't want to fixate on the Gecko pick because it's not what gets in this win, but it's just an odd one to see.
Yeah, definitely. Very
definitely.
I mean, we're going to talk about Cryo here a little bit more in detail. This is one of those maps where we get to see him come out on the jet, right? Like, just take up the duelist role here. This ace here is insane. Pretty insane.
Yeah. This is the danger of, we have pistols, let's group up, let's do something. But if one player like Cryo gets online because of something like this, I mean, you're wishing that you would have maybe just died to a spike. Maybe not let this guy get on a bender that he went on. I mean, he was literally destroying everybody instantly. And he wasn't overheating either while he was doing it. Like, he was playing by the book.
Controlled, no overheats for sure, because after that ace, the following rounds, entry after entry, and also the combination that you had towards the ace side hit when they combined it with the Hunter's Fury towards Jail to try to take down to Jazeen. He didn't try to rush down to get the pick. He just simply crosshair placement, wait for the Hunter's Fury to push the opponent out, boom, instant headshot. And he's been landing, and it was no way that Loud could answer that.
Can we cast our eyes to the last map in this series? You might need a reminder. We're off the split here, which, I mean...
I don't need a reminder for that one.
It gets floated here, but obviously...
I want to forget it.
100 Thieves, like, you know, expected to be decent. This is where they bring the Sage on this map, right? Which is nobody else is doing that in Americas right now. Whereas, like, we know in the past, Loud have played just the Teho Breach, pretty, like, straightforward looks here. Like, what should we be expecting, or what are we looking out for coming to a map like this, where a lot's on the line for both these teams still?
First thing for the side of Loud, I don't think we're going to see any compositional change going into that one, because yes, we've seen Luke show when we hyped him up being such a good Sentinel player for the team, but he already has good experience playing as a Viper as well over Galaris in Tier 2. So I think just pound for pound that kind of meshes well with the current status of Loud, and you could still play this double controller Raze with no Sentinel. But on the side of 100 Thieves, the reason why I wanted to say that we forget it, yes, maybe, the Sage coming out, not many teams played against, and Sentinels did. They played against again. What happened? 13-1 for Sentinels over 100 Thieves, and you wanted to forget that one. Exactly. So now it comes down to what can you cook up this time around for 100 Thieves if you want to maintain this, because that could be one of those, hey, one-offs, like an EG style, that the next time it's figured out, you'd have nothing to do.
I will say, though, when you get 13-1, I mean, was it really the comp at that point? Because, I mean, on any other day, it would at least be semi-competitive. Okay, maybe you get blown out because you get anti to 13-8, right?
Yeah.
A 13-1 is just such a one-off performance, like you were stating, that I think even if they went in with the same comp today,
do you just throw that result away?
Like, you have to. You have, because there's so much that goes into getting 13-1 that's outside of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, and we heard it after those interviews, after Sentinels, like, we just weren't playing our game. Like, we were just whatever,
So, the question still lingers. Can this new Loud roster score their first win of Stage 1? We're going to find out after this. Don't go too far. 100 Thieves and Loud. The conclusion
Sage?
is on Split after this.
Oh, boy. Oh, they still got the same comp. Well, as we've seen, it does struggle on attack a lot. Not locked. Could be just hovering it, that's true. Could be just floating it for a little bit. He might have baited though.
Well, here it is, yeah. Split is where we're going to be taking a look at between both of these teams here. For Loud, I mean, really just highlighting the importance, I think, of trying to get their first win. Mitch was just saying before he sent it back over towards us. But that string of rounds that they ended up losing towards the end there, not great for them, to be honest. All the momentum that they potentially had coming out of map 1, leading forwards into that first half, just dwindled immediately.
Yeah, when you get up to 10 rounds by round 15, it's 10-5. You expect to be able to convert those kinds of spots. Hopefully they're not rattled heading into map 3, because like you've said, this is such an important series for them. And they started so well, but now look at the smiles on 100 Thieves. Like, they're feeling good, they're feeling back, despite losing their map pick on Haven.
I think it was the first coach interview I think we did with Ziggs after map 1, saying that, you know, it's not our day, it's a slow start, we're not communicating, we're not calming properly.
Yeah.
Whole load of issues.
Felt like Cope when they went down 9-3 on Icebox.
Yeah, but they've shaken off the rust, haven't they? I mean, if the rust even existed in the first place, it's only been a week since they last played, but...
After the Fnatic win today, do you think it completely shakes up the power rankings in EMEA in the top half?
Now, we have seen
I would still put Vitality on top. Yeah, if Fnatic do it again, then I'll be in for it.
You've had enough time to change
It's still,
it's the same
still consistently.
One time against Sentinels, and then they
not looking at that one result to push them off the
last
top.
time they played on Split, they got 13-1.
Even though I think Fnatic played good.
Main adjustments that Sentinels made.
Okay, well,
we're gonna
definitely gonna have to keep a strong eye on.
Where we can
Wait,
get
who starts
caught
what
by
side?
Stun and
Because
jump
100 Thieves really struggled on attack.
It really wasn't anything.
They definitely have a good
massive
defense.
that they adjusted.
But if you get in like one round on
there's gonna be
attack,
some
then
pressure on Luxio here because the Viper is the player that they tend to jump on. So maybe this will work out. Maybe 100 Thieves have decided not to change the comp, but just add more tactics.
Yeah.
I remain a skeptic though that you're running a comp
man.
that got
The beast.
destroyed 13-1 last time.
Vitality
how
plays
well they
Heretics
do
next
as we
week.
head into
Ooh, that's
Split
a
here.
sick one.
Pistol round on map 3. We're beginning shortly, just from the mini-map positions as well. We're taking a gander at that, but it seems quite spread out from 100 Thieves. They're not going for anything
Okay,
fast.
100 Thieves start on defense.
No, I mean this composition on defense
Not too
just
bad.
has a ton of tools. Pull, slows,
Okay,
nades,
Loud's
salvos,
gonna know that.
stuns. You know,
I
you don't
mean,
have to really force the issue.
They don't need too many, you would imagine.
Zine up the gut with a self drone. Just got broken, so didn't really claim too much space. Pulled 100 Thieves players looking for that reclear. Boostio.
Solo Boostio over towards the A site.
Up into his face and might be
Salvos do stop the original
Good
hit.
stun though from him. It buys time for Cryo
Down
and
into
EU
the
to help
salvos.
reinforce these positions.
Got breach
And look
damage.
at how deep Asuna is down mid. Now, I don't think he's going to be able to hear
Nah,
this.
he's not gonna hear this.
There's a stampede of buffalo, but it's a little bit outside of the footstep range, I think.
Trying to find some pasture.
How my pick'ems looking?
well, they're gonna
Mate,
feel
absolutely in the bin. I can't get anything right.
You know, pull
You're
down,
better off
jump
just looking at a coin, mate, and just flipping it.
As soon as this Viper wall goes
I don't know
up,
what I'm
Xander's gonna
doing.
have a question. Do you swing through it and try to get some info?
Just spotted it. Okay, smokes it up. Paranoid up. And a kill being caught. As Asuna dropped straight in through mid. It's going to make this retake much more difficult.
Nice.
And, oh, aftershock into the spam. Xander slow to a crawl there. This is a 3v5 now. Rapid play by 100 Thieves. Looking like they wanted to take it a bit faster, but fault line offloaded. Now the stealth drone here. Cuts it up close. Spots out Pancada. Flashed up. Salvos. Not long for the world. 100 Thieves. Looking for a way to pave their path potentially to success. They're slowly getting themselves in through the side.
Dude, this guy,
Tip-tapping away.
man. This guy.
Ghost in hand. Luke
He's
Shaw
just
is
playing
not slowed
so
down.
well.
Vinny with a nicely called pistol
There's a
round
chance
again.
my
Going for
America's
that mid-round
pick'ems aren't
audible
too
call
bad.
after the A push failed, but I think
Yeah.
Ziggs is going to be looking at that pistol round and silently raging at 100 Thieves. They stacked 3 players A off Boostio's stun, and then EU's just sat
4
there
out
with
of
a drone,
6,
not
3 out of
re-clearing AA.
6,
If they had
1
used
for
the drone
1.
10 seconds
Not
early,
great.
they could have started stacking
It is
the
better
B-side,
than a coin, but
knowing
if
that
that's
Vinny
our
had called
bar,
that rotate.
I
They
just
need to be more proactive if they want to get a read on
move
where Lauda
slipped
finishing.
heavily.
Because right now we're just seeing Vinny find the right site way too often because 100 Thieves are not actually gathering
EMEA 3.
information on defense.
Okay, I'm pretty much like what?
Don't
Getting
do
like
this. Don't do this to
60%?
me.
Under
We're gonna see
60%,
it
man.
soon enough.
We're a bit
Sometimes
better
I
than
just
a
think players
coin,
like
but
trouble.
again, that shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah.
Dude, I reckon in
Potentially.
EMEA, sorry, I reckon in
there it
Pacific,
is.
I'm...
All right, we
Got ourselves a tech ball.
My Pacific stuff must be so
Seeing
bad.
it. It's looking like a bit of a monitor issue.
Dude, look at my
Building around a bit,
Pacific.
seeing if we can get the setup
I don't know what I'm doing
right.
here.
Hopefully back into the action
I'm
soon
getting
enough.
2 out of
Because
6 each.
Luxio's been
Dude, chat, I need to do this, by the way.
Yeah, the audio.
I'm getting 2 out of
And yet
6.
still performing
That's crazy.
arguably like the best player. I mean, Cryo did dominate on Icebox. Aside from
That's
that
crazy.
half
What
from Cryo,
what am I doing? It's like I'm not even watching
and
him.
this round, in round 1, he
Okay,
was once
chat.
again the solo lurk player in mid who caught Asa.
Let's keep it
He was
going.
rotating out. The
Let's-
timings on these lurks
The floor's been
have
set
lovely.
so
He's
low
not just a
that
mechanics god.
I should
He's
be so
actually been
fine.
finding really, really nice.
Wait, I'm
timings
so
and
fine this
awareness
week. Look at
too.
these games.
So this monitor issue has been resolved and we're going back into the game.
That's what I want to hear.
Chat, what did I do on plat chat?
And I'm looking for
I did.
proactivity
I
in the
hit
mid
Paper
round
X
for
again,
Untitled.
didn't
Doesn't
I?
necessarily have to be right off rip.
Prodigy, stop typing.
Round like
Stop
this,
typing my
5
name.
players B probably are going to be
I
doing
haven't
some
locked anything in
aggressive
yet.
rip.
And okay, catch the contact, stun, nades. Pancada's not going to be giving up a gun.
Chat, I
He
have
does
to keep
end
it
up
with
going
plat
down.
chat.
He's just going to be
I chose Paper
looking
X,
to delay.
right?
He's called it, so open access to the A site.
He said I can't
Does he
give up on
careful,
Paper
yeah.
X.
Does he stay? Does
That
he
does sound
challenge?
like me.
I mean, a smoke like this is just so weird unless the omen is right there.
And now we slowly creep and crawl into the spawn.
Crouch walk.
And we're going to put everybody to sleep. Get the
Dude, here he
blankets
is
out.
though. The new guy's got a lot of kills
Put to
here.
sleep earlier. Fnatic Vitality earlier on today.
I said boom on plat chat. Not a
The
chance
slow
I said
attack
boom
side
on
round.
plat chat.
Yeah.
How
I
many does
remember
Lucio
sticking
get
up for
here?
Paper X.
Over under 3?
1 to 5 in the chat.
I would say over.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Still
Raze
cleaned up
is
though
the
in
one though. You want to Raze.
time. Well, you're
Want to
losing some
Raze getting
guns.
some kills.
Yeah,
Is
they've
Pancada
lost.
going to be able to reclaim one of these?
I would assume so, but they've lost at least
The
one.
time's ticking.
Oh, you've got to.
He's
got to
got
run
a
into
long
that.
way to row, buddy.
Oh, it was
Okay,
close.
he just gets there in time.
Did Pancada get a gun? No.
No, he didn't.
So that was...
Chat, who did I put for
Okay, so they
Talon
did actually
Nongshim?
lose quite a
Nongshim,
lot
right?
Yeah, they did.
Made the.
You said I'm going down with Paper
bonus
X.
round
Okay, let me
significantly
lock
worse
them
for
in.
I mean, not that much worse. In fact, DG wants to force. I don't really know why you would go for that, but
Economy management is optional. It's fine. Once you get a rifle up, buying into it.
me, a Carmen Corp fan in 2023.
Okay, it's locked in. There's nothing I can do, Prodigy. Sorry.
Well, here we go. Bonus round for Loud. Early salvos. Push back onto the B line, so Sander not able to stand his ground there. Gives him access towards it.
These kind of spots where you're playing, where Lucio is right now, this is where you could run into
How am I
a stun
2 out
salvo
of
play at
6?
one of these rounds from 100 Thieves, like a big set play.
Okay.
There's Cryo online early. Vinny
I'm
solo
4
walking
out of
up mid,
12.
Really weird.
That's strange.
You can't do that without a distraction. Some kind of noise being made.
Paper X
elsewhere
better
on the
win,
map.
man.
This angle is dangerous that EU's trying to play at, but dropping off.
Wait, this
Slightest of curbs, but for Jazine not to be dissuaded. Straight
a
up into the A
bonus.
site now. Does Asuna want to try and take a
Good
peek?
might.
Stray shots going his way.
Planted for main.
Nade's going to rebound.
That's an
some
incredible
decent damage.
nade.
Not
Get
much
the
else
plant
with it.
down.
4v4.
Carter has a regen shields though, so it
Still
doesn't
that
matter
heavy
too
control.
much.
Digigene's going to be that late backstab as well.
Cowan's
They have
in
not cleared
his
them out towards ramp,
salvos.
so that's the real danger for them. And this is being slowed
Stops
through
their
a
initial
crawl.
hit, which means that they
Salvos
get
back
more
online,
time to get the
delay.
smoke up.
And Asuna missing his timing. It's a critical kill at that to try and find Digigene. Wins it against the counterpart. Pancada round.
God, look at them go, man. Look at this guy go. He's averaging like two kills a round at the moment.
Yeah, very strange beginning.
Just over.
I'm not sure what Vinny was doing in mid there, but also 100 Thieves at no point really like started a retake. They waited for Asuna to die in heaven before they even decided to go elbow. And where was the util? I feel like there was nothing going on the site.
Yeah.
Everybody from Loud was just able to take a normal gunfight.
Timeout or not?
7-1, Luke Show. A fitting scoreline for a new Brazilian player.
Don't even start. This guy's not going to be let Loud straight back into
Nice shot.
Brazil. Cryo. It's getting cheeky. Rattles one across there with this team taken out. Few issues that Loud might face.
Dude, sideshow, man. For God's sake. You can't even be angry, man. You can't even be angry. You just gotta respect that one from him.
Fighting mid. Because otherwise you wouldn't just want to walk a solo initiator up.
Just spotted, and he's trying to take a timing pass. That one still, that's going to be an abundance of util throw.
Oh my God, this guy's the truth, bro. This guy's the chosen one.
Crazy one to open.
He's actually the
Good play from
chosen
Vinny
one.
as well. Running in,
He's
defending
so
his new player.
good.
TP up top, trying to capitalize in a little bit of the chaos, I suppose, when the plant was going down. Maybe a player could have been occupied.
There might be a chance here if Cryo can hit some ridiculous shots.
That's going to be tough. To clear out most of the way, Pancada showing presence up towards heaven. There's a gun.
Not the one he was after.
No, just a stinger.
I'd rather have Cryo with the Sheriff.
Now moving away and around. A bit of running gun, backing himself out. Pancada. All go down in the end, but
Okay, so
exactly where he
Cry's
is.
gonna
Cry's
have
trying to bait the shot out.
res for next round.
Might be able to play exits here. But they're going to exit via screens. So nothing that Cryo can particularly do in
Cryo
this
has
spot.
res. Everyone else pretty far away.
It's a rough beginning to this half for
BG's in
They've been in this
one
spot
orb
every
away from
single
his
time
ult.
so far in
So
this
that
half
B orb is
slow starts.
gonna
I
get
thought it was gonna be
contested.
a change of pace, to be honest. Not necessarily in terms of how fast 100 Thieves were taking the
A
beginning
great
of these
shot.
rounds, but just, I don't know, I thought that string of rounds that they managed to pull together, we wouldn't see this kind of flattening that we've been seeing on the halves. It's been a weird game, honestly. It's been a weird game.
Well, I think it's also the. If you think about it, 100 Thieves have actually only played one half of Valorant well today.
Yeah, and it was Icebox.
It was the attack half of Icebox. Though. It wasn't even the
Dude,
defense.
that's so savage.
So it's 1-1 in the series
It's
right
savage,
now.
but it's
100
true.
Thieves put everything into just one half of Valorant. So now we're seeing them back on defense again. Defensive Haven and defensive
Timeout.
Icebox. They looked like there was nothing going on. They looked really poor actually. And the same problems are happening again here. It's
Prodigy,
early days though. and
you
it's
snuck a
very
20
early
in
days to
there.
be taking a tactical timeout.
So much
and having
Prodigy
6
for
talk
doing
to the
that.
rest of the team.
And then we have Regan as well. Regan with the
But
20
I think
also.
there are already still
Thank you so
some
much,
warning
Regan.
signs.
Try to
They're
get the W's
giving up
out.
mid for free.
Prodigy and Regan.
I mean, they did try to fight Luke Show, and they should have been able to get the better end of that in the previous round, but he just hit a ridiculous shot while stunned.
Valorant or CS2? I mean, I prefer
It might just
Valorant,
boil
man,
down
but
to what we've been
it's
talking about, the word of the
whatever
day,
you prefer.
more
They're both good
activity.
games.
Get a bit more active, maybe in the defense. I mean, this comp
CS
does like to
made
get
me,
active,
man. I
right?
can never
think
hate
Loud
that
are gonna
game.
know that from watching
It's a
VODs.
beast game.
Can't be being too all in like they are right now, actually, in front of the barriers. 100 Thieves have been doing a lot of big set plays.
I think one of the things that, well, we've seen the first time they played against Sentinels, a big B main set play.
Sure.
Where they did the pull and the slow. And,
Slow over the top.
Yeah, massive, big fight. That looked awesome. I think this comp is also really good at just being able to hunt Luke Show if he plays aggressively on the lurk at A ramp. You see him here in a really passive spot, expecting them to be doing something different coming out of the tag timeout. He's all the way
Diamond
back here.
Dog, holy
That
hell.
means if they run some
It can't
kind
be
of,
that bad.
You know, set stun down this line.
The thing is,
versus
CSGO
it
was...
clear through A ramp,
First year of CSGO
wouldn't
was
get caught.
atrocious as well, to be fair.
Slow to try and cut up the tempo ever so slightly. Stealth drone going to be used in response as well on the other side of things, just to clear down towards
Okay.
A ramp.
They see that they go take middle. In reaction, they drone over towards
timing
A.
of his own.
The
There's a
drone
minute
doesn't see anyone,
the mark here.
and
Wall up through B
they
heaven.
managed to
All
set
eyes are
up.
going to be onto B main.
Yeah, that
one
wall is really
watching
nice
A.
from Cryo. You got like
Question
30
mark over
seconds there
towards
where
middle.
it
In
locks up
reaction,
B
we do
heaven.
the
Cryo
passive
gonna
wall.
help Xander.
This is interesting.
Response it. Here the orb, you see it, all coming through now with a showstopper on top of it, round to the side! My god, just about collecting that kill, still, equivalent exchange, paid for in blood, and this wall, no sign of that one breaking, it was used pretty late as we were already mentioning, and where's the pivot options? You don't have A control?
No.
30 seconds left.
I don't think they realized the wall was here. I think Luke Shaw was supposed to give them an option.
30 seconds
They're going to
left.
sound
Yeah.
bait the retreat and going to a
But this could be nice, because does he insta-take
Think about Luke Shaw.
space?
He's the only player that can cause chaos here.
He has to be the danger
Oh,
player,
the
but straight
double off
through
that.
main, man, you've just been obliterated.
Nice shot.
Luke Shaw cleans up in
Really
the end.
nice shot.
EU is having a field day here.
15 seconds on this one, just got to stay alive.
It's Vinny versus the world in a 1v2. Quick wrap around. He's trying to tap this one to pull these players out wide and open. Just can't quite land that one shot. 5 seconds left, and they already know it. Getting a run on, getting a move on. Asuna is going to play for his life because no
Yeah,
matter
they're on the
what,
board.
it's a round
They're on the board. They
collected.
didn't have to use any ults.
First time where 100 Thieves
They
have
lost
managed
3
to get the
though.
stack in the right place and utterly crush Loud's attempt at getting on site. And I think so much credit there is because of that wall and the timing of it in the mid-round. I was talking about proactivity, going and gathering information in the mid-round, but that wall serves a similar purpose.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily find you info, but it just cuts off a lane on the map so you don't have to worry about it anymore. And it still functions the same way where you can overstack onto a different area.
It's a big deal with these B hits as well. Normally you have to
Ults
worry about
on Ye
potentially
being
the pin
primary
set.
Jules, Nicey being on another roll.
Talk about that a bit
I
later.
don't think that's the issue, man.
Asuna looking to fight over mid. 100 Thieves have been playing mid very softly.
I think you're kind of on the right point, but
Punish that
I
jump
just
spot.
think their
It's tough to
their
play
comps seem
against a British
really
stable
out of
comp.
meta.
Stun, salvos, you're in a lot of trouble.
And here's a replay. Okay, the fight taken by 100 Thieves. This
Like, EG don't
is
really
what I
like
wanted to see
Teo,
more
right?
of.
Yeah, that's nice. And then a wall up as well.
Yeah, this map conditioning nice and slow, like they haven't been going for these plays, but a reclear like that gets them the information. Gets
It's
them
weird
the
because they'll
wall
like force a waylay, but they
pushes
won't
Loud
force a
back into that
Teo.
uncomfortable
I
territory.
think any team that forces a waylay but
If Loud
doesn't
wanna
force a
win the round,
Teo
it's
these
all on
days,
Luxio. The rest
then
of
they've
these
lost their
players
mind.
have to take their time breaking the wall in mid. And Luxio not spotted by that Teho drone.
There goes Teo.
Gotta be aware of the gap.
A lot? I wouldn't say a
Wow, just
lot.
locked straight on to multiple
Dude, it's a
targets.
3v5.
He's
I'm
too
talking like
good.
this round's done,
Luxio
and this guy's
left
just
alone
out here
to
just
his
swinging
devices
through
onto the A
walls,
side. He's
killing
revealed
two.
his hand here, but a paranoia in your face. Fault line round to the side. A util. It's been used to try and bail him out from afar. And he's seen, or at least heard, that these players are coming through, and here it is. Reinforcements arriving in a form of cryo up from on high. And the res in the back pocket as well, so Asuna brought back into the
They play
picture.
Teo on 3 out of 4 maps. Do we see more than 4 maps, surely?
Able to wrangle that rifle back in control. Xander, full control.
Okay,
For what
this is a nice try though.
could be problems. Clean in the end by 100 Thieves.
And despite Luxio's best efforts at making something happen there at A ramp, 100 Thieves early round fight through mid, like the reclear in mid there, is what gets them set up for an advantage to be able to win. Puts them instantly into a 5v3 scenario. That's the proactivity that Zix is talking about.
Yeah.
And a good timing for it too, not straight off the rip, so that Loud can immediately make a game plan and react. You know, like 20 seconds
The
into the round,
Haven, they
something
don't
like that.
play it.
Force the timeout out of Loud.
And to be fair, they played on
You're
Lotus.
exactly right in terms of
They won that.
window of opportunity, and when you choose to strike with this comp, because you can be proactive. It was a beautiful one by 100 Thieves. Cleared up.
Honestly, they do play it
Marks that
more
might
than
have
I
been around
think.
the map and got them 2 kills.
Oh yeah,
to
they played
really
the
just net them that
Killjoy,
round
the
win nice
Killjoy
early
on
here.
Fracture.
Now Loud going to be working with essentially a bargain bin buy. I mean, you've got a rifle in the hands of Lucio. Why not?
He's been the right player to give the rifle to today.
For sure.
And he's
But to be
also
fair, they do. No,
really
they are playing
frequently
Teo
playing the
a good
opposite side of the
amount.
map, working off the distraction, so
Like
everybody on 100 Thieves has to give that penguin to me. I will punt it.
Do not give this man a penguin. Do not put him on any conservation efforts. The Lucio has been unreal, to be honest. For an opening performance on the stage when Loud needed a turnaround. 11-4 and a lot to
then
be
honestly,
asked of.
I'm not too sure about
Stepping up to
EG.
it.
Yeah, he's got the opportunity to take individual fights.
They've just had to play Haven every single
And
time.
the timings he's finding are really nice. He
I
waits
don't
until
think
his team
I
tells
mean, I
him
think the
exactly where
Haven's
breaching
awful.
the KOR so that he doesn't get caught by stuff. This round, though, playing with the pack. Just looking to trade out his teammates, I think. Maybe something a bit pacey.
Yeah, hold on. It's a weird looking salvos as well, skipping straight
Ooh.
past it, but it's a half clearance. Cryo was
checking that
stunned
one.
up.
Cosmetic.
And Digizine removed from the fight. Deep B main control gives up an orb as well. These are a lot of ults that are just accumulating now for 100 Thieves. And immediately going for that reclear up into A Heaven. This is super proactive.
Yeah, but every single time they lose middle, they insta drone
all
somewhere to get
Gets
info.
used in vents. They are going to be in big trouble.
So haven't been where they pill by any team. G2 on Ascent is like the best
They
chance.
heard a jump. They heard a drop down. They know
But I
they're
feel like
going there. Yeah,
they
this is a great
have a
time for the
lot
young
of
guys. They
set
want to try to use
strats.
it, but the longer you wait,
It's
the
like,
worse it gets.
oh
Still
boy.
stun connects. That's what they were waiting for. but
Just get out of there
timing
then.
on it.
Yeah,
Ever
they
so
got a lot of
slightly
set
so.
strats.
Bit of a
It's
blunder.
like Tail ult, they go middle.
Rolls his way forwards and through. Rolling for
Waylay ult,
a
they
bit
go
more
middle.
time. 45 seconds left.
Dude,
And with a
the
salvo to
util off here is
supplement,
just...
That's a perfect combination. Cluttering up.
This is the best
Close to the
example of
corner.
the
Asuna
util in this game at the
unexpected
moment.
into that spot. Pancada was looking to see if he can relieve that pressure
You
onto
go
the
over
Heaven
towards
players.
Vents, Tail ult,
Thieves in
then you're getting
complete
comboed
control
over
of this
towards
round
here
here.
from...
No time really left to work with.
They have a nade in
Despite
there
being
as
in the
well.
hands of
No, they don't have a
Kawazine,
nade in
but
there.
everyone's watching for it.
But that looks
Double
horrendous to
ultimates
play
expected,
against.
though, for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it was
Gets
expensive.
them
But
back into the game, sure. Third round on the board. It's all really important. But now they have less tools to work with in the next. And this is where Loud actually have rifles. I like the idea, but DG with a half clear over towards the left side of Heaven there, and Cryo hits a nice
Wait.
shot. He's 10-4.
okay, I'm
Again,
remembering the
Cryo and
EG
Luxio.
games. EG aren't good on
Tops of the
Haven, but they
scoreboards. This
also
round is going to be an important one.
they also always mess up
Sending it down
their
with a showstopper right at the beginning of the round.
like
Oh,
when
yeah,
they're
that's a slow walk down
eco.
towards sewers.
They're good at handling anti-ecos, but when they're
Very
eco,
passive
they
play
treat it
by
like a full gun
by
round.
Loud, I should say. Looking to contain most of this
Oh my God.
space. Goodness
Now I'm remembering the
me.
EG
Matt Jackson
games.
is just sending it. Blind as a bat. You going
It's a nice omen flash,
buddy.
though.
Nearsighted. That's a -8.
Yeah, you might just want to hold on for a moment there while you're paranoid.
Asuna, no, he loves the W key, man.
Really have a good
He
idea
loves the
where
W key.
to even
We should definitely
while he's
start talking about this round a little bit in terms of money as well.
Traces would spell it out. Give them a target to lock onto.
Mid-round wall is still going to provide a lot of value, but they don't really know where to stack. Playing 2B, 2A. Could still be around here for 100 Thieves. You'd like to see them get...
And I think BG, sorry to keep piling it on, and I think their pre-barrier calls aren't great.
Playing in the discipline box.
Barrier down, you look at what ults they have, you look at what ults the other team has, I think their calls are good.
Here, ult in through the back of the side. That's Pancada full committing, full sticking, and stun doesn't really do anything into that spot. Xander's been revealed.
Ooh.
He needs to try and find his way out.
I was going to say, imagine he gets another one here. Cryo's absolutely sent it. 5 HP, 10 HP. To a 16 HP, cousin can definitely come. They both know that one hit.
Yeah, it's a swift breeze. It will just end either of them, and a pit dropped down.
I mean, any level of spam, a classic right click, anything.
Bustio doesn't want to return the fire. He's low himself, and he's just holding.
What?
What?
How?
You can't lose that as Bustio.
How?
Shots. He had the perfect read on what Luxio was doing. And somehow, I don't even really understand how.
I don't understand those one
I don't know where the bullet goes there.
I mean, he pre-fires, obviously.
On the back wall there.
Got to get that in 0.25.
Yeah, I would be, listen, that happened to me in ranked. I'm clipping that immediately.
Oh my god, it's
0.25,
faster
I'm going
from
crazy.
him.
Honestly, watching the replay, I think he's just late.
Yeah, it's just late.
He's holding a pixel angle and his reaction time's just not good enough.
And SDK, he's looking to the heavens. Because that did come down to the wire.
Insta wave as well. This guy's already used to this stage. He's out here waving.
Salva's up towards heaven as well. Oh, Xanta! Xanta!
Oh my god, bro. It's non-stop dodges the ult as well. Great nade, slow nade. The problem for 100 Thieves right now is I honestly think Loud might have enough
100
rounds.
Thieves look really good when you run a fast play into them. The protocols are absolutely there for dealing with that. Sick first shot from Xander, and he sidestepped the breach ult as well. Really nice reposition. Ricardo's on the outside looking in. Has no hope.
No.
Just kill all 5 of them, and then you'll have your Omen ult, and then you can TP and get the spike.
Ah, true.
Yes.
Very true. Now it's going to be a long 50 seconds as we look to
it's going to be a long time.
Something.
Well, I mean, this is the emotional roller coaster of these kind of matches, isn't it? You've just been high on the elation of Luxo winning a spot that he probably shouldn't be favored in at all.
For sure.
And then you immediately call a fast hit and just get
30 seconds left.
And 100 Thieves cut the gap down to 1. And this is now
in the back of the Loud coach scams is 2.
They have minimum loss bonus.
Interesting.
Cowanzine, Vinny.
What, he's helping out assistant coach-wise?
Back into this.
Yeah, steadily and slowly they are clawing their way straight back. I mean, they're not equalized just yet, but at this point, with a string of rounds that are managing to put together, it's looking nice.
Yeah, they should be.
Yeah.
In just a moment.
There's no hunting for this gun either, so safe time to run some replays.
Yeah. And important to note that 3 of the players on 100 Thieves couldn't really afford to lose a gun either. So that was a massive...
Tricast? Yeah, Tricast last tomorrow.
Yeah, that's great move. Beautiful shot. Xander looked super confident and sidestepping all of the breach user, making Vinny look a fool.
That's hard to do. Popping in and out of Astra form, getting the smokes, straight back into it,
and
all grouped up.
Just do it again.
Okay.
Hero gun saved.
Don't get slow again.
Dude, they love it, the cooling style. They did it on Haven, right? That it failed so badly. We should do it again.
Forward off angle.
Yeah, extremely aggressive.
Here it is. Smoke in your face.
Oops.
No one clearing him into the corner. Swarm. Counterintuitive ever so slightly, but Cryo's just trying to help him out with a nade. Rebounding out forwards and away. Pancada, he TP'd past this one. Quarter cheeky timing.
Oh my god, 14 HP on that. Imagine he won that duel.
It's Asuna who returns with that fire. There's the, okay, boom, God, it's getting cheeky. It's getting awkward. Show forced to just stare down the battle of defeat there. 5-5, 100 Thieves. It's been some rapid rounds that we're taking a look at.
Yeah, and both of those rounds are, in my opinion, really never going to work against 100 Thieves. Because you're going into...
Cryo on Heaven, on B.
Yeah, Cryo is just going to have
Desp.
full Sage slows to work with. You're going to be running into potentially Raise Nade or Salvos coming through afterwards as well, but unless you run
It's
down
definitely something
Sandy
I'd be noting if I was like... I mean, it's hard. This would be a hard read for like teams to have, but...
While you're all slowed up. So I think that
For
round
sure,
was just a bit of a
they...
throwaway from Loud.
Like coaching style, if you're playing against Loud, if you actually like wreck them on a round, definitely got to be ready for them to hit that side again. It would be hard for teams to find that out because, I don't know. If you're like deep watching the VOD.
Through vents. Tiny missed on that one. Luke shows out, but the Armageddon. How the hell are you going to get there?
The wall to save him though?
Gap. And Asuna, oh my goodness.
Oh god, he keeps going, bro. It's
oh, what a read.
pure madness to watch, isn't it?
He knows that Luxio got the kill over towards A, so he knows that Loud are going to be pivoting in that direction.
Pushes straight past. Luxio is just trying to buy some time for the rest of his team to get straight back in with a snake bite.
EU's in a great spot. They're not going to expect him here, I don't think.
Tucked up. This is Benji Fishy. The angle he likes to play. My god, man! And he's on a collection!
Asuna, bro.
Inside the chaos, 100 Thieves thrive.
Dude, Asuna looks like he has so much fun playing this game.
But difficult for Pancada. You'd have to isolate one of these 1v1s, but he's got 40 seconds.
1v2, 8 bullets. Now Xander's off angle. You just don't account for it. And he's more than ready. Primed on the position. The lead being taken by 100 Thieves.
That is such a nice play by Asuna. That's a crazy play.
No, it is.
Oh, it's pure madness.
That would go for that. So
Cryo gets a little bit of a shout out because honestly, Cryo saved him with the wall.
And realizing that Vinny is going to call a pivot to A, Asuna just jumps over the boom bot and kills 2 of them in the back.
That's nice.
I mean, that is, you are so rarely going to get a spot like that, and so rarely going to have a player who's mad enough to take the opportunity.
Look at him, man.
Yeah, a moment of hesitation, that doesn't work.
No.
A moment's hesitation.
Final round of the half here. And a
Dude,
big
he's just like, how? How's he even done this? There's a middle.
Slowing down is there, finally. We were hinted towards it, the punish potentially on Lucio.
Stretch, sorry, bro.
Yeah, I like that from 100 Thieves. And they've only done it 1 time in the entire half. So that really caught Lucio off guard. He was ready for it earlier on in the rounds. You saw him holding really passive positions. But now after catching Boostio in round 11, Boostie's like, do not let this guy get anything more.
Deny him that space that he's just been walking up.
Wes, sorry, mate. I missed that.
Loud are handling this one correctly, though, I would say. I mean, they break the
100 Thieves has so many ults that they just can't lose this.
Okay, it's just been broken potentially by the one player.
But little stick bug.
Yeah. Boostio. It's an off angle, taking a peek and gets the info.
Don't do it. Mate, chill.
Gotta be brave for a play like that. Still, it has disjointed, disconnected.
Boostio, please chill, man. The rest of your team has every single ult.
Send it flying forwards here and Armageddon as well. It's gonna be rolling out that red carpet and pushing these players forwards and away. Up from the high ground, Cryo!
Trade site for the
goodness.
res.
He's got a res available on ramp as well. Pancada's going to find himself in a 3v1.
Yep, and as soon as Cryo hears that plan coming off, there it is. 1v3 for Pancada to try and bail himself out of. He's TPing out into the open. He's looking for any available option. But he's going to try and ISO these fights and do it now. All drops down. Deep positions. Baiting it with a couple of footsteps and drops down. Good angles to be held.
Nicely done from Cryo. My goodness, though.
Accumulated, added to the total. 100 Thieves.
Especially when they need like every single round on defense because their attack is a little bit.
Managed to find their footholds.
Well, I said a little bit rough. Last time we saw it, it was really, really rough.
Resurgence in this half. Since round 5, they've only dropped a single round. They've won 7 out of the last 8. And I said earlier, 100 Thieves only played 1 good half of Valorant today. Well, add another one to that.
Yeah.
Because that defense is split. They were more proactive. They took control. Really nice adaptation.
There's tension in the air between these two teams, of course. Loud need their first win of stage 1, but there is an on-fire 100 Thieves standing in the way.
I feel like if I'm Loud here, after watching that demo of their attack, I'm feeling good. Could have shut down A pretty early on, and then the comp really struggles to do like anything. It's so hard for them to create A pressure. That's the issue. Cryo saved them, yeah. Dude, Cryo really saved him. And then he played it well with the 1v2. If a team shuts down Cryo, isn't it over for 100 Thieves? Nah, I don't think it's over. Like, he's had bad games before and they've won. But he is kind of popping recently. He's definitely a giant part of them winning, though. I can get how you would have that conclusion.
I think in this series so far, we've seen just very one-sided halves of Valorant overall. This one, though, as we finally get over to Split, first half at least, much more back and forth, but the point still remains that Loud are sitting
100 might
0-2
need
so
pistol.
far in stage 1.
Yeah, I think
this
you're right.
match here has always been genuinely heading into it, I think, a must-win for them to even stand a chance of making it into the playoffs of stage 1.
Yeah, going 0-3 is so brutal to try to dig yourself out of that hole. And if you think back to yesterday, not yesterday, sorry, last week, when Loud played against 2G, Digizine drops 30. They lose on Lotus. I mean, Digizine then drops, I think it was like 19, 32 and 19, something like that. Luke Show has come in and delivered unbelievable performances all day. If Loud are to lose today on his debut, that'd be shattering.
I've seen this pistol around before. I don't know if it's going to go the same way, but...
What's my thoughts about this Luke Show guy? Maze.
Thieves, they take it up through A heaven.
Incredible.
In through mid, and they want to squeeze this Viper player, with Xander potentially collapsing, but we'll see. Wall's going to be dropping down. They spotted the player out. Nade rebounding. There's the aftershocks.
Oh, this is nice.
Oh, this is a cheeky one. Wow. Nowhere to stand here. Luccio's going to be under a tremendous amount of pressure. The fact that he even gets one, to be honest, is good. It's impressive because he was in a vice grip. Now Vinny, slightest of off angles, and Aston's not slowing down the pace whatsoever.
3 bullets.
Yapping away at a million miles an hour, and he might have just led the team into a bit of a death trap.
Guys, dinking everyone.
Vinny making a name for himself in this round. 13. All but sealed up now for Loud themselves.
He's doubled his kills too.
Yeah.
Both of the Breach players with 3 and 9, I think, at the half. And Vinny just holds that off angle. Weird spot for a Breach as well. Hard to get value out of your util. But they shut it down with a triple face in mid too.
Okay, so
I
I
like the
think...
round idea. And I do think we should be paying a lot of attention to where Luke Show is playing
I think
on defense.
we're here, right? 4-2, 2-0 on this map.
When they played this comp on Split against Sentinels, and they're going to do it again, where they try to put crazy amounts of pressure on that Viper in mid. But I suppose if Vinny's just going to get 3 from an off angle like that, Loud are going to be fine.
Louder in an incredible position right now.
Yeah, based on the pings.
Seeing the pings, aren't we?
I don't think Xander's going to get caught by it. He's able to back out.
Yeah, trying to combo on the eco.
Onto the corner, meanwhile.
Drone goes out towards A. And this is...
Oh, he's already just anticipating it. Peek down to the sides.
Oh, dude, they got this on lock, surely.
Conditioning
I remember watching their...
You know that
I remember
Pancada
watching their split before. Dude, Pancada just locks down B.
You know that they're going to be fighting with double initiator over towards A. Loud are trying to make it feel like they are
And then you have a comp that really struggles to block vision here and create passive pressure around the map.
Bit of a min-max round here on the eco for 100 Thieves. At this point, they
honestly, I think Loud would really have to mess up, chat.
There's an orb to be gained over towards A. They'll try and get it underneath Asuna.
Yeah, I would doubt it. Presumably with Kaunzine and Vinny pushing up, they
push down.
Now Pancada's going to have a stinker.
So
dude, he'll be fine.
Just have a moment to collect themselves, but Loud are looking like they're going to be back into this one. Such an important game so early on.
What is that?
They can't afford to let this one slip.
No, you cannot. Still, Salvo's down onto the floor. Cryo, my God, rapid run around. Picks up the gun. Spike in their hands. There's 18 seconds left. If Cryo gets a pick, that's all just being watched. Okay. The plan, though. Okay. Not a lot of damage done to Loud in terms of the economy, so they're going to be coming into the next with a healthy bonus, but 100 Thieves.
She's in, maybe she get the defuse.
Probably weren't even expecting a plant in that spot, so not too bad.
Yeah, they're having a little discussion about it, I think.
I'm looking at what Loud got cooked up
Okay.
for the next round.
I'm looking at what 100 Fees got
We saw
cooked
them
up
go
because I want to
pretty
see how they
aggro
handle over
towards
towards
A main
A.
previous.
Before
have
they
any
will
ults
put
on
like
line.
an Astra smoke here, but again, if
Were to
you
do something
actually just
unusual,
re-clear that, then they
Team
have
would
to
be the
put
one to
another
do it.
Astra
Just throw
smoke
it out.
over towards A again.
A triple push down mid,
And
for
then
example.
they got no smokes for the rest
Again,
of the map.
A really heavy fight out through A.
It's going to be a B main fight by the looks of the minimap.
Yeah, they've got stun.
Yeah. You're not going to want to miss this one.
Okay, we got the Astra
All-line
smoke.
made, salvos left
Oh,
and
what are we
right.
going for?
It's
We're
gonna
going
be a
for
very
aggro.
awkward position. I
Insta
think
stun.
Thieves have forced themselves into. Might have util of their own though. Fault line, waiting off to the
Oh
side.
my
and
god.
yeah,
Oh,
does collect a
little
boost kill.
dink at the end. Lucio is
Slightest of
lucky
gaps
to be
in, he
alive,
collects out the play
35.
in, and he collects that trade, so
He took so much damage though. He's going to get healed up, but he's only on 100 health.
could have been much more dangerous. Now, what's the call now for 100 Thieves on top of it?
They want to re-clear this.
They have to.
But they want to contact it, because Loud are likely in this round to have left.
Damage done. Watchful eye onto the other appropriate position.
Those are big kills.
Yeah,
for 100
if
Thieves.
Vinny
No
wants to
utility,
swing that,
just
I gotta
walking
see him
in.
commit it.
And Cryo, even after being aim punch headshot, still finds the one.
He like halved
First
it.
one.
Yeah, paranoia sweeps its way through. Gonna be watching for this lurk that's occurring off to the side.
What is that?
Crazy shot. Hands are not even tagged up into the process.
Okay.
So
Armor,
dismantling the
gun
play,
rebuy.
but
Still
Loud will try
very,
and
very
cook
nice
up.
for 100 fees to get the plant down.
It's a nice idea from Loud. I really don't mind it. They did a ton of damage.
Yeah,
early
yeah,
on.
it wasn't too bad at all.
But when they held this crossfire in B main, I think Cryo just does.
They
so
almost
much.
got a double.
If he goes down, it's pretty likely that 100 Thieves are actually in a disadvantaged spot, finding it a bit of a struggle to end B, have to reset again. But all right, rifles back for Loud, eco swing round. If Loud lose this, they've lost control of split.
Ash, of course, dude.
Fault line's easy enough to dodge. Not as well though. It's just to give 100 Thieves a bit of peace of mind.
Wimbot's pretty nice.
So a bit of
We'll clear
unknowns, I
left
think,
as
to the
well.
minds of these Loud players as well.
So they
Pancada's gonna
create
be
pressure
worried
over
they
towards B. Now we
remain
get to see
control.
the A handle. Smoke goes in. It does create pressure over towards here. But again, as soon as this drone
No fast
does
aggressive play
this.
from 100 Thieves here. I was expecting them to do some kind of
Okay, now what?
heavy
Now you can just hold this line
stun double blast pack
with
kind
one
of setups,
person.
or looking to pressure Luxo in mid. But they're not actually playing around the Viper Orb that much. I mean, now the Viper Orb goes out. Almost as a reaction.
Oh,
to
do
the
they just do
salvos.
calling based off of if they re-clear it?
most of
Then
the
they call
salvos.
A. Okay.
Clearing out through vents.
Sure.
Very aggressive positionings.
I mean, that will work for one
If
game,
you
but...
spot DG here, I don't think you expect
Yeah, I don't think you expect cows in here as well. I think they might get wrecked.
Taking our first contact, that's my big question. Sees it, Kawazine, what more can you claim?
Because the whole
Two
calling protocol
ripped
is
away.
once they've
Blink of an eye,
re-cleared
the
over
top of
towards
tower
A,
just
they're holding it with one and making everywhere else heavier.
evacuation attempt
So
here
as
by
soon as they see that one,
Satchel's going up and over towards the top here.
they
25
just
seconds
think it's
left
the
into
only
this
one
round.
here.
Snakebite, fault line, slowing them down to a crawl up through heaven as the only available option. They've walled themselves off. They can't quite pivot even through mid. They are forced into the fight and forced into the gulag of their own
Very nice. Dude, this
making.
little double stack over towards A is a stroke of genius. Fair play.
Dominant start to finish.
And then now they can hold one if they
And
want
it's
to.
Lucho's information in mid. The fact that he doesn't use the Viper Orb until the salvos are used, which allows him to fully clear out mid, deny 100 Thieves that space they were looking for, and everyone on Loud can stack A. And they can keep that bait and switch setup going. Because like I said, as soon as you spot DG in that kind of spot, you are not thinking there's another player tucked really close A main. And Gawanzine gets 2, buys time.
Dude, this group's
Blast
going to get
pads
so
for the
weird.
Snake bite to completely
This
deny.
group is going to get super, super weird.
Yeah, look at how
There's so
Lucho
many
is playing
teams
this.
that are going to
He's
be
not popping the
1,
Viper Orb,
2.
keeping full fuel until he needs to re-clear mid.
Here in a drone.
And this means he still has...
This is going to be Loud, 100 Thieves and 2G
Just about getting control of that rifle in hands as a trade
at 1 to 2, and then they all beat
Good
each
spam
other.
from the rest of 100 Thieves to make that a 1-for-1.
And drone's being used to try and gain semblance of info.
We're going to have to look at the groups after this.
Up, slow and steady.
Loud still have good A round.
It's 8-8. Mate, I just don't...
Lost in the
I mean, I would love to see it.
They're here
Because
to
I'll
drop down now
be...
in through vents.
Because 100 Thieves would have to play a bit of a masterclass.
Bait. by 100 Thieves, looking to see if they can pull players over towards A potentially.
But I just don't.
He got the 3K on the pistol.
He's right in this one once more and just hopped up. There's a trade. It is there instantaneously, in fact, by Cryo.
Cover going out.
Pancada is going to be layering down some smokes now. They've lost
What, though?
control
They look
over
right
North
for this
B
one.
Heaven, so
I think Pancada just has to wait for the rest. This is going to be a full retake setup.
they don't have side control. Pancada reveals his hands. Laying in wait, in through the spawn. They don't quite know. That smoke is really causing issues for them. But eventually they clear most of the way. It's bought so much time now for the retake to actually occur.
Stun into damage.
It's going to be combined.
Gets out of
To slow
there.
it down though, so the plant.
I wonder if they could have
tucked behind default 3
up the
versus
plan a
3
little bit
into
better
this
with all
retake now
this.
to Jazeen.
Great shot.
Forward Xander.
Damn, great shots.
Precision is the name of the game. And already just swiftly dismissing any opposition. 100 Thieves. Good control of every
Do
situation.
they buy
there.
this or do they eco
Xander's
this?
had some really important rounds. The couple of kills he gets there, listen, he's not at the top of the scoreboard, but he's getting important kills right when his team needs them in even scenarios. Dodges that breach flash.
Oh,
swings
that's
back
a
around and
lovely.
deletes to Jazeen
That's
and
so
Vinny.
nice, man.
Really well played. 9 to 8.
Is
100
Solar
Thieves
Viper
holding
working
an
this comp?
advantage.
No, no, no.
And
It
putting
creates the
a lot
passive
of
pressure,
on Loud's
but
economy. They have 4
he
Vandals
just
and
got
a
nothing.
Sheriff.
There it is, straight up the gut, right through mid. I couldn't get it off chance.
Oh my
And the Fuchs
goodness,
just running
it's
it
pure
dry and
mayhem.
short.
Do they res?
Look at the
So
though,
fine
and
with
the
it.
rest of 100 Thieves are happy to clean up behind you. Res immediately. There needs to be a step up, and heroics were ordered. Luxio can only do so much, so it leaves Vinny.
Yeah, but this is the
in a
big
very
buy round
uncomfortable
though.
spot.
So as much as
15,
we're
we've had a
saying
couple
they
of rounds
can't
now
do
like
it,
this, where it just ends immediately.
that was
I think
the,
this
that
is
was
what I was
the
expecting
round.
more for the series overall, though.
Yeah.
And we haven't had as many as I was expecting. 100 Thieves chose to fight mid with the showstopper at the same
Who's
time
we?
as Loud, randomly.
Chat,
just
come
decided
on.
to fight
You saw
mid.
that 100 Thieves tack last time.
And now you're seeing it. Min-maxing with the ults.
You guys are going
Building
down
up
with me.
towards it. Looks like the priority is Asuna, despite the fact that EU Boosty were close themselves. Vinny's just going to be looking to survive. He was one away. I think he grabbed the Orbit A main.
This is a bad, bad round for Loud to lose, though. They forced
That's a
into
really, really bad round for them to
Kawanzine, I
lose.
think it was, only
Like
had a
that.
Sheriff.
It's like devastating for them.
And the round was over within 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And now their economy is pretty chalked. I mean, Vinny's going to stay alive. And he's still got full armor. Luxio might be able to buy, but I mean, do you want to force in a spot like this? I don't think so. So you're probably going to end up going down 11 to 8. And at that point, the game is slipping away from you.
Loud's defense against crew.
0-3 might be
Without
on
the
the
game where
horizon
it's
for
only
Loud.
Pancada.
Sadax,
Those
please, from Berlin,
looking good.
going unheard.
There's that fighter we were seeing.
I mean, Asuna is so happy to just send it in spots like this.
I mean,
To his
this
credit,
is what
he is a
Asuna
selfless
dreams
player.
of.
He
He draws away their crosshair and then the rest of his team clean up.
That particular spot as well is, I mean, it's a firing line behind them.
He's had some wild showstoppers today, though.
Yeah.
The one where they sent it down market. Again, it was a set play.
But this one
right?
is like,
But
yeah.
when he got
I was going
paranoid
to say,
and
this
just
one
decided
isn't
to
like
carry
his
on
fault.
So this
Did this
timeout
triple
makes
swinging
a
him.
lot of sense. Everything that we've just discussed as well, because money's not looking too hot for Loud. Time to talk about what's going wrong, but 100 Thieves are going to be up to 11 by the time that whatever this strategy is that you're yapping away, trying to figure out.
Well, Loud lost that round because they decided to opt into a team
Dude,
fight.
you gotta give me an
Love
op on
that
A
kind of
Loud,
style
surely.
Of play. Asuna drew all of the attention, and then the rest of the 100 Thieves swing in afterwards and are able to pick up what are essentially a bunch of trade kills. So I would say Loud probably don't want to opt in that style of Valorant. They probably want to instead be trying to take fights on the extremities, do the like 1-2 bait setup plays, because 100 Thieves clearance in those spots does not look amazing. And try to drag the rounds out late so that 100 Thieves are forced to run and execute.
Up here, Teo here,
this game is
re-clear,
rapidly
have the
getting away from
one.
And again, poor Luxio. He's top fragging. On his
No,
debut,
he's heavily top fragging.
22 and 13. He's essentially doing what Cryo's doing on the other side.
Is this new kid OP then? Yeah, basically. Incredible.
Trap play in B main.
Yeah. So fault line's going to be cutting its way across off the contact of Pancada.
Thrown over towards middle with vision block, try and make it look like they're taking middle with numbers, and then go for the B-pop. Salvo there, this Omen Flash though is... Omen Flash is money. Oh, the ult. Oh, dude, it could have been so good, guys. It could have been so
How do you
good.
follow up on any of this?
And they've weathered the storm.
No, they wanted to combo it.
Does not cover all of this
Yeah, the
area,
tail
and
had
now you've
to
just sent all of your
had to
ultimates.
go like this. But I love the idea, man, because the breach ult's pushing them against this way, so they would literally have got like 4 of them.
They didn't get much of an advantage out of that. There's still a minute on the clock.
There is one
They're just looking like the kickoff tail ults that we're watching.
The rest of the map, 100 Thieves are essentially going to be forced into this B hit.
Still a chance for Pancada to own this. Like 3 on side, they have stun, they have salvos, he's going to have a
There
smoke.
it is, Cosmic Divide, salvos. Cuts it up, pull into the back lines on top of it.
Cows in, your salvos are
Flash
so
adds
late
some extra
here.
worry onto themselves. Good kills to be found, a flash to try and supplement. Lovely movement, Xander always keeping it ajar. Just dancing around.
Oh, this
the
is
bullets.
devastating for Laos, man. Look at what's going
Lands them
on.
to safety.
This was a disaster round from them. They've had 2 of them.
And despite going into the stack, 100 Thieves weather the storm. Really nice composure from them in this round. They were under genuinely a lot of pressure in B main. There was so much going on. I mean, that's one of those rounds that never show that to a CS
Dude, imagine
player.
this
I mean, they
ult was
wouldn't
good.
have a clue. They're not built for that kind of stuff.
The team will look to do a bit of damage. One away from the ult. Wait a second, these players are grouped up towards the back of the site.
They can play time here, though.
Yeah, they can. Slowed down 8.
Oh,
it's left to work with. Cryo.
But yeah, I think 100 Thieves do deserve credit for navigating what was a chaotic situation quite well there. There's all of that pressure coming towards them. Breach ult, Tejo ult.
But it can also be...
to start with as well. But they used every piece of util so early on. And now they don't have ults for the next round. I mean, they've still got Showstopper. Dejazine has got to be the hero that Loud need right now. He has an op and a Showstopper. And he's staring towards 100 Thieves in B main. If Dejazine can't get this done, no one can.
It's a bit of a struggle for him. Stuff drone, connection, fault line as well, just to put a bit of fear. The back of the mind of Xander. Pretty clear it's going to be caught for. That's Loud, just pushing him back and away. Trying to get control again. Through mid.
Dejazine's walking up onto a slightly more aggressive angle in B main. And just judging roughly by people's positions, looks like things are going to be going away from him. A spike heading over towards A main.
Dude, look at this read though. Look at this push down middle.
Here. Putting a lot of faith in Dejazine, and now footsteps heard.
He's so aggro, and he's got all the information, as you already mentioned. Jumping across, spotting it out.
Dude, they're gonna go
Dejazine is isolated. What is the call to be made here? There's a wall up in through mid, so no options there.
Passing on
through
site,
the flank. That's
early
Luke
luck.
Show. This guy is going to be
Dude, his
the
timing's
knife in the
nuts.
back, I think. The necessary
Mate.
one.
He's
gonna get caught by Bustio.
Oh,
Stunned up.
God.
It took too long with it. Armageddon paves a way forwards. And the spike picked up. The clutches of Xander. He'll try and get it back to safety. Try and get this plan straight back down control.
This is so
Frantic,
devastating
again,
for
given
Loud.
over towards 100 Thieves.
Dejazine has one blast pack and a dream.
His
Easy kill,
mates
I think, to
saw
really
him
set
as
this one in
well.
motion. He's ascending it. It's the
Good luck,
1v1.
Pancada. Because every
Not
single
gonna
bit
know
of
what
ult has been used
remaining
into this
players
round or
are,
the
just
one
peeking
before.
through the smoke. Risky business. But at this point, risks need to be taken. Does he anticipate it? Planned spot that has been placed in. Up for heaven. He's got a smoke to cover. Not even a tap. It's a full stick onto the half. Slowed down though. Stunned up. Salvos.
Meant to do here.
Final line of safety nets. 12-8. 100 Thieves. Dire starts overall to this series, but
Maybe I'm focusing too much on Loud, but I don't know, man. It feels disastrous.
Yeah, their composure and belief in themselves has been excellent today. Rough situation for Lucian, but also the first one, really.
Dude, imagine turning the corner. You're ready to stun sight for your
Best case
team.
scenario, he was only going 1-for-1 in that kind of position, but they should have been able to calm. Dejazine should have had the calm. The Bustio
Gave
was
4
gonna be rotating
chances.
late. He saw him with the op. What could be the final round here?
Swinging wide, and as you mentioned, could very much be that final round. Now 100 Thieves stuck in an awkward spot. All grouped up, all 5 of them. Stealth drones cleared all the way through B on top of it. Kawazin's getting info now. Does that refight? Flash forwards, bullets spraying and praying down through the walls. There's a wall in your face on top of it. And Asuna has dropped Pancada forwards again as the approach once more. It's an alter. There's no slowing it down. Blood in the water, and Asuna's like a bloody shark.
God, this guy is nuts though, and he's just thinking everyone.
One before the trade is online, but the site cracked wide open. Double face, clearance up towards the top. Good shots to land. Xander's been finished.
Yeah, I don't think Asuna's gonna let. Asuna's in a position where he can just own this.
Such a tough spot for Vinny and
Like he would have to mess up here, really.
Your season may hang on this.
Salvos, see if he can find an option, anything at all, but Asuna's got it all.
Jesus.
And key.
Okay, I mean, nicely done from 100 Thieves. Dude, I think Loud are going to be kicking themselves if they watch that back. There was 2 huge disastrous
First half of
rounds.
this series, on Haven and the first half of
And they
Icebox,
probably thought like they should have won
Loud were
Icebox.
completely in control. They won 2/3 of the rounds. It didn't look like 100 Thieves were even away.
Hey, solid comeback from 100 Thieves.
Had a fantastic
And the group
attacking
doesn't look
half
too crazy
on
now.
Icebox. And we were worried at the beginning.
But at least
of
Loud
splitting
looking,
even,
at
'cause they looked
least
slow,
Loud are
like
looking
they were missing that
pretty
proactivity,
good
and then
going
suddenly
forward
turned
with this
it
guy.
up. And I think
Still think
so
like
much
Vinny
credit has
really
gotta be
needs to
given over
step
to
it up,
Cryo,
man,
my
because
God, what
his
a individual game he
util,
played today on map
his
2 and
util
3.
isn't covering up
He wasn't really awake
his lack of
on the
fragging.
ISO map 1, which is unusual for him. But my God, he had a performance.
Incredible composure across the board, I think, as well from 100 Thieves. A lot of belief in themselves to know that they can do it, that they were capable of winning.
Dejected walk-off, though, for Loud.
Oh, yeah.
They've now lost to their Brazilian rivals 2G.
Loud up
Lost
for
a
sure.
crucially
Oh,
important
they're done in
close
their
game
group, mate.
that they could have 2-0.
No doubt.
Their playoff dreams for Loud are not entirely done.
This group is going to have so many teams that are 1-2.
They can make
Dude,
it
should have been at least
but
closer than this.
It's a rough spot to be in if you're Loud.
Yeah, I mean, the best case scenario, you're 2 and 3, and requires some mad tiebreaker scenarios probably to even be able to get through. So they're in a really rough spot. But silver lining, Luke Shaw, the player that you're watching right now, had an amazing debut. Amazing. I mean, massively justified his signing and also him being put in the roster over
The
2 weeks,
chosen
which was
one,
a question
yeah,
that
he's
we
good,
had.
man.
Are you really
He
going to
is
fix
good.
the team
They got a
with
great pick up
adding him
here.
in? And okay, they didn't get the round win today, but I got to be honest, their attack sides did look a lot better with him providing so many aggressive lurk opportunities. It made Vinny's calling look a lot better.
Let me get this
But
fun.
it wasn't enough in the end.
That's exactly right. Still sitting at 0 and 3, but for 100 Thieves, a lovely win to add to the tally.
I can't believe they still ran the Sage comp on split.
I know, right?
And got value out of it. Like, they
Yeah.
actually changed up what they were doing quite a bit. Weren't running as many like fast aggro tactics, but still put some of them in
I
there.
think their whole calling style is
Yeah.
based off the the Teo
It
drone.
looked like it had. I thought it was going to be a
Dude,
one and done comp.
I'm not sure they can win this one again, man. I would look at that demo and I think I know he's going to call every single round.
Of course, across the board. I mean, how could they
who
not
knows?
be happy, I think, after that?
They might be able to
'cause
mix it
was
up.
looking over at a certain point, wasn't it?
2-1. A pretty decent record for 100 Thieves now, heading into week 4.
Exactly, and as well, we'll see how much more competitive their group overall gets.
Hey,
But for
what do
now,
we do?
we're gonna send it
11
down to the
hours
stage.
23?
Liz is standing by for that
Not
Verizon
too bad.
post-match interview. Don't go anywhere.
Pretty long stream.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm here with you
12,410
from
as well.
100
That one
Thieves.
is mental. It really is. Any extra names here?
No, you just said something very interesting to me. You said that my
Trav.
team did that.
Wait,
not
the
me.
Trav?
Talk to me about that team performance. Cryo really
Might be
just
the
kind of
Trav.
popped off EU, but you played well as well. But like,
Let's
talk
get
to
some
me
W's in
about,
for Trav.
I mean, you did. But talk to me about that team. How with the change from map 1 to map 2 to map 3.
Sorry, Jack.
Yeah, my team really brought the energy today. I'm not gonna lie. They had insane comms. Everybody was playing really good. I'm definitely not proud of how I played today, but like my team definitely had me. Cryo as well with like the 30 kills on Icebox as well. Everybody's comms were good. I mean, I would say like we played really good as a team today. So.
I want to get your perspective on something. I talked to Zix after the first map, and he told me what he told you guys, what he reinstilled in you guys. I want to hear from your perspective what Zix said to you after the map 1 loss.
I'm not gonna lie. I think the only thing that I remember him saying is for us to play like standard and like we shouldn't overthink things, because it did feel like on map 1 a lot of the things that we were doing was kind of like overcook, I guess is like a good way to put it, when in reality we should just play simple because they were playing simple. So yeah, that's the only thing I remember.
Dude, that's what we were saying to EG, right?
Confidence that we're
We
going
said that a
through.
lot
This is now your
today.
second stage win.
The people just need to keep it simpler.
Moving into 2G next week, who you'll be facing, and they looked pretty damn good against Loud last week. What are your thoughts moving forward? Are you more confident in yourselves? Do you feel like you still have a lot more to work on? Where is that confidence level right now?
I think this year's stage 1 feels a lot like last year's. It doesn't feel like we're just winning this game because like, you know, we're like good players or anything like that. It does feel like we're learning a lot match to match. I said it after we won the EG game. Like regardless of the score lines of these maps, as long as we continue to, you know, focus on what we've been focusing on, the results just help us. It just keeps motivating us to keep on going forward. But yeah, the confidence is definitely like going up and up and up with every match win that we're getting. So, you know, hoping it stays up against the 2G game.
Well, you actually bring up something because you talked to me.
Chobra's on a 20-hour stream.
From your last match. What did you learn? I know it's obviously hard to know right after the match, but
Got
what
Pacific
are your
in
key takeaways right now from this
under
game
6
against
hours.
I think when we play teams like this that are like really talented mechanically, so like Loud has crazy players. Cowanzi's like one of the best initiators in the
What's
world.
he doing
I
over
mean,
there?
all their players are insane. Luke Show played insane. We realize like even though we are individually talented, we kind of have to fall back on our micro fights and make sure that we're not giving people like freebies, I guess is like a good way to put it. We can't give them what they want because they want the duels. So that's kind of what we learned from like the EG game going into Loud, and honestly, like we learned it in this game as well.
Do you think you applied that as the maps went on, like Haven versus, you know, Icebox? We saw you were meeting them where they were at on A site on Icebox completely. So like, how did you apply that this game, the map 2, map 3 specifically?
I think we still had the idea going into Haven. It's just Haven with the map details was, we kind of knew where they were hitting on Haven, for example, and we would stack 4 on the site, but then our microfights were bad because they have Teo Breach, and we tried turtling in the site, so like 4 stacking a site while turtling against Teo Breach isn't too good, but I would say like the process for it was still consistent throughout all 3 maps. You know, we want to understand where they're going because they play simple, find out where they're going, and then microfight them when they get there, or like try to refight for info and stuff like that. So it definitely was easier for us on the last 2 maps than it was on Haven because of their comp, but still the same.
I know Reddit and VLR are eating those answers up. Give it up one more
Okay,
time.
but honestly, I feel a lot better about his answers. It did feel like the calling was like really simple on attack, but if that's what they felt like they needed to do, then
Thank you very much,
it's
ladies and
good.
gents. It's time for match
And then it probably won't
point.
look like
I've got
that again
Mega
next
Man here
time.
with Boostio and Xander. They're going to play some ping pong whilst answering our questions. Now we've decided who's
Isn't Boostio meant to be good at
first to 7,
ping
so
pong?
kick it off, guys. Baby Bay's got the first question to fire off. First
Okay, chat,
question,
who
not
we
game.
rated?
Brother, you're not even wearing your glasses. You can't even see. How are you going to beat Boostio right
He's
now?
going to destroy me. He's actually really good. Plus, yeah, I don't have my glasses on, but...
Oh, he's a pinpoint. All right.
1-0 for Xander.
Xander's 1-0.
He's just going to let me...
You're right
Chobra?
on the board there. 1-1.
Supposed to.
Yeah, we can raid Choba. Dude, the fact he's on a 20-hour stream is crazy.
Which is obviously not
Guy
something
moves
we're
the
seeing
content,
a
and
lot here. Like,
he's already beaten my all-time stream records.
Yeah, I think
Just for fun, apparently.
Gecko is just broken on the map.
He's a lunatic, man.
What's it called? I think Gecko's really good on the map because, you know,
Adil,
everyone just plays like stop plants
Adil
at A and
Aronov,
B,
thank you so much, bro.
especially with
Appreciate
Sand
that.
So having Gecko to bait out the missiles
Thank you
and the
for
molly
doing
from
that,
like
Adil.
KJ, I think it's really good. And the flash.
What's mine?
Going over,
I think mine's only like 19 hours 40 or something. I think he's honestly beating me instantly.
I'm sweating even more.
Maybe
My next question
we
is, okay,
reached
there's a new
20,
player
but...
subbing in for Loud, Luke Show. He starts popping off on the first map. You guys are getting
Okay, chat.
steamrolled.
Sorry, let me
What are the talks?
just
Are you guys like, yo, this guy's just
lower
not
the
out?
sound of this because we are done with the charity stream, and I just want to say a huge shout out to everyone. Like a huge shout out. We hit crazy numbers. I didn't think we were going to get 10,000 or anywhere near 10,000. We got 12,410, which is absolutely crazy. And honestly, this was like, I feel like this was like my most rewarding stream I've done, to be honest. I had a lot of fun doing this, like a lot of fun doing this. So shout out to Hope for the Day for like making this happen as well. And yeah, again, just really good cause. And just remember, Chad, just like, but for life as well going forwards, like we're all gonna have shit days, shit months, shit periods of life. It's okay for that to happen. So we just gotta talk to people, get through it. Just always feel like you can reach out to people, and vice versa. Always reach out to other people as well. And again, guys, thank you so much for all the support for this because it's really cool. I'm just super proud of all of you as well. Like really, really proud of all of you, because this is like such a good example of just the community that I like wanted to build here, and we're kind of doing stuff that other people aren't really doing, I feel like. So I don't know, it's awesome to see that I don't know, I just think that we got a lot of nice people in our community, and I'm just really thankful that you're all here. And huge shout out for the mods of being like a giant part of that as well, because the mods are a big reason why that's like a thing, and that this can be like one of the safe spaces on the internet. Okay, chat, let's raid Chobra.
That was a long game, in fairness. Let's have a look at our standings, of course, of the day, coming to the close. And again, we can have a look.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you all. Thank you for all the kind words. Be kind to each other. All of the good stuff. And yeah, thank you guys for being you, basically.
2-1, -7 differential. So yeah, win over crew. I think providing stuff goes right.
Yeah, see for Pacific. Chat, if people are up in if you're up in like 5.5 hours, we'll be streaming again for Pacific. So if you wanna check out those games, we'll be streaming that. If not, I'll be on for Americas. Thank you for being here. Shout out to the mods. Shout out to everyone. Shout out to Hope for the Day. And I will see you all soon. Right, bye everyone. Bye. Thank you so much. One of my favorite streams ever, guys. Thank you for being here. Okay, peace.
Lev is -26. Yeah, I don't know.
YouTube chat, thank you so much, guys, as well. Thank you. Subscribe if you haven't already. Appreciate you all.
But as fast as the goat, so. Kind of things shaping up pretty well here. I think after